there.
We got her blocked down here. We got her blocked down here. Yep, nowhere near Parliament. North Korea is happening. There she is.
Yeah, that was crazy. You didn't see the guy on the
I'm going to let you go, and I will talk to you soon, but not soon enough. Thank you very much for being here. I'm sorry I promised you a tour of downtown, and that didn't really happen. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, he was like on the
Anyhow, thank you very much for being here.
It was pretty bad.
And I will see you as soon as possible. Definitely today. And I'm going to go reply to your emails. Sorry I haven't had time to do that, but I will do that while doing laundry and stuff. Anyhow, I love you. Take care and see you soon.
All right, so this is the new Canadian hug tax. The new Canadian hug tax that we've been experiencing for 3 weeks now. Yeah. So this is what is going on here. I'm just gonna take a step out. How you doing, man? I'm just gonna take a step here to kind of get a view of what we're. You know, I guess what the Freedom Convoy at this point has kind of been reduced to in Ottawa, I'll say. You know, they're on the corner here of Sir John A. Macdonald.
Yeah, it's not many people
and Booth Street. And, you know, I'd say, like I said before, maybe 20, 30 people, maybe, right?
Get that. Middle finger. If you drove fast, you missed it.
Yeah, there's about 30 people here. I just counted roughly.
She hates her
more or less. I got interrupted, so I didn't finish, but it's around 30 people here. You guys can probably count them. I'm just gonna take a step back. You can see everybody here. Try to get everybody in the frame. Right. This is you can see Arthur to the left there, and yeah, this is the crowd here at Sir John A. Macdonald and Booth, waving their flags, hugging.
Yeah, they're getting horns of support, and also they're getting
fingers of
the old middle finger, the old FUCK OFF.
The bird, as some people like to call it.
Yeah, they're flashing the bird at us.
So
shoot this pooch over here.
Yeah, there's a dog here in support, you know.
Zuka, my dog, if you're watching this, that's how you play fetch. You see how he dropped it? She's going to kick it. That's how it works.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. So you can see I'm going to try and get some of these cars going by as well. Right, there's still a bunch of Canadians who are having some freedom for breakfast here, for brunch, I'll say, a Sunday brunch of freedom. Although it's sort of limited freedom because they've been forced to do it at this specific location, but you know.
I need you to get into a position so that if there's anyone flipping the bird.
Yeah, no, I'm covering the streets going by to a bit, right, you know, as much as I can.
Yeah, just make sure you're in a position that.
Yeah, the thing is, the further I am from the road, the easier it will be to kind of get them in the frame.
I hear you, that's true.
So yeah, I'm trying to. There we go. We have some honking support there
from the bus driver.
Yes, the bus driver supporting.
Yeah, he gave a nice
well done.
Wave.
He's gonna honk some more. There he is.
There he is. So.
All right, city worker.
The crowd's working out. He gave the old thumbs up. The crowd's working him here. A lot of Canadian charm being slung at this bus driver.
Yes, this is live. This is live.
Yeah, this is live, Ottawa.
We're here at Sir John A. Macdonald and Booth Street.
Yeah, we're at the War Museum.
At the only place where you're allowed to protest, I guess. Or at least the only place where protests have gathered that you're allowed to protest.
I don't think this is an official free speech zone. I think right now the official free speech zones are inside Canadian dwellings.
Yeah.
I believe that's the only place that you can talk freely right now. But these protesters might be putting themselves at risk. We don't know.
Yeah,
it doesn't
we're not
seem
sure.
like the police are interested in any of the goings on here.
There we go. We got a supporter there. Oh, another one. Yeah. So yeah, there's definitely some support, and what I would imagine are mostly locals of Ottawa who are driving by. There we go, another one, Canadian flag in her window.
Yeah, there's a finger right there.
Oh, we got a finger.
Yeah, that's
Finger waver from Quebec.
Yeah, that Ford. He really.
In the morning to you, everybody. I'm just getting things set up and sourcing feeds. If anybody has some live feeds they want to be placed on the squares, just post it in the chat.
Where you would drive by and give somebody the finger like this.
And yeah, I do feel a lot better. I got 6 hours of sleep last night, and
It's clear the narratives have all been broken. Like I get
just to give you a quick update, Newsly Canada, these two guys tried to walk downtown, and the cops said, "You're in the red zone," and made them turn around. So they're actually calling certain areas that don't even have the fences up red zones, and they're trying to push people slowly out even further away from the fence to keep the protest, I guess, away from the so it's not so centralized. And but there's people gathering everywhere, and I mean, they're not going to stop this. All this is going to do is just trigger. It's just exposing how weak Trudeau is. You know, he has no control at this point, and he just has to rule by force, and that's a sign of weakness. And people see right through it. But yeah, I'm gonna sip on some coffee and source some feeds, and if you find some feeds, put it in the chat. And Citizen Z, morning or afternoon to you, because you live in Iceland. I'll look at that link you posted.
Maybe, you know, with the help of our team here on YouTube, we can help.
And then they go down. There they go.
Dispel some of this fear, or quelch some of it, right? And help people feel more comfortable
Well, I think
getting back to sort of
the people who are flipping the bird, right? They are they're not the kind of people who are watching any of this stuff. I don't think. Like, how could you? These are the closed-minded people. They have already made up their decision, and that's the only way they can stay in that place is if they tune all this out and they just say, nope, I hate you guys for this. I hate you. Right? I think it's the only way to stay there. I speculated. I mean, there's some people that these mandates have improved their lives, I think.
Yeah.
And maybe that's another angle of this.
Oh, we got a finger waver. Yeah. All I have to say, I just want to point out though, there's definitely more support.
So that link doesn't work for me, Citizen Z. What channel is that? Just give me the name of the. Is there any way you could shorten the link up or something? I just don't know why we can't send links back and forth.
There's definitely more horn honking than finger waving, so that's good. And we got it in both directions. There we go. So you can see a very, very avid supporter there.
we actually have, these are RCMP officers, not OMP
Yeah.
at this location.
Yeah. Well, I think that's like down over there. You know, the Supreme Court is over there and stuff.
You can see the Parliament building
Yeah.
right there, right?
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to walk down a little further and see what we can shoot that way.
Mhm.
I mean, obviously we can't get any closer than we are.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll put you up on my shoulders and we'll try it.
So we're here, anyone just joining, we're here at in Ottawa live, Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway and Booth Street. And a crowd has, lots of supporters driving by. But yes, a crowd has gathered here. It seemed to be, sort of grassroots, sort of mini organized gathering of people in support of dropping mandates, I'll say, at this point. And so, yeah, it's interesting. It's small, but everyone's quite happy here. And as soon as we got here, we got the new Canadian tax of the hug.
Yeah, we were taxed immediately.
Yeah, we collect that tax willfully
And happily.
It's noteworthy that there are also people driving by, finger waving at us. I'll say.
Flipping the bird.
Yeah, flipping the bird. But by and large, anyone who's choosing to take action and show us something, for the most part, from what I can tell, it's mostly honking, people in support, going in both directions. So it's interesting because I kind of am guessing that most of the people driving by are Ottawa natives, maybe some Quebec natives as well.
Yeah, a lot of people are being inconvenienced by all these road closures. It's not anything to do with the blockades. Those are right at Parliament Hill, where I'm sure nobody needs to drive.
Yeah,
except
most of the time.
Most of the time, but it's all of these, they've all along the 417. You can't get off the highway, and it makes it where like Ottawa residents are driving. What would be a 5-minute drive turns into like 45 minutes.
So I'm moving a little slow this morning, but I'm getting my brain cells to wake up a little bit here. I had a sip of coffee, so just bear with me here.
That way is sort of you can get to Parliament buildings and all that, which is not a place that, oh look, we have some dancing just happening here.
If I can make a prediction here, Canadians seem to show up with loudspeakers, like out of nowhere, and boom.
I usually roll with one, actually.
Yeah, these protests have been turning into dance parties pretty fast. So, I mean, look, these guys don't need music. They're just dancing.
There is music there, though.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, there's a speaker with music playing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, I didn't even hear that.
Let's go out. Let's get a little music in here just to see. Or,
let's stay away from the copyright infringements there. I'll have to pull you back there. I'm the executive in charge of
we don't care about that.
Go ahead. I'm playing with you.
Yeah, we're not going to be too concerned about the copyright stuff. It doesn't actually impact you in too much of a way other than monetization, and you can block it out if you want. So we're just going to get a little closer to this music. I'm going to go behind here. So sorry. I'm just going to go over here so you can hear some music. And you can see here.
Love to start the day off with copyright. All right, I'm on that link here. Watch live. Here we go. I'm working on it. So while they're playing, okay, cool.
Good protest music.
Watch live. All right, here we go. I'm gonna pull that down on their side. All right. Sorry for the delay. There we go.
And Madam Speaker, when I look at what's happened in Ottawa over the several weeks, I'm disappointed, and yes, I'm disheartened. When I think of the intimidation tactics that have been used against parliamentarians and their staff, against civil servants, against hotel staff, and those working in places like food banks, and all the citizens of Ottawa, I'm disappointed and disheartened. When I see hate, disrespect, and misinformation being spread from coast to coast to coast, I get angry, Madam Speaker, and quite frankly, I'm sad about that. We've seen examples, Madam Speaker, of these attacks on our democracy and what it can do. And Madam Speaker, we are past the point. We are past the point of whataboutisms. Oh, it'll blow over, but it's here. It's outside these doors. And we need to call out this behavior as we see it. Now, Madam Speaker, I really believe this is about democracy. I think we've been looking at this all wrong. It's not about traditional left ideologies, right ideologies, and center ideologies. We're talking about democracy and obstructionism. We're talking about democracy and intimidation. Democracy and the viewpoint that the rule of law shouldn't apply. And that starts off small, Mr. Speaker. We've seen this play out in the United States. But, Madam Speaker, it's growing. And we've seen it grow here in the last 3 weeks. When you have some people in positions of authority going out and giving a wink-wink and nudge-nudge to people that are protesting unlawfully, that is a significant problem. And again, that happened in the south of the border. And Madam Speaker, it can't happen here. So for me, Madam Speaker, I want to call that out, that behavior out clearly. I've been thinking about this. It's times like this that I think about my dad. My father was in charge of mine rescue, and he would always say, in times of struggle, crisis reveals character. We will not allow these demonstrations, let me be very clear, we will not allow these demonstrations on Parliament Hill to intimidate our democratic and legislative process. Despite what's been happening just outside the walls of the chamber, each of us has continued to do the work we were sent here to do. We've been here in Ottawa, working hard for our constituents, whether that's my constituents in Cape Breton Council or yours throughout this country. So for seniors who've been staying at home following public health guidelines, and for the folks whose mental health have been impacted by the pandemic, for the businesses and not-for-profits and the community organizations that have adapted to the pandemic, for the seasonal industries that have been hit the hardest, and for young people in particular, Madam Speaker, who have missed out so much time in sports and school and with their friends.
So I'm going through my list of streamers. So
we are in Canada's House doing
give me
the
a little
work
bit.
for you, and that will not stop. So on Monday, I'll be voting in favor of the Prime Minister's decision to revoke the Emergencies Act. What we're seeing here in Ottawa, what we saw in Coots, what we continue to see in Windsor, and even in my constituency office in Nova Scotia, shows that the health and the safety of Canadians is at risk. And frankly, I believe our democracy is at risk. So, Madam Speaker, before I finish, I'd like to express my grief.
Finished. Unfortunately, there's a run out of time, but I'm sure you'll be able to add during questions and comments. You're a member for Colonial Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his intervention. He was a member of Parliament in 2020 when there were the protests across the country that had shut down our rail system in the country. This included both passenger as well as goods moving across the country, and there was damage as well. In addition to that, at the time, there were more than 1,000 people that were laid off, and even BC ferries were shut down. So my question to the member is, looking at that, which was a national issue across the entire country that stopped all of our goods and services from moving across the country at that time. Did he advocate at that time to invoke the Emergencies Act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the member for her question. In fact, no, I didn't look to the Emergency Act for that particular issue and challenge that Canadians face. But I think when we look at this particular challenge and we look at the fact that it's coast to coast to coast, and quite frankly, heavily invested by American interest groups, we understand that the threat of democracy is imminent, whether it's in Ottawa, whether it's in Coots, whether it's in Windsor. And so situations dictate very, very timely responses. That's what we're going to do, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
I do want to remind the honourable members from the opposition that they just had a question. If they have more questions, to hold on as opposed to heckling from across the way. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. Young member for Nunavut.
This morning, I was relieved to see how the physical entrenchment of the extremist acts were dismantled in Ottawa, though I was dismayed to see the extremist ideologies expand to Surrey, British Columbia, as we were shown in the news this morning that protests against important public health measures were going on. Even with the physical entrenchment allowed to have been removed because of the Emergencies Act, are there continuing threats to our democracy and to the everyday lives of Canadians?
Again, I want to remind the honourable members, when somebody has the floor, to please hold on to their tongues until it's time for questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think this hits home to a piece in my speech when I talk about there is something happening in Canada right now, and it's not what the media is talking about per se with ideologies that are traditionally left, right, and center. There is a whole new ideology that is being born in terms of being obstructionist, that the rule of law doesn't apply. And if we don't take this seriously, what are we going to take seriously? We need to ensure the safety of Canadians, like Mr. McKay said and the senator on the Conservative bench. And we'll continue to do that because leadership has talked about a lot lately in this House. And leadership fundamentally is looking after those that you're responsible for. So we'll continue to do the right things, whether it was 2 years ago with our pandemic response, and now keeping Canadians safe.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really thank the member for his very, very passionate speech. Madam Speaker, throughout the past couple of days, I've heard members from the opposition benches say that they don't feel threatened walking through the convoys. They don't feel that their security and safety is at risk. But we've seen young women being attacked. We've had police reports filed of young women having had hot coffee thrown at them. And the member prior said that there wasn't a lot of violence in Ottawa.
Point of order, the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
I think the member has to back up statements by facts as a requirement of giving a speech.
Debate. The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills, if she can wrap up her question, and then that'll give enough time for the honourable parliamentary secretary to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would love for all members in this House to back up their statements by.
I'm still source and feed, so I'm here.
The parliamentary secretary. Why is it so important for us to protect the rule of law, and what values of having that totality of lived experiences bringing into Parliament? Why is that so important for us in Canada here?
Our parliamentary secretary has less than a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do truly believe in facts as well. And when we talk about the fact that certain members in this House have experienced not a lot of pushback as a result of the blockade, I've talked to many people, and I encourage members here to talk to people at hotels that are working, that are immensely stressed out and traumatized by seeing Confederate flags and Nazi symbols in the hotel. I will say this, it's so important that we continue to focus on the rule of law, because that's the very essence of who we are as Canadians. The values that we share are enshrined in the laws we have, and we must uphold them.
Yeah, so again, I know that this is a very passionate debate, an important debate, and I would just ask members to please be respectful when others have the floor. I'm sure that they would appreciate that courtesy as well when it's their opportunity to speak. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Yeah, however many weekends it's been, we've been here that many. Starting with the Friday before the first weekend, we actually drove into Kingston and drove.
But resolute support of the Emergency Act. The past weeks have given me time to reflect on the words and actions of those who came to protest public health measures. One of the words we heard most from the demonstrators was patriotism. This frequently repeated word compelled me to consider its meaning. An act of patriotism is ultimately an act of self-sacrifice. It is a selfless act on behalf of our family, friends, and our communities. During the past 2 years, we have seen extraordinary acts of selflessness by Canadians who sacrificed and stood together to keep each other safe during a pandemic. Canadians found the strength to persevere in our shared values, our determination, our dedication, and our commitment to community. Canadian truckers, frontline nurses, doctors, paramedics, firefighters, grocery store staff, our law enforcement officers, and every essential worker across the nation, like the member from Cape Breton just mentioned. Madam Speaker, although many of the demonstrators labeled themselves patriots and they were invoking the memory of our veterans and their sacrifices, they forgot the lessons they taught. During World War II, a typhus vaccine was developed and administered to Canadian soldiers. They did it to protect each other and their units. They did it so they could protect their nation. Not only did these vaccines work, but vaccine technology grew rapidly. In the 50s and 60s, vaccines for polio, influenza, tetanus all emerged. And today, Madam Speaker, polio is the thing of the past. It's gone. It's gone because of the dedication and hard work of scientists, doctors, and the millions.
It was a real vaccine.
Over the past 2 years, Canadians pulled together and cared for one another. They wore masks, physically distanced, and they got vaccinated. It's because that federal and provincial restrictions are slowly lifting across the country now. We still need to hold strong. Regretfully, most demonstrators refused to heed the advice of doctors. They neglected the example set by our veterans and chose to ignore the fact that we do not live in a society racked with polio. This is their right. But having made this choice of their own free will, Canadians who refuse vaccines must also accept the responsibility for their choice. Others believe the federal and provincial public health measures went too far and chose to exercise their charter right to protest, and that's their right. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, according to the intelligence assessments prepared by Canada's Integrated Terrorism Assessment Center, extremist groups were using the protests as a cover. These groups' motivations extended well beyond grievances about public health measures and public health policy. Instead, their intent was to use the protest to advance an anti-democratic agenda. With the intent of using trucks to blockade the downtown Ottawa core, demonstrators demanded an end to all mandates. Some even demanded an immediate and unlawful change in government. These actions emboldened others to blockade the downtown Ottawa core. Demonstrators demanded an end to all mandates. They blocked border points at Ambassador Bridge, Coutts, Alberta, Emerson, Manitoba, and the Pacific Highway crossing in BC. Bomb threats to the Ottawa Hospital, bomb threat to Windsor Mayor. Not only did these blockades cost hundreds of millions of dollars due to the loss of trade, but they interrupted the very supply lines these protesters claim to be protecting. As the Ottawa occupation dragged on and even more anti-government demonstrators arrived, the unlawful conduct of the demonstrators continued. The citizens of downtown Ottawa were subjected to constant and excessive honking, fireworks, a DJ blaring loud music, causing days of sleep deprivation for many residents. The demonstrators' disregard for mask mandates forced businesses to choose between employee safety and even staying open. Most closed and remain closed today. The people of Ottawa reported numerous cases of illegal parking, idling, verbal, sexual, and physical assault, and intimidation. Worse still, death threats, an attempted arson, parliamentary staff followed home, and children being used as shields. Protest, by its nature, is disruptive, which we accept in a free and democratic society. But protest cannot be used to take hostage the charter rights of other Canadians as a means to force the government to accept political or ideological demands. This conduct gave way to a state of lawlessness in downtown Ottawa and comprised every resident's Section 2 right to security of the person. While these actions may not represent the majority of participants, it is also more than a few bad apples. As the official opposition would say, weapons seized from Coutts borders, blockades, and bomb threats received by the mayor of Windsor escalated this crisis. These actions are not peaceful, they are not lawful, and they are not the actions of Canadians who share the values that got us through the pandemic. The financial and additional enforcement powers, as well as streamlining jurisdictional concerns, have helped police authorities to responsibly disperse or arrest the unlawful demonstrators in Ottawa. It must be remembered that these demonstrators do not represent most Canadians. Roughly 85% or more of Canadians got vaccinated. Most of those who didn't and have not engaged in these disruptive protests. Much more unites Canadians than divides them. The senseless and harmful acts of the past days do not reflect the attitudes of most Canadians. Initiating the Emergencies Act was a difficult but necessary decision to protect the rule of law and give Canadians their freedom. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was curious in the member's speech, he referred to security intelligence reports that he had seen that show that the protests were a threat to democracy. As he knows, I believe privy councillors are subject to the Official Secrets Act. Our leader is a member of the Queen's Privy Council and was not asked or invited into any. I don't believe the honourable member is a member of the Queen's Privy Council. Could he share with us the intelligence briefings that he got as a person who is not a member of the Queen's Privy Council on the security threat to the Government of Canada?
The honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Thank you to the member for the question. It was quite clear. I mean, we've been received caucus updates as a National Caucus member. And it was very clear that the groups that were demonstrating put forward a manifesto to overthrow a government. And I think we need to look at the fact that the many facts that were coming forward that were well reported indicate, I don't think that bomb threats, blockades, weapons seized, all of those things are quite evident, and they're all before us. Everybody has access to that information.
Again, I want to remind the members of the official opposition that, you know, even if somebody is participating virtually, that they are actually in this House, and that they deserve the respect of not heckling while while the member is speaking. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments.
Présidente, je remercie le député de Stevenson Richmond East pour ses commentaires. Avec plaisir.
Je m'excuse, je sais pas.
I'm not sorry. It seems that another microphone might be open.
Je sais pas, là, on essaie de figurer ça. Alors, je demande aux gens qui sont en ligne de s'assurer que leurs micros sont fermés. Je vais rasseyer l'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Présidente, je remercie le député de Stevenson Richmond East.
I would like to thank the MP of Stevenson Richmond East. I have the pleasure of working with him on the Ethics Committee. I enjoy his definition of patriotism. I think this must be taken into account. However, he classified the patriots on the right side, those who didn't want to respect the laws, the new measures, and the others who weren't. So are the members of the bloc not patriotic? And also, is the Emergencies Act the only solution available? Thank you.
For Steveston, Richmond East.
Y'all want to vote for what audio you want to hear? Just vote which one you want to hear.
He's on mute now. He might try to unmute himself.
They're having technical difficulties, so perfect time to talk. Here we go.
Thank you to the member for the question. And weapons were found, weapons were seized. There was a threat to government. A manifesto was put forward threatening the government. And I'm not saying that, I did say that in my comments, I did indicate that, you know, some people may have come peacefully to protest, and patriots in Canada come in many forms. However, when there's people who are organizing to try to overthrow a government, I don't see the patriotism there.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Intelligence assessments referenced by the previous speaker were prepared by Canada's Integrated Terrorism Assessment Centre and were made available to the general public via the Guardian newspaper. So the thought of tens of millions of dark money flowing into the coffers of far-right extremist organizers like Tamara Lynch and Pat King, and into the coffers potentially of those currently charged with conspiracy to commit murder, It was made very clear early on in this occupation that crowdfunding and now cryptocurrency was being used to fund illegal activities and the organizers who seek to put in place their own undemocratic government. This demonstrated a concerning gap in reporting requirements. Why did this government not take immediate action to ensure that the proceeds of crime and terrorist financing regulations were updated to ensure these companies are not exempt from reporting suspicious transactions to FinTrack?
Honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East, a brief answer, please.
Still going on, right? Yeah.
So, I'd have to get a little bit more information on the FinTrack involvement in this investigation. But it's a great question, and I take it on notice from the member.
Yeah. So.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate. Just letting anyone who maybe just joined us, that's where we are live in Ottawa. This is, I believe, the only place that people are gathering.
First, I would like to say that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Rivière du Nord. Madam Speaker.
Okay. Yeah.
That which is exaggerated loses all significance. Mr. Talleyrand could have said it today, thinking about the situation that brings us here together in this chamber. We are in a crisis, very well. The federal government has taken the liberty of implementing by proclamation a statute that allows the state to trample on the rights of its citizens. Despite many other steps that the government could have taken, it decided instead to bring out the heavy artillery. Indeed, that which is exaggerated loses all significance. The government, the Liberal government, claims it needs to invoke the Emergencies Act to deal with this crisis. In truth, it needs to because it failed to manage the crisis properly in the first place. Use of such a law should be exceptional, Madam Speaker. And especially given that, although the War Measures Act has changed its name, it evokes strong memories for Quebec. And so we have many bad memories about this. But first, allow me to give you a brief historical overview of the consolidations and uses made of the War Measures Act and the Emergencies Act. The War Measures Act was consolidated and implemented in 1914 at the outset of the First World War. Its purpose was to give additional powers to the government in the event of insurrection, invasion, or war.
Right.
It was used again in 1940 at the time of the Second World War. And the government used it the third time. And we in Quebec remember well this time. It was during the October crisis in 1970. By mutual agreement that took place overnight between the Prime Ministers of Quebec and Canada under Pierre Elliott Trudeau, the Army took to the streets of Montreal in large numbers, creating an atmosphere of terror and fear for the entire population. The rights and freedoms of Quebecers were breached. In total, 497 citizens were arrested and imprisoned without reasonable grounds or recourse. I wasn't born at that time, but the collective memory of these events is still very much alive, and I remember, Madam Speaker. In 1988, the War Measures Act was replaced by the Emergencies Act. The new act changed the way the federal government can use extraordinary powers in times of crises. Since the act was consolidated, the government has not used it. So why use it now, Madam Speaker? Let's take a look at the current situation and the threshold for invoking this act in order to answer that question. To be entitled to invoke this law, the government must demonstrate two conditions are met. First, that there is an urgent and dangerous situation. Second, that the situation cannot be dealt with using ordinary laws. So first, is the situation urgent and dangerous? The condition for a wall-to-wall application of this law has not been met, and I will demonstrate why. On January 15, 2022, proof of vaccination against COVID-19 was mandated across the U.S.-Canada border. 2 weeks later, on January 29th, a trucking movement against this measure decided to gather and demonstrate in front of Parliament Hill in Ottawa. So far, everything seems reasonable, as the right to demonstrate and freedom of expression are guaranteed by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Quebec Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The demonstration that was supposed to last a few days at most turned into an occupation of downtown Ottawa. At that point, the government should have resolved the situation. But rather than taking action, the government washed its hands of the situation, saying that crisis management was the responsibility of the Ottawa Police. February 6th, the City of Ottawa declared a state of emergency. The next day, February 7th, the Ottawa Police Force appealed to the Ontario and Canadian governments for help. February 11th, the Ontarian government in turn declared a state of emergency, giving additional resources and powers to the police. Federal government still didn't do anything except polarize the population with provocative statements. It should also be noted that in addition to the Ottawa siege, there were border blockades in Ontario and elsewhere in Canada, such as in Alberta, Manitoba, and British Columbia. But these situations were resolved through the application of existing laws. The same was obviously true for the demonstrations in Quebec City. Dangerous and urgent situation? Although the situation is worrisome, it applies only to Ontario, more precisely to the City of Ottawa, not anywhere else, and especially not to Quebec. The use of the Emergencies Act should therefore have been measured and proportionate, as the government had announced. Obviously, this was not the case. The Liberal government's lack of leadership allowed the situation to deteriorate. Each day of inaction reinforced the position of the protesters. Each day meant more efforts to enforce the law. And each day, the Prime Minister refused to act and added fuel to the fire with aggressive and dismissive statements as a result. The offenders were allowed to organize themselves. We let them set up tents. We let them set up toilets. They were able to set up kitchens, cafeterias, a stage, barbecues. They even were able to put up a hot tub, Madam Speaker. A hot tub was blocking the smooth running of a democracy in a G7 country. By letting the situation fester, the Prime Minister gave the demonstrators time to dig in their heels, time for radicals to rush in from sea to shining sea or to cross the border, time for foreign elements intent on destabilizing Quebec and Canada's democracy to organize funding to support the violators if we had acted much sooner.
So I need some help from the chat. I'm trying to make the poll vote for which audio screen you want to hear the audio in. And I don't know if I worded that right. So is the audio screen that's playing the House of Commons what you want? So maybe somebody can help me word the poll better.
Dangerous and disproportionate. Let's be clear, Madam Speaker. The January 29th demonstration has nothing to do with the diehards who decided to lay siege to the House. The people who continue to resist now, if there are any, are extremists who should have been contained by the entire police force a long time ago. Now, let's turn to the second condition required to invoke the Emergencies Act. In other words, it must be impossible to deal with the situation under ordinary laws. Could the crisis have been dealt with existing legislation? Yes. The demonstrators have been unlawful for weeks. All the police had to do was to apply the legislation, laws already in place, and it would have been over in 2 days. The government had a lot of options. The criminal code is full of articles that were broken by the violators, or rather by the protesters. Article 63, unlawful assembly. Article 64, active riot. Article 68, failure to comply with order to disperse. 430, mischief. 180, public nuisance. 423, intimidation of journalists. 129, obstructing public officers or peace officers. Some police authorities recently claimed that the only way out was through the integration of the different police forces involved. However, there's no need for the Emergency Measures Act to request, or the Emergencies Act rather, to request reinforcements and coordinated efforts. The RCMP, the Parliamentary Protective Service, the Ontario Provincial Police, the municipal police forces, and even the Sûreté du Québec were already working together, so we didn't need this law. Impossible to deal with this situation with ordinary laws? As I've had the honor to present to this House, the criminal code was already more than sufficient to deal with the threats.
Of course they're not going to.
The government has decided to use legislation by proclamation, that is, without consulting the opposition or allowing them to make any amendments. By ignoring the elected representatives of the majority of citizens, this minority government is undermining its legitimacy and proving its worst critics right. The Prime Minister decided to ignore the verdict of voters who gave him a minority mandate. And he has acted as if he had all the powers. That is not what the voters decided, Madam Speaker. And the government could use this legislation in specific places when provinces request it. Quebec has made it very clear to the federal government that it wants nothing to do with these emergency measures. Several Canadian provinces have done the same. Instead of consulting the provinces in Quebec, the Liberal government preferred instead to impose a law that applies throughout Canada. This law cannot be limited. It's foreign to the reality of Quebec. It should not apply to Quebec.
It's a team sport here on YouTube, and
the member has run out of time and can add to her comments during questions and comments. The honourable member for Notre Dame de Grasse, Westmount. With regard to the Emergencies Act, what does my colleague say with regard to the fact that the interim Ottawa police chief has said that it is as a result of the invocation, the temporary invocation, we hope, of this legislation, that the police service was able to take action in recent days? What does she think of that statement? Is the acting chief correct? The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. It allows me to repeat something that I said in my speech. The integration of the different police forces was probably necessary, but it was not necessary to have the Emergencies Act for the different police forces to cooperate and coordinate. So the legislation is not needed. Questions and comments?
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Terrebonne. She very eloquently expressed the reasons why the threshold has not been satisfied under the Emergencies Act. What we have instead is an unprecedented overreach on the part of this government that threatens the foundations of democracy. As the member pointed out, the blockades along the Canada-U.S. border were dispersed before the invocation of the Emergencies Act. The protesters here in Ottawa have been dispersed, and yet here we are debating the Emergencies Act. Would the member agree that what the motivations behind it are on the part of this government are in fact quite sinister, that it's not about what was happening here in Ottawa, it's not about what was happening at the Canada-U.S. border, but it's about crushing those who disagree with them?
The honourable member for Terrebonne.
Some of you want to come out here and cover.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Those people.
Find the members on the government side not to heckle or not to weigh into the discussion when it's not their time to speak.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. I want to thank my honourable colleague with whom I have the pleasure of sitting on the Public Accounts Committee. I agree with the fact that it's a big smokescreen, as I said in my speech. We did not need this legislation at all. The government doesn't have the democratic legitimacy to impose such a heavy act. It is a minority government, and it should not be applied. The two criteria that should have been used are not met. And we are legitimately opposed to this and have the right to do so.
Big Centre.
Yes, I'd like to thank my colleague for her comments and also your mention. I share my colleague's concern about the extremist factions, the known extremist factions in this particular illegal occupation. They are dangerous and they were known prior. And with that, I do have a question that feeds into that. I'm wondering if my colleague from the Bloc shares our concern that the Prime Minister has not shown any leadership And that is unacceptable, not only to the residents of Ottawa, but certainly the individuals and residents in my riding of Winnipeg Centre who've been overtaken by this illegal occupation with extremist white nationalist factions.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I thank my dear colleague for the question. I agree that the people of Ottawa have suffered, and I hope in my answer I can say that the blockade should have never taken place. Letting the demonstrators settle in and dig in, that was the mistake of the government. We should have never gotten to this point. We should have never had extremists who were so visible. The minority government should have acted earlier, and we should have never had to invoke a non-legitimate legislation.
A point of order, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Speaker, I sure hope I'm wrong, but I heard kind of silently in my ear somebody use the F word referring to me saying F off. Why don't you just F off? I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that I didn't hear that, but I just want to bring that to your attention.
Well, thank you very much. Certainly there didn't seem to be anything from this end, from what I can gather. So I'm just wondering if maybe while there was some interpretation happening, that there may have been somebody speaking near the interpretation booth. I'm not sure, but we certainly didn't hear anything from here. But I didn't also have my earphone on for the translation, and so I'm not sure if it would have been virtual or not, but I'm sure if it would have been virtual, we would have heard the interruptions here. So I'm assuming that someone will look into what has been what happened there. Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Rivière-du-Nord.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Madam Speaker, first of all, I'd like to make something clear. The Emergencies Act was enacted in 1988 to replace the War Measures Act. Both of these pieces of legislation, the War Measures Act and the Emergencies Act, are to be used only in the very worst situations, in case of a major natural disaster, a national crisis, or when we're at war. This is not to be trivialized. This is the heavy artillery that a government can have recourse to. It has to be used parsimoniously and prudently. Now, resorting to it in this situation, I don't know. If we were in a situation that could only be helped by this legislation, that would be one thing. But the area that is the area in question is one that might not lead one to have recourse to this legislation. When we look at Section 25, it's up to the Governor and Council to deal with the situation. They have to decide whether in a province there is a situation such that they have to resort to the Emergencies Act. In Section 58, it says that a report on the situation should be annexed to the confirmation of this, of the enacting of this legislation. We see elsewhere that, and I quote, if in all the entire country there is a state of emergency that would have one need to invoke emergency measures on a temporary basis. But what do we have here? Along with the Bloc Québécois, I think that if this Emergencies Act were to be confirmed, I think that it would be even worse than the situation it was used to correct. Now, they talk about it on a temporary basis, but there are no guidelines to determine what is temporary. Now, you will understand that this is of great significance. We should look at what an emergency is in the law. And I think if we look at that it would disqualify the invocation of the Act. There is something under Section 16 about national crises, and they say, and these crises are defined in Section 3 of the Act, in situations which one finds that it is not possible to deal with the present legislation in force in Canada. I will quote again something that escapes province's ability to intervene. Madam Speaker, the demonstrations which have taken place in Ottawa and elsewhere in Canada have all been well controlled. The blockades have been dismantled. People have been fined and faced other things without this particular act having to be invoked. Further, a majority of premiers consulted by the Prime Minister asserted that they did not need the provisions of this act. They clearly said that they opposed having recourse to it. The 13 premiers consulted, well, only 3 of these 13 said yes. 3 out of 13. How can we seriously say that there is a state of emergency in the entire country? The Premier of Quebec said to the Prime Minister, and I quote, the municipal police forces and the Sûreté du Québec are in control of the situation. I think the very least one can conclude from this is that there is not a national crisis, therefore not a national emergency. This simply doesn't exist. Madam Speaker, in the very worst scenario, under Section 25 of the Act, this Act could only justify the proclamation of this Act in the provinces of Ontario, Newfoundland, Labrador, and British Columbia. The other provinces, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, Saskatchewan, etc., all said they had things under control and they were against the invocation of this legislation. We cannot say that in these 7 provinces there is a national crisis as described in the Act. As for the Premier of Yukon, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut, they say, quite simply, that it would be difficult to say that they're calling for assistance since they haven't said anything of the sort. With respect to Quebec, I will quote a passage on the invocation. I quote, the Prime Minister of Quebec has indicated that he opposes the invocation of the Emergencies Act in Quebec, saying that the municipal and provincial police forces can control the situation and that any recourse to this act would be a source of division. So, Madam Speaker, as provided for in the Act, if there were an emergency, it would only be in 3 provinces. Now, there would be an emergency. If there were emergencies in Ontario, Newfoundland, and British Columbia, these are the 3 provinces that have gone along with it, but the other 7 provinces have not. Now, the commissioners in the Northwest Territories, Yukon, and Nunavut do not say that we can conclude that we need this act. People talk about an extraordinary lapse in judgment. And this isn't something that is not fraught with consequence. It is fraught with consequence. Do we really need this act? Moreover, this is a dangerous precedent. This act constitutes a serious argument for perhaps controlling territory, but if every time an unpredictable situation occurs, this act cannot be resorted to. That would be to trivialize the legislation. And it would be to dilute its dissuasive nature. The condition that we've seen in Ottawa for 3 weeks is unacceptable. In a democracy, the right to demonstrate is accepted, just as the right to assemble, the right of assembly. These rights are sacred. But their freedoms end where other people's freedoms begin. There can always be sanctions. But are we at a point where we have to bring in the big guns? I really doubt it. Now, it's not something that you have to exclude absolutely, but it should be used only as rarely as possible, and hopefully never. This Emergencies Act can be considered. Could it be considered as a simple, clumsy action on the part of the Prime Minister, a Prime Minister who wants to claim he's acted in a situation that is unacceptable in a democracy? In either case, this is a serious, dangerous action whose consequences will not be assessed for some years. Along with the entire caucus of the Bloc Québécois, I will vote against the motion. And our colleagues in the Liberal Party and the New Democratic Party, I hope that others will reject this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the unholy alliance between the Bloc and the Conservative Party against the Emergencies Act is actually quite disappointing. Contrary to what some of the premiers might actually be saying out west, Alberta has asked for support from Ottawa. They didn't have access to tow trucks. The province of Manitoba, the premier, literally begged and pleaded for Ottawa to get more engaged and show leadership just 2 days before we brought in, or 3 days before it was brought in. The Premier of Ontario supports the measure. The Chief of Police, interim police, indicates that it, in essence, because of the measure, you can look outside today and you can start to see Ottawa citizens getting back their city. Why does the Bloc continue to support the Conservatives and not support real people in our communities by voting in favour of this legislation?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, but unfortunately, what I observe and what I hear is that he has not understood those documents that he intends to condone and approve. Now, the text, the quotations from the text I just read, well, I have to say that it is only 3 provinces that wanted this. If he hasn't read the document, I would recommend he do so. I would recommend this to all members in order to have an intelligent discussion of the situation.
Merci beaucoup, Madame le Président.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. The Liberals have said that we need measures to deal with the problem in downtown Ottawa. But why do we still need this legislation? Perhaps the government wants to have unlimited power. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. I agree with her entirely. as I said in my speech, this is a difficult situation. We all agree to that. It's unacceptable. You can't blockade roads like that and streets. If there were a fire, if there were an emergency, if you needed an ambulance, it would be terrible. Unacceptable, I agree. But we could have dealt with the situation with the police. I think that the police forces could have dealt with the situation. The Emergencies Act is only for true emergencies. It's a sort of a question of, crying wolf. I would invite people to show some reserve and discipline. We should only have recourse to such legislation as when it's absolutely necessary. We should deal with these things and only have recourse to this act with parsimony and prudence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member, my friend, the MP from Rivière du Nord, for his speech. I had the honor of traveling to Poland with him for the 75th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz. And we have seen anti-Semitic symbols flying in our nation's capital. Many of the organizers of the convoy are well-known far-right figures who are known for their white supremacist ideologies. And can the member speak
what a
to
bunch
the
of
need
crap.
to tackle anti-Semitism across the country and ensure that this kind of thing never happens again?
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague, whom I appreciate very much. I think that things are being confused. I mean, yes, we saw the Confederate flags, but we also saw American flags, Quebec flags. We can't mix all these things up and confuse them with one another. If we were in a situation, the situation that Poland and other countries experienced, then the Emergencies Act would be, of course, necessary. But to confuse things, I think, is a dangerous thing and also insults the memory of victims of the Holocaust.
Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce and Social Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with my colleague for the member for Canada, Carleton. Madam Speaker, I rise today to take part in this historic debate in the House of Commons on the invocation of the Emergencies Act. And I want to begin by saying thank you to Police Chief Pam Mizuno and the men and women of the Windsor Police Force. The operation to clear the blockade of our community's lifeline, the Ambassador Bridge, was professional, effective, and above all, peaceful. You restored order at home and provided the blueprint for the peaceful operations in our nation's capital. Thank you to the Ottawa Police Force and Chief Steve Bell. Thank you to the OPP and RCMP and the police forces from communities across Canada, be it Peel, Durham, Calgary, and beyond. Through the bitter cold of an Ottawa winter, when all you wished was to return home safe to be with your families, you met the challenge with courage, professionalism, and restraint. You have restored the rule of law and returned Ottawa to its residents. Thank you. I thought carefully about what I wanted to say today in the House of Commons, not wanting to repeat too much what had already been stated. Last weekend, my family flew from Windsor to join me in Ottawa for a special ceremony at the Embassy of Poland. My father, Richard, was being honored with the Cross of Freedom and Solidarity that was presented by the Polish ambassador, Dr. Andrzej Kurnicki, on behalf of the President of Poland. The Cross of Freedom and Solidarity is given to members of the democratic opposition movement in Poland and to members of the Solidarity movement that were imprisoned or killed by their communist authoritarian regime in Poland, including during the imposition of martial law. My father was a member of the Solidarity movement, the first free and independent trade union in the Soviet bloc. He was the chair of Solidarity in a factory of 7,000 workers. They fought for the rights of workers and citizens. On December 13, 1981, the communist dictatorship of Poland declared martial law on its people. Civil liberties were suspended. Communications were cut within Poland and the outside world. Thousands of tanks, armored vehicles, and armed soldiers poured into the street. At 20 minutes past midnight, Madam Speaker, the police came to our door and arrested my father. For 2 weeks, her family did not know whether my family was alive or whether he was dead. It was only many days later, when my mother was in an outdoor farmer's market picking up groceries, that a kind and courageous police officer carefully approached her, told her not to turn around and not to look back. He slipped a note from my father into her pocket, written on a slip of cigarette paper. "Don't fret, I am alive," it said, "and I am being held in detention." Thousands of Solidarity members were rounded up that night, and during the subsequent years of martial law, many were killed. During the ceremony, my father dedicated the Cross of Freedom and Solidarity he received to the memory of his cousin, József Widerlik. József was a 24-year-old shipyard worker when he was shot and killed by the military police coming out of a Gdańsk shipyard during the protests in 1970. That same system, Madam Speaker, that arrested my father and killed his cousin, dubbed my father an enemy of the state. Canada gave us safe harbor, and in 1983 my family arrived at Pearson Airport as political refugees. Why do I raise my family's story today? Well, for one thing, that ceremony at the embassy and my father's experience under martial law weighed heavily in my thoughts, as 2 days later we were debating the invocation of the Emergencies Act. It is a discussion and a decision I take seriously and with caution, but I support the rule of law and giving our law enforcement the tools they need to restore the rule of law. And I support these measures, Madam Speaker. Most telling, my father supports these measures. As you can imagine, we've talked a lot about the situation in Canada, and I'm grateful to have that opportunity in these difficult times. But I also raise my family's story because I've heard many people during the protests and here in this House compare the Emergencies Act to martial law and to communism. Such language only inflames. It does little to advance our understanding of the Emergencies Act, and it cheapens, Madam Speaker, the contribution and memory of the thousands like my father who fought communism and who suffered under martial law. It is important here to talk about the democratic safeguards in place that distinguish the Emergencies Act. And the first point that bears repeating is what these measures are not. This is not the use of military forces. These measures do not displace the local and provincial law enforcement. The operations in Ottawa clearly demonstrated that. Both houses of Parliament must have the opportunity to debate and vote on the Act within 7 days of its invocation. The Act automatically expires after 30 days, but Parliament can shorten its duration at any time. A joint oversight committee must be set up to oversee the operation of the Act, and a public inquiry must be held immediately after the expiration of the Act to analyze the basis for its invocation and its execution. And finally, and most importantly, Madam Speaker, all measures of the Emergencies Act must be subject to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The right to protest peacefully is sacrosanct, a cornerstone of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it is a fundamental part of who we are as Canadians. We know that civil liberties organizations are already challenging the invocation of the Act, and that is a good thing. We should challenge it, question it, debate it as MPs, as journalists, as civil society, and as Canadians. The key question many people ask is, does the threat meet the threshold? To answer that, let me provide you with another perspective, the view from my hometown in Windsor, where a 5-day blockade of the Ambassador Bridge shut down the very lifeline of our community that is cross-border trade. That blockade disrupted $400 million worth of trade that crosses the bridge every single day. The hurt this inflicted on our community is beyond measure. Thousands of workers in auto plants were sent home because parts could not get through. Businesses were brought to their knees. Farmers could not get their produce to market. Small businesses along Huron Church Road, like Fred's Farm Fresh Market, to this day remain heavily impacted because of the barriers still in place. Children cannot go to school. Residents struggle to get groceries or access health care. Windsor police resources continue to be diverted away from community policing to secure the bridge, and that is just the immediate impact. The long-term impact on investments and jobs in my community is unknown.
The scale of disruption to businesses and livelihoods and to our national economy meets the threshold of a national security threat. Another important question being asked is, are these measures necessary? Ottawa's police chief answered that question on Friday when he said unequivocally that both the provincial and federal emergency powers were critical to the peaceful end of the protests. Measures like those to keep children from protest areas, measures that disrupt the finances that fueled the protest, measures that prevent occupation of critical infrastructure like the Ambassador Bridge. The Emergencies Act provides tools that help authorities to uphold the rule of law and to keep the protests from spreading and taking hold in our communities. But it is important to emphasize that these measures are not imposed on communities that do not need them. These measures will only be felt by a few hundred unlawful protesters in communities like Ottawa and Windsor and Coots where disruptions took place. A remarkable scene unfolded yesterday, Madam Speaker. Outside the gates of Parliament, hundreds of police officers were peacefully restoring public order and the rule of law on Wellington Street that had been occupied for over 21 days. Meters away, inside the doors of the House of Commons, Parliament was in action, exercising democracy, debating the Emergency Act. The rule of law and democracy are intertwined and interdependent. One cannot exist without the other. The source of our democratic government is the ballot box, not the barricades. And here I want to return to the cross of freedom and solidarity. For Pope John Paul once said, "There is no freedom without solidarity." Solidarity means responsibility, not just for oneself, but responsibility for others, looking out for our neighbor, being aware of how our actions impact the lives of those around us. Canadians who got vaccinated exemplified that credo. It means at times the willingness to give up a little bit of our freedom to protect the lives and the safety and the well-being of others. And sometimes it's about the willingness to give up something more. The greatest symbol of freedom and solidarity, Madam Speaker, is a few short steps away from Parliament Hill, where we Canadians gather every November 11th. Let us return to that spot, Madam Speaker, for it is there, in times of turmoil and trouble, that we Canadians will always find our compass and our way. Thank you.
Comments? The Honourable Member Simcoe Gray.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member opposite for his speech today. I just want to be crystal clear. I do not support the government and will not support these emergency actions. But my question, I guess, through to the member is, my office has never been so busy. This is the busiest it's been since 2019 when I'm elected, with emails, with phone calls, and they're really disturbed. They're disturbed by their Prime Minister and what they said. And these are, a lot of these people that are calling me are actually Liberal individuals and Liberal supporters. So my question, I guess, to the member is, do you apologize for the Prime Minister for the comments of racism and misogyny when you get calls, and what is the answer that you give? Thank you.
Member shouldn't use the word "you" because then he's directing the question directly to the member, and he should go through the chair as opposed to that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the question from my honourable colleague, and I do believe that all of us have to first look at ourselves in this chamber, all of us, in terms of our rhetoric, in terms of the words that we use, and I agree that all of us have a role to play in terms of turning down the temperature in our country, making sure that we avoid divisive language as much as possible, and we come together as Canadians. But I can tell you that, Madam Speaker, that I also heard from so many in my constituency that really were hurt deeply by the protests that took place on the Ambassador Bridge, the thousands of jobs that were lost, the workers that were sent home, the businesses that were brought down to their knees. And the Emergency Act that we are bringing forward here will help to make sure that that never happens again on our Ambassador Bridge. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member Beauport-Limoilou. I would like to thank my colleague for her statement, for her speech, and her explanation of what took place for her family. Unfortunately, it resembles what my family has told me, my aunts, members of my family, friends, about the 1970s, and I understand the horror they went through then. No, it's a matter of discussing protesters, and I've been asking myself what authorities the police officers and the police forces did not have before we went for the Emergencies Act. Were they unable to ticket, unable to collaborate, unable to implement any court order?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really do appreciate the excellent question from my honourable colleague. And I just want to begin by saying one of the things that was remarkable about the operations here in Ottawa over the last couple of days is that you had police authorities from all across Canada coming to work together. Chief of Police described it as a true Team Canada approach and a true Team Canada effort. We saw police from Calgary, from Peel Region, Durham, also from Sûreté de Quebec as well too. And so it is that Team Canada approach that I feel is going to get us through these this turmoil. And Madam Speaker, I think it's important that we don't lose sight of that as well, and we don't lose sight of the fact that these measures are subject to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which protect Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and really is what's going to keep us on the good side of this of these new legislation. Thank you.
Question, the Honourable Member Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary. Many Canadians are struggling to get beyond the party politics because of the mainly party politics that's being debated throughout this House. Also in part because of the effectiveness of extremist ideology just to infiltrate the minds of many Canadians to fear the Emergencies Act. Can the member explain to Canadians how their civil liberties are not being violated in this Emergencies Act and that they don't need to fear it?
A brief answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the honourable colleague for the question. I think her question is the absolute key question we have to be asking ourselves. And again, I reiterate that the Emergency Act is subject fundamentally to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. But these measures are, they're targeted. They are, the time is limited as well too. There's a 30-day sunset clause. At any time, Parliament can vote together to reduce the timing of it as well too. There's a joint oversight committee that has to be struck, which oversees the enactment and operation of the Emergency Act as well too. There are many safeguards that are in place to protect the rights and freedoms of Canadians. That is the fundamental question we are debating here today. Thank you.
Again, some of the members may not have been here when I've indicated this before, but I know that they've been here when other directions have been provided by speakers that to please not interrupt members when they're speaking, and that also means not going back and forth with other members across the way. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Youth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Although it is an honour today to rise in the House of Commons to discuss and to debate imposing the Emergencies Act, I do so with a heavy heart. I'm fiercely proud to be Canadian. I love our country and everything about it. That's why I'm here today. It's a big part of why I ran and had the courage to put my name on the ballot. And that's why I must use my voice today as we take these historic measures. Undeniably, this is one of the most important debates that we will have in this House. The debate is about a solution to a very big problem, a problem that we've seen exceeded the ability of the Ottawa Police Force and other police forces across the country to address on their own. It's multifaceted, it's menacing, and it's an attack on our democracy. The protesters here in Ottawa, just outside this building, the seat of our federal government, stated that their goal was to take down the government, to overthrow this democratically elected government. This certainly raises alarm bells in my head. As we know, Friday, all parties agreed to cancel the debate in this House on the Emergencies Act because of the emergency that was happening just outside this building. It was not considered safe for us to come to this building
to debate the Emergencies Act. Let's all pause on that. I would say that when the elected representatives of this country are unable to safely debate in this house, it's rather, an emergency of national significance. I've received many emails, phone calls, messages from residents in my riding of Canada Carleton about these measures. And I've been actively participating and listening in this lengthy debate. And I'd like to use my time today to share my view and to provide answers to the questions that many people seem to still have. I'd also like to clarify that it is my job to represent the residents of Canada Carleton to the best of my abilities. This is not about partisan politics, and it doesn't matter what stripe of politics I believe in. It matters that I rise and that I represent the will of my residents, and that's exactly what I'm here to do today. So why did we invoke the Emergency Measures Act? Canada is a rule of law country. By declaring the public order emergency under the Act, we followed the law and we are acting within it.
Thanks, citizen. I downloaded that video.
Emergencies Act for a public order emergency to be declared, and these conditions have been met. Everyone in this chamber knows the situation, particularly here in Ottawa, grew in intensity and level of threat over the last 25 days. The threats at our land borders have mostly been managed to date, but with the benefit of planning and experience. The financing of the illegal occupation here in Ottawa, as has now been exposed, required additional legislative powers to end it. The Ottawa Police Service acknowledged days ago they did not have the capacity to deal with this situation. As it evolved over the last...
Order, sorry. I do want to remind the member for, I'm sure it was the member from South Shore St. Margaret's. I don't know how many times I've already mentioned it while he's been in the room, to please hold on to his thoughts and questions he may have. It's a very disturbing. It disturbs the individuals that are speaking, and I know that I've personally heard from individuals who have asked that order be held in the House here so that they don't hear interruptions during speeches and votes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's important to note that no level of government can direct a police force. We do not, nor should we, have these powers. The failure of the Ottawa Police Service in the early days to shut down this occupation quickly at the beginning, I'm sure, will be the subject of further analysis. But that is not the debate today. The Emergency Act was enacted due to the provincial and municipal law enforcement's inability to peacefully enforce the rule of law, to address the blockades and occupation to keep Canadians safe, protect people's jobs, and restore confidence in our institutions. I fear many Canadians do not understand that the Emergencies Act is indeed different than the War Measures Act. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms is still in place, of course, while the Emergencies Act is in force. Civil liberties are not suspended, nor is the Charter set aside. If the above rationale is not sufficient for you, then I point members to the proclamation declaring the public order emergency with further rationale, including the continuing blockades occurring at various locations throughout Canada and continuing threats to oppose measures to remove blockades, including by force, for the purpose of achieving political or ideological objectives, the adverse impact on the Canadian economy, the adverse effects from the impact of the blockades on Canada's relationships with our trading partners, including the United States, the breakdown of the distribution chain and availability of essential goods, services, and resources caused by the blockades, and the risk that this could continue, and the potential for an increase in the level of unrest and violence with further threats to our safety and security as Canadians. So what does this actually mean? What does invoking the Emergencies Act actually do? I think that Canadian governments at all levels have given the protesters a lot of leeway allowed the debates and the protest to proceed despite a number of laws that were being broken. The protesters were allowed to make their point. We understand and continue to hear their concerns, and they've been debated at length in the House of Commons. Some other level of governments have even met with protesters' demands and have begun repealing some of the COVID-19 measures. Yet, in the words of the protest organizers themselves, these concessions were insufficient. And anything short of overthrowing this democratically elected government was insufficient. At some point, protesters need to abide by the rules of democracy, just as the rest of us do. A democratically elected government, i.e. us, may invoke duly enacted emergency laws which are reviewable by the courts, subject to compliance with the Charter, proportionate to the civil disturbance, and limited in scope. And that is what has happened here. Any action taken under the Emergencies Act must be accountable to Parliament, to the courts, and to the imminent public inquiry on the use of the Emergencies Act. There's no better example of the need there's no better showing of the need to invoke the Emergencies Act than what has transpired over the last 48 hours just outside these doors. We heard directly from interim Ottawa Police Chief Steve Bell that the additional tools that he had at his disposal because of the action that this government took by invoking the Emergencies Act enabled his force, with the support of the RCMP, OPP, and other police forces from across the country, to lawfully dismantle the siege that crippled our downtown for far too long. The measures that have been brought forward under the public order emergency, I'd like to review them just very quickly. Regulations and prohibition of public assemblies that lead to the breach of the peace and go beyond lawful protest, designating and securing places where blockades are to be prohibited, directing persons to render essential services to relieve impacts on blockades. This is critical. This enabled us to compel tow truck drivers to engage and provide services that we needed to clear this blockade. Authorizing and directing financial institutions to render essential services and relieve the impact of blockades. Measures enabling the RCMP to enforce municipal bylaws. An imposition of fines for imprisonment for contraventions of the order. So what do we hope this achieves? As I wrap up, my hope is that we have seen that invoking the Emergencies Act achieved three things. It gave the police forces the tools that they needed to be able to end the occupation. It enabled us to address the financial aspects of the protesters. And lastly, we cannot let the international reputation of Canada by tarnishing and letting our capital city fall because of this occupation. Colleagues on all sides of the House, let's find a way to govern together. We all have the best interests of Canadians at heart. So let's learn from this, both our mistakes and our successes. The safety of Canadians and our democracy cannot be a partisan issue. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to stand here on behalf of Canadians to protect their freedoms. I always wonder that if it's okay to restrict travel, collect cell phone data, use military propaganda domestically, enact an Emergencies Act, and restrict financial transactions. Is that really democracy, Madam Speaker? I guess that's the point that I'd like to make here. And that the crazy verge that we're going upon here, the precipice that this House is trying to prevent us from going towards, does appear to be a very partisan issue, Madam Speaker. And I'm really very unsure how a member opposite can call it a nonpartisan issue when we have two parties who have clearly made, even before any debate, calling this a nonpartisan issue. That does not make any sense to me, Madam Speaker. I do not have a question. It is a comment. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much to my colleague opposite for the question, or the lack of question, I should say, but the statement, which I'm happy to speak to. My point being is we are all here with Canadians' best interests at heart. That's why we should be here. And it is our job to govern with their best interests at heart. And I believe this should not be a partisan issue. This should be about the safety and security of Canadians. And I believe that's what we are trying to achieve. We are invoking the Emergencies Act to protect the safety, the security of Canadians across the country. And of course, the impact of these blockades and the occupation on our businesses, on our international reputation, and importantly, on the threat to our democracy, which they have stated is an objective. So with respect, I do believe that we should all be able to come together to support this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, there's still some heckling going on, and I just want to remind members to hold on, okay? Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for that opinion. I congratulate her to the extent that they are putting forward the idea that it's transpartisan, if you will. I'd like to hear her. We are seeing a lack of leadership, but nonetheless, my question is as follows. In order to demonstrate leadership, do you think the Prime Minister should allow a free vote on this motion? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and I'd say it's very hard to hear the translation with the amount of talking that's happening across the way.
If they want to have some conversations, side conversations, they should maybe have them in the lobby. The Honourable Member Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. I think, as I've said earlier, that this is a critical and arguably the most important debate that we've had here in the House that I'm honoured to be a part of. And I know that we all have Canadians' best interests at heart. I've heard from countless residents over the last 3 weeks about the impact that this occupation and the threats across the country have had. And I believe that it's important for all of us to listen, to hear what these residents have to say, and to support them. By invoking the Emergencies Act, we have been able to empower our police forces to do the jobs that they need to do to ensure safety and security across the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, the honourable member of Canada Carleton stated what she believed were the points of law to support the declaration of public order and the various ways in which the declaration was needed in the crisis, including the financial measures in order to curb the dark money flowing in, supporting these illegal activities. I asked her colleague this question. He didn't seem to have the answer, so I'm going to ask her the question. It was made clear very early on in the occupation that crowdfunding and now cryptocurrency was being used to fund illegal activity and organizers who seek to put in place their own undemocratic government. This was a demonstrated gap in the reporting requirements. Why did this government not take immediate action to ensure the proceeds of crime and the terrorist financing regulations were updated to ensure these companies were not exempt from the reporting transactions to FinTrack?
A brief answer from the Parliamentary Secretary.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I believe that on the financial measures that are being put in place, that we've broadened, if you will, the scope of Canada's anti-money laundering and terrorist financing rules so that they cover crowdfunding platforms and their payment service providers, including digital assets, such as cryptocurrencies, as you mentioned. The government is issuing this order, effective obviously last week, so that Canadian financial institutions are able to temporarily seize those funds as they are suspect to be contributing to the occupations. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Madam Speaker, there is indeed an emergency in this country. Indeed, there are a series of emergencies. There's the emergency of the family whose 14-year-old daughter has attempted suicide after 2 years of isolation from sports, social interaction, and other healthy activities that sustain a happy and heartful mind. There is the emergency of the federal public servant who, for unrecognized medical reasons, can't get vaccinated and is now deprived of an income and a job. There's the emergency of the trucker who was hailed as a hero while driving our goods and services across international borders, unvaccinated, over 2 years, who suddenly was declared a public health threat and deprived of his job as well. There is the emergency of the 32-year-old still living in his mom's basement because, under the pretext of COVID, government printed so much money that it now costs $836,000 for the average house. There is the emergency of the single mother trembling as she walks down the grocery aisle because she can't afford a basket of affordable goods because the government has inflated her cost of living. There is the emergency created by the regulatory gatekeepers who keep people in poverty by blockading First Nations people from the ability to develop their own resources and blockade immigrants from the ability to work in the very professions for which they are trained and qualified. These are the emergencies we should be addressing. But instead, the Prime Minister has created a new emergency. What is his motivation? Of course, it is to divide and conquer. How did this all start? Well, let's remember, the Prime Minister suddenly imposed a brand new vaccine mandate on the very truckers who had been free to travel across borders without a vaccine, and he did it at a time when provinces and countries around the world were removing vaccine mandates. He did it to a group of people who are by far the least likely to transmit a virus because they work and sleep all by themselves 22 hours a day. Media asked his health minister and his chief medical officer for evidence supporting the decision. Neither had any, and in fact, the medical officer said it was time to return to normalcy. So yet, the Prime Minister, in spite of all of these facts, brought in this new mandate to deprive people of their living. Why? Because he knew that it would spark in them a sense of desperation. If he could deprive them of their incomes, they would be so desperate that they would have to rise up and protest, and then he could further demonize them and call them names and attack their motives and belittle them and dehumanize them in order to galvanize the majority against the minority. This must be the political opportunity that his Deputy Prime Minister spoke about when she described what COVID represented to this government. They have attempted to amplify and take advantage of every pain, every fear, every tragedy that has struck throughout this pandemic in order to divide one person against another and replace the people's freedom with the government's power. Now, at the beginning of the pandemic, it started immediately. The government attempted to ram through a law giving it the power to raise any tax to any level for any reason without a vote in Parliament. They tried to pass Bill C-10 to strip away free speech online. Thankfully, Conservatives blocked them for doing so. His authorities have said they want to track Canadian cell phones for the next 5 years. And now this, the Emergency Act, the latest and greatest example of attacks on our freedom. Ostensibly meant to stop blockades that had already ended before he even brought forward this legislation in Alberta, Manitoba, and at the Ambassador Bridge. Peacefully, those blockades were ended in some cases with protesters hugging the police officers and bringing the matters to a successful close so that goods and services could resume. And instead, in that context, the Prime Minister brought in a law that not even Jean Chrétien brought in after 9/11 killed dozens of Canadians in a terrorist attack. Not even Prime Minister Harper brought in when a terrorist murdered a Canadian soldier at the War Monument and came running into the center block spraying bullets in all directions. And not even this Prime Minister brought in when blockaders were standing in the way of First Nations who were attempting to build the Coastal GasLink pipeline. Yet, for the first time in this bill's this law's three-decade history, the Prime Minister brings it in to address what he says was a protest in front of Parliament Hill. Ironically, this power goes beyond any of the protests and or blockades the Prime Minister claims to want to address. For example, it will allow governments and banks to seize people's bank accounts and money for donating to the wrong political cause. One journalist asked the Justice Minister if small sums donated, for example, to support an end to vaccine mandates, could get someone's bank account frozen. He didn't deny it. Instead, he said such people who make donations of that kind should be, quote, very worried. To freeze someone's bank account is not just an attack on their finances, but on their personal security. If your bank account is frozen, you can't buy food, you can't buy fuel, you can't pay your children's daycare fees, and you can, under this law, face that personal attack without being charged with a single solitary crime. The Prime Minister says that this is time-limited, yet his own Finance Minister said she wants some of the tools to be permanent. He said it will be geographically targeted, yet his own Parliamentary Secretary for Justice said, quote, that the Act technically applies to all of Canada. So the rules apply everywhere and indefinitely. Finally, there's nothing in the Act that limits the number of the kinds of financial actions that could lead someone to have their account frozen. And if they are frozen unjustifiably, the Act specifically bans people from suing either the bank or the government for that unjustifiable treatment, opening the door for people who have nothing whatsoever to do with either the blockades or protests having their bank accounts frozen without cause. Now, the Prime Minister says that he wants to do this to remove the blockades that have already been removed. He says he needs these unprecedented powers in order to restore, to bring our country's order back to the pre-protest period, although across this country that has already occurred. So, Madam Chair, I say to this House that I oppose this unjustifiable power grab, and as Prime Minister of Canada, I will ensure that no such abuse of power ever happens again. But I say that we should end some of these blockades. Let us.
Order. Again, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has been here when I've ruled I don't know how many times today, and there's other members that may not have been. Oh, no, I'm sure that the Honourable member that also has been yelling or heckling across the way was here as well. So I just, again, want to ask members to please hold on to their thoughts. I will be recognizing for questions and comments pretty soon. There's a minute and 50 seconds left for the Honourable member for Carleton to do his speech. And I would hope that people will hold their thoughts. The Honourable member for Carleton.
And we can remove all of the blockades. Let's remove the mandates and restrictions that are blocking people's livelihoods today. Let's end the blockades on freedom of speech that this government is trying to erect with its online censorship bill. Let's end the regulatory blockades so builders can provide affordable homes, First Nations can develop their economies and escape poverty, and newcomers can actually work in the professions for which they were trained. Let's remove the inflationary taxes, deficits, and money printing so people's wages can again buy them homes, food, and fuel. Let's remove that blockade. Let us put people back in control of their lives by making Canada the freest place on earth, free to speak, free to think, free to work, free to worship, free to own a home and build one's own destiny. Let us bind up the nation's wounds with compassion and respect and unite our country for freedom.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I heard today many comments that were more to do with a leadership campaign than helping the people of Ottawa and people from communities across the country who've been impacted by the blockade. So not once did I hear about the City of Ottawa and what the residents have had to face for the last couple of days. This is all about political opportunism. And so I'd ask the member, is he concerned about helping the people of Ottawa and those across the country who've been impacted by blockades and by the occupation? Thank you.
It's on the opposite side that we're hearing the heckling, and I know very well that the honourable member for Carleton can answer those questions without any help. The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, am I concerned about the people who've been harmed by blockades? Absolutely. And that is why I am so disappointed that the Prime Minister caused these blockades in the first place. And I am concerned about the businesses that were affected. And I'm also concerned about the governmental blockades that remain in place today. The attacks on the freedoms of Canadians to have a job, to go to work, to frequent restaurants, to raise their kids, to have their kids smile and have that smile seen again. Those are the blockades that we now need to focus on eliminating, and that's what I will continue to fight for.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Rivière du Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask my colleague, first of all, I thank him for his speech. I share many of his points. There is an emergency that needs to be addressed by the government, but would he agree with me that the situation that we experienced on the Hill for the past 3 weeks are situations that could be resolved here and elsewhere if the government had attacked these issues right away when they occurred, rather than waiting and coming forward with the heavy artillery and the Emergencies Act every time there is a problem? Should they not address it immediately? We're not talking about demonstrators. We're talking about people who were occupying Wellington. Could that not have resolved the issue instead of invoking this act?
La réponse.
The answer is yes. Besides addressing the problem that demonstrators were talking about, the Prime Minister provoked these demonstrations. He attacked truckers' jobs, other jobs, even when the rest of the world was starting to lift these restrictions and vaccine mandates. And now he's acting to lift restrictions and to allow people to go back to work. He should stand in the House of Commons to reject this unacceptable power grab and give back to Canadians their freedoms.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Carleton. The member from Carleton, colleague, the MP for Cypress Hills Grassland, appeared in a video with Convoy leader Pat King, an avowed white nationalist who's quoted as saying many racist, xenophobic, anti-Indigenous, and anti-Semitic things, including in quotes, the Anglo-Saxon race has the strongest bloodlines, and that, in quotes, unless we fight back, we will all be speaking Hebrew, close quotes. Through you, Madam Speaker, if he was elected leader of the Conservative Party, would he be willing to kick this member out of caucus, or does he support fraternizing with dangerous white supremacists? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
From the very beginning, I stated that every single person who acts inappropriately, makes racist comments, engages in unlawfulness or blockades should be personally responsible for their conduct. And that is something that I would uphold as leader and as Prime Minister. And I can say that I would not tolerate any of the racist behavior that we have seen from the current Prime Minister, whether it is his ugly racist past, whether it is the racist manner with which he has treated numerous members of his caucus who have spoken out against it, whether it is continuing to give $1 billion to the CBC, an organization of whose 500 employees have said that organization is systematically racist. I will not tolerate any of that racism in my future government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I join fellow members of Parliament in debating the government's invocation of the Emergencies Act and the extraordinary powers of the Act that have never been used by any government since the Act was created in 1988. As the House debates the matters in front of us today, I believe that the responsibility each of us carries individually to our respective constituents and the responsibility we hold collectively to the people of Canada are of extreme gravity. Today Canada is more likely divided than we've ever been before. This division has grown during a time when Canada has faced not just one crisis, but layers of crises and unprecedented challenges. It is within the context of division and crisis that Canadians look to us, their members of Parliament, to focus on the leadership required to start healing divisions and focus on the questions that need to be answered for the government to produce a plan for recovery. As we undertake our work today and any other day, let us not forget for a moment that Canadians are counting on us, all 338 of us, to deliver the leadership that they want and deserve. Prior to the government's official confirmation on February 14th that it was invoking the Emergencies Act, the leader of the official opposition asked the Prime Minister if he considered the protests in Coutts, Alberta, Windsor, and Ottawa to be threats to the security of Canada that Section 16 of the Act refers to. In response to her question, the Public Safety Minister told the leader of the official opposition that since the beginning of the blockades, and I will quote, "This federal government has provided law enforcement with all of the resources they have needed," end quote. It is important to note here that the Minister of Public Safety did not confirm that the blockades represented threats to the security of Canada, the threshold set out in Section 16. Rather, the Public Safety Minister confirmed that the federal government had provided law enforcement with all of the resources they have needed. If the government believed on February 14th that the blockades represented threats to the security of Canada described by Section 16, they should have said so, but they did not. If the government had truly provided law enforcement with all of the resources that they needed since the beginning, then who needed the resources of the unprecedented powers that the government invoked with the Emergencies Act? On February 14th, before the government invoked the Emergencies Act, the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor was reopened. The blockade at Coutts was in its waning hours before it ended the next day. In Ottawa, the RCMP and the Ontario Provincial Police had established an integrated command centre with the Ottawa Police Service 3 weeks after the blockade began. Within 4 days of forming the integrated command centre, law enforcement in Ottawa was clearing the blockade. All of this is to say that all of the blockades that the Prime Minister was questioned on February 14th, one was cleared, a second one was coming down, and the days of the Ottawa blockade were numbered as law enforcement branches integrated their commands. And yet here we are today in this extraordinary sitting of the House, trying to get a straight answer from the government as to why they insist on continuing to invoke the extraordinary powers of the Emergencies Act. This is a question of profound gravity because the powers this government has bestowed upon itself with scant explanation why, that is profound in itself. I am disappointed that we are here today debating this serious question and the fact that this question and many more have not been clearly answered by the government over the past 6 days, and this should raise red flags for all members. It is incumbent on all members of all parties to insist that the government provide us and Canadians clear, complete, and timely answers because our history is stained by instances where individual rights and due process were errantly passed over by the powers similar to those we are examining today. The Emergencies Act was created in 1988 to replace and prevent the abuses inflicted under the War Measures Act. The War Measures Act was replaced because its powers had been wrongfully applied by federal governments that failed to reflect upon asking and answering essential questions before the powers were deployed on Canadian citizens. These powers were wielded in Canada's World War I internment activities from 1914 to 1920. Although internees were predominantly recently immigrated Europeans, mostly from the Western Ukraine, Canadian-born and naturalized British subjects were also interred. Similarly, the powers of the War Measures Act were also wielded in the internment of persons of Japanese heritage, including Canadian-born Japanese Canadians and others during the Second World War. These applications of the War Measures Act raised and continue to raise serious questions of what thresholds of threat to the security of Canada justify the application of powers such as those invoked by the government on February 14th. It is up to all of us, Madam Speaker, here in this House of Commons, to ensure that we have learned from the history, because if we have not learned, and if we have not asked the questions, and if we have not made informed and just decisions, we make ourselves and Canada vulnerable to repeating history. Madam Speaker, we are examining the questions before us today because the government has chosen to invoke the Emergencies Act, even though 2 of the 3 blockades that existed a week ago have been eliminated, and the 3rd is all but over. That said, I call on the government to rescind this invocation and turn its focus and the focus of this House to the crises in Canada that persist unabated today. As I mentioned at the outset, Canada today is severely divided, wrapped up in crises, and Canadians are counting on us to provide leadership in pursuit of recovery that all Canadians want and need. Last week, the Conservative motion proposing a reasonable approach to help lower the temperature across Canada by providing Canadians a specific plan and timeline for ending all federal mandates was defeated. I call on the colleagues from all parties to reflect on the opportunity that was missed last week. A missed opportunity to start taking down fences and rebuilding bridges. Madam Speaker, Canadians need a signal and hope that we are nearing the end of restrictions and mandates. For too long, Canadians have been hoping for a plan to move forward, and I'm not sure how much longer some can continue to hold on. Over recent months, I've heard from constituents suffering from extreme stress and mental health challenges. Some called me in tears because they're afraid to leave their homes for fear of being confronted because they're unable to wear a mask or be vaccinated due to extreme conditions. Many others have called because they have not been able to spend time with their family and loved ones, and others have called because they have lost their jobs due to the multitude of COVID-related mandates and restrictions. Canadians need unity, not division. Overcoming the crises and unprecedented challenges Canadians face today should start with the members of this House embracing the mantles of leadership, setting aside partisan interests, and embracing national interests on behalf of Canadians. United, we can learn from our past. United, we can adapt to overcome the realities of COVID-19. United, we can start reclaiming our economy, help Canadians get back to work, and start paying off the national debt. United, we can start to restore connections and mental health eroded by 2 years of restrictions and isolation. United, we can rebuild our confidence of Canadians, their Parliament, and our country. United, we can build a better Canada.
Comments? The honourable member for Toronto Danford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I've heard a lot of conversation, particularly from the opposing side, about divisiveness and how we need to create greater unity across our country. And my question for the member opposite is, in seeking that greater unity, how much has he been speaking, and what does he plan to do to help to reach out to people who may disagree with his perspectives? What will he say to reach out to the truckers who were unable to cross the border because there were blockades, and they were unable to do their work because of those blockades by people who were illegally blocking our borders? So perhaps in seeking to overcome this divisiveness, what is he doing to reach out to those people who disagree with him?
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her question and in asking me what I've been doing to reach out to the people that disagree with me. I listen to them. I hear their phone messages. I receive their emails, thousands of them over the past few weeks and days. Unprecedented numbers. I read them, I listen to their messages, I phone them back when they're asking, when time permits. Unlike the Prime Minister, who calls them misogynistic, racist, and ignores their pleas to be listened to. That is what I'm doing versus what the Prime Minister has done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Closing comments, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I agree, we need to see a way out of the pandemic. I agree that we are in need of hope. Inuit, Métis, and First Nations were given hope by the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, when he used an apology to former students of residential schools in 2008. In that same government, the Conservatives made cuts to the initiatives, important initiatives like the Aboriginal Healing Foundation. Is this the same hope that the Conservatives are aspiring to Canadians? Okanagan
Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member. The Indigenous connections that I've made since becoming elected in 2015 continue to build. We've built relationships and better understanding of the cultures, and that is something that I will strive to continue to build as I continue as a member of Parliament, and I'll continue to push that amongst the members that I serve with here, all members on all sides of their House, so that we can build those relationships with our Indigenous people in Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable colleague from North Okanagan Shuswap, just a short reminder that it's quite offensive to refer to Indigenous people in this country on whose territory we live as quote-unquote our. But my question to him was, he referenced a number of emergencies where the Emergencies Act was not invoked. I was here in Parliament October 14th, 2014. It was a horrific event. It was a time that we actually closed Parliament for the afternoon, but not because there was an ongoing threat, but because people were traumatized and needed to go home. But the reality of that was there was no ongoing threat. It was over that day. And that would be the same about 9/11. There was no attack on Canadian soil. There was no thought of an attack on Canadian soil. There was no threat to the security of Canada. So I'm asking the honourable member, and a number of members of his caucus have made this point, if he doesn't agree that it would be better not to put red herrings into this debate so we can talk about what's really happening now.
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, and I appreciate the correction from the member from Spanish Gulf Islands. I wrongly inserted the word "our" in my comment, and I apologize for that. I talked in my speech about the motion put forward on our opposition day a week and a half ago that was voted down by members opposite, that would have seen hope for Canadians to move forward, a plan, some sort of timeline to get past the restrictions and mandates that we're seeing continued, and the continued restrictions now that are being put in place on people's bank accounts through this Emergencies Act. This is a point where we all need to come together and work as collectively as 338 parliamentarians to find solutions that Canadians need. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville. It's a great honour for me to speak to this motion today. I don't hate members of the Conservative Party or of the Bloc Québécois or members of the NDP. I don't hate people who don't share my political opinions. I don't hate people who are not vaccinated. In fact, I have friends who are not vaccinated. We can talk with one another respectfully. Sometimes I make good points and sometimes the other makes good points. But we remain friends to this day because we do so respectfully. I have no problem talking to people who don't share my vision of things as long as what we talk about is factually correct. As any right or freedom, rights and freedoms have limits, and I would quote Section 1 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which guarantees the rights and freedoms stipulated there.
Well, it looks like they're having a little technical difficulties. So, yeah, the chat room says I better eat well. This is a long haul. So I'm just going to talk until they fix their audio issues. Let me pull up Zoke here.
Dans les rues d'une municipalité pour une journée ou deux, je dis encore, bien sûr. Est-ce que c'est raisonnable de manifester pendant 3 semaines dans les rues d'une municipalité en limitant la liberté de ceux et celles qui demeurent dans cette municipalité? À ça, je dis non. Est-ce que c'est raisonnable de bloquer les frontières pour manifester là où les activités économiques sont importantes?
Order, the interpretation's not coming through.
Interpretation check. 1, 2, 3. One moment. I do think that the interpretation is not working, so I will take a moment to ensure that the interpretation is working. The member from Univit has brought up the issue. Can you hear me in English now?
No soup for you. Still nothing.
You may continue. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was unaware that we had changed over. I'm sorry.
All right, they got it fixed.
Should have
There we go.
apologized. I'm sorry. So as I was saying, is it reasonable to blockade borders when economic activity through those borders is so important? Over $300 million a day. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, when an important employer of my riding phoned me to say that if this went on for another 4 or 5 days, that employer would have had to let go over 500 employees. So these blockades at the border crossings were unreasonable. The weapons that were found in the Coutts blockade, that's not normal either, and it's not reasonable. Mr. Speaker, I just want to make it clear that, yes, there were reasonable people among the protesters. I spoke with farmers, with truckers, parents who are frustrated because their governments have told them, look, just get vaccinated and then there won't be any more lockdown. Nevertheless, there were lockdowns. And I'm happy to say I understand that. And of course, I do not support endless lockdowns.
I did not support or give any legitimacy to this protest in Ottawa because I knew who the organizers were right from the get-go. Yes, the protests did evolve, but the organizers were always the same. I know many who attended were not aware of these people's view. In a democratic society, it is not normal for leaders of a protest to want to overthrow a government without any mandate from the people who elect us.
It wasn't about
In this
overthrowing
chamber,
the government.
Opposition parties are free to present a non-confidence motion towards the government if they have lost the confidence in the ability of the government to govern. They can do so without any fears from cabinet, the military, or the police.
It was about ending the mandates.
Not every opposition parties get to cherish in other countries. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion for confirmation of a declaration of emergency. I believe the criteria have been met. Protesting to the extent of having a major economic impact at our borders is an emergency. Canada is a G7 country. An unstable border is bad for investments. Just this week, again, protesters tried to again occupy the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor. That is not normal. In fact, Mr. Speaker, supply chains were already fragile, but were being threatened by these blockades. Cryptocurrency, foreign cryptocurrency being used to finance these types of activities is not normal and not covered under any act at the moment. In fact, early analysis demonstrated that the majority of the funding came from outside of Canada. The rule of law must always be upheld in Canada. We can't enjoy any of our rights and freedom if we do not have law and order. And I want to make it clear that this public order emergency is not about calling the army on civilians in Canada. And I did receive many phone calls at my office about this. And of course, I would oppose that if it were the case. In Ottawa, the tools that were given under the Act were used by the police without any military presence. It was never about that. It was always about making sure law and order is restored in Canada.
Those were UN troops.
For some, rather than condoning misinformation, some used it for their own political advantage. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned about the influence of misinformation that plays into our country and into people's lives in Canada. It's not normal for Canadians to be screaming or physically assaulting media in a democratic society. The Charter clearly outlines freedom of expression and guarantees freedom of the press. We must do everything to fight misinformation, and it is incumbent on all of us, even when we don't like what journalists will report or write about us, to support that freedom. Canada can only remain a true democracy if media is able to question and criticize governments and political leaders without fear of being assaulted by citizens. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I've had lots of conversation over the past few months with many that disagreed with my view on vaccines. Many thought that the Prime Minister and political leaders are undergoing a criminal trial law, international criminal trial law, and I worry about them as they are swimming in a bath of misinformation. And I don't know how to help them. I've had many conversations with them, and I've tried to be rational, but they believe what they believe. And I know that some who are in Ottawa also believe those same measures. But at the end of the day, law and order must always be restored in Canada if we want to enjoy those freedoms. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion. As I've just said, law and order must be restored. And without law and order, none of us can enjoy our rights and freedom. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated the tone of my colleague's speech. My ex-colleague at the Ergo Committee, with whom I have had the occasion to share many thoughts before. That said, I will put to him the same question that I put to another colleague a little earlier. Where and how do the emergencies measures and the Emergencies Act provide authorities and rights to the police officers that they didn't have before? Before this, wasn't it possible for the police forces to coordinate among themselves, to give tickets, to enforce a legal order, a court order? How do these Emergency Act powers empower them differently? And what are these new authorities? Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. The aim of our conversation, our debate, is not to point fingers at each other. I think we all have an equal duty as parliamentarians to lead by example, which I see so far, and I say this to all of us, all parties. This is inappropriate. We are not living up to this aim. I mentioned in my speech the matter of foreign funding. That is not an authority available in the current powers. And the Chief of Police of Ottawa mentioned that he is happy for the new authorities, and I am an MP from Ontario. The Premier of Ontario supports our having declared a public order emergency, and I stand with him.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to listen to members opposite talking about things such as law and order and the seriousness of the situation. I'm wondering if the member opposite could enlighten all of us in this House this vast seriousness of how many people were charged under the treason or seditious conspiracy or seditious intent or riot. Or perhaps were they charged with other things, or some, as we do know, were sent on their way after being led out of the city. And I guess the other part, Mr. Speaker, is law and order related to specifically not having a warrant to freeze people's bank account. Is that really what the member opposite thinks is law and order?
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll just remind the Honourable Member that 73 bank accounts have been frozen to this date. There were thousands of protesters on Parliament Hill and in the streets of Ottawa who never saw their bank accounts being frozen. In terms of prosecution, I won't comment on that, but I'll just remind the Honourable Member that some got charged in the Vancouver riot 5 years after it took place. So obviously we have to let the police do their job, and I won't comment on that as it's not my place to comment.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. Of course, within his role of agriculture and agri-food, he would know the extraordinary importance of ensuring that our supply chain is maintained across that border. One of my colleagues for Windsor West spoke about this morning the incredible impact that this has had on his riding, of course, being within that border on that border crossing. And he called for this government to put forward a safe border task force. Is that something that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can support? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would say to the Honourable Member, I would support any measures that look at how to reinforce our border. Obviously, it was unthinkable in Canada that certain people would block the trade that happens between the U.S. and Canada, not only the U.S., but also Mexico as they travel through there. And for the first time, our supply chains were actually being threatened. When you've got Ford and Toyota having to lay off people temporarily because they can't operate, that's an issue. When you have food companies saying that they are not able to either send some food down south or us get food up here, that's an issue, and that actually threatens the security of Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like my colleagues, I rise to speak at a moment where we are all called on to do what is right, to choose to defend our democracy and the fabric of our country. I'm the child of immigrants who were part of freedom movements that saw the overthrow of oppressive colonialism in East Africa. Members of my family experienced the violence of a dictatorial, xenophobic regime in Uganda, which used its powers to harm its citizens. So I know all too well what happens when a government overuses its powers. My family came to Canada to seek safety, prosperity, peace, and order. And Mr. Speaker, to this day, my family is grateful for the freedoms that they have as Canadians. Freedoms that they have had and continue to have through the pandemic. Freedoms enshrined by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. But when they became Canadians, Mr. Speaker, they also accepted the responsibilities that come with citizenship, something that I have come to realize that many of us who were born in this country may forget. Our citizenship isn't just about rights, but about responsibilities. Our responsibility to protect one another's safety, to stand up in the face of hatred, to make sacrifices for the greater good. Sacrifices like the ones Canadians have made throughout the pandemic, because they know that that is how we take care of each other. Sacrifices like those being made by our healthcare workers, like those in my riding of Vancouver-Granville, who continue to fight hard to keep us safe and healthy in the face of anger and threats. So let's talk about where we are today. The illegal blockades of Ottawa, of other cities and of our borders is not about Canadian truckers. The vast majority of Canadian truckers are out there doing their jobs, keeping the Canadian economy going. They are and continue to be unsung heroes, and we thank them. They aren't trying to hold Canadians hostage or encouraging violence against government or costing Canada billions of dollars. The invocation of the Emergencies Act is in direct response to those that are trying to harm Canadians, the Canadian economy, and those that are financing these efforts. And it is not a decision for any government to take lightly. It is an instrument of last resort and one which is subject to and upholds the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Now, let me be clear. The right to peaceful, lawful protest is a right Canadians have and is central to our democracy. We hold this right dearly, and it is one that we defend at all cost. But that's not what we've been dealing with over the last 3 weeks. From the first day of this occupation, it was illegal. It was allowed to go on for 21 days in the hope that it would come to an end. Occupiers were warned repeatedly. They chose to ignore every single request to leave by the federal government, by the province, by the City of Ottawa, and by the citizens of Ottawa themselves. The members of this occupation and the blockades actively chose to weaponize their misguided notions of freedom against our collective national interest, the Canadian economy, and indeed Canadians themselves.
Wow.
Choking off cities, blocking off supply chains, shutting down borders, and interrupting trade with a deleterious impact on the Canadian economy are not forms of legal protest. The participants of these illegal blockades are not free to take the law into their own hands, which is what they tried to do. Their actions have negatively impacted the rights of workers to earn a living. They've harmed businesses already hit hard by COVID, and they've obstructed people's right to freely cross the border. These acts are illegal. That's why the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, asked for federal assistance last week. He said, and I quote, "We need to do what it takes to restore law and order in our country." Blocking billions of dollars of trade, putting hundreds of thousands of jobs on the line, and continuing to disrupt the lives of everyday Ontarians cannot continue. That's why even Jason Kenney's Conservative government acknowledged in reference to the Coots blockade that local and provincial efforts to clear the blockade had failed. In a letter, Rick McIver, the Minister of Municipal Affairs, wrote, quote, "In order to ensure a return of free movement of people, vehicles, and goods and services, we are seeking federal assistance in removing obstructions from the highway. We are looking to the Government of Canada for assistance." Mr. Speaker, we cannot and must not make this a partisan issue. Yet sadly, the opposition has chosen to do just that. And Mr. Speaker, it surprises me that the Conservative Party, the authors of this very act that we have invoked, the party that has claimed to be the party of law and order, that claims to be on the side of law enforcement, are opposed to restoring law and order. Instead, they have stood with, they have supported.
We have a point of order. Un point d'ordre du député de Beauport.
Point of order, member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even though I don't always agree with what's said here in the chamber by either side, it's great fun to be able to actually hear each other, listen. But look, when people are yelling from one side to the other of the chamber, it's difficult to do so. It would be very nice to see my colleagues who truly do wish to speak to each other do so outside the chamber. I thank the honourable member for her intervention. I fully agree. We are here to speak and to be heard and to hear. It's very lucky that we are able to put questions and have comments heard at the end of speeches.
Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Instead, members of the opposition have stood with, encouraged, supported, and even broken bread with the very people who have terrorized the citizens of Ottawa and threatened the lives of law enforcement officials. The organizers of this movement have led blockades that have cost the Canadian economy billions of dollars. Many of the organizers are not interested in protecting the rights of Canadians. They are interested in overthrowing a democratically elected government. They have told us this repeatedly, and so we must take them at their word. And this is precisely why we need the Emergencies Act. Last week, Richard Fadden, the former National Security Advisor to Stephen Harper and the former director of CSIS, agreed it was appropriate to invoke the Emergencies Act, particularly referencing the federal banking measures as a clear example of where no other jurisdiction could intervene. He said, and I quote, "I think it's pretty clear that there have been instances where the provinces, whatever they have done, have not had the necessary constitutional authority to make a difference." The invocation of the Emergencies Act, Mr. Speaker, was absolutely essential for many reasons, and it allowed the federal government, in partnership with other jurisdictions, to implement a multi-pronged approach to addressing this national crisis. Some examples. First, right here in Ottawa, it allowed the city to bring in police forces from outside jurisdictions and authorize them to get to work immediately without the need to be deputized, a process which would have further delayed clearing the occupation. And I was particularly proud to see members of the Vancouver Police Department joining their colleagues from across Canada in defending our democracy. Second, the Act allows us to stop the financing of these illegal blockades, and further, it allows the City of Ottawa to seize and sell vehicles used in the illegal blockades to use the proceeds to offset the millions of dollars in losses incurred by the City of Ottawa. Third, it prohibits the use of certain property, including goods, to support blockades. These are some examples. So while Ottawa is cleared, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the hard work of our police forces, there is still work to be done to bring this crisis to a conclusion. I, like all in this House, want this act to come to an end quickly. But we all know that there are credible threats that ultra-right-wing extremist forces continue to organize and seek to redouble their efforts to disrupt Canadian society, our economy, and our freedoms. An example of this is simply we look at what happened at Coots. The weapons that were found, body armor, machetes, oversized magazines, and confirmations that some of those sought to kill our CMP officers if they tried to take down the blockade. Let's not kid ourselves, Mr. Speaker. This isn't about their dislike for a Liberal government or a vaccine mandate or about freedom. This is about a fundamental opposition to, a repudiation of our democratic system of government which values the voice of every single Canadian, regardless of race, sexual orientation, gender identity, or religion. The role of Her Majesty's loyal opposition, Mr. Speaker, is to hold the government to account, and they must do this. But they must also remain loyal to Canada, its laws, and indeed its democracy. In that spirit, I ask all members of this House to reflect on what we want to say to the world. Are we a country where a small, violent minority should be able to disrupt government, to attack with impunity law enforcement officials, to shut down trade routes, to take over our capital for weeks? I will say to this House that these threats to our pluralistic democracy are real, and that the Canada that has been built by Liberals, Conservatives, New Democrats, and others alike is at risk. This is not the time to side with extremists, nor to grant legitimacy to those who would seek to undermine our democracy or our values. This is the time for all of us to stand united in our defense of peace, order, and good government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for King Holt.
Well, it looks like they got another mic problem. So, yeah, so every stream here is live,
contributed
except
to the Convoy
Church of Bubbles
because they believe in their efforts. Now they're afraid that they won't be able to make their mortgage payment, they won't be able to pay their bills, they won't be able to feed their families. How can we assure our citizens that this government will not pursue that action? Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Grenville.
I thank the honourable member for her colleague. And I think it's important to know that the government has and continues to reassure citizens of this country that law-abiding citizens will not be caught up in some kind of massive dragnet. That is not what these measures are about. In fact, as my honourable friend said earlier, I believe it's 73 bank accounts. Right. 73 bank accounts is the total that have been shut down so far. So she should rest assured, Mr. Speaker, that lawful, law-abiding citizens have nothing to worry about.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened with care my colleague's speech. I've got two questions. I didn't hear him say much about his position on the right to assembly, to demonstrate. I'm wondering if he thinks that's an important right. Another question. At present, Wellington Street in Ottawa has been cleared by a coordinated effort of several police forces. At this point in time, given the state of the streets, does he think that this act is still necessary? We might say it's useful, yes, but is it necessary? Must we have it?
I thank my honourable colleague for her very important question. On the first point that she raised, the right to demonstrate peacefully and lawfully is enshrined in our Constitution. It is enshrined in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it is something that we all hold dear and we will always defend. This is not meant to obstruct in any way, shape, or form peaceful, legal protest. On to her second point, Mr. Speaker, in respect of now that Wellington Street is clear, as I said in my speech, this isn't just about what is happening in Ottawa. This is about making sure that local police forces have the support that they need. It is about making sure that those issues that need to be resolved are resolved so that we can then pull back the use of this act as quickly and as promptly as possible. And like the member opposite, I share her desire for us to bring this to an end as quickly as possible.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech. We have witnessed some deeply troubling events, and I want to ask the member about two of them. I was deeply disturbed seeing how journalists have been treated over the past few weeks. Reporters experienced harassment, threats, intimidation. Occupiers repeatedly yelled fake news, spit on journalists, swarmed reporters. It was also horrifying to see hate symbols flying in our nation's capital. And as Convoy members initially set up in Ottawa, as far-right white supremacists organized and foreign money poured into a movement that aimed to undermine our democracy, this government did nothing. Why did the government wait? Why didn't they act earlier to address the financing of far-right white supremacist plans to threaten our democracy? And what will they do to ensure journalists are able to do their jobs without fear of violence?
The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
I thank my honourable colleague for her question. In terms of journalists, I was actually speaking to a friend of mine who was a journalist who was harassed yesterday by some of these so-called protesters. And for the first time in his life, he was actually afraid to do his job. And I think it is incumbent upon all in this House not to feed the fake news narrative. It's incumbent upon all in this House to protect and preserve the rights of journalists to do their jobs, regardless of whether or not we like what they are saying. We need a free press in this country, and we will always defend a free press. In respect of the financing, I was very proud, Mr. Speaker, to bring forward a motion at the Committee of Public Safety and National Security to look into the funding and the work behind ideologically motivated right-wing extremism. I think this is something that is essential for us to do. I have been working very closely with members of the New Democratic Party to do this, and I look forward to continuing and collaborating with them to ensure that we know the sources of the funds behind these movements, that we know where the money is coming from to spew hate in this, to fund hate in this country, and we will work on this together, and it is my hope that we will work on it as members of the House from all parties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, or reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sharing time with the member from Victoria. It is with a heavy heart that I speak to the House today. In what is becoming a far too often used phrase over the last 2 years, we find ourselves in yet another unprecedented situation. How did we get to this point where the Emergencies Act need to be used? The fact that we are here debating this is indicative of the fact that all levels of governments have failed to uphold even the most basic laws. As we know, law enforcement has been paralyzed for weeks. Until Friday, the police response in Ottawa has been to avoid towing or even ticketing vehicles out of, quote, fear of confrontation. Indigenous, Black, and other people of color from coast to coast to coast looked at this situation and rightfully asked how heavy-handed those same police forces would have cracked down on them if they attempted a fraction of what they are witnessing. Videos of police forces violently engaging with tent cities in parks for the homeless are circulating, reminding us of how hard police forces criminalize poverty. It is clear that we are now long past due to seriously examine the state and culture of policing in this country. But it extends beyond that. We saw the city of Ottawa change their electronic signs on the highway to properly guide the way for occupiers to reach their destination. The Prime Minister adopted a do-nothing approach and was quick to hide behind jurisdiction when it suits him. Yet it is impossible to deny that the Liberals use vaccination as a wedge issue in the election, throwing aside real leadership for partisan gain in the hopes of recapturing a majority. Meanwhile, Conservative MPs shook hands, vocally supported, and even did interviews in front of Canadian flags defaced with swastikas. In support of the occupiers, the Conservative members for Ranfield, Nipissing, Pembroke even referenced, quote, global jet-setting resetters, a clear dog whistle for conspiracy theorists who believe the World Economic Forum is forcing some sort of great reset on society. The interim leader of the Conservatives, while she blames the Liberals for creating division, in her emails, noting her party's support for the occupation, said, and I quote, I understand the mood may shift soon. We need to turn this into the Prime Minister's problem. The only declared candidate for leader of the Conservatives, the member for Carleton, has been cheering the occupiers on from the start. And yet here they are in this place, refusing to acknowledge the role they have played throughout this pandemic, nurturing the ecosystem of anti-vaxxers in conspiracy, blaming everyone else for creating division. In location across the country, most significantly the downtown core of Ottawa, we've witnessed over the past 3 weeks an illegal occupation. Lives have been utterly upended. This illegal occupation shut down business operations. In Ottawa's downtown core for weeks, people are too intimidated to leave their homes. Threats and harassments are made. Some of this abuse has been hurled at healthcare workers, school children on school property. Retail workers have been assaulted. A building had an attempted arson where the doors were taped shut. Another building had occupiers attempting to handcuff the doors closed. Measurements of sounds have found unsafe levels of prolonged exposure to decibels for residents that could cause permanent hearing loss. Measurements of pollution have shown that idling trucks in the core for this long have had a significant impact on air quality, not to mention the impact of climate change. Large amounts of firearms have been confiscated at Coots, yet the main organizers of this illegal occupation, with a long history of posting white supremacy rants about, quote, Anglo-Saxon replacement theory, like to call it a peaceful protest. Let's be clear, hurling racist insults, harassing outreach workers to take food meant for the homeless, entering businesses and refusing to follow public health guidelines, and intimidating workers, banishing symbols of hate like the Confederate flags and swastikas, yelling at school children, assaulting journalists, deputizing themselves with unlawful authority to detain people, using international money or cryptocurrency to help fund this illegal occupation, issuing a pseudo-legal document to overthrow a democratically elected government and to install in a governing coalition with this group, with the Governor General and Senate, is not peaceful protest. Occupiers who, while they complain about their freedoms being infringed on, sat in makeshift hot tubs on Wellington Street, while their children they've brought to the illegal occupation played in a bouncy castle with constant loud horns blaring that could cause damage to your hearing, and the irony somehow is entirely lost. And for our Conservative friends, whether it's the existence of systemic discrimination, a woman's right to choose gay marriage, trans rights, or a number of other issues that pertain to the freedoms and rights of people in this country, Conservatives are more than willing to ignore charter rights when it doesn't align with their views of their base. But the Liberals aren't much better. Remember in 2015 and the last election under first past the post? Well, that got scrapped when the identified proportional representation system didn't align with what the Prime Minister wanted. And what about the freedom of assembly? They're no better than the Conservatives tripping over themselves to trample on the rights of workers with back-to-work legislation. The Conservatives want to claim that they are there for workers, though there have been more than 4,800 complaints regarding unpaid wages filed by long-haul truckers to the Employment and Social Development Canada in the last 3 years alone. Yet the Conservatives have been completely silent on this injustice. Not only that, why are they not advocating for workers at Rideau Mall? The location of over 1,000 workers have been closed for weeks as a result of this illegal occupation. Retail workers in downtown Ottawa at this point have a $0 paycheck. We are in an unprecedented situation where the Conservatives have essentially cheered on this illegal occupation while the Liberals sat on their hands, allowing things to escalate unchecked. It should never have had come to this. We need a series of thorough examinations on how every level of government let things get to this state. Make no mistake, the NDP is taking the use of the Emergencies Act very seriously. We won't give a blank check to the Liberals. The government will have to stay within the established powers and ensure those extraordinary powers are not abused, or we will withdraw our support. Thus far, police forces have shown great restraint and care as they retake our streets. It is heartening to witness. I sincerely hope that this approach, especially to actually peaceful demonstrations, whether it's Indigenous peoples or racialized peoples, becomes the norm, not the exception. Mr. Speaker, we need this occupation to end. We're all tired of the impact of the pandemic. We want to return to some form of normalcy. We want to see a path going forward so Canadians can know we want to see a plan going forward so Canadians can know what they can expect. The NDP has called for this when our leader called for an emergency debate back on February 7th. All Canadians deserve to be safe and free of harassment. The residents of downtown Ottawa needed us to act to ensure their safety and freedoms are protected. Mr. Speaker, let's stop the partisanship, let's get to work, and let's bring back safety for all Canadians. And equally important, after all of this, let's look deeply into the situation so that we can prevent this from ever happening again, Mr. Speaker. And I thank you for the time for allowing me to raise my voice today.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate many of the comments that the member has stated. You know, shutting down the nation's capital, blockades of international trade corridors in Alberta, Manitoba, and Ontario. Appeals for support coming from the Alberta government through the Ministry of Transport, the Premier's office in Manitoba, and Doug Ford supporting it here in Ottawa. My question to the member is that when we look at the Emergencies Act and what it has been able to accomplish in the short term in the last few days, and the potential threat going forward, if she could just provide her thoughts as to why it was necessary for Ottawa to step up to the plate as much as it could in order to ensure rule of law.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his question. Now, of course, the situation had escalated. There is a real question as to if the Prime Minister had intervened and did not sit on his hands for as long as he did and just passing the buck to jurisdictions, might we be able to avert the situation? The fact is, the Prime Minister did not act, and here we are where it is necessary to invoke the Emergencies Act. We know what is going on, and we're seeing what is going on. And the damage and the issue of safety for individuals has been significant. There's no question about it. That's why the NDP is providing support to this at this time. But it is not a blank check, and we will ensure that these powers are not abused, and these powers are not meant for everyday legal protests. And this situation right now, let us be clear, it is an illegal occupation.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed by the member's answer to the question before, but also in the speech, because this is a blank check that the member has given, and this isn't the NDP of Tommy Douglas, who said that they're just a sledgehammer. The Emergencies Act is a sledgehammer on the peanut of what's going on right now. I'm asking the member specifically, if this isn't a blank check, then when should these emergency powers end? What is the view of the NDP? What is her view? When should these powers be gotten rid of? Because that's what I'm hearing from my constituents. They're panicked. They want to know, when will the NDP stop supporting these measures?
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed with the Conservatives with their actions to date. And in fact, in some cases, cheering on the occupation. And that is the reality that has escalated the situation. In terms of the New Democrats, we've been clear right from the start that we will ensure that powers are not abused. What is happening right now, and what's happened for the last 3 weeks, is an illegal occupation. Under what circumstances is it okay for children and for seniors and for people living in the city of Ottawa to be afraid to walk out of their homes, for situations where people are experiencing loud noises all hours of the day? You know, if the member thinks that this is somehow okay, he needs to check himself about what he's doing.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and my honourable colleague from Vancouver East, I wonder if she would agree that while the Emergencies Act might be required here, and I have to say I still haven't decided how I'm going to vote, it would be far better if there was precision around such things as how will banking regulations be used? What kind of financial support is required before a government would intervene and freeze a bank account? That's still a wide open question, and I'm sure there's an answer somewhere, but we haven't had it.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Democrats had called for measures for the government to ensure, for example, the issue of money laundering and how it is being used and how it's impacted our how it's impacted Canada for a long time now. And the government has not acted. And she's right that we need to see accountability with these measures, and we'll continue to pursue that. And I also want to note for the Conservative friends who say that we don't need to take these actions, I would remind them that former Conservative MP Peter MacKay and Senator Vern White had also called for this action. They have indicated very clearly, and I quote, "What we have seen in the occupation of Ottawa and blockades at border crossings, it's not the right of protest enshrined in our Constitution, but illegal activity that represents a national security and economic threat to Canada. Leaving aside the stated manifesto of the organizers to overthrow the government."
I think if we can ask a little, I know the member for Nunavut has been trying to get in for an ask a question as well. I have time for a quick question and answer here. The honourable member for Nunavut.
Some have tried to hide the influence that foreign extremists had in the illegal blockade and what they might continue to have. It is also great to start seeing Ottawaians walking the streets in joy and in freedom of fear from the so-called Freedom Convoy. It is great to see them wearing their masks and enjoying the normally beautiful downtown core. Can the member say who it is more important to listen to? Public health officials whose interests are to protect the health of Canadians, or the extremist leadership who have attempted to overthrow a democratically elected government?
Honourable member for Vancouver East with a very short answer.
I thank the member for her excellent question and her advocacy for Canadians, and particularly for people in her community. There is no question we need to listen to the science and respect the health authorities and their advice to us. If we all do that, we can all get out of this. And yes, by then, we should be able to end the mandate. Please still get vaccinated so we can see an end to mandates.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am struck today by the importance of this moment and also by the immense responsibility that we hold as members of Parliament. As people across the country deal with the impacts of a global pandemic, We are tasked with creating the laws that will best help them in challenges that they face, that will keep them safe and healthy, that will provide the support that they need. And in this already unparalleled moment in our history, on top of everything else, we have witnessed the occupation of our nation's capital. And we are now tasked in this debate with examining and deciding on the use for the first time ever of the Emergencies Act. This is not a moment that any of us should take lightly. And for me, as someone who came to this role through community activism, attending countless protests, standing in front of trucks filled with contaminated soil, delivering food to tree sitters, protecting fragile ecosystems, organizing climate demonstrations, protest, dissent, and social movements are vital elements of our democracy. And we need to ensure that nonviolent civil disobedience remains a protected and valued part of our society. We also need to ensure there is effective oversight to any additional powers given to government. The Emergency Act itself has provisions that require, after the emergency is over, an inquiry into the circumstances under which the declaration was issued and into the measures taken. This should also include a public inquiry into the role of law enforcement in these occupations, the reports of officers supporting the occupiers and police refusing to enforce the law. It is clear there needs to be a sober examination of policing in Canada. The difference between how occupiers were treated by police versus how Indigenous and racialized people have been treated is stark. This disparity is unjust, and it also undermines Canadians' trust in law enforcement. I have been contacted by many people who are concerned about the use of the Emergencies Act, many who are concerned that we should not set a precedent of cracking down on protests. So it's important to note that what we've seen over the past 24 days has not just been a protest. It has not been peaceful. And the core organizers of this occupation were very clear from the outset that their goal was to overthrow a democratically elected government. And when I first read their aims, I have to admit I laughed. I think, like most Canadians, to me, it sounded preposterous. They couldn't seriously think that the Governor General and the Senate could just remove the Prime Minister, or that it would be possible in Canada to hand over power to an unelected group of occupiers. But these organizers, many of them well-known far-right figures who have espoused Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, anti-Indigenous, and other hateful views, published their goals to take down the government in a manifesto. To quote Maya Angelou, "When people tell you who they are, believe them." This illegal occupation raised millions of dollars, had significant foreign involvement, was explicit in its goal to undermine our democracy. We've also witnessed instances of organized militia-style activity, weapons seized, body armor with white supremacist insignia, thousands of rounds of ammunition. In January, the Convoy as they initially rolled across the country, there were Convoy supporters who went on TV saying, "We've got guns, we'll stand up and we'll bring them out." When people tell you who they are, believe them. And while all of this was happening, we had a number of Conservative MPs welcoming the convoy to the city, handing out donuts, making excuses for the deplorable actions at memorials, encouraging them to stay. The member from Carleton saying he was proud of the convoy, that he stands with them. Convoy participants occupied the city, made it unbearable for residents. They harassed journalists, they harassed healthcare workers. There are reports of attempted arson, bomb threats to hospitals, plans to block airports and railways. Our borders were shut down, weapons were seized, attempted murder charges laid, and the member from Carleton, who wants to be the Prime Minister of Canada, stands with them. When people tell you who they are, believe them. But if these Conservative members truly stood with truckers, they would stand with the 90% of truckers who got vaccinated, with the truckers who have been profoundly negatively impacted by border blockades. They would listen to the Canadian Truckers Alliance, who put out a statement saying they applaud the use of the Emergencies Act to help end the illegal blockades. In those initial weeks, while Conservative MPs encouraged the occupiers, the Liberal government stood idly by. As the convoy rolled across towards Ottawa, as the far-right rhetoric rose in the truck convoy as foreign funding poured into a movement that aimed to undermine our democracy. The government did nothing. It should never have come to this. The use of the Emergencies Act is an acknowledgement of a failure of leadership. Governments allowed things to escalate unchecked and could have addressed this crisis early on, but they failed to. After over 2 weeks of turmoil and chaos, the Ottawa Police Services Board chair stated, and I quote, "Frankly, the response to this crisis so far has been ineffective." She said, "Police have been," and I quote again, "unable to adequately enforce our laws, and our residents continue to be terrorized." In this debate, we are being asked whether the Emergencies Act was necessary. It has been clear that for the past 3 weeks, that the municipality, that a number of provinces were not able to maintain security in our nation's capital and at our borders. This is one of the key reasons why the situation meets the definition of a national emergency under Section 3 of the Act. Once the Emergencies Act was enacted, the interim Ottawa police chief made it clear that without these additional powers, they would not have been able to make the progress they made. Over the past week, we finally saw police taking appropriate and measured steps to remove the occupiers. The Act allowed RCMP to direct tow truck drivers to tow vehicles. In addition, without the Emergencies Act, the RCMP and financial institutions could not quickly freeze funds that were fundraised with the explicit intent to destabilize our elected government. And we know that there has been significant foreign funding. When the Convoy's GoFundMe was shut down, they started using Give, Send, Go, a Christian platform infamously known for being the platform used by many of the groups involved in the January 6th attack on the US Capitol. Also for raising millions for the Proud Boys, a listed terrorist entity in Canada. A recent data leak identifying Give, Send, Go's donors to the Convoy campaign showed that over half of the donors were from the US and less than a third of the donors were Canadian. The Emergencies Act also gives the power to prohibit bringing children to unlawful assemblies. Many of us watched in horror as occupiers brought their children to block the border crossing. And then we heard reports of occupiers keeping their kids near the police line, using them as shields. As a parent, it is hard to wrap my head around the choice to bring children into such dangerous situations. The powers granted by the Emergencies Act were needed as they did help secure our national capital. Yesterday, the occupation was still happening, and there were still border closures happening in Surrey because of the Convoy protests. But today, things are quieter, and New Democrats have been clear that we are ready to withdraw our support at any time if needed. If the situation is actually under control, then the government has to provide a compelling reason for why they still need their emergency powers. If there isn't one, then we've said all along that we'd withdraw support. We've heard again and again comparisons to the War Measures Act, but we know that this is not the same law. It's not even close. Under the War Measures Act, there is no constitution, no Bill of Rights, no provincial constitutions. The government would have the power to do anything it wants, to intern citizens, to deport any citizen, to arrest any person. We can all agree that that is unacceptable, and it's why Tommy Douglas and other New Democrats voted against it. The War Measures Act suspended the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's why in 1988, the act was repealed. The Emergencies Act, the act that replaced it, is subject to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It is subject to the Canadian Bill of Rights. Now, there is still a valid concern that the government could misuse the powers in the Emergencies Act. And this is why New Democrats have been clear that if we vote in favor of the government's request, the government must stay within the established powers, or we will withdraw support. We will protect the right to protest. We must continue to hold dissent and nonviolent civil disobedience as sacred, as integral parts of our democracy. And I want to close my speech by speaking through you, Mr. Speaker, to the vast majority of Canadians who have been following public health orders, who banged pots to show support for healthcare workers, who've been helping out their neighbors, who've made great sacrifices in order to keep their loved ones, their families, and their communities safe. As mandates and restrictions begin to lift, know that it's because of your acts of solidarity, the fact that you got vaccinated, and the Convoy participants, while they might not realize it, they owe you a great debt of gratitude. You not only saved lives, but you're the reason we're going to get through this together. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Victoria for her remarks. She wasn't wrong when she's talking about the gravity of what we're debating today, and ultimately, on future legal tests, jurists will look back to our words here on Hansard that can help understand why the precedent was set. And my rationale is not unlike hers, which is the national capital being occupied, the fact that individuals had talked about overthrowing a democratically elected government, not everyone, but certainly some of the core group that was involved, the economic harm that was associated with it, the fact that members have talked about reestablishing blockades, and the fact that there's been this level of foreign funding, and to really focus on the disruption of critical infrastructure. I support those limited tools. Of course, some conservatives are trying to make parallels to Wet'suwet'en and some of the blockades we've seen. To me, there doesn't give the same level of rise because there was not a threat to the democratic overthrow of the government. There was not the same level of foreign financing. And it was certainly clear that that could be addressed at the municipal and provincial level. Could the member opine to give those that might look back on this time a legal precedent of whether or not she would agree with those principles of why this is being established?
Honourable member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for his question, and I agree that in this case, we are talking about people who were explicit in their intention to undermine our democracy. And over the past 3 weeks, we have seen assaults, attempted arson, widespread harassment of homes and workplaces, promotion of hate, and then also Convoy members giving themselves false powers to detain people, deputizing themselves. And rather than denounce those actions and find ways to help Canadians who don't feel safe in their homes, Conservatives have been spending all of their time defending and fueling this. This is shameful, but it's also shameful that it took this long for the government to act. And
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Regina, Wascana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the honourable member really believe that the trucker convoy is going to overthrow the federal government? And if so, how?
Well, member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for his question. And I think it is deeply concerning when a group of people espouse white supremacist, hateful, Islamophobic rhetoric, that they explicitly publish a manifesto that declares their intention to undermine our democracy. They fundraise millions of dollars. The majority of that coming from donors from outside of our country. It is deeply concerning. The fact that this member rises without that same concern is troubling. Thank you, Mr.
A commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for her speech. I was pleasantly surprised that she wasn't absolutely clear that she would support the Liberal Party in the invocation of this act. She had certain things that she wanted. I'd like to know, at this moment where the blockades have been dismantled and the city of Ottawa has been freed, practically freed, does she think that this act is still helpful, necessary, and indispensable?
I want to thank the member for her question. And we have been clear from the outset. New Democrats believe that this is a national emergency, that it was absolutely warranted to invoke the Emergencies Act, and that at any point, when it is no longer necessary, or if the government overreaches, that we will withdraw our support. And so it is really incumbent on the Liberal government to demonstrate clearly why these powers are still necessary.
We do have time for a very quick question and answer. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
So much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Victoria for her brilliant intervention. I share her concern about extremism and the kind of heckling we've seen today, particularly from the official opposition, really undermining it, particularly when 45% apparently, according to new reports, supports this extremist convoy leadership. In saying that, I'm wondering if my honourable colleague feels the same way I do, that it is unfortunate that we are here, and the only reason we are here is because of a failure of all levels of government, including institutions such as the Ottawa Police Service, to actually deal with this matter.
The honourable member for Victoria, a short answer.
I want to thank the member for her question, and absolutely, I agree 100%. We have seen weapons seized, 14 firearms, sets of body armor, a machete, large quantities of ammunition, including high capacity magazines. It is, there are charges on conspiracy to commit murder. We are seeing white supremacy rear its ugly head. We knew it was there. And this government needs to take action in the future after this emergency is over to address the white supremacist rhetoric and groups that are so clearly existing in our country.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before beginning, I'd like to say that I'm joining this House virtually from the ancestral territory of Vicono. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank all the staff who work in this Parliament, the protective services who make sure that we are safe. It's because of your work that we're able to do what we do here today. Mr. Speaker, the first time I took part in a demonstration, I was in Santiago, in a country where demonstrations were illegal and where police forces were controlled by the political will of a dictator who was not democratically elected.
Monsieur le Président, comme le dit si bien Patrick Lagacé, et je cite, « Les vraies dictatures ne niaisent pas avec la POC. » Fin de citation. Elles ne laissent pas des camionneurs venir s'installer dans les rues.
They do not allow truckers to set up shop on the streets of their capitals with banners openly insulting the government. That's not what real dictatorships do. They don't play around with the puck. They do not respect the rule of law. They do not provide a charter of rights and freedoms that give everyone protection. I also hear my colleagues recalling the sad events of the 1970 October crisis, and I can fully understand them. I can understand that in Quebec, people are reluctant. Given their traumatic historical past, I understand how the invocation of the Emergencies Act has awakened and fueled some resentment there. That said, Mr. Speaker, these are two very different situations. To lump the two together constitutes an undesirable shortcut. It serves to politicize, today, a different historical context in the past. And according to the calls and conversations I've had with citizens in my constituency, for example, people can tell the difference between these two different times. Our government is invoking the Emergencies Act because our current situation requires such action, as we saw this weekend. For 24 days now, the blockades have been unlawfully disrupting the lives of Canadians, affecting our economy and public safety. When the trucks arrived in the city, they were protesting vaccination mandates. This quickly turned into an occupation of the city by people who openly and officially stated their wish to overthrow the government. This demonstration is a total breach of public order. Mr. Speaker, coming from an activist, left-wing socialist family, well, does this idea of invoking the Emergency Act make me happy? No. But right now, it's the responsible choice to make. This law does not intend to repress the right to demonstrate, essential in our democracies, and a right that we need to defend all our other rights. In the past, demonstrations have allowed us to make great steps forward in society. All the texts that recognize human rights recognize the freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. which is guaranteed by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We've seen this in the past. Peaceful demonstrations, people walking in Montreal for climate change, for example. In 2019, thousands and thousands of young people marching for the rights of students. What we see here now in Ottawa is not peaceful demonstration. It's occupation and coordinated obstruction, behavior and actions that attack the foundations of our democracy. Think of Tamara Lich, not a trucker. She was the secretary of the Maverick Separatist Party and the creator of the Convoy fundraising campaign on the GoFundMe platform. It is now public that the movement received foreign funding to destabilize Canada. Jessica Davis, an author and former employee of the Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre of Canada, FINTRAC, says, is it possible that some of this funding is coming from beyond Canada? I think this is a very important hypothesis and we should explore it. Mr. Speaker, we cannot use the right to demonstrate to occupy a city. We can't use a right to take siege to a city. We cannot use that right to prevent the people in that city from working. And we can't use that right to terrify them, harass them, insist they remove their masks, for example. It is clear that we must all stand to protect the right to peaceful demonstration. But we know that this situation hasn't been peaceful, that it is unlawful, that the laws have not been respected. In a democracy, we must stand against anyone who threatens others, who keeps them from living freely. And the right to free demonstration must never interfere with other rights because the right to demonstrate comes with responsibilities. The Emergencies Act does not set out to breach the freedoms of Canadians. Quite the contrary. It is applied in a specific way with a specific scope, allowing for using essential services such as tow trucks and allowing the RCMP to intervene more quickly to apply local laws. These are targeted in scope and in time. The Emergencies Act is also subjected to many safeguards, including parliamentary surveillance, and must respect the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Mr. Speaker, we're all tired of this pandemic. We all want to get back to normal without public health measures. The last 2 years have been difficult for all of us, we agree, and Canadians came together to ensure that their loved ones were safe and that public health recommendations were respected. I've seen that myself in moments of crisis, such as the one we've been in for 2 years, that solidarity among businesses and among citizens really stands out. The presence of the truckers and the trucks in our city has had grave consequences for businesses. These are real effects, a threat to business and a threat to the lives, happy lives of Canadians. After 2 years of a pandemic, we don't need to be doing more harm to our citizens. Everyone has a right to feel safe in their homes. It's time to consider how to return to normal and our future together as Canadians. In a country that completely condemns systemic harassment and discrimination, that fights for the rights of all its communities, this is not the right time to create wedges, but to unite and work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to put this question to my colleague. When does she feel that the Emergencies Act will come to an end in its application, given that we see that the demonstrators of Ottawa have been cleared out and the blockades at the borders were cleared as well, even before this act was invoked? So I'd like to ask her when she thinks that the special powers that the government has invoked here should come to an end. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. As he knows full well, the law here invoked gives us a 30-day period within which it can be rescind it, and we certainly hope to be able to rescind this order as quickly as possible. That said, at present it is needed because it will give the right tools to be able to ensure peace and good order and across the country if necessary.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
I'd like to take this moment to commend you and the other deputies for presiding over this debate with impartiality and care. I know it hasn't always been easy given what's at stake. I'd like to thank, through you, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member from Hochelaga for her remarks outlining the Emergency Act and summarizing all the ways in which it may come into effect over these next 30 days. I want to pay particular attention to the ways in which FinTrack and the tracking of dark money coming into the country could be extended beyond these Emergency Act measures. So my question through you is, what does the Honourable Member believe that her government can do beyond the Emergency Act to ensure that we don't fall back into the same type of event where we have foreign monies flooding our borders to fund illegal activities?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Very relevant. I think we need to be aware that this act will be subjected to parliamentary oversight. It must be transparent. It must also respect the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. At present, though, it is necessary to understand where this funding has been coming from for what has gone on in Ottawa, which clearly involves places beyond the borders of Canada. That said, this must respect all rights, of course, and be subjected to parliamentary oversight.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her very thoughtful comments. I want to specifically ask about the safeguards that's available in the Emergencies Act, and if she could maybe highlight some of the safeguards that are in place as we invoke the Act.
Honourable Secretary Parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. As he is fully aware, the Emergencies Act must respect the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and must also remain transparent. Everything that's done must remain transparent and presented to Parliament. Moreover, this act can be rescinded at any time when it's not found to be necessary.
A commentaire. There you go. We'll continue. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, what I've always loved about this place, the People's House, is that it represents our great country, Canada, and that each day we have the opportunity of listening to our colleagues and friends here in the House who represent and serve their constituents from every corner of the country. This is the place where we come together to challenge and debate ideas, but by always putting Canadians first. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are hurting. It has been a long, hard 2 years. Families have lost loved ones and friends. Many had to say goodbye over Zoom, never getting to see their family, to hold their hand, or to give them comfort. They have lost businesses, and healthcare and emergency professionals have been tirelessly fighting COVID-19 day in and day out for 2 years. Families, communities, and Canadians have been fighting COVID-19 in their own way. The silent majority of Canadians understand the past 2 years have been about a public health crisis. Mr. Speaker, when Canadians are hurting, it is our job to work even harder to come together, to lose the rhetoric, to lower the temperature, especially during volatile times, and to find a better way forward for all of us, for our children and for our most vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, I think we can agree that our Constitution is founded on the values of peace, order, and good government, and that people have the right to peaceful protest. I think we can also agree that blockades have caused major damage to our economy. The blockade of the Ambassador Bridge alone has affected about $390 million in trade each day. This bridge supports 30% of all trade by road between Canada and the United States, our most important trading partner. In Coutts, Alberta, about 48 million in daily trade has been lost to the blockades. In Emerson, Manitoba, about $73 million in daily trade has been lost to the blockades in that location. These costs are real. They threaten businesses, big and small, and they threaten the livelihoods of Canadian workers, just as everyone is working hard to recover from the economic damage caused by COVID-19. I think we can also agree that blocking trade routes, hurting the Canadian economy, and preventing food and medicine from being delivered is not okay. That blocking life-saving ambulances, preventing cancer treatment appointments, or the picking up of prescriptions, or forcing hospitals to take on extra security is not okay. And I think we can also agree emphatically that desecrating the tomb of the unknown soldier is not okay, and that none of us ever want to see a Nazi swastika flown anywhere in Canada. And yet this sacred tomb has been desecrated. It is a place of national remembrance, a place that must be respected at all times. And Nazi swastikas have been flown here and around Parliament Hill. This is not peaceful protest. Rather, these are heinous and incendiary acts that must be condemned in the strongest possible terms. The Nazi swastika symbolizes a regime that murdered 6 million Jews and has an unimaginable and transgenerational impact on Holocaust survivors and on families who lost mothers, brothers, sisters, grandparents, and loved ones. It is beyond disgusting and horrific that people would use symbols like the Nazi swastika, symbols that are like daggers. They are meant to hurt. They are meant to cause pain. In Germany, the public display of the Nazi swastika is punishable by jail time. Mr. Speaker, it is all our shared responsibility to remember those who suffered under the Nazi regime, to protect the truth, to confront those who seek to deny, to support research and documentation, and to teach the Holocaust so education may prevent anti-Semitism and all forms of racism. Mr. Speaker, it is also our job to protect children, the most vulnerable of the vulnerable. On Friday, the Ottawa police reported that protesters had put children between police operations and the unlawful protest site. No child should ever be put in harm's way, let alone in the middle of a demonstration where a police operation is unfolding. Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not want finger pointing. They do not want name calling. They do not want blaming other levels of government. They want us to work together and put an end to this. Canadians understand that what was happening in Ottawa was no longer a lawful protest, but rather an illegal occupation. In fact, a national survey shows 2/3 of Canadians support the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act and believe that it is time to restore order and peace in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, as elected officials, our first responsibility is to protect those we serve. How would we feel if what we have been witnessing in Ottawa were happening in other communities that we serve? How would we feel if businesses, schools, and vaccine clinics were closed? How would we feel if people were driving trucks around elementary schools and in neighborhoods and swearing at and intimidating children? How would we feel if major arteries were blocked, access roads to airports were blocked, or highly flammable materials were near campfires? How would we feel if public safety were threatened through deliberate acts of discrimination, displays of hate symbols, harassment, physical assault, and vandalism? Mr. Speaker, on Friday, the gridlock in our capital city reached a sad climax when Ottawa police reported that protesters had assaulted officers and tried to remove their weapons. In response, city, provincial, and federal law enforcement officers began an operation Friday morning to remove protesters along with their vehicles. One person was arrested after throwing a bicycle toward a police horse. And by the end of yesterday, more than 170 were arrested and 53 vehicles were towed. This unprecedented situation prompted this House to be shuttered Friday out of an abundance of caution, and it was agreed to by all political parties. Let's actually break that down a bit. While people talk about freedom and the importance of protecting freedom on Friday, the freedom to speak in this House, the seat of our democracy, had to be suspended in order to protect the health and safety of everyone who works in the precinct. Mr. Speaker, all of us have heard from people in our communities with varying perspectives, but it is clear the majority of Canadians want this to stop and that a majority support the Emergency Act. The actions we have witnessed these past weeks go far beyond what we accept as free speech. The Nazi swastika and other hate symbols threaten democracy itself. Protests that embrace such symbols and that have connections outside our country threaten our democracy. How we choose to act in this chamber, what we choose to say, and what we learn will really matter as we recover from COVID-19 and this illegal occupation. My hope is that we would choose to make our flag a hopeful rallying point, with more and more people feeling they belong, they matter, and they are included. We must choose to make our political dialogue peaceful and respectful, choose to think about how to regulate and prevent the spread of hate speech and other forms of misinformation. Canada's silent majority must be given a greater voice. After all, it is the silent majority which is actually winning the war against the pandemic. And together, we must rebuild a better, brighter future for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for her important speech, and absolutely 100% agree, as do all members on this side of the House, that the swastika does represent hate and is certainly repugnant and abhorrent symbol. On Wednesday, we witnessed in this House what I would say in my 6 years was one of the worst incidents of an attack on a member. We saw the Prime Minister attack a Jewish member of this House, the member from Thornhill, who herself is a descendant of Holocaust survivors, suggesting that she was standing with those who were displaying the swastika. This was the Prime Minister who said this. Will the member condemn the Prime Minister for that statement?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honorable colleague and my friend for the question. He and I actually attended the same high school together. I think this is an opportunity to remember the 6 million Jews who perished in the Holocaust, along with the Roma and Sinti and countless other victims of its unprecedented horror. We can never forget the systemic extermination and genocide during the Nazi regime. Today, we must also recognize that the world is witnessing an alarming increase in anti-Semitism, Holocaust denial, xenophobia, and hate. We must pledge to always be vigilant, to stand against the Nazi swastika and other symbols of hate, and to hold human rights and dignity for all. We must refute those who seek to distort facts and commit to educating new generations, upholding the truth, embracing equality, and protecting the rights of the most vulnerable.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for the speech. We heard throughout the speech a long list of isolated cases. My question is this. Does my honourable colleague find it normal for the government to legislate with an act that is proclaimed and has such serious consequences to attack isolated cases? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Children should be able to go to school, go to the doctor unimpeded, and families should be able to go to the hospital unimpeded. And one Nazi swastika is too many. For weeks, blockades have been illegally disrupting the life of Canadians, harming our economy, and endangering public safety. And it became clear that there were serious challenges to local law enforcement's ability to effectively enforce the law. The Emergency Act supplements provincial and territorial authorities to address the blockades and occupation, to keep Canadians safe, protect people's jobs, and restore confidence in our institution. This debate is about keeping Canadians safe, protecting people's jobs, and restoring faith in our institution.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this House over the last several days, we've heard quite the debate between what kind of things are going on outside of this House. Is it a protest? Is it a friendly protest? Is it an illegal occupation? Now, I know where I stand on this. But that division, I find extremely dangerous as well. Could she explain to this House why she, ideally, I believe she shares that opinion, that the downplaying of what's going on outside as just a friendly protest is so dangerous? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her important question. I think it's really important to understand that you cannot dismiss when you see a Nazi swastika as a few bad apples. One flag is too many. And let me be clear, the measures that we are discussing today are targeted, temporary, and proportionate. They are subject to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, subject to democratic debate that we are having now through this very weekend, and subject to a vote.
Time for a quick question and answer. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And earlier today we heard a speech from the member from Carleton who talked about everything to do with blockades but neglected to talk about the situation here in Ottawa. And so I thought it a little bit disturbing that a leadership hopeful would take the opportunity to talk about everything to do with his campaign except for the issues that his own constituents in the Ottawa region face. And so I wonder if the member can account for the disinterest and lackadaisical approach that the member from Ottawa Carleton has taken as it relates to the blockades and what's happening here in Ottawa.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North with a short answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. The reality is Canadians are tired. They want the blockades to end and they want their lives and neighborhoods back. And I think going forward, we must work to bring people together, choose to make our political dialogue peaceful and respectful, choose to think about how to regulate and prevent the spread of hate speech and other forms of misinformation.
And thank you very much. Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe the debate we are having on the Emergencies Act is the most important and significant debate the Parliament will have in a generation. Canadians are watching what we do. I have never received more emails, phone calls from my constituents since I've been elected. The the vote on such unprecedented powers should not be taken lightly by any member of this House. This is not just another vote on another bill. It is setting a precedent in this House of Commons the people of this nation will judge for generations to come. This is not a vote that will impact a few Canadians. It is a decision that will impact lives of every single Canadian from coast to coast to coast. I want to begin by discussing how we got here before I tell the House why I believe the use of Emergency Act is not warranted in this situation. The Prime Minister is responsible for this mess. He pushed Canadians to the breaking point. He stripped them of their dignity. He deprived them of their livelihoods. He made them absolutely no attempt to unite this country in healed divisions. He pitted friends against friends, neighbors against neighbors, kids against parents. Shame. While other world leaders encouraged and supported their citizens to get vaccinated, this Prime Minister pressured, insulted, and demonized ours. Our Prime Minister is not a leader, and history will show that this Prime Minister is not fit to lead our nation. When faced with the growing crisis, he made no attempt to resolve the problem. And now the Prime Minister is trying to cover up his own inaction with a dramatic political performance. Mr. Speaker, I should remind members of this House that the Prime Minister was not confined to two options in addressing the state of affairs we face today. This was not a binary choice between choosing not to do anything and choosing to invoke the Emergency Act. But the Prime Minister decided to go from 0 to 100 without attempting to solve the problem. Parliamentarians have been urging this Prime Minister to resolve the situation at hand. Last week, Conservatives put forward a reasonable solution to resolve it. We introduced a motion calling on the government to present a plan on when Canadians can regain control of their lives. Canadians saw a glimmer of hope, but the government voted against the plan for them. They could have de-escalated the situation, but they chose not to for their own political gain. Mr. Speaker, this government never attempted to de-escalate the situation. We should not have ever been gotten to this point. Mr. Speaker, the question we are debating today is not whether the blockades should come down. We should not tolerate blockades on any occasion. They are illegal and must be removed. I thank the law enforcement for doing their job on that front. The question we are debating today is whether Emergency Act, an act that has never been used before in our nation's history, is an appropriate and justified response to the situation our nation is facing. And when I read the criteria for implementing the Emergencies Act, it is clear that the extreme use of a government power is not only excessive for the situation at hand, but also an infringement on some of our very basic freedoms. This House must ask itself, what constitutes a national emergency to give government such extreme and excessive powers? Section 2 of the Emergency Act defines a national emergency by meeting one of the following two criteria. Does it, and I quote, seriously endanger the lives, health, or safety of Canadians and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of the province to deal with it? Let's examine Section 2A. Does the situation we are encountering exceed the capacity or authority of the province to deal with? The answer is no. Provinces of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Quebec, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia have all publicly opposed the Prime Minister's use of this Emergencies Act. And the illegal blockades at Coutts border in Alberta, Emerson border in Manitoba, and the Ambassador Bridge in Ontario have all been resolved with the tools and resources available to those provinces. The Emergency Act is supposed to be used for emergency situations that existing laws cannot address. The government has failed to provide any evidence that we cannot end illegal blockades without the use of the Emergencies Act. There is a stark difference between inaction and not having the ability to act, Mr. Speaker. Parliament has clearly heard that the government could have used existing legislation to address the situation, but failed to do so. Now the government faces court challenges from both the Canadian Civil Liberties Association and the Canadian Constitution Foundation for failing to meet the threshold defined in the Act. Mr. Speaker, let's examine Section 2B. Does it, and I quote, seriously threaten the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada? Does the situation we are countering threaten the sovereignty of our nation? Again, the answer is no. Our sovereignty is not in question. Do members of this House believe that semi-trucks on Parliament Hill threaten our territorial integrity? Because this government has provided zero evidence to support such an extreme assumption. And now there are more questions than there are answers. Suppose a grandmother donated $20 to feed local truckers 4 weeks ago. Will she be treated as someone who funded a terrorism activity and barred from using her bank account? Suppose a Canadian walks down to Main Street in their local community to peacefully voice their concerns with their government. Will they be arrested and criminally charged for peacefully protesting? Mr. Speaker, we have faced many crises in my lifetime. The Oka crisis, the aftermath of 9/11, the Parliament Hill shooting, deadly wildfires, historic floods, a pandemic, and many blockades, just to name a few. Not once have such powers been needed to address these problems. Mr. Speaker, invoking such extreme measures without meeting the high thresholds outlined in the Act is setting a dangerous precedent of government overreach. Who are we as a nation if we normalize the use of emergency powers? I encourage all the members of this House not to dilute the magnitude of the decision on this vote. And to my NDP colleagues, Mr. Speaker, who I hear plan to support the Prime Minister in the successive power grab, I want to remind you of the words of your former leader, Tommy Douglas, who famously took the principled stand and opposed the War Measures Act of 1970. He stood in the same Democratic chamber and stated, and I quote, "The fact is, and this is very clear, that the government has panicked and is now putting on a dramatic performance to cover up its own ineptitude," unquote. Those words could not be truer today, Mr. Speaker. This is nothing more than a dramatic performance to cover up the Liberals' own ineptitude. I also want to remind my NDP colleagues that disagreeing with these demonstrations and disagreeing with the Emergency Act is not mutually exclusive. You can do both. Mr. Speaker, we have a decision to make. Will we stand up for the freedoms of Canadians, or will hand over unprecedented reins of power to a Prime Minister who has shown no respect for our democratic institution? The Prime Minister thinks he is leaving behind a legacy when he is really leaving behind a scar that will take years to heal. I will be voting against the Emergency Act, and I encourage every other member in this House to do the same as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and also his acknowledgement of the illegality of the blockades. I know he referenced the steps undertaken by the government. I'm wondering if he had a chance to read the report to the House of Parliament on the Emergencies Act consultation. It's an 8-page report that was tabled, and it outlines all the measures undertaken by the government, including the Prime Minister and a number of ministers who are involved with this. And if we can comment on why he feels that this is inadequate, because this does really outline the urgent manner in which this issue was addressed throughout government since the beginning.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin's Swan River Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I guess the bottom line is they're words on paper, but I wonder what kind of relationship they have with those provinces. I wonder how many times, Mr. Speaker, that the actual Prime Minister just happened to talk personally to all the officials that were involved. Did they actually sit down and say, what can we do with the tools available? When the trucks started showing up there, they had weeks of advance warning to say, here, we better get ready for something. But no, they waited. They waited 3 weeks to do something. And then they put on laws and put in acts that control everybody in Canada. And it's just unacceptable.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for his speech today. Over the course of the last couple of days, I know my office has been receiving literally thousands of emails. I suspect that colleagues across all parties are receiving the emails, particularly as it relates to the Emergency Act and the concern that Canadians are now waking up to as they start to better understand just the expansive overreach of the state into their lives. I'm just wondering if the member can comment on that.
Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the great question. Overreach. This is something we haven't talked about this in this House here. I just actually got an email yesterday from a person that's actually been charged under this act, a family. So the husband was out here protesting. They had their truck actually arrested and taken away in that. The mom was at home. She had nothing to do with this protest, nothing like that at all. And meanwhile, she had a one-year-old baby that they were looking after, and she went to get some groceries and realized that their accounts had actually been seized. Shut right down. No credit card, no bank account, nothing. Shame. And meanwhile, her husband was out here just doing his thing, having a protest. Like,
how is that standing up for Canadians?
Yeah. So
shameful.
It's just, I can't imagine having that kind of thing happen to me when you had nothing to do with the organization at all.
Shameful.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the speech, and I'd like to ask him this. In his opinion, a situation like the one that is being invoked to justify the Emergencies Act, is that kind of a situation, or could it not be managed with current laws like the Criminal Code or any other federal or provincial act that is applicable to Canada? Or should we really consider another law or other legislative measures to manage barricades and demonstrations?
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you for the question. And, you know, I guess this is what I can't understand. I'm relatively new to this parliamentary position, and there are acts, there are laws. We've had many of my colleagues have pointed out in the Criminal Codes Act that they could have nipped this in the bud and kept it under control. If they were that worried about it, where was the plan? It's so typical of this government and of this Prime Minister. They don't want to share. They figure they're above the law, or figure they don't have to be accountable to Canadians. And it's just sad how we just ended up in this situation.
Hear, hear.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is dark days for our country, and I'm here before you despondent with some serious questions about the motion before us. For history will look back onto this debate today as a black mark on the leadership of this Prime Minister, of this government, and all of those who lend their support to this gross overreach. All members of this House have watched the lawlessness paralyzing Ottawa and the key border crossings across the country with great concern. Every single member of this House, no matter what you hear from those who have convinced themselves otherwise. But never has the Emergency Act been invoked. It has always been there, but never used. In challenging times and in times of true crisis, it has always been there, but it was never used. Because it is viewed as a last resort and not the first resort. The motion before us today asks members to approve an act that gives the federal government enhanced powers. And as its questionable justification is being discussed in this House for the first time, Canadians are watching. Much of this debate has been mired in the hyperbole of members opposite tripping over one another to claim that any member of this House has encouraged lawlessness they themselves stroked. The idea that any member of this House would support the vile elements of this protest is wrong, and members of this House know it. There is no precedent for this. Instead, we are making a precedent, and the points that we make and the evidence that we present and the tone that we use will be judged by those who will look back on these dark days and ask, how did we get here? Everyone has a right to peacefully protest any government policy. It's a fundamental freedom in our democracy. It protects the rights of individuals to express their views, even when those views are not shared by the elected government of the day. And while these protests are a fundamental part of Canadian democracy, so too is the rule of law. The blockades that incapacitate our critical infrastructure, including our rail lines, our pipelines, our bridges, and our urban downtowns, are illegal. And we cannot and should not arbitrarily decide to apply the rule of law in some situations and not others, like we are doing today, because that's not how we build precedent. I do not think for a moment the threshold has been met to apply the Emergencies Act. This debate has failed to make that threshold known. There is no question that some in these protests and their views are alarming, and they have been categorically denounced by every member of this House. But let us be clear, not everyone who has participated in these protests is a racist, is a misogynist, or a woman-hating terrorist trying to overthrow a government. And hearing members of this House suggesting that they are is the ugliest of politics Canadians have come to distrust and reject. Some of those outside are frustrated by the government's inability to manage a pandemic 2 years in without relying on tired talking points and ancient solutions that fail to hear the outcry of those disproportionately hurt by this government's addiction to lockdowns, restrictions, and mandates as the only policy response. And we hear the other side talking about the economic activity jeopardized by these blockades as the primary reason for the invocation of the Emergency Act. And while I will never disagree that our economy is fundamental to the function of our nation, I'll remind these very members that for 2 years, few of them raised questions about economic activity in this country lost due to the heavy-handed COVID restrictions and mandates that have come to be the cornerstone of the Canadian policy response. There have been terrorist attacks, economic collapses, national protest movements, and a pandemic. And every single one of these situations were dealt with using existing laws and existing democratic processes, and at times, when absolutely necessary, municipal and provincial emergency powers. And so let me remind Canadians that there have also been national protest movements that have occupied city streets and parks for months and blockaded critical infrastructure like railways where essential democratic activity, economic activity had been disrupted or stopped entirely. These have all been responded to within the context of existing laws, every single one of them. Not only is it not necessary to invoke the Emergencies Act to address them, it's frustrating to watch members of the government take credit for things that were resolved outside of the powers of this act. Two of the most serious incidents, the blockading of the Ambassador Bridge and the RCMP arrests in Alberta, both of these were accomplished without the need to invoke the legislation. A national emergency has a high bar for the very reason that it must actually be a national emergency. And I don't think the answer to lawlessness, and it cannot, and it should not be a greater level of lawlessness. The government is asking members of this House to suspend certain laws to deal with those breaking other laws. And we are being asked to undermine the democratic principles to address some who wish to see our very democracy undermined. These powers allow the government to freeze Canadians' assets with no recourse. 76 bank accounts so far is 76 bank accounts too many. We've seen some very troubling scenes outside of this place over the last couple days, and hearing few mention it shows Canadians that this is still an insular talking club of those who show little regard for the people who don't share their views. Less than 1 week ago, the Prime Minister, after 18 days of doing absolutely nothing about the situation in Ottawa, convened a cabinet on Sunday, told his caucus, informed premiers on Monday, and by press conference later that day, informed Canadians that an emergency act is needed to do the very thing by last resort he failed to do by first resort. It took days for the Prime Minister to address the House. There were no briefings, no intelligence, no committees struck. And if there was evidence pointing to some serious issue of public safety, shouldn't members have been told? If we were all under siege by terrorists waiting to breach the gate of Parliament Hill, would it not be the government's responsibility to tell members of this House not to cross the street right through the protest every day? The story has changed more times than Canadians can keep up with today. And the government's justification in this House was a calculated solution to its own political peril. The Prime Minister's vague claims that whatever he does with these currently unchecked powers will be targeted and time limited simply just isn't backed up by the formal text or members of his own caucus. Nor did it contain any detail on what he planned to do. All he was saying was, trust me. And forgive me, Mr. Speaker, he has given Canadians absolutely no reason to trust him. At the beginning of this pandemic, this government proposed giving itself unlimited spending powers for almost 2 years without oversight of Parliament. They said, trust me. Mr. Speaker, the government has given itself the power to freeze assets and finances of people involved in political protests, people who disagree with the government's COVID policy without the court's oversight and with no resource or recourse, I should say, available to those targeted. And we cannot treat this as a foregone conclusion because we have an NDP who cannot and will not stand up for protest, for scrutiny, or have any courage on this one. If we wanted to pretend that this was not about politics, the information would have been shared immediately. Otherwise, the only conclusion of any of this is that this is all politics. This House must approach every decision with caution, and the consequences for individuals are too great if we decide to approve the use of this act. And the precedent that it sets is too great to shrug off the legitimate questions and concerns I think are valid in this discussion. We are setting a very dangerous precedent, and it would be a shame if members of this House to decide to invoke a never before used act disproportional when there are very clearly other actions the government could have taken. We should be cautious about normalizing the use of a blunt instrument in this circumstance. And if we consider using the Emergency Act every time there is a protest that lasts a certain number of days, we have much bigger problems in our democracy. The threshold has not been met, and we cannot leave the decision to politics over real scrutiny that is required. It will be a dark chapter in our history when members of this House choose political expediency over the rights of individuals. And I implore my colleagues, those with a voice, to vote against this motion, because I certainly will. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our colleague for her speech. Two questions. First of all, would she acknowledge that the Emergencies Act, brought in place by a Conservative government, is subject to the Charter? The Charter still reigns supreme. Would she acknowledge that? Second of all, how does she feel about the fact that the Conservative Party is now on the opposite side of this issue, not just with respect to where the government sits, but also the Association of Canadian Chiefs of Police, the Ottawa Police Chief, and the Conservative Premier of Ontario? All of these three have supported the government putting in place the Emergencies Act. How does she feel about those two things?
Member for Thornhill.
I thank the member for his question, and I would remind him that the government's primary responsibility is peace, order, and good government. And there is no peace, and there is no order, and there is certainly no government. This act is unnecessary, it's disproportionate, it violates individual rights, it intrudes on provincial jurisdiction, and it creates a very dangerous precedent. And I would implore the member, and if any other members are right in showing trepidation on continuing what is abundantly clear to Canadians, wondering how this could happen here, the member opposite should note that history is forever, and so is his vote on this, and he has not proven to the House that there is a justification for this act.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech, where very eloquently she explained why this act was not necessary. My question for her is, does my honourable colleague agree that even if it were necessary to have legislation with special emergency measures, it should have been more circumscribed instead of being enforced Canada-wide?
I thank the honourable member for the question, and I see where she's coming from. I've laid out very clearly in my remarks that I don't think the threshold has been met. I don't think it's been met on jurisdictional, on where the Act would apply, or why the Act should apply to begin with. There are a number of ways the government could have acted before using this. They have said to the House that this was not option 1, 2, or 3, and they haven't named what those options were. Instead, they just went to this without giving members of Parliament a justification. They haven't done that today, and they still haven't done that until this moment.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Nunavut.
And to the member for Thornhill. Since the Emergencies Act was declared last week and used this weekend, it has been with reluctance that I have participated in this debate. I have done so with my heart and my mind open. I am deeply concerned with the threat to our democracy based on the demonstrations of anti-Semitism and hate we have seen immediately within our vicinity and across Canada. Does the member agree that the leaders identified as extremists have penetrated the minds of Canadians, and this penetration continues to pose a threat to our democracy? The
honourable member for Thornhill.
I think there's not a single member of this House who has stood with any symbol of hate or who has said the hateful comments that have come out of the convoy have been okay. Instead of doubling down, I think, on the Prime Minister's disgusting comments last week, I'll give this member the opportunity to show some courage and apologize for painting every member of the opposition or every member that she doesn't agree with the same brush that is an attempt to fuel hate and division in this conversation. We are talking about the Emergencies Act, and there is no justification that the government has presented for her to turn her back on her NDP voters and vote for this act.
Time for a quick question and answer. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Thornhill for thoughtful remarks. Andreas Park, who's the finance professor at the University of Toronto, commenting on the extraordinary financial powers to freeze people's bank accounts, said, what we're doing is we're taking people who have not been charged with a crime and we're threatening them with financial ruin. It strikes me as mob rule, and they should be afraid of mob rule since the Minister of Justice indicated that political movements the Trudeau government disapproves of should be worried. So would the member please comment on that extraordinary power?
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you to the honourable member for his question. I think members of this House should be very concerned when a government can freeze the assets, effectively unbank and unperson a Canadian without them having any recourse. You cannot possibly think that that is okay in a democracy to freeze the assets of somebody whose opinion you don't agree with. This act goes too far, and it should have never been used on this.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Secrétaire Parlementaire du Président du Conseil Privé de la Reine pour the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of Treasury Board.
Giving me the opportunity to speak on an extraordinary debate that is taking place in this House. It's Sunday afternoon. It's a long weekend at Family Day in Ontario. But here we are as parliamentarians debating a very important issue. Speaker, as you know, I represent the riding of Ottawa Centre. The Parliament is located in the riding of Ottawa Centre. The occupation that we all witnessed for over 20 days was primarily took place in the riding of Ottawa Centre. Speaker, I'm speaking today with a profound sense of sadness. The events that we saw over the last 22 or 23 days were troubling. But in particular, what we saw over the last 2 days, an attempt by the police to end this illegal occupation, to return my community back to his peaceful state was in fact quite sad. Over the last 2 days, I've had a chance to speak to a lot of my constituents who've been grieved by this illegal occupation. And have been asking them the question how they feel. An overwhelming of them, Speaker, are sad. They're relieved. They're definitely relieved, but they're very sad. And so I've been spending the time thinking, why am I feeling sad? Hopefully there'll be some normalcy back. Why are members of my community are feeling sad? I don't think I've figured out all the answers yet because it's still quite raw. But I think I have a feeling, I have a sense as to what it is. And I think this sadness stems from the fact that we live in the nation's capital in one of the most democratic countries in the world. And I can tell you, Speaker, I have never seen such the kind of illegal occupation that we saw ever in our community. We've never seen that many police officers descend in our community, and that didn't give us comfort. We're relieved that they did their job and ended this occupation. But that didn't give us any comfort, Speaker. If anything, it's given us, we feel sad that it came to this point where that's the action that was necessary to put an end to this illegal occupation, to be able to reclaim our streets, our neighborhoods, so that people can go back to their normal life. Speaker, I cannot overstate the profound impact of this occupation has been on my community. In fact, Speaker, you have given me space on this floor to be able to speak to that over the last 3 weeks, to be able to outline to the members of this House what my community has gone through. And Speaker, and I really want, I should say this, I should have said this out there, I'm not trying to be partisan because this is, I think, this is a far more important debate to be partisan. I'm here, Speaker, to speak to my community. And I don't think any member in this House will deny, and a lot of them come to Ottawa, live in my riding. Many of them have personally confided to me about what they saw themselves. The honking in the middle of the night for weeks on. The hurling of fireworks in densely populated neighborhood. In the kind of harassment and intimidation people got on the street as they were trying to go from one place to another just to live their regular lives. I can also say, Speaker, that I've heard from constituents, and many of those emails I have read in this House, of seniors who have not been able to go grocery shopping because they were just too concerned. None of that is partisan, Speaker. I'm not suggesting every single one of those people vote for me. Probably not. But they are real people, real stories that my community has gone through. It will take some time for my community to heal out of this. And as I have said before, Speaker, pardon me, we're not, it's not like we're being immune to protest in this community. We recognize that we live in the nation's capital. We recognize that we live in downtown Ottawa where Parliament Hill is located. We have seen protests. We have seen festivals. We've seen all kinds of marches. And we accept that and we recognize that as a very important expression of a free and democratic society. But they have been lawful and they have been peaceful. In fact, Speaker, I can tell you there are times there have been 2 or 3 protests at the time and you would not know that they're taking place. while people are free to express themselves in a peaceful and lawful way. What we had never imagined is that we will come to a point where a protest, which should have been peaceful, which should have been legitimate, the grievances cited, albeit in the end quite different grievances by different people, and that's, again, okay. Those grievances be cited in a peaceful way, whether you disagree against vaccines, whether you disagree against mandates, whether you are tired of the pandemic, whether you don't like the government, whether you think that certain things that are happening in society are not correct. Whatever the case may be, you're free to express that point of view. But you are also, in a democratic society, are expected to do so in a way that does not rob of other people's peace. And we saw that just evaporate in this particular occupation, to the point that we saw 3 weekends of mayhem, lawlessness, intentional lawlessness, partying, all taking place in a downtown core, in a residential area, where people felt unsafe, people felt threatened. And now that we have started the process of recovering back our community, Speaker, we are still sad that it came down to this, that we had to resort to the Emergencies Act to bring lawlessness back into our community, to bring order back to our community. And that's why, Speaker, I am supportive of the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Speaker, I'm a lawyer by training. I have served as the Attorney General of the province of Ontario. So I have brought that lens, that skill set in my analysis as to why it is legitimate to invoke the Emergencies Act. The legislation is extraordinary in nature. But the history of the legislation is very interesting because it was crafted in a manner to ensure that people's charter rights are always protected. That has been the premise of the legislation. Speaker, let's not forget what this legislation replaced. This legislation replaced the War Measures Act. War Measures Act that was crafted before the Charter Rights and Freedoms came into our lives as part of our Constitution, and did not account, in fact, had powers that were extraordinary in nature that would take away people's charter rights. And the government at that time, Speaker, rightfully decided that War Measures Act will not sustain the charter, and we need to repeal it, and we need to come up with a new legislation that will be charter compliant, and hence Emergencies Act. And if one looks back at the debate, it was a very fulsome debate that was taken on by our predecessors who occupied this House. And so when the government has invoked this, it is in that spirit, Speaker, that measures have been invoked, which, and I know it's been said before, but it's worth repeating, that are very targeted in scope, in terms of the measures and the geography, that they are temporary in nature, only 30 days, and the response is proportional to the situation that we are dealing with. And in all that, to ensure that the charter is not violated. That is what we are looking at. That is what...
Okay, I'm going to switch the audio to the Ottawa Police. They're providing an update, and this just aired about 20 minutes ago. So I found the footage.
Has been the case now for over 2 days and still happening. And that we put an end to blockades.
The Chair of the Ottawa Police Service Board, Councillor Eli El-Shantiri, Deputy Commissioner Chris Harkins with the OPP, as well as RCMP Deputy Commissioner Mike Duhem, Federal Policing. Merci de nous joindre à nous à ce point de presse avec le chef par intérim de la police d'Ottawa, Steve Bell. Également présent avec nous autres, le président de la commission du service de police d'Ottawa, le conseiller Eli El-Shantiri. Nous avons aussi le commissaire adjoint Chris Harkins de la PPO, ainsi que le sous-commissaire Mike Duhem de la GRC, Police fédérale. I am Constable Prem Singh, and I will be your moderator. We will begin with remarks from our chair, Eli El-Shantiri, and then we will hear from the other speakers. Bonjour, je suis l'agent Param Singh et le modérateur. Nous commençons d'abord par l'annoncé du président Eli El-Shantiri et ensuite les autres conférenciers feront leurs remarques.
Thank you very much and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today. We just took a drive with our mayor to check our street and to stop in and say thank you to our partner, to our members, the Ottawa police members, and all our partners. It was a good day to be around and see our street. It's been clear, and it feels good to feel back. We are back in our city, and we're taking back our city. But today was mostly just to say thank you to the partner who came as far as Vancouver to come and help us with in the city of Ottawa. So on behalf of our city, our resident, the Ottawa Police Service Board, everyone, I want to say thank you to the partner. We could have not done it without your help and your assistance. So heartfelt to all our members who's been working tirelessly in the last 3 weeks. And we want to say thank you to their family as well, because it's not just the partner who do the job, also the partner at home takes some of that as well. So thank you again, and I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Chief. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Bonjour à tous. I want to begin by thanking downtown residents for their continued patience. They woke up this morning to fencing and a very heavy police presence through the downtown core. While I know that everyone is pleased to see many of the unlawful protesters are gone, this is not the normal state of our city. Despite the successes of the past few days, we still require these measures to prevent unlawful protesters from returning. After a successful series of operations yesterday, the number of unlawful protesters has dramatically declined in the last 24 hours. Last night, we continued to have major issues with a group of dispersed protesters in the Bank Street area south of Queen Street. Many of the unlawful protesters continued their unruly behavior with officers who were attempting to erect barriers and fencing in that area. The actions of the unlawful protesters led to the deployment of an Arwin. We are not aware of any injuries. City crews are clearing and plowing the affected areas. As I said, at this time, checkpoints remain throughout the city. We ask residents to respect these checkpoints and the officers who are working there. We continue to advise unlawful protesters that they must leave the area immediately or they may face arrest. This morning, 4 people entered into a secure area and were arrested. We continue to monitor unlawful protester activity across the city and within the region. We are seeing the site at Coventry Road currently being dismantled. At this time, 191 people have been arrested. 107 people have been charged, and in total, 389 criminal charges have been laid so far. These charges include obstructing police, disobeying a court order, assault, mischief, possessing a weapon, and assaulting a police officer. Every one of these arrests has a backstory. In one incident, a protester attempted to disarm an officer of their taser. Another officer quickly intervened and assisted that officer to ensure that the taser was retained. The protester was arrested and several criminal code charges were laid, including mischief and attempt to disarm a police officer. We are aware that the Special Investigations Unit has invoked its mandate with respect to 2 incidents. One relates to an interaction involving a police horse. The other relates to discharge of the Arwen. Any questions relating to these 2 incidents must be directed to the Special Investigations Unit. The Provincial Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, as well as the Federal Emergencies Act, have provided support to our operation and its continued viability and success. My colleagues from the Ontario Provincial Police and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police will address this in their statements. I'm proud of every member who has been involved in assisting our efforts to bring this unlawful protest to an end. And I continue to be impressed by the professionalism of our officers, some of whom have been confronted with very, very difficult situations. We know that these unlawful protests have been difficult on everyone in our community. This has impacted residents and communities right across Ottawa. We promised earlier this week that we would clear our streets and give them back to our residents. We promised that we would return our city to a state of normalcy. With every hour, we are getting closer to that goal. Please note that our entire police service remains committed to the community healing that still needs to be fostered and focused on in the days to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I would like to thank all OPP members, those in Ottawa and across the province, who have been working very hard to ensure safety and security of our communities. I'd also like to thank the Ottawa Police, the RCMP members, and all of our law enforcement partners from across Canada for the professionalism and the dedication that has been shown during these trying times. While we have all been here to assist Ottawa Police, the Integrated Command Centre has been an outstanding example of an effective partnership. It has seen multiple agencies working jointly to develop plans for this operation. The Ontario Emergency Management and Civil Protections Act, or the EMCPA, has given the police the ability to take additional action against those participating in all unlawful assemblies, not only in Ottawa, but anywhere across this province. Interference with any critical infrastructure, including 400 series highways, railways, international bridges, and border crossings, is prohibited. Commercial vehicle driver's licenses, private driver's licenses, commercial motor vehicle registration CVORs certificates has been suspended or cancelled. Commercial and passenger vehicle license plates can be seized. So far in Ottawa, a total of 76 vehicles have been seized and towed. These license plates have been seized from 36 passenger vehicles. Of those, 12 vehicles are from Ontario and 24 are from out-of-province vehicles. The Ministry of Transportation has taken action related to 36 commercial motor vehicles, or CVORs. Of those, 13 commercial motor vehicle drivers registered in Ontario and 23 are from out of province. Additional warnings were issued to commercial motor vehicle operators regarding their status. Deputy.
Thanks, Deputy. Good day, everyone. I'm happy to be here today and provide you with some information in relation to the ongoing events and wish to share with you most recent stats under the Emergency Act. I also echo Deputy Commissioner Harkin's comments of the incredible work being done here in Ottawa by everyone involved. As we have worked through this operation in Ottawa, we have seen the benefits of the Emergency Act. Provisions of this Emergency Act have allowed us to maintain the perimeter, restrict travel, and ensure that we can continue to choke off financial support and other assistance to protesters. We are working with law enforcement, federal partners, and financial institutions to freeze financial products of individuals and companies suspected of involvement in the illegal acts mentioned in the law. We are already seeing positive results, including the freezing of 206 financial products. And what I mean by financial products would be bank accounts, corporate accounts. The disclosure of 56 entities, vehicles, individuals, companies. The addresses of 253 Bitcoin shared with virtual currency exchangers. And the proactive freezing of an account of a payment processor for a value of $3.8 million by a financial institution. We continue to work at collecting relevant information on persons, vehicles, and companies, and remain in daily communication with the financial institution to assist them. Bonjour à tous, je suis heureux d'être ici aujourd'hui afin de vous fournir de l'information sur les événements en cours et désire partager avec vous les statistiques les plus récentes en vertu de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. Je partage également les commentaires du sous-commissaire Harkins à propos de l'incroyable travail accompli ici à Ottawa par toutes les personnes concernées. Au fur et à mesure que nous avons travaillé sur cette opération à Ottawa, nous avons vu les avantages de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. Les dispositions de la loi sur les mesures d'urgence nous ont permis de maintenir le périmètre, de restreindre les déplacements et de nous assurer que nous pouvons continuer à étouffer le soutien financier de toute autre forme d'aide aux manifestants. Nous travaillons avec nos partenaires de l'application de la loi, nos partenaires fédéraux et les institutions financières pour geler les produits financiers des personnes et des entreprises soupçonnées d'être impliquées dans les actes illégaux mentionnés dans la loi. Nous constatons déjà des résultats positifs, notamment le gel de 206 produits financiers, la divulgation de 56 entités, les adresses de 253 bitcoins partagés avec des échangeurs de monnaie virtuelle et le gel proactif du compte d'un processeur de paiement pour une valeur de 3,8 millions de dollars par une institution financière. Nous continuons à travailler à la collecte d'informations pertinentes sur les personnes, les véhicules et les entreprises et restons en communication quotidienne avec les institutions financières pour les aider. Merci beaucoup.
Hi, Chief. Thanks for taking my questions. Stephen Hoff, CBC National News. After it took you almost 3 weeks to get rid of this occupation, how do you go about restoring trust among residents and who expect you to move quicker? And how long should they expect to see the checkpoints and the increased police presence downtown?
So as I said in my comments earlier on, building that community trust and entering into community healing is an absolutely vital next step for the Ottawa Police Service and our community partners. This unlawful occupation of our streets has dramatically impacted people in the downtown core, but I don't think there's a resident of Ottawa who hasn't felt the hurt or pain that these demonstrators have caused to our city, to our community, and quite frankly to our society. Today, as late as today, I've been reaching out to community leaders from across the city to start the discussions about how do we start to enter into those dialogues, because they are vitally important. We know as a police service, we have public trust to gain back. We have discussions, dialogues, learnings to do from what happened and occurred up to this weekend, as well as how we reform, rebalance, and move forward those vitally important community partnerships, community relations. So as the chief and as representing every single member of this police service, we are deeply committed to the community healing that we know now needs to take place.
Hi, Chief. Hello. Thanks for taking our question today. It's Joanne Canello, CBC News, Ottawa. Following on the sort of, how long will the downtown be closed? I see that a lot of people are speculating that maybe there's never going to be traffic back on Wellington Street. Security at Parliament Hill has often spoken about that. Now that it's been closed for 3 weeks, and I know it is the purview of Wellington Street of the Ottawa Police Service, is there any sense that it might be closed indefinitely until we figure out, how to prevent this sort of occupation again? I noticed that there are truckers, there's reports of the truckers having set up down at Van Cleek Hill, so they're not that far away.
So one of the things that we identified early on is we had a deliberate, well-resourced plans and commitment from partners. I can tell you through discussions right up to before we came down to this press conference today, there's a deep commitment from our partners to continue to support us. Through the deputy commissioners that I'm working here with today, through the support of Commissioner Creek and Commissioner Lucky, I can tell you that the RCMP and OPP will be present with us till the end of this operation. And we're not done this operation yet. There is another phase that will identify how we maintain the streets, how we eventually demobilize once we've identified that there is no threat of further protests coming to our city. We aren't there yet. We will, over the next several days, identify what the posture of the police services will look like to see how we maintain a presence and make sure that nobody returns to occupy our streets again.
Hi, everyone. Andy Saint-André, journaliste at TVA Montreal. Can I ask my question in French, is it possible?
If you can ask a question in English first, I'll make sure you get a response in
All
French
right, no problem. You said it's progressing very well, you say. So when exactly, and I know it's difficult probably, but you must have a date, a time for a return to normal. I think people want to know that information. Thank you.
So I said from the beginning, we have a plan and we're executing the plan. The one part of the plan that we don't determine is the actual timelines of when we complete it. We began to execute our plan on Thursday afternoon, moved into an actions on phase on Friday morning, and you've seen the results of that over the weekend. I still can't say when we will ultimately be completed this operation because we now need to enter into a maintenance portion of it to make sure that what occurred 3 weeks ago can never occur again. So we will continue to have a posture, protect our streets of our city, protect our community members from unlawful occupations like occurred, now moving forward for as long as it takes.
Ce que Chef Bell dit, c'est qu'on a un plan en place. On déroule le plan de façon méthodique. Le plan est commencé jeudi, est allé jusqu'à vendredi. Maintenant, on voit déjà les résultats qui sont très favorables à retourner à la normale. On a toujours dit depuis le début que c'est pratiquement impossible de venir à une date de fin, de termination de ce plan. On rentre dans une phase qui est connue comme l'entretien. On va faire certain que ça ne revient pas où ce que c'est à l'endroit où ce qu'on était rendu. On va mettre les ressources en place. On a d'autres plans qui sont prêts à intervenir pour faire certain que la situation qu'on a connue dans les derniers jours ne se représente pas. On est ici pour faire respecter la loi sur les mesures d'urgence et on va continuer avec la phase d'entretien. Il n'y a pas de date présentement qu'on est capable de porter à ça. Tout va venir en raison de ce qui va être présenté devant nous.
Good afternoon, Chief. David Menzies with Rebel News. Chief, can you kindly explain how it was that my colleague to my right here, Alexa Lavoie, was shot point blank with a tear gas canister, doing some very painful damage to her? What was the reason for that, given that she was simply practicing journalism in the public square?
So I'm unfamiliar with the incident you're speaking of. What I can tell you is that there is complaint mechanisms, there is review mechanisms that will be engaged following this for any use of force incident that occurred. I'll also say that it's been my observations and experience through the amazing extensive journalism coverage that's occurred through this, that the vast majority of our members have been extremely professional. They have executed an extremely methodical plan that has been focused on the safety of the residents, the safety of our officers, and the safety of the people engaged in the protest.
And Chief, just one follow-up question, if I may. Given that the Emergencies Act requires certain benchmarks to be met, such as the safety of Canadians must be at peril, the sovereignty of the nation must be at peril, do you think those benchmarks were met, given this was, for what I could tell, a largely peaceful demonstration and protest? So I guess I'm asking, did you really need to have this act invoked in terms of what were minor unlawful acts and basically bylaw infractions?
So what the federal government, the provincial government, both enacted legislation that was absolutely supportive to helping us to end the illegal occupation of our streets. What could be described as bylaw infractions were actually terrorizing moments for the city, the residents and the communities that came around those areas. The powers that were provided to us through the Emergencies Act, through the Provincial Emergency Act, through the injunction, and through any of the other legislative means that we got to end this protest were extremely beneficial in us being able to be where we are today, see clear streets, and have residents that can again walk through their downtown core that they own.
Thank you.
Hi there, Erica Ibrahim, the Canadian Press. If my recollection is correct, it was mentioned that 191 people were arrested, 107 are charged. I'm wondering if you can tell us about the remaining number in custody and what we might be able to expect as far as charges laid with them.
So what I can tell you is that we will on a regular basis update our investigative progress. You will see more people. There will be updated numbers in terms of arrests that have occurred as a result of unlawful protests and demonstrations today. You will see a series of charges coming out after that, and we will continue to update on our investigations and charges on an ongoing basis.
Okay, thank you. And just one quick follow-up. I have heard a report that police were giving perhaps a piece of paper or something of that nature to truckers or demonstrators as they left the perimeter. I was wondering if you could describe what that might have been.
So I'm unfortunately, I'll have to get information for you. I'm unfamiliar what that piece of paper would be.
Peter Hum with the Ottawa Citizen. I have some questions about protesters that are outside of the downtown core at the moment. I understand, first of all, with respect to Coventry Road, the encampment there, that notices regarding trespassing were delivered by police today. So I'm wondering if you could tell me, first of all, like what the situation is currently, how many protesters are there at the camp, and then what you're expecting from those people.
So as we indicated at the beginning of this, there was a methodical plan that was going to be enacted to take care of all of the locations that were disrupted by the unlawful occupation. That includes Coventry Road. Currently, there is activity by our members and activity by demonstrators to demobilize that area and ultimately resecure it by the city.
If I could follow up, there are also reports, as I understand it, of protesters retreating to property in Kinburn, and as well there's been reports in the past about protesters in Embrun on, I believe, private property there. Can you tell me what can police do about those protesters?
So we have active intelligence investigations ongoing to ensure that we know where people are leaving if they are trying to amass again to return to the downtown core. So while we maintain our footprint in this area to protect the downtown streets, we are trying to or attempting to keep tabs on those that are leaving and being potentially massing to come back. We will continue those efforts through our partnership with the RCMP and the OPP, continue to gather intelligence to make sure that these illegal activities don't return to our streets.
Thank you, everyone. This concludes today's media availability.
I'd just like to make a couple more last comments, if you don't mind, please. So, first of all, what I'd like to say is the media coverage, the participation from the media throughout this has been quite incredible. The documentation of the activities that are going on has given people the real life experience of what's occurring out there. So for that, I thank you. I also know the media has been subjected to slurs, to abuse, to illegal activities to themselves. So we have one active investigation ongoing right now, and I would ask that if there are any more activities that need to be reported, please report them to the Ottawa Police Service, because we will take them seriously and conduct an investigation around those activities. I have to thank the officers that came here. It's nothing short of incredible, the people that showed up for us. The municipalities, the federal, provincial police services that actually attended Ottawa to help us take our streets back was amazing. But beyond them, I actually have to thank the communities that they came from. There are many, many people across the country that actually let their police officers go to help the citizens of Ottawa, and for that, I thank them. Finally, it's important for me to recognize the community. I talked about community healing. I talked about the steps that we have to go on to move ahead, and they are many, and they will be hard, and they will be long, but you have the commitment of this service to actually engage in those. There are many steps that we have to take, but they are going to be important discussions and dialogues so that we can heal as a community and come together. Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it. Yeah, well, all I say is go back and watch the footage that I've been streaming for the last 9 or 10 days now. There's at least 12 to 16 hours a day of footage that I've been streaming, and you make your own decision if it was a violent protest. And all I saw was bouncy houses, people handing out pancakes in the morning. The truckers were cleaning up the streets. They were feeding the homeless. They were, I could just go on and on and on. Everybody felt safer there. I didn't see any Nazi flags. And trust me, I'm pulling up feeds just like what you're seeing here. There was not a single violent incident. The only violence I saw was truckers honking their horns a few times after the mandates. So if you want to call honking a horn violence, then that's whatever you want to call it. You know, it's not violence. It's disturbing the peace. And yeah, I can understand that if you live downtown. But what is 2 years of lockdowns, and then it's still they're still not getting rid of the mandates. And this whole protest is nothing to do with right-wing extremists. There's no evidence of that. A lot of these people are not even, they don't even hardly speak English. You know, I didn't see a single person there that was always talking about Trump, 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 and everybody's saying this is a Trump thing. That's nothing to do with Trump. This is in Canada. So I put a poll in the chat room, and I asked, let's see, what was the poll again? Is the Freedom Convoy a peaceful protest? And 92% said yes, and 8% said no. So those 8% that said no, I would love for you to go back to Fry TV Now or any of the live streamers' channels and watch from day one till whenever the cops showed up a couple of days ago. The only time it got violent, the violence was from the cops, not the truckers. So just know that you're being lied to. And you know, the new media is the streaming media. And I can't spin what you're seeing right now. I can only show you what's happening. And you can see for yourself, they're still out there protesting. So I'm showing footage from yesterday. Look at all those cops. And that's nothing. There's other streamers. There's footage worse than that. But I don't want to show the horses running over the lady and the guy and all that stuff. It looked like UN troops. These guys are at least wearing yellow. There's some other footage out there that I have these guys look like UN troops. And they have a weird, crazy, a draconian type accent, you know, like you see on the Alex Jones police state videos. But most of what I heard coming from the House of Commons was majority lies. The lady that said there's Nazi flags and they were doing something to the war memorial and all that stuff, that's exactly the opposite of what I have recorded on the streams. They actually took down the gates that was around it and started cleaning it up, and they stood there 24/7 to protect the memorial. And they're probably still doing it today. And when it started snowing, they were cleaning the snow off of it. They were not harming anything. So what you're seeing on the mainstream news is all lies. So in the chat room, can y'all vote for which audio you want to hear now? The Ottawa police providing the update is over with. So I'm going to get rid of that screen real quick. So in the chat room, which audio do you want to hear? Everything is live except for the Church of Bubbles footage that I'm showing from yesterday. So which audio do you want to hear, and vote in the chat. And I wish I could do a poll for that, but it only let me ask a question. It won't let me put multiple fields in there. Alright, so I'm going to look at the chat and see. House of Commons. Alright, I'll start pulling that up. That's the first one I saw. Okay, gotcha. You have spoken. And Jack in the chat room said that my poll is skewed somehow about the protests being peaceful. So, yeah, I don't see how that could be. Alright, here we go. I found the volume. I got too many tabs open.
we've seen how much foreign interference within the whole funding of this convoy and this occupation. And I think that we do need to be very strict with how we are approaching this and ensuring that Canadians are protected, that our borders are protected, and that we are making our own decisions as citizens. And as I mentioned in my speech, these measures are very limited time frame wise. There's an inquiry that will happen. There is also a joint committee that will sit. Canadians will have their rights ensuredly protected through this.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will continue with the financial measures. I was reading the order, and I saw that, in fact, there's a freezing of accounts. It's all in the criminal code. There was a reference to cryptocurrency. It's not in the criminal code. Do we need this measure instead of passing legislation quickly, including from now on cryptocurrency as a property that could be seized for illegal transactions, as my colleague is referring to?
Member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To do is to take swift action to ensure that we are protecting the rule-based laws and lives that we live very peacefully here in Canada. And through this, we also are seeing some of the gaps that exist within our current, FinTrack laws, for example. And I think that as we go through this process, it's a great learning experience for all members in this House to see how we can strengthen our laws to ensure that we are protecting Canadians from fraud, we are protecting Canadians from crimes, and we are protecting Canadians from national security issues that some of this has triggered.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for Mississauga, Erin Mills, for her remarks. I think it's very much incumbent on the government to explain to Canadians on an ongoing basis the justification for the Emergencies Act. I agree that a situation exists that requires its invocation now, but in her mind, Madam Speaker, what conditions would need to exist in order to convince her that the Emergencies Act is no longer necessary? I think Canadians really need to have that kind of an explanation because they are quite concerned with it being invoked. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the member, thank you for his question. The Emergencies Act that is being invoked now has a sunset clause of 30 days. And not only that, but members in this House can revoke it at any time, that those are the powers within this House. And I think that we, in a consensus base, we on a majority base can continue to debate, to continue to keep ourselves apprised of the fluid situation and ensure that everything that we are doing is within its limits. In fact, the Prime Minister has said that none of this is scoped out to the whole country, that all of the measures taken will be very targeted to the issues that we are faced with currently. And as those issues are resolved, we will be bringing this issue back to the House.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the clash of words and social media clickbait we are witnessing around this conflict, I feel it necessary to remind this House and Canadians that we're taking part in this critical debate as people, speaking from our own individual vantage points. It is the same for all who comment, who analyze, who interpret, and who express their opinions. We are all just people. We are here today, Madam Speaker, to deal in facts and to debate the unprecedented use of a tool of government to deal with a crisis. The Emergencies Act authorizes the taking of special, temporary measures to ensure safety and security during national emergencies. With its inception, it created more limited and specific powers for the federal government to deal with security emergencies of 5 different types: national emergencies, public welfare emergencies, public order emergencies, international emergencies, and war emergencies. To demonstrate my support for deployment of the Act, I'm going to share facts from my vantage point. One I hope to also demonstrate comes from a place of love and deep respect for this country. Madam Speaker, I have formally trained in critical studies and education. I've had the privilege of studying the lenses of oppression in our society from a white gaze. I'm going to recommend that all who identify as the same check that privilege when having this discussion. And while we're talking about privilege, as a scholar of Canadian and international military history, we must also check our privilege as citizens in a democracy, in an ever-progressing judicial system designed to protect our individual freedoms. We represent less than 0.5% of the total world population, with the second largest landmass. We are truly among the most privileged people in the world. We must never forget that. Madam Speaker, I challenge Canadians and members of this House to question their echo chambers, to check themselves, their privilege, and try to see things from the other side, even if it's only to strengthen their arguments. At least that moves past assumptions, which are the real scourge of our society. They are what really divides us. Many Canadians are being misled. These Canadians do not need us to encourage them or keep them blissfully ignorant. Today, far too much of Canadian discourse is hateful, reactionary, and dangerous, and the political rhetoric that ramps it up is reprehensible. We are indeed facing extremism in Canada, and it is incumbent on each of us to call it what it is. As the New Brunswick Commissioner on Systemic Racism said, continuing to pretend that what we witnessed over the last 3 weeks was not a cover for a maturing anti-government, anti-pluralist, far-right extremism does nothing to combat the rising hate in this country. That extremism culminated in the occupation of our nation's capital and other key locations in a politically motivated coup attempt and requires decisive action with measures that are targeted, temporary, and proportionate. This is what has brought us here today. I've heard many in this House ask the question during this debate, how did we get here? It has been clear from the outset, long before the initial convoy colonizers arrived in Ottawa or Windsor or Surrey or Coutts, the intent has been to disrupt and indeed overthrow our government. This is not a simple question of public health mandates. This cannot be denied, and there is no integrity in calling these protests peaceful. A protest cannot be deemed peaceful unless every citizen feels safe and protected while being exposed to it. That was certainly not the experience of hundreds of people across this country and the residents in Ottawa. People were being harassed and intimidated by illegal occupiers simply because they were wearing masks. Women were targeted. Noise levels were unbearable. Hotel lobbies and retail spaces were taken over. Staff were terrorized. And ultimately, businesses were forced to close. The narrative that this was peaceful was false from the beginning. Madam Speaker, it feels as though Conservatives are celebrating these occupations, purposefully inflaming the debate, intentionally escalating tensions while claiming the opposite. Sowing mistrust in government institutions and public health advice is causing further harm. I've had many conversations about vaccines specifically in my community, and I encourage people to listen to their healthcare providers, not politicians, and certainly not the loudest voices in an angry mob. In Ottawa, over the last 3 weeks, residents lost their sense of safety. Countless testimonials describe vitriol and harassment. 2S LGBTQ plus community members, racialized community members, women having to limit their movement, shelter at home, or as a last result, leave the city because they were not feeling safe. Terrorizing people for weeks is an act of violence, regardless of the perceived merits of the original intent. Minimizing what is happening here and how we got here is unacceptable, as is minimizing other large-scale demonstrations and incidents of civil disobedience because of what they too were trying to say and how they felt the need to express it. There is a lot to be learned from what has transpired. And Madam Speaker, I have committed to the people of Fredericton that with each new issue, I ask for input. I ask constituents to engage, to help me take the temperature, to listen, to learn, and to then act after thoughtful, informed, evidence-based consideration. I know I'm not alone in this House saying that I've received thousands of emails, letters, and calls, and had many conversations on what's been playing out. Many are asking to be heard, and I'm listening. And while there are many who have legitimate questions and concerns that I do my best to address, what I am also hearing are strings of false narratives and scapegoating. I see fear based on misinformation. A lot of people need help right now. That is unequivocally clear based on the number of threats I have received, that my staff has had to endure, that anyone involved has been subjected to. I've been told that my family is also at risk, that if I exercise my vote in a way that some do not agree with, that I should watch my back. Threats to our Prime Minister and all government members with bullets and nooses? Enough. Madam Speaker, that's how I know that these are not peaceful protesters. That's how I know that we have a very real and serious problem in Canada. I've been mad, disrespected, wronged. I've stood up. I have protested for justice for many causes, with the law on my side, within my rights, and with a firm understanding of the Charter. I also took things further when I felt that this wasn't enough, when I felt the system had failed and had to be changed. I organized and I ran for office, again with great privilege. It takes a lot of hard work and dedication. It takes sacrifices and it takes a toll, but it is the greatest honor. And thanks to political financing laws, we are a collection of everyday Canadians who have the trust and respect of our electors. Madam Speaker, here in Canada, to vote is a sacred right and a duty, and I serve to protect that right every day in this House. And for those who disagree with me, based on the laws of this land, under our flag that has been so disrespected, they do not get to shut down critical infrastructure, illegally disrupt the lives of Canadians, and endanger public safety. We are not living in a dictatorship. We are not living in tyranny. The misleading, the agitating, the grifting, the harassment, the threats must all come to an end. And it has become clear that after 3 weeks of coordinated, foreign-funded, and right-wing white supremacy infiltration, that we have reached the threshold of emergency, requiring the implementation of this act. I have heard Conservative members of this House suggest that this is not necessary, that we have not met the threshold, there are more options available, and that our focus must be on de-escalation. And on that last point alone, Madam Speaker, I agree. We absolutely must de-escalate, which is what we see unfolding before us in a renewed law enforcement operation, initiated only after engaging the Emergency Measures Act. In the words of Interim Ottawa Police Chief, without the additional legislation, we could not have done what we did. De-escalation was stopping the weekend protest tourism from ramping up again in Ottawa. De-escalation is stopping the never-ending stream of supplies and funds from siege supporters laughing in the wings. Compromise has been on the table since the beginning. And in comparison with how demonstrators of different stripes have been treated in mere hours of assembly, suggests to me, as far as law enforcement and government goes, that we have been more than tolerant, perhaps unjustifiably so, and I would support a national inquiry into the original police response. I was born and raised in a military town with military roots and a deep respect for our Canadian Armed Forces. I was also raised to respect the men and women in police uniform serving and protecting our communities. Having said this, and after watching video of uniformed police saying this feels like war, with a service weapon on their hip, or high-fiving, smiling for selfies, using squad cars as carnival rides, turning a blind eye on bylaw and criminal code infractions, or when I have neighbors from my local military community threaten me directly, we have a very serious problem. And I'm white, Madam Speaker. I can only imagine how some Canadians who may have demonstrated in their lives against oppression must be feeling as they watched how white protesters were comfortably dealt with over the last weeks. Watching the entitlement of those who party in hot tubs with their barbecues and fireworks, having street fires or stockpiling diesel and propane near the parliamentary precinct claim oppression, claim that we do not live in a free society, claim that there is no other recourse for their grievances to be heard. Enough. This needs to stop, and that's what this government is committed to doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Regina, Wisconsin.
Does the honourable member really think that the trucker convoy is going to take over the federal government? And if so, how?
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for that question. There was a very clearly stated outcome in a widely circulated memorandum of understanding that specifically set out the terms and demands of this occupation, and it was indeed to overthrow the government by having a special committee selected by Canada Unity, I believe is the name, with the Governor General and the Senate. So yes, I do believe that was the stated intent. Thank you very much.
Député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It seems to me that in her opinion, the situation couldn't continue, and I agree. It had lasted for 3 weeks, but I also understand that in her opinion, the government did not have the means to dismantle all of this. And I understand from her response that her colleagues agree that her government couldn't have dealt with the situation otherwise. But what particularly interested me is that she doesn't seem to be in agreement with the Premier of her own province, because the Premier of New Brunswick said, he said, and I quote him, to reaffirm that he doesn't appreciate the enforcement of this act and doesn't think it necessary in his province, given that the police forces had the matter well in hand. I'll allow the member to respond. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question.
Surprised that I often disagree with my premier on many issues, and based on some of the things that he has said over the last year in particular, it does not surprise me that he is putting forward some resistance to this measure. So I'm not shocked at all that I disagree. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam. You're on mute. The honourable member's on mute.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. Am I now? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you to the member for raising the reality of hate that all in this House over the past few days have denounced as one single point of consensus that I've heard. Could the member, through the chair, could the member talk about how we as parliamentarians can deal with this going forward?
Fredericton.
I don't know how much longer I can handle of the lies, but I want them to, the lies to get out so we know who the bad people are.
Is the key. Anti-racism education is the key. We have to keep confronting these realities. And I think, based on the progressive nature of Canada over the last couple of years, it really shouldn't shock any of us that there's such resistance has been met with this progression. And so I think it's just about keep moving forward, keep having these conversations, keep calling out the hate when we see it, keep making sure it is unacceptable in our society, and we just have to believe in better. So I still have hope despite what we've seen over the past couple of weeks. I know that Canadians can do better, and members in this House, we can do better as well. Thank you.
Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for Fredericton for her thoughts, and I just want to say on a personal level how deeply distressing it is to imagine that people in her own community are making her feel physically threatened based on how she may vote on a matter here in the House of Commons. I want to ask this. It seems to me that the convoy exposes white supremacists and racism in a well-organized alt-right network that is fueled by social media, Facebook, and Russian sites, not just here but elsewhere. The problem is the Emergencies Act can only last 30 days. We're uncovering a cesspool that will take years to clean up. How does the honourable member think we can cut short the Emergencies Act, which I think if we keep it should be done very soon, and not let go of what we're discovering?
Honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Sandwich Gulf Islands. It's so lovely to see her in the House. You said it. It's about, how do we keep this going? We cannot forget. I mentioned in my speech about the lessons that are to be learned from this and the whole pandemic experience. It really has exposed the deep crevices in our society, the inequalities. I know the member from Winnipeg Centre talks a lot about wealth inequality in particular, poverty. There's so many things we need to tackle, but the key is doing it together. That's the unity I want to see in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To resume debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, I'll split my time with the member for Saskatoon-Grasswood. Today, I must oppose the Prime Minister's unjustified and draconian invocation of the Emergencies Act for the first time in Canada. Like so many watching from home in Lakeland, I'm struggling with the events of the last 2 days. Seared in my mind are images of fellow Canadians literally and metaphorically trampled, pushed back, struck down, driven out, and away by the might, scope, and scale of the unrestrained power of the state. Like many colleagues here, I've lived, worked, and walked in the downtown Ottawa core for the past 3 weeks, and my truth is this: the most violence, obstruction, and tension I've witnessed started on Friday. My constituents are asking what is going on here and how the heck did it all come to this? Canadians have faced emergencies and threats, plane bombings, lengthy armed standoffs, threats of terrorist attacks, 9/11, massive riots, critical infrastructure and mine bombings, prolonged biker gang wars, year-long housing development occupations, mass shootings, churches deliberately burnt to the ground over several months, blockades on rail lines, ports, bridges and highways, some which lasted for more than a month, flooding, droughts and wildfires, and even the possibility of foreign invasion. Canadians came through each of these tests.
Interrupting the honourable member, but can we go down with the noise. I think it's actually outside the chamber, but it's becoming very, very noisy, and we can hardly hear the honourable member for Lakeland. Thank you. Please proceed.
Canadians came through each of these tests, all of them emergencies, many involving deaths, injuries, significant and expensive property damage, and major economic impacts without the legislation that is designed only for crises when there are no other options, which we debate with heavy hearts today. Canadians always unite to defend our safety and security without violating the rights and civil liberties so many of our relatives fought and died for, which define us as a country and are the bedrock of our peaceful, free democracy. Canada has been a beacon to the rest of the world for our respect of enshrined rights like free expression and peaceful assembly, and for our commitment to protect and defend them in the face of threats and emergencies. We look back on times when that balance tipped with shame and apologies. That beacon's light has dimmed during the last 6 years. Today, it's nearly extinguished by the actions of this Prime Minister. He's setting a dangerous and unwarranted precedent, evocative of the response of authoritarian regimes to dissidents, protests, or any opposition. The Prime Minister created this crisis from beginning to end. He called the marginalized 10% of Canadians who have chosen for the various and private reasons they have to not be vaccinated, quote, misogynist, racist, science deniers. He said Canadians who travel to Ottawa to demonstrate to ask for an end to government mandates and lockdowns are conspiracy theorists who hold unacceptable views. And his actions imply they're terrorists, which, by the way, must involve bombing, shootings, and kidnapping, as legally defined, none of which has happened in Ottawa in the past 3 weeks. Of all these fellow Canadians, he actually bemoaned that they take up space and asked, do we tolerate these people? Let me say I hope there's room for every Canadian to exist, to take up space, no matter their views on vaccines or any government policies, whether I agree with them or not. Whatever happened to respect, tolerance, and diversity, to resisting the tyranny of the majority? It's chilling to think a Prime Minister would wedge, divide, and stigmatize his fellow Canadians for his personal partisan purposes, but so he has done. And more than a few people from Lakeland have pointed out, that sure went from a fringe minority to an emergency in a hurry. It would almost be amusing if it weren't so grave. Let's remember what's going on here. 3 years in, with one of the highest vaccination rates in the world, and untold government-caused harm to families, businesses, mental health, kids' learning progress, jobs, relationships, travel. After so much isolation, fear, stress, confusion, and restrictions for which there is inconsistent or no evidence of efficacy, this Liberal government refused to do what many developed countries have already done and most provinces are already doing, end increasingly pointless mandates. Conservatives simply asked for a plan to do so 2 weeks ago, and the Liberals said no. The Prime Minister attacked and then refused to meet or hear from Canadians with whom he disagrees. And he's imposed his heavy-handed will, despite the strong opposition of 7 provinces. The Emergencies Act was never designed nor intended to be used to limit the rights of Canadians who express opposition to government measures. I confess I do have trouble seeing how parked trucks, bouncy castles, a big daily barbecue and ball hockey, Canadian flags and singing, and donations for the homeless in front of Parliament meet these criteria. The Emergencies Act requires threats to the security, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Canada, including serious violence against persons or property, impediments to democracy, and a, quote, urgent, temporary, and critical situation that seriously endangers the health and safety of Canadians that cannot be effectively dealt with by provinces or territories. Does this all add up? Well, the short answer is no. First, provincial governments and law enforcement already use and can use existing measures and tools to disperse protests and clear borders in BC, Manitoba, Quebec, at the Windsor-Detroit Bridge in Ontario, and in Alberta, where a group with firearms were disavowed by demonstrators and the mayor confirmed were not connected with them. This was all done through negotiation with law enforcement and, frankly, with common Canadian decency, all before the Emergencies Act. Second, we MPs have been coming right here to do our jobs in the literal seats of Canadian democracy every day for the last 3 weeks, except, oh right, on Friday, after the Emergencies Act was imposed. And third, the recent clearing of protesters from Ottawa on charges like mischief use existing laws. while even the lawyer who secured the injunction against honking with which truckers complied is against the Emergencies Act. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association puts a fine point on it. Quote, "This law creates a high and clear standard for good reason. It allows government to bypass ordinary democratic processes. Governments regularly deal with difficult situations and do so using powers granted to them by democratically elected representatives. Emergency legislation should not be normalized. It threatens our democracy and our civil liberties. The CCLA is taking the government to court over it. The impacts of the Emergencies Act are wide-ranging and severe and violate fundamental Canadian values. Regulations stipulate kids who've been hanging out happily as if at a carnival will not be allowed within 500 meters of their parents or guardians involved with protests. The Liberals evidently believe separating children from families or guardians is legitimate. Anyone who doesn't agree can get a $5,000 fine or 5 years in prison while Canada is under the Emergencies Act. The same penalties will apply to anyone who participates directly or who bring aid, such as food or fuel. As someone of Ojibwe descent, I thought by now we've agreed in Canada that it's morally repugnant and wrong for the government to separate children from their parents or guardians unless the adults are harming them, and how callous that Liberals are prepared to ensure those Canadians are deprived of food and fuel. Apparently pets are targeted too. The Emergencies Act enables freezing personal and business bank accounts of anyone directly or indirectly linked to the protests without a court order or due process. The rules will cover cryptocurrencies and crowdfunding platforms too. It's already happening to my constituents. One guy never came to Ottawa and donated $25. Another woman's business account is shut down. She says it's devastating. We can't pay our employees or our bills. How will people live? We had no part, sent no money to the Convoy. Our bank does not know when it will be up and running again. So much for localized, targeted action. Meanwhile, security and military experts actually say there are no suspicious activity or credible threats identified with any of the protest-related financial transactions, and the only rationale the government's shown are assertions from the CBC. That's truly shocking. The Emergencies Act is already violating rights to mobility, association, and assembly. Big fences are already keeping Canadians away from here, a building that's theirs, grounds that are theirs, the people's place, the very place of all where they ought to be able to express their views on government policies and law. Gatherings around legislative buildings and national monuments, public assembly other than lawful advocacy, protest, or dissent, much of which has now been criminalized retroactively, near critical infrastructure, official residences, government buildings, and war monuments are banned. Canadians cheering all of this on must really consider how they would view these measures if the cause was one they liked and if the government was one they didn't. If their perspective changes, the unjust moral implications are blindingly clear. Much has been said of Conservatives and law and order. Let me explain my view. I believe in the rule of law and in freedom. So I'm for individual rights, limited government, personal responsibility, and social cooperation. I'm against squashing dissent, authoritarian policies, tyranny even if it's popular, and using police to achieve these ends. The CCLA says protest is how people in a democracy express and share their political messages. Many protests are disruptive. It's possible for protests to be both disruptive and peaceful and nonviolent. Disruptive protests, while often unlawful, can be the most effective way of raising awareness. Through history, countless wrongs have been lawful and justified by governments and citizens. Basic rights and freedoms have been illegal. It's never the side in favor of the invasive, unforgiving, unyielding power of the state and against the sovereignty and freedom of individuals over themselves and their lives that is right. One day, we'll be judged for this, and Conservatives will be on the right side. I hope every MP will be too.
Yeah. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, in one word, wow. You know, I think she should be recruiting Max Bernier to run for the Conservative Party. You know, we're seeing the extreme right. Yep. You want to talk about a speech? This member, I don't. What do you say? Does she support the rule of law? No. Listen to the comments that she puts on the record. It's almost as if she's patting on the back, saying the blockade was a wonderful thing. We should be encouraging these things to be taking place. Does the member and her Conservative colleagues not realize the damage that was caused, the hurt for people losing jobs? She wants to see children put up as barriers, Madam Speaker. Right. Incredible. Right. Does she support the People's Party? I couldn't believe the comments that are coming from Conservative members. My question is, seriously, do you support the rule of law?
The honourable member for Lakeland.
So that is precisely the name-calling, extremist, inflammatory, frothing at the mouth, putting words in a person's mouth, painting with one big broad brush, and twisting the points that a person has made. That's exactly what has driven hundreds of thousands of Canadians to feel ignored, abandoned, insulted, attacked by elected representatives, by this Prime Minister, and by this government. And frankly, he should be ashamed of himself.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know what? I don't always agree with members of the Liberal Party, but I also am quite shocked with some of the comments that we heard in this speech. And what it brought to mind, I looked it up because I had read an article by Andrew Coyne yesterday from the Globe and Mail, and he said Conservatives have of late devolved into political magpies, snatching up whatever shiny object crosses their path, no matter how incoherent, indefensible, or unconservative, just so long as it enrages the Liberals. So I have to ask my colleague, through you, Madam Speaker, if threats of insurrection of our government, if violence in the streets of our capital city that have made it unsafe for my employees to come to work, if that is not an emergency, is this not just another shiny thing for the Conservative parties to be picking at?
The honourable member for Lakeland.
The violence came from the police.
This is about a fundamental principle of the ability for citizens to express themselves and not have the government do an extreme and unprecedented action which is invasive in all parts of their lives, for which tools already exist. That is what we are debating here today with the Emergencies Act. When it comes to threatening people's lives or assaulting or criminal activities, of course, I'm sure the colleagues, if they're dealing with me in fair faith and good faith in this House, know that I would be among the first to say, throw the book at them, charge them, go to jail, increase penalties. What we are talking about is debating a government doing something that has never been done before, where the consequences are wide-ranging and severe, on issues that provinces and law enforcement have shown repeatedly they can take care of and manage themselves.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles.
Madam Chair, is it Alfred Pellat?
I'm sorry. Alfred Pellat, yes.
No problem, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can my colleague from Lakeland, Alberta, who seems to be so appalled by the emergencies measures, explain to Canadians if the Critical Infrastructure Defence Act of Premier Kenney, that suppresses almost any demonstration with the highest penalties in Canada, appalls her as much?
For Lakeland.
I'm here on behalf of the people of Lakeland, whose bank accounts have already been frozen, who are worried about the impacts on their abilities to attend public events with their children, who aren't sure if they're going to be targeted and shut down and pursued by a government with whom they simply ideologically and politically disagree. That's what I'm opposed to in this House of Commons, the Prime Minister's unprecedented, unnecessary, and draconian invocation of the Emergencies Act, and that's what I'll vote against.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood, sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I was a young teenager when the War Measures Act in 1970 gripped the country for many days. I know I don't look that old, but I remember that back in 1970. In fact, I remember watching the event on television, fearful for my country. Madam Speaker, 52 years later, under a new act, 37 million Canadians, I find, in this country are more divided than ever. Our country is in the spotlight for all the wrong reasons. 1988.
May I interrupt? Est-ce que je peux demander aux honorables députés?
May I ask the honourable members to please not make so much noise when their colleagues are speaking? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. 1988, under the Conservatives, Parliament debated for months the new Emergency Act, and up until this week, it was never used. The question on everyone's mind in the House is, should the current government have invoked the Emergencies Act? We've asked the government for weeks, what were they doing to defuse the convoy? Many MPs from the opposition side had dialogue with the protesters. In fact, I was one. I listened to a number of Saskatchewan drivers who made their way to the nation's capital. That is my job, Madam Speaker. That is my job as a member of Parliament, to listen. Listen to other views that, at times, we may not agree with. And that is the tough part of this job. But we have to listen. And I kind of found it surprising today, a number of parliamentary secretaries from the government side actually admitted they too were on the street talking with their constituents. And that is a shock, because the government never admitted that until today. While it is true that there were many different views being represented in this city, it is entirely unfair to categorize all protesters as fringe extremists. This was our Prime Minister's first reaction in the House. He has a pattern of saying divisive and derogatory things when he is faced with major issues that he's not equipped to handle. We saw a prime example of this just last week when the Prime Minister hurled a very disgraceful insult at my friend and our colleague, the member from Thornhill, a granddaughter of the Holocaust survivor, accusing her of supporting a profoundly immoral ideology, the same evil ideology that he claimed millions of innocent Jews during the Holocaust. He still today has not apologized. Shameful for the leader of this country. But with regard to the current debate surrounding the Emergencies Act, I don't believe the Prime Minister has met the key thresholds outlined to invoke this act. But we have seen in the last 23 days or so, it lies at the feet, I think, of the Prime Minister and his cabinet. This government has totally mismanaged this situation. It could have, like the blockades in Coutts, Alberta, even Emerson, Manitoba, Surrey, BC, and the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, have ended without the need of the Emergencies Act. All 4 or 5 of those incidents that I just spoke about actually did not need the Emergency Act. Right. The protest happened, and it was quietly, they did away with it. Why did this Prime Minister then go from 0 to 100% without any action or even any dialogue? The key to conflict in this House, the key to conflict resolution is to work with people. We all know that. We try desperately on each side to work with people. But using derogatory and divisive language only fans the flames of disagreement, which we certainly saw in the last 23 days. We are all aware that there were some people protesting here in the city with abhorrent racist views. And let me be crystal clear, I condemn the behavior and all those views without any reservation. Let's make no mistake, Madam Speaker, the events of the last month and the government's mishandling of them will go down, I think, in history as one of the darkest times in this country. Lots has been said in this House about the foreign money coming into this country with the convoy. GoFundMe froze the funds. They returned some to the donors. And then we had Give Send Go's website. Well, it was mysteriously hacked, revealing the names and email addresses of those who contributed to the protests. Now, I can tell you many Canadians, 48% Canadians, donated to this cause. We know Canadians coast to coast to coast have donated $5, $10, $20, $50 or more. In fact, in my province of Saskatchewan, over 1,300 people contributed to the convoy. 1,300 people. 72% of those donations out of my province were under $100 or less. So we're talking $10, $20, $50, and so on. And I've talked with people who donated and now are very worried that their bank accounts will be frozen. This is just a terrifying situation for many innocent people who have made modest donations to a cause that they supported. The potential for this to severely damage their personal and even business finances is extremely distressing, and it should be for all Canadians. Canadians should not have to worry that their finances are in danger of ruin by the government because they supported this protest. And yes, I do understand that there's, again, extreme cases where this becomes a factor. But in this situation, the government is being heavy-handed, they're being punitive, and trying to control by fear. I have received dozens of emails on this matter. And Madam Speaker, I'm just going to give you three because I've received a pile like this over the last 3 days. Thursday, I get an email from a woman in my riding saying she donated to the convoy. She is now scared that her bank account will be frozen. You know, the next day she went down to the bank and withdrew a sizable amount of money. Think about that. The next day, Friday morning, she's down at the TD Bank saying, I want to withdraw most of my money. A senior in my riding is most disturbed. The government is targeting of individual bank accounts. And then there's another email saying freezing Canadians' personal or business bank accounts without court order or consequence is totally unacceptable and should have Canadians very worried. I know I am. And we all should be very concerned about this. Another troubling aspect of invoking this act is there will be already tools at the disposal of law enforcement to deal with this unlawful protest. The Liberal Justice Minister claimed it was necessary to invoke the Emergency Act in order to compel tow truck operators to remove illegally parked vehicles. However, in Section 129B of the Criminal Code, it does give police the option to require anyone without reasonable excuse, quote, to assist a public officer or peace officer in the execution of his duty in arresting a person or in preserving the peace. I and my Conservative colleagues oppose invoking the Measure Act. It is a clear case of simply a government overreach. The Act is supposed to be used for emergency situations that cannot be addressed through existing laws. The government has failed to explain why precisely this Act needed to be invoked at this time. In fact, the following organizations have come out publicly against this Liberal overreach: the World Sikh Organization, the BC Civil Liberties Association, Canadian Constitution Federation. This is in addition to the opposition of 7 provincial governments. And as you know, governments in the different provinces all have the powers that they need to deal with blockades and street protests. This is a totally dangerous precedent that cannot be easily undone. The Conservative Party has spoken again and again in favor of dialogue and discussion, but this Prime Minister has repeatedly refused. He has chosen instead to divide and insult Canadians. Canadians agree that law and order must be maintained, but the Emergency Act, the successor of the War Measures Act, is not a way to do it. Madam Speaker, I cannot in good conscience support giving unlimited and unchecked power to a Liberal Prime Minister who has repeatedly demonstrated lack of good judgment here in the House of Commons. My constituents have spoken loud and clear. They demand better leadership than we currently have in this country. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my friend opposite, who I have a great deal of respect for, and we've worked well together over the years. I do want to give him some startling numbers. I know he cited some numbers. With respect to the fundraising, some 52% of the funds came from the U.S. 1,100 of those names relate to the same donors that donated to the January 6th insurrection at Capitol Hill last year. Does it not worry him that the level of hatred that we've seen, and it's not an isolated one or two or three people. This has been a number of different people with a number of different symbols, as well as expressions of hate, without others denouncing them, particularly the leadership denouncing this hatred. Does it not worry him that we're going in the wrong direction, and the support of these blockades really sends a wrong signal in terms of law enforcement, in terms of having a safe country for all?
Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Secretary Minister of Justice. It's interesting how this government gets around looking at bank accounts. I remember in 2015, Leeds Now cost Joan Crockett her MP seat in the city of Calgary. Thousands of dollars from Lead Now from outside this country went into the Calgary riding and cost Joan Crockett the seat. 4 years later, we won it back. And what about the Tides Foundation in this country? Exactly. Can we look at their books, Madam Speaker? They have done reputable damage in Western Canada with all the money coming in from the United States and throughout the world. Those are two great examples to refute what the Secretary Minister of Justice just mentioned about people in this country worried about this situation.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre. Vancouver East. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his comments. He cited a lot of people in his speech, but I wonder what the members thinks about the comments from the former Conservative MP Peter MacKay and Senator Vern White, who said, and I quote, "What we have seen in the occupation of Ottawa and blockages at border crossings is not the right of protest enshrined in our Constitution, but illegal activity that represents a national security and economic threat to Canada. Leaving aside the stated manifesto of the organizers to overthrow the government, these protests are weakening our economy and disrupting the freedoms of law-abiding citizens," end quote. As we have seen, many citizens, particularly in downtown Ottawa, were not able to leave their homes and they felt unsafe. They were harassed. They were shouted at. What is the member's comments to those law-abiding citizens? And does he think that his former colleague, the former MP Peter MacKay, and the current Senator Vern White are wrong?
Honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. To the member of Vancouver East, I wonder about the great Tommy Douglas. What would he think about her party here today? Because Tommy Douglas supported the 1970 War Measures Act. How about Swen Robinson from her province of BC? I remember him. Tweeting out, he can't believe what the NDP stand for today. You know why? Because they stand for nothing, Madam Speaker. We know that. They don't stand for Canadians. And what about Aaron Weir, former Saskatchewan MP? By the way, we have no more NDP MPs in our province for 2 elections in a row. Why? Because citizens of Saskatchewan have seen through that party.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable colleague from Grassroots, I think we've seen something called a war room in the Alberta government, and a very expensive report that tried to look into and did look into all the foundation money that ever went into Alberta, didn't find any evidence of anything other than it was all reported, it was never hidden, and as far as Lead Now, as far as I know, all their donors are Canadian. So I think we've already put to bed the rumors. If you want to find foreign-funded large influence on energy policy in Alberta, look no farther than the board of directors of the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers. 80% of them controlled by foreign interests.
Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thanks to the member of Saanich Gulf Island. I will say this, because I've watched for the last 2 days quite a bit of the debate, and she has not made up her mind on this. And I believe her, actually. And we're looking forward to where her vote goes tomorrow night. But you know, Western Canada, they're looking at every NDP and Green MP to see where they will vote tomorrow night, and they will not forget, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to address my warmest and most sincere thanks to all of the police forces, be they municipal, provincial, to the officers of the Parliamentary Protective Service, the officers of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, with a special thought for the officers of the Sûreté du Québec who were deployed in order to resolve the impasse and who have acted in an exemplary manner at a time when, unfortunately, for unfortunate reasons, the eyes of the entire world are on Canada. Thank you for your dedication. You know, speaking of eyes, Madam Speaker, you know, I will be sharing my time with the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. And again, Madam Speaker, speaking of eyes, and eyes that are riveted on Canada, I've always admired the work of cartoonists. Indeed, the art of caricature, especially since the advent of the written press at the end of the 18th century, the beginning of the 19th century in the Western part of the world, has been part of political discourse. As a counterpoint, it makes it possible to render subject matter through simple pictorial representations, striking in clarity because easily grasped by the mind, and that also communicate the essence of an individual or an event through the medium of humor, often caustic humor or even cynical humor, but making it possible to grasp in a single glance what is not set out as the truth or aim in and of itself, but rather as the fault lines of a situation. And it's a rich and needed way of questioning. A good example of mastery in this art form, able to enlighten us today, was published yesterday at about the same time in the pages of the Journal de Montréal newspaper by the cartoonist Y. Of course, Madam Speaker, I cannot, under the rules of the House, show you this cartoon here, but please allow me to describe it to you and use your imagination, because it is in a way to show by the end of my speech, based on the fault lines that I mentioned. And they're really lines, the power lines in this situation that will lead me to vote against the statement or the declaration before us. Let me just set the context for this cartoon, where it is taking place. It is the office of the Prime Minister of Canada. The only furniture visible is a desk and a chair that has been moved to the right in order to free up the underside of the desk. On the desk, there are a few objects. On the left, a corded telephone, in a frame, a photo of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, the father of the current Prime Minister, whose right arm and hand are making the universal gesture of putting his hand over his eyes as a sign of discouragement. It's commonly known as slapping your own forehead. On the opposite side of the desk, quite on the opposite side, in the background, or rather in the foreground, a pink stuffed animal, which could be likened to a Care Bear, and behind the stuffed animal, an object which looks like a cup in the shape of a unicorn head. And in the center of the desk is the Emergency Measures Act, which appears to have been freshly signed by the Prime Minister, as a pen is placed perpendicular to that document. I was saying, Madam Speaker, that the working chair had been moved to the right of the desk to make some room. That's because the Prime Minister is hidden under that desk, dressed like the infamous character from those books. Perhaps you know them, Madam Speaker. They're called Where's Charlie? It's a game which, I remind you, consists of finding the character, Charlie, who is hidden in the scene. Crouched down, we see the Prime Minister facing the viewer, a worried look in his eyes, his fingers crossed, like that, and who says out loud, Is it over? The Prime Minister, who is questioning the state of the country that he is governing. Is it over? Madam Speaker, let's look more at these details. And two key points. The character in the middle of the desk is the Emergency Measures Act, and we see the photo of Pierre Elliott Trudeau. His hand seems to defend that the actions of his son. We're talking about a representation here, and anyway, it's in color, and we see that this is the first time of using the legislation adopted in 1988. That is an updated version of the War Measures Act, which has a clear traumatizing role in the eyes of the Quebec nation, a modern version that has never been used by any government, but furthermore, where the use is disproportionate to the situation. Like everyone knows, there were resolutions in Windsor, Coutts, and elsewhere before the proclamation of this act on February 14th. Only Ottawa, the capital, not Ottawa, the city, was still under siege until today. It no longer is. This signifies that this last resort measure was promulgated for reasons that required in no way the Emergencies Act. And the situation was already under control, with the exception of the capital of Canada. 6 Canadian provinces and Quebec, through the adoption of a unanimous motion at the National Assembly of Quebec, expressed their categorical refusal to the War Measures Act being applied. And we see what happened on February 14th for this government to decree this excessive measure to resolve a situation that had already ended. This shows absurdity, to paraphrase my colleague from Joliette. It's using a nuclear bomb, an atomic bomb, to kill a mosquito that never even landed on our own arm. Now, let's talk about the objects on the right. The right of the Emergency Measures Act on the office, that is the teddy bear, and the unicorn cup. Of course, these objects are remind us of childhood. And in this case, it's a negative characteristics with regard to the Prime Minister and what we could call the magic thoughts, the magical thinking, the belief that his own abstract desire will help to solve a concrete problem without any need to intervene. A unicorn is a mythological creature. It can represent purification or love. And the Prime Minister has refused to see the reality, and in fact has sought to not divest himself of his responsibility. I talked about Charlie earlier, the one who hides in the crowd and that is very difficult to find. Charlie, who is crossing his fingers for luck, hiding like in a bunker. The vacant chair of the Prime Minister, with all that symbolizes, the Prime Minister cannot be found. In fact, where was he before the crisis, when they announced the imminent departure of a convoy, when it started, when it arrived, when it settled and dug in? The Prime Minister should have been there for Canadians. As he has repeated ad nauseum, he should have been there, perhaps, been there with all his arrogance and contempt, been there in what I call his selective absence, this fascinating capacity to pick the moment and then reappear without really doing so. I don't believe in the Prime Minister's reality, just like I don't believe in unicorns. There is a lack of leadership. There is a lack of ability to communicate. He needs to be able to communicate like a leader, and intrinsically this implies persuading, if not being able to convince. To assume leadership, it is necessary not only to be there for real, but to be there in action. This requires an agent. Let me conclude with this question posed by this caricature of the Prime Minister in this cartoon, which crystallizes the essence of what we're dealing with here today in the House, the legend that the fires lit from Quebec City to Vancouver have been extinguished in recent days by the magical power of the swelling of the Emergency Measures Act decree, which was proportionally inflated by this sidereal vacuum of leadership of the Prime Minister. Yes, a giant balloon, a balloonish measure can capture all the attention, and of course it can divert it from what one may wish to hide, but the fact remains that it is a balloon. To the question, the time has ended. We will move to questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Madam Speaker, I'm certainly not one to weigh into how the politics in Quebec works, but I'm pretty sure that I don't think that there's a single member in this House that actually ever thought the Bloc Québécois would vote in favor of this, just given their position, generally speaking, when it comes to national legislation like this. Having said that, this member's attempt to conflate the War Measures Act with the Emergencies Act, just like the Conservatives done, is disingenuous at best and an attempt to completely misinform the Canadian public at worst. This member should know full well that the War Measures Act actually removed civil liberties that were afforded to Canadians. This piece of legislation specifically states in it that the Charter of Rights must be upheld, which is the defining feature between this and the War Measures Act. How can this member continue to perpetuate this misinformation?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I want to thank my colleague for his question, and I would say to the question of the Prime Minister, is it over? I would have said, yes, Prime Minister, it's over. And you know what? It was over before there was action taken. Come out of your hiding place and do what you thought about doing 3 weeks after the demonstration that you considered as an emergency by the very measure of the non-existence of your national crisis. What is a real emergency and national crisis, Madam Speaker, is that this government needs a leader. That does not respond to the question. The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. I want to thank my colleague from Manicouagan for the speech, and we share, in fact, the fact that the Prime Minister and the Liberal government let the situation fester. The Prime Minister was absent, and this did not allow the resolution of the crisis in the time that it should have taken. But will she not admit that when a convoy organized by the far right, people who are extremely radical, who clearly say they want to overthrow the government, an elected government, and who terrorize, harass, intimidate residents of downtown Ottawa, it is a crisis situation, and the application of the Act allowed for a perimeter to increase fines and to freeze bank accounts, all things that couldn't have been done without the application of the Emergencies Act, as the acting Chief of Police of Ottawa has said. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. Of course, I will condemn any presence of far-right group, no matter where they are. And I must say it's not something new. I remember when I was 14, I was part of an anti-racism and anti-fascism group, and there were far-right groups back then. I think we're talking about 1982. So it's not new. What is happening now is that it's the result of the lack of action by the Prime Minister. Has never really been there since the beginning. So everything got worse, and then he said, I need heavy artillery. He had done nothing since the beginning. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard often from the members opposite who talk about the fact that they couldn't do this Emergency Act without invoking it, couldn't do some things they need. But Section 129 of the Criminal Code allows the Minister of Justice to impose and get people, tow trucks, to implement and work with policing. The Interprovincial Policing Act in Ontario enables the police chief to deputize any person simply to do this. So can the Honourable Member tell me if she has heard any arguments from the government during this important debate that justify or demonstrate that the government has pursued any of these tools, legal tools, before invoking this act?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, for me, didn't manage to justify it. There'll have to be a report if the decree is passed, so they'll have to demonstrate that really what he did, if he really felt that the city of Ottawa was a city like others when it is a national capital, and he let the situation fester. And I think this shows a lack of leadership, and it's a selective absence by the Prime Minister.
L'honorable député de Salaberry.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to join my colleague in thanking the police services, but also our interpreters who have been interpreting for us since 7 Thursday morning and until late in the night, and they'll be here again tomorrow. So I'd like to pay them particular attention and thank them. You know, I am the 22nd member of the Bloc Québécois to speak to the motion on the Emergency Act. This is something historic. It's the very first time the parliamentarians have been asked to give their assent and approval of this Emergencies Act. I think that the Bloc has shown that the authorities had everything they needed at their disposal to deal with the situation and end the occupation of Ottawa. I'd like to hope that all members here in this House are aware of the fact that encouragement to hate, all these things, all the things that are around it, all of this is unacceptable and is dealt with in existing legislation. Intimidating residents and local business people, bullying, spitting on journalists. This is prohibited, and it is dealt with in the criminal code. I think there could be investigations of funding from abroad in order to destabilize politically. But I am proud of my colleagues who have shown real discernment and an understanding of nuance and who know that the situation in Ottawa has for a long time now become untenable. Things should have never come to this. There was a clear and serious problem of leadership, as my colleague, the member for Manicouagan, said so well. Now, they should have done something to end this demonstration, but this debate that we've been dealing with for a few days and tomorrow again, it has to do with confirming the Emergencies Act, the invocation of this act, and this is where opinions differ. We're asking whether this exceptional piece of legislation should be enforced, and that everywhere, all over Canada, everywhere on Canadian territory, these exceptional measures in the Emergencies Act, are they truly necessary to deal with were they necessary to have dealt with the impasse in Ottawa? I think it's dangerous to trivialize recourse to this act without any thought to what might happen in Quebec, in Ontario, in Saskatchewan, or Nunavut. I believe that we have shown that, in our opinion, the government has not proved beyond any doubt that all criteria were met to say that there was something that would necessitate the Emergencies Act. Further, this creates a dangerous precedent, a potentially dangerous precedent. I would like to say that the position of the Bloc Québécois also is one with the resolution taken by the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously. They spoke against this act through a motion unanimously passed, unanimously carried in the National Assembly.
They spoke with one voice. I repeat, all Quebec's elected representatives, and each of them, one by one, and I think this is how you can interpret the position of the Bloc Québécois. I think these are the basic grounds of whether or not we will confirm this motion, a motion that applies to Quebec. Mr. François Paradis, who's the Speaker of the National Assembly, said that this unanimous support by all members of all parties and all independents showed that there was a clear message, and I don't think the message could have been any clearer. I'm very proud of my caucus, which is saying loud and clear that it also has the same opinion as the National Assembly. And you have to realize what this is, the weight of a unanimously carried motion in the National Assembly. I'm glad that the members of my caucus have been respectful of nuance, have been truly discerning, because what we're lacking now in this debate and during this pandemic, well, this is something that should inspire us to the greatest prudence. Now, in proclaiming this act, why is this important in dealing with the protesters? We have spoken in the Bloc with our heads, but also with our hearts. This is something that should make people think. Some colleagues on the government benches don't seem 100% convinced of the necessity of this legislation. This is exceptional, an exceptional act, and I think people should be thoroughly convinced of its necessity, of its indispensability. I believe that Monday night I will vote no to this motion. Besides the political and legal aspects, we will, in the Bloc Québécois, vote along the same lines as the National Assembly. This would be consistent with our basic political commitments. I think that the unanimity of the National Assembly was such, I would have liked it to have seen it reflected in this House. I would have liked to be able to discuss this before the order of invocation and not after. We have to consider the significance of this act, but we have seen partisanship, insinuations that certain people belong to alt-right groups, and even insinuations that some people are racist. But this is beyond us. We've looked at the petty politics, the insults. But this is a historical debate. We're better than this, and we're greater than this, and we have the duty to be so. I'd like to ask my colleagues, are you convinced beyond any doubt that this act is necessary? An act whose modus operandi is a political crisis? Do you think that we will come out of this better people, better parliamentarians? Since the beginning, this debate has had to do with democracy.
It's the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate being here in this House debating this very important piece of legislation that's before us. And I want to thank the member who just spoke. I work with her closely in our joint roles as whips, and I really appreciated the very sensitive nature of which she took this speech. And I also want to say that these are amazing times, and I do believe that we should not be here, and here we are. I also want to say that today when I was walking to come to work, I saw something that really bothered me. I saw a small business owner chasing two men out of his store with a stick, yelling at them, and he could not get a hold of the police. So I'm just wondering if this member could talk about the impacts that this kind of recklessness in this country that is happening, when we see this extremism, when we see this blockade for 3 weeks, when we see people feeling so afraid, and we also see the impacts of that activity, which means our social structures start to come undone. And if we cannot stand up in this House and talk about how we're going to deal with that, then I don't think we're doing our jobs very well. And I would love to hear her thoughtful response, just as thoughtful as her speech was. Thank you.
The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, which gives me the opportunity to say clearly that the people who made up this convoy and occupied the streets did not all have the same message. I think we've forgotten this in order to spotlight one group above the others. I have talked to people who were crying because they wanted to withdraw from the convoy, but they felt trapped. I think that now the streets are empty. The demonstration is over. We no longer need this legislation. It is no longer necessary to manage a crisis which is ending.
The Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't entirely disagree with the comments from my colleague in the block when she said that, there were a lot of people who got caught up in this, who had different intentions than those who were more on a path of the lawless behavior that we've seen. But the reality is those that were here in the week leading up to the police action that we saw in the last 3 days, I would say that the vast majority by that point represented those that were dug in and had their heels in order to ensure that, saying that they wouldn't leave. But more importantly, we've heard a lot about, well, the powers were there, the provinces had the powers to do this or that. Yes, the provinces had the power to bring in other police forces, but they didn't. And the provinces didn't do anything. Is this member saying that it just happens to be a coincidence? I would like to ask my question without being heckled. Is this member?
Order, please. Can we listen to the question until the end?
Suggesting that it just happened to be a coincidence that the Emergencies Measures Act came in on Monday, and then we started to see real action on Thursday. Is that just a coincidence? And it had nothing to do with the emergency measures?
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can say quite sincerely that I am staggered by my colleague's question. It seems he's asking me if the provinces let this degenerate, and it took the federal government to get the troops out exceptionally and do the job. Look, I'm sorry. I believe that the Honourable Member has no more arguments. He's been here a long time, he's tired, and what he just said, I think, got ahead of his thoughts. All the police services who were here, who made up a team, who worked together, it is those services, with the support of a coordinated command, were able to disperse the blockade and dismantle.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wanted you to know I'll be splitting my time today with the member from Disney, Missinippi, Churchill River.
It's a sad day to be speaking here on behalf of the constituents of Saskatoon West. When I first ran for office 2.5 years ago, I never thought I would spend most of my time representing my constituents during a time of COVID-19. When I ran for re-election just 6 months ago, I never imagined I would be representing them during a debate about martial law being imposed upon them. From day one, in that campaign, when the Prime Minister deliberately set out to wedge, divide, and stigmatize our population, the wisest among us may have foreseen this power grab. Unfortunately, I was naive enough to think that even this Prime Minister had a modicum of love and respect for his fellow Canadians and for democracy. The truth is, his love is for power, his respect is for dictatorships. So, what is the Emergency Act, Madam Speaker? I want to be absolutely clear. This is a naked power grab by the Prime Minister, and I will not be supporting it. This act allows the government, under certain strict criteria, to override all established laws, regulations, and norms of Canadian democracy. It is, simply put, the imposition of martial law. And the New York Times reported these measures for what they are: temporary suspension of civil liberties. This legislation is a successor to the War Measures Act and has never been used in Canadian history. Its predecessor was used during the World Wars to help Canada mobilize, and by the first Trudeau to go after real terrorists in Quebec during the FLQ crisis in 1970. Today, his son, our current Prime Minister, is using emergency powers to clear vehicles on Ottawa streets. To be clear, I, along with my colleagues in the Conservative Party, have called for an end to these blockades. But the vehicles at the U.S. border crossings were already gone before this Emergency Act was even initiated. The Liberals said they needed this power to compel Ottawa tow truck drivers. They didn't. Existing laws already gave that power. In fact, nearly everything they are doing could have been done under the provincial emergency order. The extraordinary powers of the Federal Emergency Act have never been invoked, even when the Twin Towers were toppled on 9/11, when we went to war in Afghanistan, or when an actual terrorist stormed Parliament here in 2014 and tried to assassinate the Prime Minister. The fact is, this Prime Minister mishandled this situation right from the beginning. Every parent teaches their child to use their words and not their fists. Instead, our incompetent Prime Minister chose division over leadership, chose name-calling over dialogue. As an aviation enthusiast, I'm fascinated by airplane crashes. The root cause of a plane crash can always be traced to someone not even on the plane. The reason for the crash is never the most obvious one. You have to keep asking why. Why did the engine quit? Why did you run out of fuel? Why was the fuel gauge incorrect? Et cetera, until you get to the root cause. If we apply that strategy here, what is the root cause of the unrest that we see today? Is it the protesters themselves? Certainly they will be the ones held accountable for their actions, but why were they here? One root cause was the mandate for truckers to be vaccinated. Who forced that? The Prime Minister. Another root cause is frustration and weariness with COVID restrictions in general. When the provinces began to relax restrictions, the federal government was intent on keeping them in place. Who forced that? Again, the Prime Minister. In fact, time and time again, you can trace the root cause of this conflict right to the feet of the Prime Minister. His own MPs have said that the Prime Minister has politicized the pandemic, using division and fear to pit Canadian against Canadian. We have neighbors snitching on neighbors, fully encouraged by the government. This Prime Minister desires division, and he depends on it to retain his political power. Conservatives, Madam Speaker, want to lead with dialogue and mutual respect. We know that a root cause of this conflict is a lack of a plan to move us past the COVID restrictions of the last 2 years. So, last Monday, there was a vote in this House of Commons on our Conservative motion to make a plan to end COVID-19 mandates and restrictions. The Liberals and their lackeys in the NDP voted it down. In this situation, it's the cheerleading of the NDP that is perhaps the most telling of all. The NDP, going back to its CCF roots in Saskatchewan, pretends to be the hero of the little guy, the working class. These last few weeks have finally discredited that myth. We know that many of the current NDP are self-proclaimed socialists. Just like our Prime Minister admires Communist China's basic dictatorship, today's NDP looks back in time at Lenin and Stalin and yearn for a return to those days. The whole philosophy of socialism, as written by Marx, was to put down dissent and seize power through violence. I read with great interest the tweet of former NDP Member of Parliament Sven Robinson. He was referring to the 1970 vote when the first Trudeau invoked these emergency powers. Sven said, quote, "The NDP caucus in 1970 under Tommy Douglas took a courageous and principled stand against the War Measures Act. Today's NDP under betrays that legacy and supports Liberals on the Emergencies Act. Shame. A very dangerous precedent is being set." End quote. Traditionally, the NDP has stood on the side of civil liberties and prevented governments from being granted sweeping powers. Today's NDP, not so much. Now, this won't come as a surprise to current NDP leadership, but this should be a wake-up call to all Canadians who support the NDP. The NDP is not the friend of democracy. Madam Speaker, I want to get to the heart of the matter. A leader skilled in dividing and stigmatizing is also skilled at distracting. Like a clever magician, our Prime Minister is having us look at downtown Ottawa while he works behind the scenes to carry out his true goal. What is that? Well, as they say, follow the money. The Finance Minister let slip this week that their real desire is to make some of the emergency measures permanently available to the government. And which measures was she referring to? Financial tools. Now, let's take a step back. All dictators want control. In our modern society, control is exercised through money. You can't do anything without money. Even exercising constitutional freedoms requires money. For example, freedom of speech might require a website, a pamphlet, an advertisement, etc., all of which require money. If you take away our money, you take away our freedoms. My parents grew up with cash. You could accumulate a pillowcase full of cash, put all that cash into a briefcase, and buy your neighbor's house by handing that briefcase over to him. In most of human history, that is how transactions were done, using shells, gold, cattle, etc. Today, if you show up with a briefcase full of money, you'll likely be arrested. Governments, through their central banks, want cash to be eliminated so they can control our money and therefore control us. And this plan was going very well until GoFundMe and cryptocurrencies showed up. These new payment methods have thrown a big monkey wrench into the wheels of government control, until now. What did the Finance Minister let slip this week? That they would take the overreaching powers of the Emergency Act regarding financial controls and make them permanent, particularly as they relate to crowdsourcing and cryptocurrencies. In other words, in a moment when Canadians are allowing the government to have absolute power, the government is using that opportunity to slip in some permanent changes. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm just making an observation, and I'm hoping that people pick up on this discussion and really pay attention. Madam Speaker, these emergency powers are significant. What are the people of Saskatoon West saying about this? Cora, in my riding, said, quote, "This language of hate and division needs to stop. Love and kindness is the only way forward. I can't help but wonder if we continue on this path, how long it will take for myself to be on the receiving side of hate from our government because of policies that go against my well-intended morals and values. It's only a matter of time, and I'm scared," end quote. Well, I'm scared too. Matthew said this, quote, "As a constituent of your riding, I just wanted to voice my extreme concern that the federal government of Canada has implemented this measure over a peaceful protest. I know you're part of the opposition, and I have been glad to see some of the members of your party speak plainly to the Canadian people. I don't typically take the time to get involved in politics, but it's absolutely disgusting what's going on right now. I'm embarrassed to be a Canadian at this point," end quote. We should all be embarrassed, Madam Speaker. A recent immigrant from Bangladesh told me plainly, quote, "Things going on in Ottawa is very sad. The Prime Minister is becoming a dictator. People around the globe know Canada as a calm and peaceful nation. We love friendly, peaceful Canada, and that is why we moved to Canada. Please raise your united voice in the House against all kinds of violence," end quote. The Prime Minister is embarrassing Canada on a global scale. But all is not lost, Madam Speaker. My home province of Saskatchewan shone a beacon of hope last week for Canada. We ended the vaccine passport system on February 14th, the very same day the Prime Minister took his drastic step federally. I've listened to my constituents, unlike the Prime Minister, who attempts to shut down opposing voices. Madam Speaker, I have much more to say, but my time is up. So in summary, the Prime Minister has created this situation. He has the power to make it worse, the power to make it better. I pray he chooses wisely.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles.
And thanks for my colleague for his comment. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague if he owns a business in downtown area and for 3 weeks he cannot open, he cannot pay his rent, and he has to tell his employees that, sorry, you have to lose his job. I would like to ask him in addition how we think about the closing a bridge, which is a very vital path for our commercial trade between us and United States, and threaten our supply chain. I would like to ask him also, how can he think about those people receiving funds from outside Canada? I would like to ask him, what does he think about more than 70 people, Madam Speaker, supporting the decision of the Prime Minister? I would like to ask him, is he aware that the Prime Minister was patient enough? They stayed close to 3 weeks, Madam Speaker, and the Prime Minister was giving them a chance. But
I'm sorry I'm not sure if the honourable member heard the question. The honourable member has his mic right beside his face. It should actually be away from his, it's leaning against your chin, so people can't hear it. It has to be away from your mouth in order to be heard. Un point d'ordre, c'était sur qu'est-ce que je viens de mentionner, qu'on n'avait pas la traduction.
Yes, I read messages. I just had to make something to eat. I'm back. And if you have any feeds that you want, just post them in the chat. But yeah, I had to get something to eat.
So I've been asked to, by those who weren't able to hear the question, if the honourable member can re-ask the question. I will put the time on hold, and we will, to ensure that the questions are not lost for other members. So again, l'honorable député.
Once again, the honourable member can ask his question again.
For his comment, I would like to ask my colleague if he's a business owner in downtown area in Ottawa, and for 3 weeks he cannot open and he has no means to pay his rent and was obliged to tell his employee that they have to lose their job. I would like to ask him in addition, how does he think about the closing a bridge who is a vital path for our commercial trade with the United States and threaten our chain of supply. I would like to ask him, how does he think about those people receiving funds from outside Canada? I would like to ask him what he think about more than 70% of Canadian people supporting the decision of the Prime Minister. I would like to ask.
Okay, so I believe you have a lot of questions in there, and I do have to allow for other questions. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was a lot of questions. I guess certainly for the businesses in downtown Ottawa, it's been difficult. But I must remind that member that there have been 2 years of difficulties for business owners in this country, 2 years where businesses haven't been able to open. So it's been difficult on everybody. The bridges, I also want to remind this member through you, Madam Speaker, that the bridges that he referred to, they opened up again prior to the imposition of this Emergency Act. They were dealt with through the regular chain, the regular channels of the law system that we have in our country. So those were taken care of through regular laws. We didn't need the Emergency Act for that. Thank you.
I'm going to ask that the clock be restarted, please, to 3 minutes. Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Yes, Madam Speaker.
On a parlé, je suis d'accord avec mon.
I agree with my colleague. The blockades had already been lifted practically everywhere else before the emergency measures were invoked. So I would like to hear about the consequences, more about the consequences for imposing these emergency measures when they are not actually necessary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Significant consequences, and particularly I want to highlight the people that I've been talking to. For example, there was an older lady that called my office in tears because she had donated a small amount of money to the Convoy, and she was now worried that her bank accounts would be frozen. There are businesses whose bank accounts are now frozen because of the imposition of this Emergencies Act. This is having very significant financial implications on individuals and businesses right across the country, and we need to be very, very concerned about that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. No, sorry, Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I'm just completely astounded by how far the Conservatives, as the self-proclaimed party of law and order have actually fallen. I mean, some members of that caucus are openly peddling conspiracy theories. They are turning a blind eye to extremists in their midst. I guess my question to him, Madam Speaker, is we had the Ottawa Police Services say that the Emergencies Act was necessary for them to take action. And Conservative Premier Doug Ford urged that this Emergencies Act be invoked. So my question, Madam Speaker, does the Conservative Party of Canada disagree with those two institutions? Thank you.
The honourable member Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the question. You know, if Ottawa has an incompetent mayor and couldn't get the job done, I don't think it's incumbent upon the federal government to take a sledgehammer with an emergency act and come in and try to fix that problem. That is a problem for the city of Ottawa. And if the city of Ottawa couldn't handle it, then the province could step in. The laws were currently in place, could get this job done. And so I just think it is completely unnecessary to do this to cover the incompetence of a local city council.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill, Desnette, Mississippi, Churchill River.
It's a mouthful, isn't it?
It is.
Madam Speaker, it's without pleasure that I rise today to speak on the government's invocation of the Emergencies Act. Following my election as the Member of Parliament for Desnette, Mississippi, Churchill River in 2019, we put signs throughout the riding with the slogan, "Building Authentic Relationships." I realize this is probably not the catchiest slogan ever, but it demonstrates how my team and I have operated since. Speaker, through the pandemic, my team and I have consistently and strategically attempted to be a voice that brings calm and reason to a very tumultuous environment. Personally, I believe that is what leaders should do. The failure of the Prime Minister to show even a shred of grace or compassion for people who are clearly frustrated is frankly unbecoming. Some may ask why I start here. I start here because of what I have observed since entering federal politics just over 3 years ago, where the Prime Minister and the federal government have shown absolutely no interest in building relationships with anyone other than those who vote for them. It is my belief the moment the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada became the Prime Minister, he no longer had the option of only representing Liberal voters. It became his job to represent all Canadians. But not only has this Prime Minister and his government shown no interest in representing all Canadians, they have time and time again shown disdain, contempt, and disrespect for Canadians who don't agree with them. Speaker, before I address my opinion on the government's use of the Emergencies Act, it is important that we consider what actions or inactions have led to us being here today. As confirmed by a Liberal colleague from Louis-Hébert last week, during the last election campaign, the Liberals saw an opportunity to wedge, divide, and stigmatize Canadians over vaccines and vaccine mandates. They did this to get re-elected, and they were successful, but at what cost? A poll taken just after the election showed that 77% of Canadians felt that the country was more fractured than ever. I'm fearful of what that number might be today. The politicization of vaccines and vaccine mandates by our Prime Minister has led to deep divisions in our communities, our provinces, and across our country. By treating Canadians with impunity, the Prime Minister laid the foundation for what happened just outside these walls in Ottawa and across our great nation. He called Canadians racist, misogynist, and we've even heard Liberal members in this House this weekend call them terrorists. This is not acceptable, Madam Speaker. Might I add that this was before making any attempt whatsoever to meet or speak with them. In my past life experience, in any kind of conflict resolution mechanisms, there's always one thing in common. That's dialogue. They all require some sort of dialogue and active listening. Speaker, I was raised to believe that respect begets respect. I am and will always be willing to meet with Canadians, especially my constituents, regardless of their political leanings. The only limit I impose on them is that they must be willing to be respectful and have what I call adult conversations. I believe that had the Prime Minister and his government operated in this manner, we would not be having this debate here tonight. In fact, I believe that not only would the protesters have left, they would likely have never come here in the first place. Unfortunately, because of the government's offensive rhetoric, several blocks surrounding Parliament Hill were indeed gridlocked, and people had to forcefully be removed. I have consistently said that when individuals cross lines of acceptable and legal behavior, they should be called out and individually held accountable for their actions. But you cannot paint everyone with the same brush, Madam Speaker. Let me share something I read from a blog last night. The writer explains that he lives in downtown Ottawa, absolutely in ground zero, he defines it as. The truckers are literally camped right out below my bedroom window, he said. He read a lot about what his new neighbors, he calls them, are supposed to be like, mostly from reporters. So what he did, he decided to go for a walk and find out who these people actually were. And now I quote, "As I finally made my way back home after talking to dozens of truckers into the night, I realized I met someone from almost every province except Prince Edward Island. They all have a deep love for their country, they believe in it, they believe in Canadians. Last night I learned my new neighbors are not a monstrous, faceless, occupying mob." He concludes a long blog with this statement, "What we should have never forgotten, we are not a country that makes an untouchable class out of our citizens." This brings me to the second part of my speech, Madam Speaker, and that is how I believe the current situation in Ottawa does not fit the requirements outlined in the Emergencies Act. During the introduction of the Emergencies Act in 1988, the minister responsible, the Honourable Perrin Beatty, said this in his remarks: "The legislation for second reading which I am proposing today will provide the necessary flexibility to respond to national crisis without invoking the War Measures Act. It applies only to national emergencies and distinguishes between four types. In broad terms, they are these. First, situations affecting public welfare and caused by an accident such as a massive chemical spill or by natural disasters such as earthquakes, floods, or tornadoes that are of such magnitude as to exceed the capacity of the affected province to respond and to require special powers for an effective federal response. Second, public order disturbances that threaten the security of Canada and which are so serious as to be national emergencies. Third, international emergencies requiring Canada to take special measures in concert with our allies. Fourth, and finally, war itself. Speaker, the order in Council released by the government authorizes the government to impose, and I quote, other temporary measures authorized under Section 19 of the Emergencies Act that are yet known. The Prime Minister is essentially asking this House to hand him unlimited authority. We have seen this movie before. Remember March 2020? When the Liberals introduced an unprecedented bill to give itself unlimited powers to tax Canadians and spend public money without parliamentary approval for 21 months. Remember the documents from the Winnipeg lab and how the Prime Minister's actions showed he has little or no respect for parliamentary oversight. And don't forget how the SNC Lavalin scandal demonstrated that he has little respect for the independence of our justice system. More recently, on Monday, when the Prime Minister announced he was invoking the Emergencies Act, he said the following: "I want to be clear. The scope of these measures will be time-limited, geographically targeted, as well as reasonable and proportionate to the threats they are meant to address." Since then, Madam Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister has stated that she is looking to make some of these provisions permanent. The Justice Minister admitted that the Liberals were looking to use the Act to punish political opponents. And the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice said the Emergencies Act provisions technically apply to all of Canada. Speaker, I ask, why should Canadians trust this Prime Minister now and grant this open-ended request to limit the civil liberties of all Canadians? Speaker, today I join with the Premiers of Quebec, Alberta, Manitoba, Prince Edward Island, and Premier Scott Moe from my province of Saskatchewan, along with many legal experts, civil liberties associations, and millions of regular Canadians across this country, saying that while the situation here in Ottawa has been very difficult for many people, and I have a great amount of compassion for them, it did not meet the standard of a national emergency. Thankfully, Madam Speaker, there was no widespread violence and no loss of life. Speaker, the Prime Minister said in his remarks at the opening of this debate, this situation could not be dealt with under any other law in Canada. I do not believe this to be true, and for the Prime Minister to say this in the House of Commons leads to the degradation of our democratic systems and erodes the already low level of trust in government. The precedent that this sets is leaving many people in my riding with grave concerns for the future of our country. Speaker, far be it for me to quote an NDP MP, but tonight I'm going to, because the Honourable Tommy Douglas was from Saskatchewan. In describing Pierre Elliott Trudeau's use of the War Measures Act during the October crisis, he said it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a peanut. Now, Speaker, I'm sure that my colleagues from all parties would agree that what happened outside these walls pales in comparison to what took place in 1970. So I implore my NDP colleagues to consider their roots. Consider what the great Tommy Douglas would do if he were here in this House at this moment in time. In closing, Madam Speaker, there's no easy way to put this. The division that has resulted from this pandemic has been heartbreaking. I've seen it divide our country, provinces, communities, workplaces, social clubs, churches, friendships, and even our families. I'm afraid that the Prime Minister's use of these heavy-handed measures will only further divide our country. Thus, Madam Speaker, I'm asking all members in this House to search very long and very hard when they decide how they're going to vote on this motion tomorrow night. Let's work together to start healing the brokenness that is so evident across this great country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend opposite, whom I have a great deal of respect for, and I've worked with him at the Indigenous Affairs Committee. And I do want to, at the outset, say that I believe Canadians are united. I believe over 90% of Canadians have been vaccinated, and many more are continuing to be vaccinated as we speak on the second and the booster doses. But what I do want to ask my friend opposite is that we've seen a lot of hate outside over the last several weeks. I personally have found it very difficult to go and engage. And it's pretty obvious why, because I'm a racialized individual. I have seen symbols of hate that profoundly affects me. And I'm just wondering what his thoughts are about the calls to engage with these blockaders and what he thinks.
Lies, complete lies. Go back and look at the footage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. We have worked together on the I-9 committee and have a mutual respect. What I would say is both I and every single conservative colleague would say is that we are 100% against any supremacy, white supremacy, any bigotry, any kind of racism. The member knows very well, and he knows my record on the I-9 committee. If he looked at the work I've done advocating for First Nation people and for Métis people in my riding, for Indigenous people across this country, he knows that to be true. If he looked at the work I've done coaching minor hockey in my riding, coaching kids from across the riding, from First Nations and Métis communities, he knows the work I've done. He knows my record. I'm happy to stand on that record.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks of the fact that when it was announced that the convoy was coming, we knew that there were extremists among those people. But they just let them get set up and dig in. And then once that happened, it seems to me that the Prime Minister should have taken more initiative to ensure that there was a coordination of the different police forces, but nothing was done. So what does my colleague think of that?
Honourable Member for Desnethé, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from the bloc for the great question. Like I said in my comments, the first step to resolving this was to actually listen to people, to have dialogue with people. That's the root of any conflict resolution mechanisms. It was known for weeks that these people were coming to Ottawa, but yet nobody went and talked to them. The Prime Minister claimed in his comments that he has supported and met with all levels of government and all people involved in this, that he was very in tune with what was going on. But yet they did nothing. They did nothing until they bring out the Emergencies Act. I'll go back to my sledgehammer and a peanut argument. We went from 0 to 100 overnight, and this was never necessary as initial steps to dialogue and hear the concerns of these very frankly frustrated people would have gone a long way to resolving this issue a long time ago.
We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would say through you to the member that the world has changed a lot from the 1970s. And unfortunately, we are dealing with much larger manifestations of hate. And I thank the member for denouncing, and I think that is a consensus point in this House during this past few days. But I wanted to ask, how do we, I want to ask the member through you, Madam Chair,
She's a Maltese, David. Maltese.
deal with the reality going forward of this hate and division in our communities?
Member with Desnethé, Missinippi Churchill River has 1 minute to respond.
A whole minute, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from the NDP for the question. And I would go back to my initial comments that I made in my speech and the work that my team and I have done in our riding. And we talk, and you know it's a slogan, and everybody, oh, it's just a slogan. But building authentic relationships with people, it actually works, Madam Speaker. It actually works. And so we have to become active listeners. We have to engage people at the appropriate level, and we have to dialogue with people. We have to get to the place where we can have what I call adult conversations with people, even though we might not agree with their philosophy. Maybe we don't agree with their ideology, but if we have adult conversations, respectful conversations, sometimes it's appropriate for us to agree to disagree, but we can do that respectfully.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This evening I'll be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg South. It's an honour and a privilege to represent the residents of Halifax West in the House of Commons. I recall the day of my swearing-in ceremony 15 weeks ago, walking along Wellington Street, taking in the architectural and national and symbolic elements of the buildings, looking at the multitude of people and the joy and excitement of all people, visitors and residents alike. Madam Speaker, the events of the last 3 weeks are heartbreaking. The illegal blockades, seizures, and occupations have disrupted the safety, security, life of individual Canadians, harming our economy, endangering public safety, and threatening our democracy. We need to make sure events like this do not happen again. Madam Speaker, I have reflected long and hard and have listened to the debates in this House. I've listened to the differing views. I recognize the seriousness of the situation and our role as parliamentarians, as representing our constituents and debating and voting on national laws for the collective good of Canadians. Madam Speaker, I support wholeheartedly this motion to invoke the Emergencies Act. I listened to the comments of the interim Ottawa Police Chief Bell on Friday, who confirmed that yes, the authorities granted by the invocation of this act and those conferred by the provincial and municipal emergency measures taken together were essential in conducting the successful operation that began on Friday. The use of this act is also supported by the former Ottawa Police Chief, Conservative Senator Vernon White, who noted it is justified and that this was the right time to do this. Charles Bordelot, another past Ottawa Police Chief, also confirmed the necessity of the tools this act confirmed to police in clearing Ottawa. Canada has a parliamentary democracy founded on the rule of law and respect for rights and freedoms. I, like all of you here, am elected by the residents of my constituency. I am here to represent Halifax West. I care about my community and all its people. I care about everyone's freedom. We need to collectively care about each other and our country. Let's be clear. There is a national emergency. It does pose a risk to personal security, national security, and our economy. And it needs to be ended quickly and decisively so Canadians can then get their lives back. I'm confident the threshold this act requires has been met. We've all seen the threats to property, to our economy, to our supply chains, and to our most important trading relationship that have been carried out to reach ideological ends. I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank all the police services who participated in ending the illegal operations, whether blockades, seizures, occupations, the Ottawa Police, the Ontario Provincial Police, the RCMP, La Sûreté du Québec, police forces from across the country. This was a national effort from different jurisdictions, standing out there in the freezing cold, putting their safety and comfort on the line to ensure a resolution. My hat's off to them for their professionalism, dedication, and restraint in the face of taunts, insults, abuse from occupiers. Mr. Speaker, we've heard many times here how the vast majority of truckers, working truckers, are vaccinated. I want to thank them for their essential work, ensuring Canadians have food, medicine, and so much that we rely on every day on our tables. I also want to thank their association, the CTA, for confirming that vaccine mandates are not, in fact, interfering with the industry's operations, and for applauding the government's use of the Emergencies Act to rightfully end these blockades. I want to thank the journalists on the streets, braving harassment to bring the truth of the occupation in Ottawa to Canadians. Madam Speaker, I've listened very closely to my colleagues during this debate, and I appreciate the points they've raised on the gravity of the situation, on the torment of the people and businesses of Ottawa, and on the need for a quick and decisive path forward. What we have seen is an occupation with leaders that, in their stated objectives, call for the overthrow of a democratically elected government and the removal of reasonable public health measures that have kept Canadians safe. And it is an occupation that has been fueled in no small part by foreign donations and eager cheerleading from political opportunists. The residents of Ottawa, the business owners and their staff, the hardworking public servants, they all know this had surpassed the point of a protest because they have suffered through it. I think of the email I received the other day from a woman advocating on behalf of her niece who lives in downtown Ottawa, and because of an autoimmune disorder, could not leave her small apartment in this current occupation. Her niece had endured constant, inescapable, deafening noise and fumes from the occupiers. Madam Speaker, what about her rights and freedoms? And there are so many stories like hers. We have seen far too much intimidation, violence, and hatred. I want to acknowledge the strength and resolve of the people of Ottawa over these difficult few weeks. They have been through hell, and I hope they will get some rest and some relief. At this time, it is incumbent on us to act. Let's clear up both the confusion and the willful misrepresentation about what this act is and what invoking it entails. This is not the War Measures Act. This act is not calling in the military, period. It is targeted, temporary, subject to checks and safeguards through Parliament, and must be compliant with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Invoking the Emergencies Act provides new authorities to law enforcement to regulate crowds, prohibit blockades, and keep essential corridors open. It allows government to mobilize essential services, including services related to removal, towing, and storage of vehicles that are being used as part of a blockade. It allows the taking of action against the largely foreign and largely anonymous funding of this occupation, including from crowdfunding platforms and their payment service providers. And significantly, it allows the removal of the jurisdictional friction that we have seen impede our police forces, allowing police from different jurisdictions to work together and do their job. I want to reiterate what was confirmed by the interim Ottawa police chief. They would not be able to do the job they are doing without the authorities conferred by the Emergencies Act. I want to thank the constituents of Halifax West for writing me and calling me, expressing their concern. Like all of you, my office has received tons of emails, in my case, most of it from outside my province, containing outrageous false claims and comparisons. This has included anti-vaccine propaganda, conspiracy theories, insistence that the pandemic's over, denial that our hospitals are being pushed past their capacity, and disturbing comparisons made between the requirement to get vaccinated before boarding an airplane with the horrors inflicted by the Nazis. The contents of these emails are troubling, concerning, and full of disinformation. The fact is that Canada is one of the most vaccinated countries in the world. The majority of Canadians do not support these illegal protests and occupation. The overwhelming majority of Canadians understand that facts and science still matter. Madam Speaker, that reassures me. This week, we celebrated 57th anniversary of our Canadian flag, a symbol we all respect and appreciate. I have felt uncomfortable seeing how our flag has been used over the last few weeks. I don't want anyone to ever see our flag flying and feel a twinge of fear or anxiety. Madam Speaker, I understand the frustration and the pandemic fatigue felt by many. We are all tired and we all want the pandemic to end. In my province of Nova Scotia, we had a small taste of what it felt like post-pandemic life in the fall, when cases came down and restrictions were lessened. It was a blessing and it was appreciated and deeply needed. But Omicron had other plans. I want to say I understand the frustration and empathize with folks. The risk to our communities, families, and hospitals don't simply end because we want the pandemic to be over. I wish they did. Recently in Nova Scotia, we've seen the most deadly week of the pandemic since May 2020. We are still seeing daily test positivity rates over 10% in packed hospitals staffed by overstretched healthcare workers. And here I want to thank all healthcare workers for caring for Nova Scotians and for caring for all Canadians. I have hope that a brighter spring is on its way, and I want to encourage everyone to spread hope to their friends, communities, and loved ones, while at the same time recommitting themselves to having each other's backs, being cautious, getting vaccinated, and showing our solidarity with one another.
Honourable member's time is up, and she'll be able to continue during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the honourable member from Halifax West. I like the points of her speech when she focused on Section 58 of the Emergencies Act. I do disagree with her based on the fact that there hasn't been adequate evidence provided to this chamber to determine that no other law in Canada could deal with this point. I would encourage the member to look at the Emergencies Act NOA submitted by the Civil Liberties Association, and paragraph 51 especially, where it outlines that they believe that the government's precipitous invocation of the Emergencies Act appears to have been motivated by its view that the provinces have not gone far enough in addressing intra-provincial protest. However, and I go on, this does not mean that the provinces lack the capacity or authority to deal with the protests. The provinces have the tools they need according to the Civil Liberties Association, and the Emergencies Act, they go on to argue, was not intended to provide the federal government a pathway to arrogate provincial powers to itself in circumstances where the provinces do not exercise those powers in the ways the federal government would have. Can the member provide any form of increased evidence to this chamber demonstrating that the federal government actually had to go as far as it did? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much
Everybody
to my colleague for the question.
Everybody vote for the poll in the chat.
Remarks, I have specifically said where the Ottawa interim police chief concluded that without the act, they would not been able to do what they did. Again, the Ottawa Police Chief Charles Bordelot had said that the invoking the Emergency Act allowed them to set up the perimeter, allowed police to deny entry to those trying to join the protest. It allowed for the banning of bringing children and minors into the designated zone, allowed for the quick seizure of money and assets involved with sustaining the occupation, allowed for vehicles to be towed, allowed for immediate swearing in of officers from outside Ontario as police officers and others. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. We don't interpret it the same way. A professor from Université Laval in Quebec, from the law faculty, said today on Radio-Canada that it was not sufficient to say that a law was useful, because that's what the Chief of Police of Ottawa said. It also needs to be demonstrated that it's necessary or indispensable, and that's where the government is weak, because it can't be proven that it is indispensable and necessary when it wasn't, when other laws weren't used in the first 14 days of the crisis. So why did the Prime Minister go straight to the nuclear option before exploring other options?
L'honorable député de Halifax.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Merci, Madame le Président.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. Unfortunately, I have a different opinion. It was necessary to invoke the Emergencies Act. The special measures provided by this act are time-limited, temporary, and geographically focused, and they must comply with the Charters of Rights and Freedoms. And the police forces indicated that without this act, they would not have been able to take the measures that they did. Thank you.
And comments, a short question, should I say, from the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It'll be short, but I hope not small. I do want to know from the member, one of the things that the Liberal government has said is that they would bring forward legislation to deal with online hate. So we know that many of the people that are that have been radicalized on social media. And I'm just wondering, is the government planning on bringing this legislation forward? And if so, when and why not yet?
A brief answer from the member for Halifax West.
Sure. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. There, I really appreciate the thoughtful question, and I've listened to the honourable colleague for the last couple of days asking questions. Really appreciate her interjections. I am part of the governing party, but I'm certainly not in government. But I definitely value us bringing that forward, and I will take that back to my colleagues.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise today to speak in favor of the government's invocation of the Emergencies Act. And I would first like to start by joining my colleagues in thanking the Parliamentary Protective Service for keeping members and all of the staff of the House of Commons safe and secure. They have done an exemplary job working under exceptionally trying circumstances. We owe them a great deal of gratitude. I would also like to thank all members of law enforcement who are working calmly and professionally to help restore law and order to our nation's capital, to the parliamentary precinct, and in border communities across Canada. Madam Speaker, I've had the honor of serving as the Member of Parliament for Winnipeg South for over 6 years. Serving as Member of Parliament also means that I am a resident of downtown Ottawa when the House is sitting. And Madam Speaker, I have witnessed firsthand the anxiety and hardship this unlawful occupation has caused for local residents and businesses. I have been worried about frightened children unable to sleep or attend school, about people who need an ambulance or other emergency services, about pedestrians harassed on the street for simply wearing a mask, and about frontline workers who don't have a paycheck because of their places of employment have been forced to close. And I, like so many Canadians, was deeply, deeply disturbed to see the War Memorial and the Terry Fox statue disrespected and to witness numerous symbols of hate openly displayed in our nation's capital. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to be clear that there is a distinction between those who oppose public health measures with respect to COVID-19 and those who are responsible for the hostile occupation of our nation's capital. The vast majority of those who are opposed to public health measures enacted by the various levels of government have expressed themselves through legitimate and peaceful means, as is their right under the Charter. Their points of view should not be diminished or confused with the unlawful aims of those who organize the occupation of downtown Ottawa. We cannot forget, Madam Speaker, that the organizers of the so-called Freedom Convoy made it clear in their MOU that their stated goal was the removal of a federal government that was elected only 5 months ago. These organizers are clearly using public health measures as a rallying cry in a bid to undermine our valued democratic institutions with no regard for the rights of their fellow citizens or stability of our economy. What I find particularly troubling, Madam Speaker, is that this unlawful occupation has been actively encouraged and cheered on by the Conservatives who sit in this House. by the current interim leader of the opposition, by the member for Regina Capel, who was a former Conservative leader and Speaker of this House, and by many, many other Conservative members, including by the member of for Carleton, who is a candidate for the leadership of his party, who professed loudly he was proud to stand with the truckers occupying Wellington Street. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to stand with the 90% of truckers who are vaccinated, some of whom have been prevented from doing their jobs because of blockades at our borders. During the critical days in January, when occupiers first arrived in Ottawa, Canadians witnessed multiple media reports of Conservative members expressing admiration, sharing meals, and taking selfies with the occupiers, thus emboldening and encouraging them in their unlawful activities. It is no surprise then, Madam Speaker, that the Conservatives now oppose this declaration of an emergency when they have so actively contributed to it. Madam Speaker, it has been said many times, and it deserves repeating, that the declaration we are debating today is not the War Measures Act of the past. Through the modernized Emergencies Act, we are providing expanded authorities to law enforcement to regulate crowds, dismantle blockades, and keep essential first responder and trade corridors open. These measures are targeted, temporary, and proportionate. The government has invoked them only after all options had proved insufficient. This is about keeping Canadians safe, protecting their jobs, and restoring confidence in our institutions. It's about upholding peace, order, and good government. The specific measures provided in the Emergencies Act are limited and subject to numerous checks and safeguards, such as the debate we are having right now. All measures must be compliant with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Madam Speaker, these measures do not in any way limit Canadians' rights or freedoms of expression. For the overwhelming majority of Canadians, including my constituents, there is no impact on their daily lives or on their rights and freedoms they enjoy. It is important to note that the acting chief of the Ottawa Police Service, Steve Bell, on Friday, clearly stated that law enforcement would not have been able to take the actions they did to end this occupation without the new authorities granted under the Emergencies Act. A former chief of the Ottawa Police Service and the Conservatives' own caucus colleague, Senator Vern White, agrees that invoking the Emergencies Act was the right thing to do at this juncture. And the Premier of Ontario, Progressive Conservative leader Doug Ford, said he supports the federal government's decision to provide additional tools to help police resolve the situation in the nation's capital. Madam Speaker, amid the high-profile declarations of support from many law enforcement agencies and public officials, I have also received many messages of support for the Emergencies Act from my constituents, the people of Winnipeg South. These constituents reflect the vast majority of Canadians who believe in the rule of law and who support the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Opinion survey after opinion survey confirms this, Madam Speaker. The border blockades seen across Canada, including at Emerson in my home province of Manitoba, have cost our economy billions and have strained our international reputation and good relationship with trading partner nations. Canadians are very, very worried about this. It appears to me, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister's announcement that he would invoke the Emergencies Act provided an immediate boost to local law enforcement agencies across Canada, and the illegal blockades at border crossings began to be dismantled. And as the member for Windsor West said this morning, the act has prevented a number of attempted blockades from taking place, as several convoys have been intercepted and turned around. And the success we have seen so far by the police in restoring law and order to the streets of Ottawa proves to me that using the Emergency Act was the right decision. Madam Speaker, now is not the time to undercut the women and men in law enforcement who protect us all by withdrawing the emergency measures they are now actively using. I would like to end on a note of optimism. Madam Speaker, Canadians have just endured 2 years of pandemic anxiety. It has been unprecedented in this century. Many have suffered economic and personal loss. Our citizens are tired. Conservatives say that Canada has never been more divided, but I say, as our Prime Minister has, Madam Speaker, that in many ways we have never been more united. We have worked together to fight COVID-19 and protect our healthcare systems and our economy. This Liberal government has supported Canadians in doing this, and Canadians have risen to the challenge. Our vaccination rates are among the highest in the world. Our economy is rebounding. Our healthcare workers, teachers, grocery store workers, and yes, our truckers have been there for us. Today, we as the People's House need to stand up for our fellow citizens. After 2 years of pandemic hardship, border communities should not now suffer illegal blockades, impacting travelers, public servants, and whole sectors of our economy. The people of Ottawa should not need to endure one more day of unlawful occupation. Members of this House, let's help lift the siege for the residents, the businesses, the employees, the seniors, and the students of Centertown. This House can and should fully support our frontline police officers and let them finish the job. I would encourage all of my colleagues to support the motion and approve the declaration of an emergency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the citizens of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I respectfully depart from my colleague's analysis where he says Canada's been more united. Frankly, it's been divided, and it's been mostly divided by our Prime Minister and his rhetoric. Now, I want to zero in on one thing that the honourable member said. He mentioned two comments that were really interesting to me. One was the rule of law, and the other is the notion of opinion surveys. And he said opinion survey after opinion survey is behind us. Well, when did the rule of law become subordinate to opinion surveys? Something is either right or wrong. So why can't he point to the legislation and say that this is where it's met, because the threshold with respect is not met in these circumstances?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we are political creatures and all of us watch opinion polls. They're not the final word, of course, but it certainly shows me that my constituents are behind the measures that we have implemented, and a majority of Canadians are. And as far as the rule of law goes, Madam Speaker, we have seen law breaking with abandon. And speaking about the abandonment of the citizens of Ottawa, and as I mentioned, I'm a resident of the downtown, so I have experienced what they've experienced. And Madam Speaker, the good folks of Ottawa, the good folks that are dependent on our border communities, they deserve the rule of law to be implemented, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Comments, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for. OK, vous êtes là. OK. M'excuse.
I'm sorry.
Du caractère injustifiable.
My colleague spoke about the unjustifiable nature of these blockades and the necessity of removing them. And I believe that all here agree that they should be removed. However, blockades such as those at the Ambassador Bridge were removed before the Emergencies Act. So why not simply use the same method again for downtown Ottawa?
Parlementaire.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to the honourable member for that question. And Madam Speaker, I think we all know that declaring the Emergencies Act sent a very, very strong message to those occupiers, those that were conducting the blockade, and they were able to be dispersed. And I don't know if the honourable member heard the speech from the member from Windsor West, but subsequently at a number of our border crossing, those measures have really helped to turn away convoys and prevent subsequent blockades. So the legislation is working, and of course it'll have to be ratified by the House tomorrow, and I look forward to that vote.
Questions and comments? Brief question, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was made early on that the occupation with the occupation, crowdfunding in cryptocurrency was being used to fund illegal activities. And this demonstrated a concerning gap in the reporting requirements. So why did the government not take immediate action to ensure the proceeds of crime and terrorist financing regulations were updated to ensure these companies are not exempt from reporting suspicious transactions to FinTrack?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, you have 1 minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for Vancouver East for raising this point, because I think it is an important one. I think our laws need to be updated with some of these modern realities, cryptocurrencies, the influence of foreign actors, the impact of social media and driving people to these funding sites, and so that's exactly what the finance minister has done, is filled those gaps. And we will be better prepared for these kinds of illegal acts in the future.
Reprise au débat, l'honorable député de Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in this House with great pride, thinking about my background. I started my career in the Canadian Armed Forces. And throughout my career, I wanted to defend my country and its values. And today, I can say that I will always be that same soldier who decided that law and order must be a priority for our country, for the safety of Canadians. I serve my country here and abroad, proudly bearing the Canadian flag on my uniform. I worked with Canadians from all parts of Canada, proud, well-trained soldiers who were ready to support all efforts to ensure that the rule of law be respected. I personally trained and led soldiers for crowd control operations like we saw recently in Ottawa. I was deployed in regions of Canada where the use of force was possible, and this was possible without the Emergencies Act. When you defend your country and serve under its flag, you must show unconditional devotion. But with this Prime Minister, patriotism is suffering. This Prime Minister's legendary irresponsibility and arrogance haven't improved things. That's what we've been seeing for 22 days. A situation which was supposed to be a protest and which became a siege. A siege in front of our Parliament because the Prime Minister didn't do anything to avoid the escalation. I myself saw how the siege was affecting people because every week I come here to Ottawa as an MP, and I understand what Ottawa's citizens have been through. That's why I myself asked on February 4th, in a tweet I asked that the protesters leave and clear the streets of Ottawa. I had heard what people needed, and I agreed that this needed to be over. I agreed with that, Madam Speaker. But today, we are here to debate the activation of the Emergencies Act, which shows that once again our Prime Minister has failed in fixing the situation. The Prime Minister claims that the only way to prevent trucks from blocking streets is to use this act. But these measures go too far. And in fact, this act has been out of date from the very moment that it was invoked on February 14th. I will discuss now in detail the order in council that was implemented on February 14th, that members will have to vote on tomorrow. For 2 days, members here in this House have been making speeches, but I think that we should really get back to the very essence of what we're voting on. I think we really need to discuss the order in council that was tabled by the Prime Minister. In the order in council, it states that it is reasonable to think that emergency measures are required on a temporary basis. So whereas the Governor in Council has consulted the Lieutenant Governor in Council of each province, the Commissioners of Yukon and the Northwest Territories acting with consent of their respective executive councils, so therefore right there, the first day, there was already a problem because several provinces had said no.
So at least 4 provinces did not agree. Then it says, therefore, Her Excellency the Governor-General in Council on the recommendation directs that a proclamation be issued, first of all, declaring that a public order emergency exists throughout Canada and necessitates the taking of special temporary measures until further notice. When they describe the state of emergency, tomorrow they're talking about continuous barricades at various places in Canada and the continuous threats, and therefore requiring these measures, including the use of force, and that there are threats, that continuing threats and use of acts of serious violence against persons or property. Well, that might have been true before February 14th, but that certainly wasn't true here in Ottawa. Then they can't carry on. The adverse effects on the Canadian economy and threats to the economic security of Canada resulting from impacts of blockades of critical infrastructure, including trade corridors and international border crossings. Well, that was finished. It was over, even before the Prime Minister announced the order in Council on February 14th. Then there were other points related to that, which have to do with our economic relationship with the United States. Well, once again, the Ambassador Bridge had already been reopened, the breakdown in the distribution chain, etc. And they also talk about the potential for an increase in the level of unrest and violence. Well, they keep talking about the aspect of violence in the order of Council. And yes, it was very unsettling. It was extremely unsettling, especially and disruptive, especially when when they wouldn't stop honking horns. But I never saw any broken windows or any violent acts, except perhaps some skirmishes with journalists. But if we talk about if you look at protests you see regularly in Montreal or elsewhere in Canada, where police cars are flipped over and windows are broken, and we see that regularly. I didn't see any of that in the events we're discussing here today. They also talk about measures to regulate or prohibit any public assembly. So tomorrow we're going to talk about regulating or prohibiting any public assembly except other than lawful advocacy, protest, or dissent. So they're excluding basic fundamental things that, in fact, most of the people were asking for, that were there and that were doing. So I really find it difficult to understand that particular point. And then the designated zones. Clearly, they said they were going to designate zones. So I was waiting for a more detailed motion. We never did get those details. So in the end, the whole of Canada is covered by this Emergencies Act, and we never did hear about what the specific zones were. And everybody knows it was Ottawa in the end because that's all that was left to deal with. But we still never got those details. Then measures to authorize or direct any person to render essential services, for example, towing, removal, towing, and storage of vehicles, and so forth. Now, the police can ask a towing business to go and tow a vehicle, and that already exists under current law. So we didn't need the Emergencies Act to do that. It was totally unnecessary. Now, the financial aspect. That's a bit odd, Madam Speaker, to wish to know where the money's coming from, to have seized bank accounts of donors who gave money to the convoy. And we found out that came from a CBC report. So CBC did an analysis, produced a report, and the government used that report to invoke Canada's Emergencies Act. Not intelligence from one of our intelligence services. No, CBC is who provided the data. That can't be just based on that. And also, the Minister of Finance was saying, well, I've got everyone's names. It's becoming a bit of a game now. Who gave to what? Where did the money come from? In the end, is this really about national security, or is this a partisan interest? And they want to know where this money has been coming from. It's really not clear. There is another point that I could give you so far. So far, everything I said doesn't add up, but they said that with the Emergencies Act, there could be the imposition of fines or imprisonment. If it was a true emergency, okay, but that's not the case. And then finally, other temporary measures authorized under Section 19 of the Emergencies Act that are not yet known. Well, 7 days later, they're still not known because nothing new happened. So, Madam Speaker, there are 11 paragraphs. Out of the 11, there are 10 that do not meet the test. It's lamentable. It's a failure, and we're going to be voting on that tomorrow, Madam Speaker. If there was a single paragraph in the Governor Council, we would have voted against it. But there are 10 out of the 11 paragraphs that don't fit the bill. So, how can we vote in favor of this invocation of the Emergencies Act? So, Madam Speaker, the public thinks that the Emergencies Act is what allowed the government to break up the demonstration and to clear the streets of Ottawa. However, history capital H is going to show that that was a bluff and that only the Bloc Québécois and the Conservative Party of Canada understood that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Alfred Pella. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, the Premier of Alberta announced that he would challenge the Emergencies Act before the courts. However, his own government...
Someone in the chat said fake streams. These are all real streams, and the big one is the footage from yesterday. And I would invite you to compare the footage from before the UN troops came in and what you see now, which was yesterday, to the difference between the protests. There was bouncy houses. People were celebrating freedom. They thought they were going to get freedom, but Trudeau's still hiding in the corner. But so yeah, they were all they had hope, is what I'm saying. They were handing out pancakes and hot chocolate and feeding the homeless and cleaning the streets and shoveling snow, and it was all peaceful. And if honking horns is not considered peaceful, then that's the only portion that wasn't. But they stopped honking the horns once they passed the ordinance. So, you know, no wonder they don't get anything done at the House of Commons. They're probably just like our government here in the U.S. They're just yak things to death, and they just talk around the subject. But anyway, all these streams are live, and if it's not live, I'll put up there footage from whatever day. So go back and look at the footage from about 3 days ago before the cops showed up, and look how peaceful it was. The media is lying and lying constantly. I have 1,000 hours of footage at this point, or probably more, probably 5,000 hours of footage of this protest, because I'm running 4, 5, sometimes 6 streams at the same time, and I never once, out of any of my screens that I've been streaming for almost 9 or 8 days, somebody can correct me in the chat room, saw one Nazi symbol. No hate. It was nothing but love. It was the winter. It was the winter of love. And when the cities were being burned down by BLM last year here in the United States, the mainstream media is sitting there. The guy's got the microphone in his hand, and behind him are buildings burning, and broken glass everywhere, and smoke and noise and sirens. And they called that the summer of love. And there was no executive orders or nothing like that. So just realize they're trying to gain control through measures of this. Look up Event 201. There's a lot of informed, critical thinking people in the chat, and I want to thank all of y'all. And so, just so y'all know, I'm getting most about 95% of the polls are coming from the chat room. I'm just copying and pasting them. So if I like if it'll be a good poll, it's going to be a poll. So
radicals and anarchist groups. Those are his words in a tweet from February the 4th. Yet many of his colleagues, speech after speech, have referred to this as a protest, peaceful protesters. Will he at least acknowledge that he diverts from his colleagues in terms of calling this a peaceful protest? Does he still stand by his words that this was an occupation controlled by radicals and anarchist groups?
The honourable member. You have 1 minute to respond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, absolutely, I did tweet that on February 4th. I take responsibility for it, and I am fine with what I wrote because after 6 days of Ottawa being occupied, then I myself decided that I'd had enough, and it was enough, and that the citizens of Ottawa had had enough. And after that, my colleagues ended up saying, yes, that is enough now. We've understood. You should go home now. And my party said so. My party asked them to leave the city of Ottawa, said that you've made your point. Your message has been heard. Was I the first one to say it? Maybe. Did my party then also say it? Yes. Resuming debate. The honourable member. Just a moment. The honourable member from Montmagny-Lise-Kamouraska and Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Merci, Madame la...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are sitting exceptionally on a Sunday night because it's a historic moment in Canada's history. Of course, we're talking about the unprecedented invocation of the Emergencies Act, an act, I would remind you, that was crafted by the Conservative government of Brian Mulroney, but has remained unused to this day because its authors clearly stipulated that it should only be used in the event of a threat to, and I quote, the ability of the federal government to deal with a situation that affects the security or territorial integrity of the country. There are 4 emergency situations in which the Emergencies Act can be invoked. A public welfare emergency due to a disaster, a public order emergency, an international emergency, or a war emergency. The Mulroney government passed this new act in the 1980s because it thought it was appropriate to limit not only the powers of its own government, but also those of any future government, to ensure that there would be no loss of individual freedoms that could potentially be curtailed by the Old War Measures Act. We're talking about the act, famously invoked by Pierre Elliott Trudeau during his 1970 stunt, a matter that is still a source of controversy among political commentators more than 50 years later. Clear guidelines exist to justify the use of a public order emergency. In my opinion, the current Liberal government does not meet the threshold set out in the Act. It is for this reason that we are exercising our right as parliamentarians to vote against the ratification of this Act that the government proclaimed last year. Of course, the government predictably came up with the argument that the truckers' convoy in Ottawa forced their hand and that the use of emergency measures was needed to remove them. I have my doubts, Madam Speaker. The truth is that the government is confused. On February 11th, the Prime Minister said that provincial and local law enforcement were fully equipped to deal with the situation on Wellington Street and the adjacent streets of downtown Ottawa. The Prime Minister said so himself, but only 3 days later, he suddenly behaved as though the place was on fire by pulling emergency measures out of his arsenal without too much explanation. And you'll have to look at the Hansard again, Madam Speaker, to verify it, because we asked all the questions last week, asking the government to provide us with reasons for its decisions to invoke its reasons for invoking emergency measures. The government has had 5 days to explain itself, but has been unable to provide satisfactory answers, as my colleague said just a few moments ago. The order in council states that the federal government's aim was to limit the movement of Canadians into demonstration areas, but the provinces already had this power and still have this power, as we saw during the pandemic. The Quebec government, to quote it, even split my riding in two in the spring of 2020, limiting people from the Montmagny or Lillet from crossing into Kamouraska, and vice versa, with the help of the police, of course. The Ontario government could in turn limit traffic between regions, which they did. Whether one is for or against it, the fact remains that provinces already had this power to limit traffic for various reasons. And since municipalities are creatures of the provinces, the Ontario government could exercise its own powers without the federal government having to resort to the Emergencies Act. I recall the Prime Minister's commitment that the scope of emergency measures would be limited in scope geographically. But now we learn that they apply over the almost 5,000 kilometres from coast to coast to coast. The government also evokes the threat of foreign political interference to give itself the right to deny access to Canada to any foreigner coming here with the intention of participating in the convoy of demonstrators. But, again, Madam Speaker, The government already has that power. Our borders have been closed to foreign nationals for almost 2 years, preventing them from coming to Canada for any reason deemed non-essential, and even before the pandemic. The onus was still on travelers to justify, under immigration law, the purpose of their trip, whether business or tourism. Any non-Canadian coming to Canada claiming to be here for tourism reasons could be questioned by border services to confirm the veracity of their intentions. And if it was determined that the purpose of their trip was not what they claimed, the traveler could already be turned back at the land border or detained until they boarded another flight to their home country. So, there are many redundancies in the measures invoked by the government's proclamation, which we believe were only adopted by a panicked government desperate to appear to be doing something following the negative media coverage of the truckers' standoff in Ottawa. As everyone in this House has seen over the past 3 weeks, there were 1,001 reasons for the Ottawa police to act, to clear the obstruction that was blocking the main east-west route through the federal capital just outside the parliamentary precinct. Ottawa City ordinances on noise, on idling, on parking could all have allowed the police to act from the start of the protest, and yet nothing happened. During the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, which caused huge economic impacts across the country, the RCMP in Ontario were able to control the situation last weekend quite well by arresting criminals, even before the Prime Minister invoked emergency measures here in Ottawa. In fact, there were other demonstrations elsewhere in Canada, and they were all dealt with under existing laws that are still in effect. So, the Liberal government's argument that the Wellington Street convoy could not have been dislodged were it not for their invocation of the Emergencies Act simply does not hold water, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, virtually all the protesters arrested in Ottawa since Friday are currently facing charges of mischief or counseling others to commit mischief, both of which have already been in the criminal code for years. To my knowledge, none of the hundreds of individuals arrested have been charged with violating the Emergencies Act. To sum it up, the government used a cannon to kill a fly. I'm not trying to minimize what happened in Ottawa. Quite the opposite, because the impact on the residents, Ottawa's residents, were terrible, and we all agree with that. Agree on that. As Conservatives, we have grave concerns about the precedent the government is setting, with some coercive measures that we are simply not used to seeing in a free and democratic society. One of them is the order to designated persons to provide essential services, such as towing. As far as I know, the only people who can be compelled to provide anything are members of the Canadian Forces, on pain of desertion. Some professional bodies, such as doctors, may have rules of conduct to follow as well, but throughout the pandemic, I never saw the federal government invoke a state of emergency or the Emergencies Act to encourage medical personnel to work overtime, for example. With the Emergencies Act, who knows if the federal government will find it appropriate to order any Canadian in the future to provide services against their will. The Liberals may say that these measures are temporary, but once the toothpaste is out of the tube, it will be very difficult to put it back in. We also have concerns about the discretionary power the government in Canada has given itself to block or seize bank accounts or credit cards of individuals who supported the protests in recent weeks. Some of the convoy's organizers may have broken Canadian laws, and they will have to answer for their actions before the court. And that's fine. A judge may seize their assets to pay fines or penalties to reimburse municipalities or other victims of their actions, such as businesses that were forced to close. But this usually happens after they have gone through a criminal and civil trial, not before. The burden of proof for those affected by these emergency measures will be reversed, and the onus will be on them to prove their innocence, whereas normally it's up to the state to prove their guilt. So
Chat voted for the House of Commons audio. There's hardly any streamers. You know, there's a Canadian Rambo down there, but there's no real action going on. So do y'all still want to listen? There's nothing really to listen to except yesterday's audio, and you can see that on Church of Bubbles channel from yesterday, or I recorded all of his stuff too, so you can go to my channel and see it inside one of the big squares. So vote in the chat for which audio you want to hear, but if you want to hear the top audio, of course, you can just watch that again somewhere on some other time.
So how do you identify those people? How is the government going about that? And what are they going to do to rectify the situation if it turns out that that person was was improperly accused? So I think this act is useless. I think the government is wrong to be acting in this way, has wanted to act too quickly and in an unnecessary way. Questions and comments?
Merci Madame la Présidente. D'abord, j'aimerais remercier mon collègue pour son discours, un collègue que j'apprécie.
A colleague who I appreciate greatly, because we sat together on the Official Languages Committee for quite some time. I'd like to ask my colleague, according to the comments of his colleague from Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, he said he did use the words siege. Ottawa is under siege. And according to this same colleague of his, the official opposition now agrees that the city of Ottawa was under siege. Now, the opposition says this is the first time that the Emergencies Act was invoked. And what I'd like to hear from my colleague is, does he remember, has he ever witnessed the taking of any other city in Canada under siege? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, we never said that Ottawa was not under siege. What happened is that the Ottawa police and other forces did not act promptly because they had all the tools they needed to act. And it happened in other provinces 4 different times without the Emergencies Act, and all the blockades were dismantled. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We don't agree with this act, like the Conservatives, but there's something that we must say, is we don't agree with the protesters, and unfortunately, in this House, I've heard a number of Conservatives say that there is a link between the vaccine passports and the protests that we saw outside. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about this. Does he agree with certain members of his caucus that these protests have to do with the vaccine mandates? I'd like to hear what he has to say to that. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillers, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, I was the first to speak out against the vaccine mandate for truckers on December 15th, and I haven't changed my mind. The government has used this, and the member for Louis-Hébert said so. The government used this to divide Canadians, to pit the vaccinated against the unvaccinated, and it is continuing to do so today, and the members of the Liberal Party are continuing to do that today. Truckers didn't need that mandate because they were able to work for 2 years, and there is no valid study that the government has put forward to demonstrate that those truckers were people who brought COVID to Canada. So there was absolutely no need for that mandate.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powder River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention today. I'm just wondering if I could get comments from the member. There was a joint column from former Conservative MP Peter MacKay and my dear friend Senator Vern White, and I just want to quote it. It said this, quote, "As a rule, let's affirm that negotiations with those committing illegal acts is a terrible precedent. National security threats which we are now facing need to be led by our national security force, the RCMP, through the use of the Emergencies Act, which the federal government invoked Monday. They have the strength, intelligence, methods, and capability that no single municipality can muster." Madam Speaker, I'd like to hear the member's comments.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilac, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, what I'm observing today, and what I've seen since the beginning of this debate, is I'm going to be very polite in saying this. The fact that the NDP has lost its way with regard to this Emergencies Act, the NDP has always stood up for all Canadians. It has always defended Canadians' rights. And today, they're rallying with the government to vote for this Emergencies Act, and it's completely unacceptable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I speak today from the traditional territory of the T'an Council and Kwanlundan First Nation, recognizing with honor the trust that the people of Yukon have bestowed on me to represent them in this House and lend my voice to this important debate. I recognize also what a great privilege we have here to carry out this debate on some of the most fundamental tenets of our democracy in one of the most respected and successful democracies in the world. As members of Parliament, we all have a responsibility to put partisan ideology aside, look at the best evidence we can find, and set the way forward to preserve our democracy from any cracks in its integrity or threats to its survival. Today, we're debating the invocation of the Emergencies Act, legislation passed in 1988 to replace the War Measures Act, to ensure that at moments of crisis, where existing measures are insufficient, special, time-limited measures could be introduced federally to deal with the crisis. As many have stated, this is the first time these measures have been enacted. Madam Speaker, I add my voice to those who agree that this action is necessary to put an end to the occupation of Ottawa, address the blockades or threats of blockades by these groups, and the threats to critical infrastructure. Let me be clear, this is no longer a mandates protest. This is a siege, an occupation, and a credible threat to our democracy. I will come back to that, but first, I would like to offer some reflections on the pandemic and the many measures that have been put in place to respond to this public health crisis. Fatigue and pandemic exhaustion, simply from the length of this pandemic, have fueled much of the current unrest. Unrest due not only to the 2-year duration, but also to the many false endings that we have seen. How many lights at the end of the tunnel will be seen before it really is not another train? Almost a full 2 years ago, as Chief Medical Officer of Health for Yukon, I was involved in the first few weeks as we watched and prepared for the pandemic coming closer to Yukon. I remember fully the tears that were in the eyes of Deputy CMOH Dr. Elliott when she had to announce the cancellation of the Arctic Winter Games, the first of many joyous events that fell in the path of COVID. Not long later, before even our first case, we declared a public health emergency, knowing that extraordinary measures would be required to fight this pandemic. When I announced Yukon's first cases, and later yet, Yukon's first death from COVID-19, those days are marked with searing clarity in my memory. When we decided early on and quickly that the only way to protect ourselves from COVID would be to temporarily limit non-essential travel into Yukon and establish a quarantine requirement, we realized how drastic and serious a move that was. There were Yukoners who opposed that move, some vociferously. And let me tell you, we were acutely aware of the hardship and loss that those restrictions imposed. But most people supported the move. It gave us protection and allowed us more freedom within our territory. We united as a community, and we managed to contain the impact of COVID to a minimum until the arrival of vaccines enabled us to gradually replace border controls with a vaccine strategy, well before most other jurisdictions with similar approaches. And even before vaccine arrived, we opened borders when we could, even removing quarantine requirements for our BC bubble in the summer of 2020 that allowed travel back and forth between BC and Yukon, allowing a release valve for people to travel in both directions and for families and friends to reunite. Largely, our strategy of containment worked. Were there costs? Absolutely there were. We shared the pain of elders in long-term care not having visitors, but we avoided outbreaks of COVID in long-term care and protected many lives. We saw families separated, families grieving the loss of loved ones in solitude, celebrations of all kinds canceled or severely cut, workplaces struggling to keep up, tourism devastated. But because we had measures in place that were tied to the risk of COVID, we kept our society open as much as possible. We had compensation, including the substantial federal benefits, supplemented by territorial government supports that allowed people and businesses to stay afloat despite incredible challenges. I'm telling this story because I wanted to help you understand that painful compromises and infringements on individual freedom did have to be made in order to achieve a greater public benefit. We knew there was a cost, and we did not hide that. We started to measure and document early the effects, not just of the virus, but of the consequences of restrictions. Mental health effects, including depression and anxiety, addictions and toxic drug deaths, a backlog of surgical healthcare services and screening unattended to, of children suffering from lack of socialization and physical activity. As CMOH, it had always been my perspective to understand and address resistance and hesitancy. When vaccines arrived, through conversation and consultation, we could help determine what stood between anyone's beliefs and vaccine, work with that person or community, and strive for ever higher vaccination rates. When we removed vaccine quarantine requirements for fully vaccinated people, the move was received with joy and relief. Of course, not everyone agreed or was pleased. But in allowing fully vaccinated people to have that extra freedom, we were able to achieve more people being able to travel, more families to reunite, more people getting vaccinated to enable our small population to weather oncoming waves of the pandemic. Do vaccine requirements and mandates restrict individual freedom? To some extent, they do. So do seatbelts, drinking and driving laws, other vaccine policies. In fact, many everyday laws and regulations that keep us safe and allow us to thrive. A greater public good should always be the aim. And in the case of COVID vaccine policies, the public good is found in allowing sectors to reopen or reinvigorate, in allowing people's livelihoods to continue, or in incentivizing people to get vaccinated. Now, as the pandemic once again recedes, we should be well placed to reduce and rescind many of these requirements, especially as our toolbox to tackle COVID is growing. Better masks, better knowledge on how masks work, more understanding of the role of ventilation, an increasing panoply of vaccines, the arrival of effective treatments, and even increased population immunity with the recent Omicron wave. But let me be clear, Madam Speaker, we should not be in a rush to end our restrictions and policies. If we have learned anything, it is that public health responses should be swift in response to a threat and lifted slowly according to expert analysis of viral activity, including international surveillance and modeling. Unfortunately, the pandemic will not be gone overnight. There is a rush to thinking that we are in endemic phase without even fully knowing what endemic means. Let us note, for example, that in the example of Denmark, where restrictions were rapidly dropped in a highly vaccinated population, a country often cited in this House as something that we should adopt, we see concerning trends already in increasing ICU and death rates. There is a cost, you see, and that cost will be borne disproportionately by people at greater risk and susceptibility. People with disabilities, people with immunocompromise, and people who, for whatever reason, are not vaccinated. I am concerned for other parts of the globe or country where restrictions have been precipitously removed. We need a gradual and thoughtful way out of this phase of the pandemic and considerable caution as to what might be next. So now let us revisit the Emergencies Act and whether it was called for. As I said, I believe it was necessary, Madam Speaker, for all the reasons that we have already heard on this side of the House. I, like anyone, have received emails and correspondence saying, support the convoy, even some from people of Yukon. But I have received concerned emails and calls from many others. One call from a Yukon resident representing many like-minded friends said to me, you have to do something. This occupation, these blockades are unacceptable in a democracy. You have to do more. Our capital city is being occupied. As anguished as Ottawa citizens have been, this call came from citizens of Canada, 5,400 kilometers away. Ottawa being occupied is more than a city being under siege. People, including my own family members, being subject to fear, the downtown core shut down like a war zone. This is about a disruptive occupation with a violent underbelly, bringing our capital city to its knees. It's been said many times, but please remember that the Emergencies Act is scalable so that the response is proportionate to the threat. It is limited in time, it is limited in scope. It offers extensive parliamentary oversight, part of which we are engaging in presently to ensure the measures introduced are not abused. Perhaps most importantly, it must be charter compliant, that is, operate within the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Act is designed to support provinces and territories that require additional authorities, but imposes no infringement on the rights of citizens anywhere. Some of my colleagues opposite have compared the Emergencies Act, even today, to the invocation of the War Measures Act in October 1970. And not to age myself, but I will, it is a day that as a 12-year-old child, I remember well. Not far from the age of my own son now, 13 years old, and my grandniece, Audrey, who celebrates today in Ottawa, her 12th birthday. Happy birthday, Audrey, on this singular Sunday. But back to 1970, when I was 12, I do remember the shock and pall with which the kidnapping of James Cross and Pierre Laporte and the later murder of Monsieur Laporte rocked the country. That was a tense time, and many of us are reflecting on Canada's experience and response in that time of fear, violence, and threat. But let us be clear that 42 years later, we're invoking an entirely different and substantially refined piece of legislation.
Social media.
The Emergencies Act is not the War Measures Act.
Order, somebody seems to have their mic on, so we're going to take care of that. And I do want to remind members, there seems to be a lot of conversations going on in one corner of the chamber here, and I would ask if they could actually take that conversation outside instead. I've signaled a couple of times to reduce the sound, and if people want to meet, that's the place to go, is in the lobbies. I believe that they've taken care of the added, maybe not, Mr. Schmiss. Yeah, I believe they've taken care of the mic that was on, so I will allow the honourable member to continue his speech. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But let us be clear that 52 years later, we are invoking an entirely different and substantially refined piece of legislation. The Emergencies Act is not the War Measures Act. Indeed, the accountability mechanisms included in the Emergencies Act are a testament to the strength of Canada's democracy. And I salute all those in this House in years gone by who worked to make it so. We know the steps that were attempted to reach a solution. For 3 weeks, Ottawa as a city was held hostage and occupied, forcing businesses that were poised to move on to the next stages of reopening to stay closed, harassing and disrupting the life of communities, putting lives, homes, and businesses at risk. There has been much discussion, particularly from across the aisle, about how innocent and well-behaved people attending the occupation were. Sure, I also walked around and people smiled and said good morning or evening. I too saw the bouncy castle and barbecues, the sing-songs and children playing. But I reject, Madam Speaker, that these were simply innocent and peaceful protesters. They may have started with intentions to simply state their objections to the mandates, but by being present in the occupied city core, whether friendly or not, they were actively complicit in an occupation that had long ceased being a simple protest. Others, including the testimony from my colleagues today, have well documented the other elements that led this well beyond a protest to an actual threat to public order. Threats from the extremist elements that have brought this from protest to siege, the funding, the foreign influence, the disruption to citizens of Ottawa, the blockades that stopped our trade with the US virtually in its tracks, affecting already strained supplies that have led to shortages all the way to stores in rural Yukon. All Canadians have the right to protest, and I will always fight for that right, and that right is enshrined and protected in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Our right to protest, however, should not infringe on rights of others. In Ottawa, the city has been occupied, and given the inability of existing levers available at the municipal and provincial authorities alone, greater federal involvement through this act was critically needed to lift the siege. I never thought that the word freedom could be co-opted into a threat, or that our beautiful national flag could become a symbol of occupation. The occupation of Ottawa must end as it has, and we must move on from this. And I believe the Emergency Measures Act was necessary to get us there. As well as a public health physician, I am also, or at least was until recently, an emergency physician. And there are two reflections I have in closing that I would like to share. Working in the emergency room, of course, can be very busy, as many of you will know from either receiving or perhaps in providing or supporting the care. People can be mildly sick, critically ill, or just worried. Our job is to tell the difference and to make a decision that could affect the rest of that patient's life. Sometimes the decision can be made in seconds, sometimes hours, but decisions do need to be made. And sometimes many decisions have to be made each hour. Timely decision-making is critical. Similar, deciding to call a national emergency. Was it necessary? If necessary, was it called too soon or too late? At some point, a decision must be made based on the best evidence available at the time. Similarly, since Ottawa's occupation is over and the blockades ended, was invoking the act still a necessary decision? Well, I'm glad the decision was made, and glad it was made only after many other efforts were made under normal laws and regulations. Certainly not for Ottawa, apparently not for Surrey, and when the risk for further blockades has continued to be acutely present. Thankfully, we have public scrutiny and all the checks and balances and time-limited nature to help us ensure the intervention is as minimally intrusive as necessary.
Sorry about that.
And perhaps for the next crisis, we will have better mechanisms in place to avoid having to trigger the Emergencies Act in a similar future scenario. A precedent will be set, but so will experience with implementation of the Act, thresholds and interventions that could render another invocation unnecessary. The second reflection I have is that in the emergency room, every now and then, there could be a violent incident in the department, one where prevention may not have worked, where attempts at de-escalation are clearly overwhelmed. In such cases, we would call in the RCMP, and on such occasions, I would never be so glad as to see our friends in uniform. I felt a little the same way yesterday after the previous 3 weeks, some of which I have spent in Ottawa, and I felt grateful and proud of the professional way that our combined police forces from all around the country, empowered and reinforced under the Emergency Act, were able to de-escalate and end the occupation without significant violence. So I want to thank all those brave men and women who helped resolve this crisis. I know that many have expressed concern about the way that policing failed in the initial weeks of this occupation and how the response to this particular, mostly white person siege differed from police responses to recent or past Indigenous and racialized protests. I want you to know that I share those concerns and other concerns about how this crisis was initially handled and perhaps even enabled by local police. But I also appreciate the professionalism and successful end to this siege without violence, a testament, again, to the ability to act with sufficient numbers and coordination made possible under provisions of the Emergencies Act. I also want to thank all our essential workers, our truckers who have hauled goods all over the continent throughout this pandemic, our healthcare workers in both public health and healthcare, who even while they see another light in the tunnel are preparing for whatever lies ahead. Indeed, to all citizens who have stepped up and endured and contributed to our collective journey through this pandemic. I thank you all, and I look forward to working with all members of this House on standing up for peace, order, and good government. We have more than enough ahead of us to accomplish together. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the speech from the honourable member. A number of earlier speakers, made the point that the measures under the Emergency Act are temporary in nature, yet the Minister of Finance just the other day said that some of the provisions dealing with financial services, organizations, banks and credit unions, and perhaps crowdfunding platforms will become permanent. I wonder if the member has a comment about that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the question from the member opposite and also from my neighbouring province. And I want to again come back to the limitations set around this act, temporary in nature, limited in scope, and under a high degree of parliamentary scrutiny, including this debate, the setting up of a parliamentary committee, and a sunset provision. So I think there are many checks and balances embedded in this act. Thank you.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Our colleague for Yukon in his speech said that the occupation was over in Ottawa. And indeed, thanks to the excellent efforts of law enforcement groups over the weekend, well, if this occupation is over, what is the point of this Emergencies Act? And if this government still thinks that we need an Emergencies Act when a crisis like this one is for all practical purposes over, well, I hope that this country never has to go to war with a government like this one.
L'honorable député de Yukon.
Merci pour la question.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I would just like to say that the situation is under control for the moment. And that additionally, these provisions are temporary. We are waiting. We are waiting to determine whether we will continue, whether we are waiting to see when it will not be necessary to use this act anymore. But it is certainly not up to me to say right now whether it is now no longer necessary or how long it will be necessary. But what I can say with confidence is that we have all the necessary tools and resources to ensure that this use of the Act is brought appropriately to an end.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's really a privilege and honor to speak with this member from the Yukon. His background, and I'm tempted to ask him questions about where he thinks we are now in the pandemic that he referenced in his speech, but I want to stick to the Emergencies Act. This member clearly is someone who looks for evidence-based solutions. I want to ask him if, looking at the evidence, he truly believes there was no other way to deal with the so-called Freedom Convoy other than access to the Emergencies Act.
L'honorable député de Yukon.
Madam Speaker, it's an honor for me to have a question from a member, the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, who I have a great admiration for. So thank you very much for the question. And I'm confident in all that I have learned and all that I have read and discussed, and looking through the steps that were taken, that this was the right move at the right time. And I hearken back also to what I said, that there was a ticking clock, and at some point, one could wait, one could have many other options on the table that are all going to take time. So I think timeliness is part of the decision making here, and I think it was appropriately scaled, and followed the appropriate steps. I do believe it was the only recourse at this time.
Comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Brampton South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and really want to say thank you to my honourable member from Yukon, his thoughtful views. And I'm also thankful the appropriate measures are being taken to ensure safety and security. Before we are hearing about limited police enforcement capabilities, now we are hearing from law enforcement, and these additional supports are helping to bring this matter to a peaceful end. Does this honourable member agree that Emergency Act is helping bring this unlawful protest to the end?
The honourable member for Yukon.
I thank the member for that question and for her dedication to many issues and concerns that we share in common. I do believe, again, referring back to the fact that this will be scaled, focused, and responsive. The act was appropriate, and I do believe it was effective in bringing an end to the blockade, and with the right time frame before us, should prove to be effective in maintaining order until such a time as, under expert advice, it is no longer deemed necessary.
Comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention today and ask him. He speaks about knowing when it will be appropriate for the powers that are part of the Emergency Act to stop. How will he know that? How will the Liberal Party give information to parliamentarians that it is, in fact, time for us to end the Emergency Act powers?
A member for Yukon.
I thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for that question, and also for her dedication as a member. I do want to say, that certainly if I think of my previous role, decisions depended on input from a variety of experts and from a discussion with colleagues, as well as security assessments and briefings from intelligence officials. I would expect the same type of considerations inputting to our to cabinet to allow a determination of when that would no longer be necessary. Also, I think it's important again to reflect that the degree of oversight, including the striking of a committee, will allow for transparency in the decision-making process that will allow us, hopefully, as soon as possible, to be able to cease the invocation of this act.
We have time for another question. The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Yukon. One of the problems I had with his speech is that he seemed to assume that the implications we are dealing in respect to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and its relationship to the Emergencies Act have somehow already been tested. I would encourage the honourable member to look at the debates from 1988 in April, when the honourable member from Blackburn, MP Blackburn, former NDP member from Brant, stated that Japanese Canadians who were interned under the War Measures Act were very concerned that the Emergencies Act wouldn't actually protect charter rights. To this date, there has been no reference to the Supreme Court on the application of the Emergencies Act. So to have it on record, is he okay with that? And secondly, I would hope that the member agrees that—
He'll respond because we're running out of time, so I'll let him respond to your first question, and if you have another question, it can go to a different member. The honourable member for Yukon, a brief answer, please.
There's question 1 of 8.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would say that the courts will rule on the threshold issue and on the constitutionality of the Act, including any intrusion on provincial jurisdiction. So I think there is accountability written into this Act through all the mechanisms I've mentioned, and there will be a public inquiry. There are many opportunities to review the implementation of this Act. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to discuss or join the debate on the Emergency Act, and I hate to spoil the surprise for those waiting to the end of my speech to understand how I'll vote. I am going to come out early now and spoil it by saying I do not support this overreach by this government. Now, we have to ask, how did we get here today? I'm sure the Liberals are saying by Air Canada, but I mean the crisis that we're dealing with right now. Now, some think it was because of the trucker mandate brought in by the government about a month ago, the vaccine mandate for truckers. And I have to wonder why now they would bring this in. At the very beginning of the pandemic, 2 years ago, before we had vaccines, before we knew much about COVID, truckers were able to come and go. They were deemed vital to the continuation of our economy, bringing food exports. So we were not putting any mandates on them then. During the Delta wave, we had some vaccines, but not a huge part of the population had been vaccinated, but truckers were able to come in the country without having the mandate. So here we are now, where 90% of Canadians are vaxxed or partially vaxxed. We've had Omicron wash through the country, thankfully, due to the high vaccination rates, and it is, I understand, milder. We haven't had the problems in the issues of the first waves. Now they decide we're going to hit the truckers with a mandate. No data to back it up, no reason, it seems, apart from politicking. Now, getting to the point where we are here now with the crisis happening out in Ottawa, some might think that the tipping point was the Prime Minister in September, but it being reported in January calling the unvaccinated racists, misogynists, and extremists. When the Prime Minister asked, should we tolerate these people? Pitting Canadian against Canadian. But I think the roots of what is happening across Canada and happening outside here of this place, it goes back to the election. July 13th, the Prime Minister stated there would be no vaccine mandates. July 13th. 2 weeks later, when he called the unnecessary, unneeded election, he finds out through internal polling that, hey, this is a wedge issue. We can wedge Canadian against Canadian. We can wedge the electorate against the Conservatives by flip-flopping and bringing in vaccine mandates and making it the prime election issue. And it's quite funny listening to the other side, especially the finance minister, calling Conservatives a party of flip-flop. Now, this country has had a number of distinguished finance ministers. Paul Martin, Jim Flaherty, Michael Wilson. Can you imagine any of these distinguished and fine finance ministers reducing themselves to name-calling of the party of flip-flops like the current one? But that seems to be the modus operandi of this government. Now, during the election, we've never seen the protests like we had caused by this government. We've never had people out shamefully throwing rocks, pebbles at a prime minister until this government purposely wedged Canadians against Canadians. Now, we understand vaccines are important. We all know that. But pitting Canadians against unvaccinated Canadians for political gain is wrong, and it has led to what's happened outside. Now, I have been doing this game for a long time. I've actually started my political volunteering with a gentleman named Chuck Cook, who was the Member of Parliament for North Vancouver and was the whip at one time for the Mulroney government. I helped out as a youth delegate alternate for Joe Clark, losing unfortunately. I campaigned from Victoria to Newfoundland knocking at doors, and I've never seen such anger, so many Canadians turned against each other as they have because of this government, turning one group against the other. I once actually even door-knocked in the by-election in Davenport after Jack Layton had passed away. And I've never in my life seen a campaign. Every single house had an orange sign throughout the entire riding. The support was amazing. But as a Conservative, I was able to door-knock there with none of the vitriol that we saw in the last election, again, caused by this Prime Minister pitting Canadian against Canadian, wondering if we should tolerate other Canadians who haven't been vaccinated. Now, when the truckers announced they were coming to town, the Prime Minister, I think, thought he could just demonize them like he did with other protests, call them names, and they would simply go away. But they didn't. The Prime Minister riled them up. Again, instead of discussing the issue, instead of debating it in the House, he called them names. He created the conditions and the anger, and that stuck in Canada. Now, when we had rail protests a couple years ago, crippling the economy, the Port of Vancouver blockaded, the situation in Quebec, the lack of fuel was so bad, Canadian Albertan companies were talking about, heaven forbid, a convoy to bring propane to keep Quebecers heated. Now, what did the Prime Minister do? Did he call them names? These are protesters who are throwing furniture in front of moving trains, hoping to derail them. Did he call them names? Of course not. He actually hurried and sent ministers out to negotiate. This is not a national emergency, as much as the other side will claim. This is a political emergency for the Prime Minister. The Act itself, since 1988, we think of all the crises Canada has faced, and there have been a lot, some major, some not as much. But we had Oka. I remember Oka, Army was there against people with AK-47s, solved without the Emergency Act. Caledonia, again, the protests 2 years ago with the rail blockades. The G20, where we had over 1,000 arrests, violence in the streets, storefronts destroyed, was not a national emergency. 1997, if we remember Vancouver during APEC, famously when the RCMP pepper sprayed protesters and Prime Minister Chrétien talked about, well, pepper, it's something I put on my steak. People don't realize the RCMP had feared for protesters' lives because the government for the first time allowed 8 different nations to have armed security with their leaders. Now, I'm not worried about when Bush was here with it, with the US being armed, but President Suharto, strongman, thug from Indonesia at the time, had armed security with them. The RCMP stated they were afraid Suharto's thugs would fire into the crowd and kill Canadians. But that was not an emergency under the Act. Coastal GasLink, which we just saw, where people broke in, actually tried to light a car on fire that actually had workers inside, broke in with axes, millions of dollars of equipment, and when the police were attending, ambushed the police, throwing burning items at the police cars. But apparently that is not an emergency. I wonder if the government is actually going to try to see some bank accounts of those supporting such things. Are the Liberals going to investigate that? Of course not, because certain ideological protests are more apparently fair than others. Now, the Liberals will try their best to trot out the various reasons that this is a national emergency. They'll try to claim, as we heard earlier in one of my interventions, that these people were trying to overthrow the government. Now, seriously, as if the hot tub time machine guys out there with a ludicrous online demand to overthrow the government is to be taken seriously. Or the people calling in saying, have the Governor General replace the Prime Minister. That is not a serious issue. Perhaps bringing out Prime Minister Harper at the time and beheading him on the lawn of this place, like the Toronto 18, could be considered an emergency. But again, I don't think the bouncy council people are anything that constitutes an emergency. Earlier, when this first came up, I was responding to, or asking a question, and I was being heckled by one of the Liberals who asked, why were they able to clear Windsor, Surrey, and the other border crossings without the Emergency Act. Why do we need it? And the Liberal MP yelled across they might come back. So I have to ask, when will this actually end for the Liberal government? When will their political emergency end if the government is saying secretly, well, maybe they'll come back and we'll keep it going? Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have not justified in any way the use of the Emergency Act. That's why I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Edmonton West for his intervention. And I must profoundly disagree with many of the premises of his statement, but I do want to kind of probe into one issue that's really come forth, which is the financing of these protests. One report says that 1,100 of the donors to this protest were the same as the January 6th Capitol Hill riots donors, and of course there's been a lot written about them and the motivations there. We also see the protesters here with very hateful flags, hateful symbols, reports of shelters being overtaken and so on. So if you could, maybe our colleague opposite can talk about the funding that's there and what kind of impact, and if he's worried about the funding on Canada's political system, and what kind of impact we.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague. It's an honor to get a question from him. I find it quite, I appreciate the comment, and I don't want to be mean back, but, I appreciate what he's saying. I am kind of stunned, though. The U.S. Treasury, their version of our Treasury Board investigation found that Tides USA was being funded, or money from Russia was being funneled into Tides USA, and that money was getting funneled into Canada. We knew about this, the government knew about that, and yet did nothing. Millions and millions funneled in through other environmental groups to fight development in Alberta, probably the Coastal GasLink protests. I have to be curious, why are those okay, but again, bouncy castle donations are not?
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 5th, the Alberta government addressed an official request to the federal government requesting federal assistance in dealing with border protests, invoking the necessity to intervene, and I cite, in a complex and dynamic situation that continues to impede the free and safe movement of not only Albertans, but also of critical goods and services vital to both the Canadian and American economy. So I ask my colleague, is the Honourable Rick McIver, Minister of Municipal Affairs of Alberta, completely off the track? Or what's good for Albertans is not good for the rest of Canadians?
For Edmonton West.
The member should know what's good for Alberta is good for the rest of the country, as you know from our equalization payments we pay out. I will note, and he should note this as well and should not mislead the House, Coots was settled without bringing in the Draconian Emergency Act. It was settled using existing police powers, just like in Surrey, just like in Emerson, just like in Windsor, and just like it could have been done here in Ottawa as well.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member.
I was a child, Jack, so I didn't have a choice when I got those jabs. So I'm not a drama queen.
Of other demonstrations that seemed much more urgent and yet for which emergency measures were not required. So 3 days earlier, the Prime Minister was saying that the police had all the required tools, and then all of a sudden the Emergencies Act has to be invoked. Was that not done just to hide the Prime Minister's incompetence?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for, it's great to see my colleague back here in the House physically. Yes, as I said, this is a political emergency created by this government It's not a national emergency. We've seen in bigger, more serious issues across the country, both in the past years and the past week, it can be solved with the current powers that the police have. Thank you.
Questions and comments of the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say I am disappointed to see the dismissive comments made by the member in regards to unlawful activities that have caused a lot of real trauma to Canadians across this country. And, you know, using trucks as weapons of intimidation is not something to be dismissed. My question to the member through the chair or through the speaker is, does the member acknowledge that hateful symbols and rhetoric did rear its ugly head during these occupations?
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I have to say I'm disappointed with the member's question. Yeah. Clearly, she continues to politicize this issue, and no way and in no part of my speech were we ever dismissive of what was going on. We treat this issue very seriously. The reality is the government bungled this situation. The government had ways to fix the situation. They decided, with the help of their coalition colleagues, to use a sledgehammer to break open a nut.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I start by taking note of the recent news that Her Majesty the Queen has contracted COVID. Reports tell us that she is well and continues to perform light duties, but of course Her Majesty is 95 years old, and this places her in a high-risk group, even for the relatively mild Omicron variant. So it goes without saying that every Canadian wishes her a prompt and complete recovery. Let me now turn to the debate at hand on whether this House should vote to support or to negative the government's February 14th proclamation invoking the Emergencies Act. I'll frame my remarks by observing that it would be appropriate if the Act were named the Emergency Powers Act or the Emergency Measures Act, because the Act allows the government in extraordinary times and under a set of narrowly defined circumstances to implement emergency powers or emergency measures, thereby temporarily acquiring extraordinary powers, which intrude upon the rights and freedoms of Canadians in ways that are not permitted in ordinary times. Therefore, it is the powers being exercised by the government under authority of this proclamation on which we are being asked to pass judgment. I'll argue that we should vote to negative the proclamation, not merely because the purported emergency could have been dealt with by means less drastic than those contained in the Emergencies Act, but also because the most important features of the proclamation, which are designated by the government as the Emergency Economic Measures Order and the Emergency Economic Measures Regulations, assert powers that are not actually authorized under the Act. Since these claimed powers are ultra vires, the Act, this part of the proclamation is itself unlawful. I note that the Canadian Civil Liberties Association has filed a brief in federal court asserting that the order and regulations are also unconstitutional because they represent a clear breach of Section 8 of the Charter, which prohibits unreasonable search and seizure. The argument of unconstitutionality is not my focus today, but I will observe here that the CCLA's association brief is available online, and it should be read by everyone. Let me return to my main argument. The Emergencies Act designates 4 types of emergencies. The type specified in the February 14th proclamation is called a public order emergency. The extra powers permitted under each kind of emergency are not identical. Those permitted under a public order emergency are listed in Section 19 of the Act. They include the regulation or prohibition of certain kinds of public assembly or of travel to or within areas the government can designate, the use of limits on the use of what the Act calls specified property. The Act also allows the designation and securing of certain protected places, such as Parliament Hill. It allows the government to assume control of public utilities or services, and it allows the government to have the power to compel any person to provide services that the state deems essential, famously in this case, tow truck drivers. In its February 14th proclamation, the government asserts its intention to exercise most of these powers and impose the maximum penalties the Act permits for citizens who fail to obey. The government also asserts an additional power that does not exist under any reasonable reading of the Act. This is the power that is the subject of the Emergency Economic Measures Order contained within the proclamation. This order makes it lawful to, quote, make available any property, including funds or virtual currency, to or for the benefit of a designated person, in other words, a person who is, quote, engaged directly or indirectly in an activity prohibited by the proclamation, or to a person acting on behalf of such a person, end quote. This is a truly extraordinary exercise of power. The order and the regulations are the source of the government's claimed authority to deny access to bank accounts without seeking an injunction or an order from a judge, and to force crowd-sourced fundraisers to make known their donations to the state, the latter of which is apparently a measure that the finance minister would like to make permanent. The explanatory memorandum provided by the Minister of Justice pursuant to Section 58(1) of the Act offers the following description of what the regulations do. The regulations, quote, prohibit directly or indirectly using, collecting, providing, making available, or soliciting property to facilitate or participate in a prohibited assembly or to benefit any person who is facilitating or participating in a prohibited assembly, end quote. Now, the first part of this prohibition is perhaps acceptable, since it is the assemblies themselves that are the events claimed to be emergencies, the so-called blockades and occupation. The second part, however, makes it unlawful to engage in any form of commercial or monetary transaction, whatever, with a person who is involved in any way with these assemblies. It is unlawful to pay their salary or wages. It is unlawful to provide them with food or shelter. Such persons become, in essence, unpersons, stripped of any power to engage in any economic activity whatsoever. And the rest of us can be punished for failing to make sure that this is so. Most obviously, the rest of us, all Canadians, may have our own assets frozen for failure to obey. This claimed power is the basis for all the detailed regulations that follow, such as the requirement that all financial institutions and crowdfunding platforms must now reveal their transactions to FinTrack, and that they are under an obligation to proactively comb through the accounts of Canadians, reporting their confidential financial information to the police. But none of this is actually authorized by the Act. Section 19(1)(a), Romanet 3 of the Act does state that in a public order emergency, quote, the Governor and Council may make orders with respect to the use of specified property, end quote. But the argument that absolutely all property in Canada, including all money, falls in this category is self-evident nonsense, like specifying that the entire universe is a subset of the universe. The purpose of this provision is clearly not to bring an end to the issues, the blocking of bridges and so forth, that the government asserts are the source of the purported emergency. The actual and rather obvious purpose of this provision is to destroy these citizens, even if they are ultimately found to be guilty of nothing. For this reason, even if the measures contained in the emergency...
I need a vote from the chat room. Do you still want the House audio?
...an unconstitutional violation of Section 8 of the Charter. And even if they were not ultra vires the Act, they would be impermissible simply because they are disproportionate. A disproportionate penalty is normally dismissed by a court. We are all familiar with how the courts have reacted to mandatory minimum sentences, for example. But the genius of this provision is that it destroys its victims in ways that can't be overturned by the courts, just as they weren't authorized by the courts. The prosecution is itself the punishment. By the time the person is cleared or assigned a nominal fine for what the court determines to be a minor offense, they are financially destroyed. The only way we can prevent this catastrophe for people
until
who are,
his court
mostly guilty of being naive is for us to vote down the government's proclamation as fast as possible before citizens start losing their assets.
No, this is not the red zone. Like, there's no way. Yeah, it's not the red zone.
Yeah, they're gonna keep expanding it, but we're just gonna keep on like being outside. And as long as the Jews keep covering us until Monday when they do the vote, then we'll put the pressure on.
Yeah, I heard that. That's what they're waiting to see what the vote is on Monday, tomorrow, and then until then they'll decide to put the pressure on or not, right?
Yeah.
So if they declare, what is it again going on? What's the decision being made?
You mean like emergency measures?
Yeah.
To be sure, each of these is a serious situation that calls for decisive action.
Then we're all good?
Normalizing
Like
the
what?
declaration of emergencies, especially before other less intrusive but significant measures have been attempted, threatens to render hollow the rights and freedoms guaranteed to all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, for this reason, along with many others, I ask all members to vote to quash this dreadful and shameful proposition.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the comments made by the minister, and really very much value if he would. I would. Pardon me? Oh, my apologies. Didn't quite catch that. Mr. Speaker, if I could start over there. What I was trying to get at is that we have a Conservative, Stephen Harper appointed senator, who used to be the chief of police for Ottawa. We also have Peter MacKay, a former Conservative, strong Conservative, in fact, leadership candidate, both of which have been very clear, saying that we should, in fact, be passing this legislation, in favor of the legislation. Does the member have any thoughts in terms of why he believes those two individuals would have taken that position, given that the entire Conservative caucus has made the decision not to?
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, of course, they aren't the only Conservatives who've been in favor of it. Premier Ford has been in favor of it, the same Premier Ford who got rid of an entire level of government because of a vindictive desire to keep a rival Conservative, his predecessor, his Conservative leader, from having a chance at elected office. The same Premier Ford who last year engaged in shutdowns where he made it unlawful to buy children's clothes and rain boots, but you could buy garden gnomes. The same Premier Ford who invoked the notwithstanding clause so we could make a change to Toronto Council's structure. I don't respect or admire many of the things that he says, and I don't think I'm required to pick sides with him or Peter MacKay against the Conservative premiers of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, all of whom think this shouldn't have gone in place, and two of whom are looking at, or at least one of whom is looking at, legal action to stop this terrible measure.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière.
Mental. That was good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sense that there are two positions to avoid. That of the Liberals, which is to hide their inaction by putting in place an overly strong legislative measure in terms of the situation we're in. And then there's the position of my colleague in his party, which justifies the contempt or the grudge bearing by some of the protesters. And perhaps they're trying to justify the actions of the protesters. Will my colleague denounce the fact that the protest went too far? The honourable member. There are certain actions of the protesters that were problematic. For example, blocking bridges. The protesters who were here for too long. But it was not necessary to use the Emergencies Act to take action. The normal procedure would have been preferable, in my opinion.
The honourable member for Vancouver West. Vancouver West?
Sorry, do you mean Vancouver East?
Oh, sorry, Vancouver East. I'm going the wrong direction. There you go.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much. I thank the member for his comments. You know, one thing that struck me as I was listening to his comments, it seems to me that the Conservative members are not taking any responsibility in their part in escalating the situation. Now, there's no question that the Prime Minister did not act, sat on his hands for far too long, and let the situation get way out of control to the point where literally people's safety were put at risk. So from that perspective, and there were Conservative members who actually applauded and in some ways cheered on the illegal occupation. Will he take a moment now and say to his Conservative colleagues that that was the wrong thing to do?
Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not advocating unlawful action, but let's be clear about this. This was civil disobedience. Most of the people out there in front of the House of Commons were engaged in an act of civil disobedience. Using martial law to crush civil disobedience is a terrible idea. I don't think I have to explain why that is the case. It's just obvious, quite frankly. I'll just say before I sit down, you know, I got my start in politics with a fascination with civil disobedience. The first thing I ever wrote that was published was an essay about Henry David Thoreau's great essay on civil disobedience. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, you have to say that a somewhat unlawful action that is not violent, that has no danger of being violent, ought to be tolerated, and you should negotiate with folks, and that is the best way of causing them to move on for the benefit of all. That worked just fine with the border blockades. It would have worked fine here. The use of violence was very much inappropriate.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell you that I'm going to be splitting my time with my very honourable colleague from Drummond. As you know, the Bloc Québécois is against the application of the Emergencies Act, especially as it is laid out in the Orders in Council. On the one hand, because these measures would apply to Quebec, whereas the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously, that means even the provincial Liberals, against the imposition of emergency measures on its territory. And as you know, what Quebec wants, the Bloc wants. The use of this extraordinary act is not to be taken lightly. Its application must be measured and proportionate. The Prime Minister himself said on many occasions that this act would not be used if it was not necessary. So why then did he apply it everywhere? 7 provinces out of 10 said no to the Prime Minister because they considered that they had the tools and resources necessary to manage the crisis. This is what the National Assembly of Quebec stated in its motion, that the National Assembly is concerned about the current disruptions in Ontario and around certain federal border crossings, that it affirms that no emergency situation currently justifies the use of special legislative measures in Quebec, that it asks the Canadian government not to apply the Emergencies Act on Quebec territory, and finally, that the National Assembly reiterate the importance of close cooperation between the federal government and the government of Quebec, particularly to ensure the peace and security of the citizens of the Outaouais region who are suffering from the repercussions of the demonstrations underway in Ottawa and who could bear the brunt of any deterioration of the situation. During the demonstrations in Quebec City on the weekend of February 4th, 5th, and 6th, municipal authorities were able to manage the situation without major problems, and there were no problematic protests in Quebec. A week before the convoy came to Quebec City, the city published a detailed press release in which it set out the accommodation measures that would be taken. There were some 100 protesters and 30 trucks that came to Quebec City during the weekend, and the police services of the city tolerated their presence, but they made sure that municipal bylaws were enforced. The city rerouted circulation, or rather traffic in certain streets, so that the downtown was not paralyzed. Further to the manifestation, the Quebec City Police held a press briefing in which they said, "We consider that we have met our commitments stated before the beginning of the events, which was mainly to facilitate and protect the right to demonstrate in a legal and peaceful manner while preserving the safety of the demonstrators, road users, and the public domain, and citizens, in addition to enforcing the various laws and regulations. So the Liberal Prime Minister could have exercised this type of leadership as soon as it became clear the Monday after the beginning of the protest that the truckers were not going to leave. But as soon as people came more and more to come and said that they were going to overthrow the government, I think that the government could have taken measures that were much more preventive and much more forceful. But the Prime Minister decided to wait. The convoy became larger and larger. Protesters dug in with hot tubs, bouncy castles, a wooden shelter in front of City Hall, and so forth. And because the Prime Minister refused to act, it was a type of domino effect across the country and other continents because of this convoy. The Liberal government seemed always to be one step behind. It only started being concerned about this situation after about Ambassador Bridge, after having received a call from the White House to come back to Ottawa. The Liberal government waited till the Ottawa police contacted it before reacting, and it did nothing to clear up the parliamentary precinct. And it even dragged its feet when the City of Ottawa asked for reinforcements. Ottawa police called for 1,800 additional police officers, but the federal government only sent a handful, and most of the 275 RCMP officers were deployed to protect ministers and the Parliament, with only 20 actually there to counter the protests. Commentators in Quebec were unanimous. They said that the Prime Minister was missing in action and invisible since the
introducing
conflict, even though the City of Ottawa was asking for help. The federal government did not even try to speak with the organizers, whereas the City of Ottawa tried, with a certain measure of success, to have the trucks moved outside of residential areas. And the same goes for Quebec City, which also got the protesters to cooperate. So instead of even considering this option, the Prime Minister continued to criticize the protesters, to shake his finger at them, and to conflate certain things. The Liberal member for Louis-Hébert spoke out. He decried this lack of dialogue and the fact that it was being used to play politics. And therefore, in terms of public safety, the government has not proven that it took measures first before going straight to the Emergencies Act. The only reason we're here debating the Emergencies Act is because the Liberal government dragged its feet. We could sum up the situation as follows. The federal government didn't search for any other options. It didn't know what to do, so it went straight to invoking the Emergencies Act, whereas most of the occupations, the blockades, had been dismantled. Mr. Speaker, practically all the blockades were about to be lifted when the federal government invoked the Emergencies Act, and that proves that it was not at all necessary to invoke the Act, and it proves that the authorities had all the tools that they needed. For example, if you look at Ambassador Bridge, Fort Erie, Sarnia, Emerson, Coots, everything was already practically cleared up. The Prime Minister explained in the House and in the documents annexed to the motion that he was worried that other blockades would be put up in Canada due to the influence of social media. Mr. Speaker, this type of act should not be applied just in case. It needs to be applied when a situation is real or imminent. And we might even think that in these circumstances, the federal government is simply throwing oil on the fire, because this would allow its most extreme opponents to say that it was a dictatorship. And with the current dismantling of the Ottawa blockade, and I have to thank the work and professionalism of the police forces for that, we were able to, it was clear that it was due to a very effective cooperation among police forces. And this could have been done without the application of the Emergencies Act. In the Le Devoir newspaper, on one of the titles was "Too Big, Too Late," and it pointed out this was once again a misstep on the part of the Prime Minister because he did not listen to Quebec or the Canadian provinces. So the Emergencies Act was not justified from the outset, and it is even less justified today. So we need to vote against this motion. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues of the Bloc Québécois claim to speak for Quebecers in this House. Surveys published this morning show that 67% of Quebecers support the Emergencies Act, and 55% of Bloc supporters also support it. My question for my colleague is, has he forgotten who he represents in this House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-aux-Lilles. Mr. Speaker, number one, that was a survey with a sampling of some 300 people, and in any case, what does my colleague think of the fact that the National Assembly of Quebec voted unanimously against the application of this act? And obviously, people have been watching this happen, watching it unfold for the past 3 weeks, and they want it to stop. And that is perfectly normal. But the Emergencies Act is simply not necessary in this case. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd. What I liked about this speech given by my colleague from La Pointe-aux-Lilles is he laid out a chronology that showed the lack of leadership on the part of the Prime Minister while he was hidden away in his cottage for 3 weeks, and when he emerged, it was simply to insult the people who came here to protest. When he saw that they were dug in, that's what he did. So I'd like him to refer to the consultations. So the Prime Minister asked the premiers of the provinces about what they thought of the Emergencies Act. So normally, when consultations are carried out, it's to bring people on board. So 7 out of 10 provinces said no. Why? The Honourable Member. Here in the Parliament, in the House of Commons, we often hear my Liberal colleagues say, well, we're discussing with the Quebec government, we're consulting and so forth, but there's a difference between discussing and listening and dialogue. And as my colleague said, 7 out of 10 provinces were against the application of the Emergencies Act. And the Prime Minister says that he consulted everyone, as if he had attracted consensus, but that's not at all the case. The member for Rosemont-la-Petite. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the speech, and obviously the situation deteriorated because of the Prime Minister's inaction. We all agree on that. Now, with regard to the Emergencies Act, isn't my colleague reassured by the fact that it's time limited, the fundamental freedoms are maintained, and members can call for a vote to revoke it? Doesn't he agree with the Ottawa police chief when he said that we needed that measure because it allowed us to end the illegal occupation by fining people, by keeping people out of the perimeter and towing? The Ottawa police chief seems to think that it was useful. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-aux-Lilles. I would just like to repeat what the constitutional expert Patrick Taillon said. Yes, the police chief said this was useful, but an Emergencies Act, when we invoke it, it must be essential, not just useful. And it's been repeated in this House. We've been saying it for 2 weeks. Will the Prime Minister meet with all the partners to ensure that there is a multi-party coalition with all the partners so that cooperation can be ensured? So I think this could have been done without the Emergencies Act, and it should not be used. It should not be resorted to for situations that don't require it. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from La Pointe-de-l'Île for his excellent speech and for how relevant it was, and for having agreed to share his time with me. I'm honoured. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin with by saluting the excellent work done by all police forces who were extremely professional and did excellent work. And a special commendation to our PPS services here, our protective services, who have taken excellent care of us despite the stress that they've been going through. And I would also like to thank the interpreters who have been subject to the changing schedules of this House. And we know that we are testing the abilities of the interpreters who work from French to English, but I can tell you that we are very, we recognize and we thank all the interpreters, regardless of which direction they work in. Mr. Speaker, when we get into politics, we do it because we want to change things. So some people want to do things locally for their constituents. Other people want to pass laws that will change things significantly in terms of society. For example, my colleague from Sarabie-sur-Roi wanted to make a dream come true for Émilie Sans Façon by extending eligibility for sick leave under EI to 50 weeks instead of the paltry 26 proposed by the Liberals. Sometimes we want to take international action. For example, my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean, who has intervened on behalf of Raïd Badawi or with the Uyghurs. And I imagine the need to leave one's mark, it must be even more intense when one is Prime Minister. And obviously this is a difficult thing. So what will people remember about this Prime Minister? And simply, we are at a type of crossroads in history. So what will the Prime Minister be remembered for? Quebec and Canada are going through a health crisis. It's been unprecedented since the Spanish flu. And so we need a type of very special leadership in such situations. Did the Prime Minister show such leadership? I think that has been a recurring theme of this debate, and obviously no. He pretended nothing was happening. He buried his head in the sand, hoping that the storm would pass. The Bloc Québécois is refusing to support this bill, and it is not because we're trying to downplay the crisis. We have been going through it for a few weeks now. It is a real crisis, and it's historic. And even though it is it's coming to an end, could it have been avoided? Yes, if the government had shown the leadership that we've been talking about, and if it had not shirked its responsibilities, because it has an entire array of measures that are more than sufficient, and it could have used those measures from the outset, for example, by sending more people from the RCMP. And if those measures had been applied from the outset, we wouldn't be here today. And it's also a matter of showing how unnecessary it was to apply the Emergencies Act, because if we look at how it unfolded, the government was simply using diversionary tactics to try and get us to forget that it is not showing leadership. And so it says, don't ask any questions. With this government, it's with each crisis, we're playing in the same bad film over and over. It's a very simple scenario. First, a government ignores the problem, it turns a blind eye, and it says, well, it's going to just magically go away. Then they blame other people, the city, the province, a nation, and then all of a sudden it wakes up far too late, and it comes up with some kind of solution that could have been put in place before.
Invoquer aujourd'hui la loi sur les mesures d'urgence. invoking the Emergencies Act, well, it shows that this government doesn't have the spine that a government needs to manage crises. It just isn't capable of managing them, and there's clear evidence. We can, for example, look at what's happening in multiple departments right now. Immigration, EI, there are multiple fires, and there doesn't seem to be anyone in this government who can put them out. Now, the Emergencies Act confirms that this Prime Minister, instead of standing up and showing leadership in a crisis, instead prefers the facade of a disproportionate show of force. We cannot in this House be complicit with this type of maneuvering. And it should be clear that an act like this, an exceptional law, is not based here on any tangible necessity currently. This is not a preventive law. This is a law that needs to be used when there is an imminent or current crisis. And yet here, this issue is almost over. The siege has been lifted. So applying this here creates what I would certainly call a dangerous precedent. And there was more that could be done by the provincial and municipal governments to resolve the situation. For example, the Ambassador Bridge was cleared before this decree was passed, the Coutts border, and happily here the siege of Ottawa is over. Our police forces are competent and clearly just need to be kitted out and given the right mandate. We've seen the results that came out of their being treated or being requested to deal with the situation. They acted in an exemplary fashion this weekend. But I think that this government just wanted to impress people. It wanted to be able to simply boast of doing something in order to make people forget its lack of initiative over the last few weeks. Now, it's very clear that this government cannot maintain this act in force for preventive reasons. They can't say that it's just in case or something like that. Now, we heard recently some people say that this act enabled more measures to be taken, more steps to be taken, and that it was helpful. Perhaps that's true. Well, I have a 9-year-old son. He may ask me for a calculator to help him do a math problem, and sure, it would help him, but that's not the real goal. That's missing the point. And this government, we might have hoped that instead of stubbornly applying a law which is disproportionate and which creates a dangerous precedent and is not approved of by a majority of stakeholders, we could have hoped that this government would instead step up to the plate and show some common sense, choosing the path of dialogue, even if it means meeting some opposing opinions. Mr. Speaker, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. We're going to need to try to heal and try to build bridges. We've lost too many people, brothers and sisters, cousins, who aren't talking to each other anymore because of the various points of divergence caused by this crisis. This is going to be quite the task. Now we need to look to the future and look into the deep causes, the root causes of the various troubles that are plaguing us and that have caused the recent crisis. Once again, I ask, what mark will this Prime Minister leave on history? Once again, the ball is in his court. We may end up remembering him similarly to other Prime Ministers who have disappointed Quebec over time. And I will spare you examples because there are many. But he still has a chance to do things differently. He could stand beside the great leaders who led this country during major world crises. World wars, for example. He needs to show that he is a great leader. He needs to bring people together. And he needs to be there both for those who agree with him and for those who may yet stand to be convinced. And one good way to make history would be to support the health systems of Quebec and the provinces. and increase health transfers, as we've been repeating over and over here in the Bloc Québécois, as well as all the provincial premiers unanimously. That would avoid deaths in any future health crisis. It would avoid having our health system be overloaded, and it would enable us to get through crises. And perhaps it would also enable this Prime Minister to show some leadership.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure I'll get another opportunity to talk about the type of legacy that this government and the Prime Minister will be able to leave at a future time. But for now, in regards to the Emergency Act, I think it's important for us to recognize that the enactment of the Act has enabled people like the interim chief of police here in Ottawa and other law enforcement agencies to access some laws that will in fact assist them in being able to deal with things such as the illegal blockade. We know that by fact. There are many individuals that are out there that support the initiative. And my question to my friend is that does he not see the benefits by having the targeted actions taken in it? Issues such as not being able to use children as a form of a blockade, by having additional fines put in order to protect our borders for international trade and from future downtowns being blockaded, if in fact that were to.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that an excessive law will lead to effective action, but is that really necessary? Do you need a baseball bat to squish a mosquito, or would a fly swatter be enough? Clearly, it would. So ultimately, it's a matter of predictability. It's a matter of letting people have the tools to do their job appropriately. This crisis was easy to predict. We knew well in advance that people were coming to the Hill. This crisis could have been predicted, and this isn't the first protest we've had in Quebec or Canada. There have been many, many before. This could have been managed properly without using this excessive legislation.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd. I'd like to follow along or push the logic of the Liberal member who just spoke. I've never seen police forces or interim police chiefs who have actually said no, that they don't need more resources or more authorities. I've never seen a police force say that they didn't want to do no warrant searches, for example. I've never heard police forces actually say no to these kinds of additional authorities. So I'd like to hear from my colleague from the Bloc about his point of view on this. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, and I agree. And there may be methods that take a little longer, but that ultimately get us to the same point. Freezing someone's bank account can be done by asking the courts, if there's a good reason to do so. So when I was talking earlier about predictability and having a bit of vision, a bit of vision and foresight about what's going to happen, because once again, this could have easily been foreseen. So I would repeat once again that this is an excessive piece of legislation, and it's a bit odd to agree with my Conservative colleagues like this, but it's kind of nice.
Strathcona.
Merci, Monsieur Président. Je remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend for his speech.
Having a good time?
I believe that he is a fair and judicious member of the House of Commons. And so I would like to ask him whether this government could bring in a bill to fight money laundering, bring in a bill like that pretty quickly in order to face the current situation. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for Edmonton Strathcona and tell her that I'm very flattered by her question, which was asked in French, and I'd like to congratulate her. I hope that I can say that right now we are exiting this crisis. This is not the time to turn the page. We need to instead bring in the necessary tools in order to be able to better face situations like this one. And if there were legislation to deal with money laundering, for example, the illicit funding of this type of activity, well, I completely agree with that idea, and we can certainly debate that in future. A quick question. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for Drummond, and I'd like to congratulate him on the excellent way that he uses the language of Molière in this chamber. I would like to ask how he can, in a single sentence, confirm that there was a siege in Ottawa and then continue on and say that there was no need for the Emergencies Act. The Honourable Member. Well, I don't think that I said that that I was trivializing this, as my colleague said. It's not that I was trivializing the use of the legislation. On the contrary, I'm saying that it's excessive. It's ultimately using a cannonball to kill a fly, and I'm not trivializing it. Instead, I'm condemning its excesses.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by noting I'll be sharing my time with the member from Halifax. I appreciate the opportunity to take part in today's critically important debate at a difficult time for our country. It's difficult because it pains me to see the lengths that those that descended upon Ottawa and at border crossings across the country felt that they needed to go, and those that sympathize with them just to have their voices heard. And it pains me to see the response that was necessary to restore order in our country. But for 3 weeks, the occupation of Ottawa's downtown core has forced businesses to close, putting thousands out of work. It's restricted the movement of essential workers and goods, and it's threatened the health and safety of the city's residents. Since the blockades began at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, over $390 million in daily trade with Canada's largest and most important trading partner has been adversely affected. Border blockades have stretched as far away as the Pacific truck crossing here in BC, causing significant damage to our supply chains and our economy, and which even reconstituted yesterday. As the Deputy Prime Minister has made clear, these costs are real. They threaten businesses big and small, and they threaten the livelihoods of Canadian workers just as they're working hard to recover from the economic damage caused by COVID, and they threaten our reputation as a reliable trading partner. Clearly, this is unacceptable. And these illegal blockades and occupations are not just a threat to our economy. The leaders of these activities are not just calling for their voices to be heard. They're calling for Canada's recently democratically elected government to be overthrown through threats of violence and coercion, and by holding our cities and our supply chains hostage through illegal activities that rob fellow citizens of their rights. The leaders of these protests are supported by a vast, coordinated, and well-financed international network of disinformation that's seeking to sow doubt in our country's institutions, in independent media, and in science. It's a network involving the alt-right that promotes xenophobic and racist views that, despite our hopes that Canada was immune from it, presents a real and present threat to our democratic institutions. It is a coordinated effort to use mistruths, half-truths, and to misrepresent the constantly evolving scientific evidence as a reason to attack and discredit expert opinion. And it pains me to think that in Canada, we're talking about fake news. Yet here we are. This coordinated effort has exploited the very real frustration that we all feel having lived through this pandemic for 2 full years. It's exploited people's legitimate desire to gather, let loose, and enjoy the company of others by using conspiracy theories that scapegoat the Prime Minister, governments, experts, the media, and shadowy elites rather than recognizing that we all face one common enemy, the virus. And I don't want to paint all the people that have attended these protests or that sympathize with them with the same brush. I've spoken to many that have legitimate concerns that see this as an opportunity to express the frustration that we all feel. And coming to Parliament to make your voice heard in peaceful protest is a sacred right that we all must protect. I want to assure the folks that have reached out to me by phone, by email, and social media that you've been heard. What we are debating here today is not about silencing your voice, but rather to reestablish order and restore freedoms to those that have had them taken away. To the measure at hand. On February 14th, the Government of Canada appropriately declared a public order emergency. This order is effectively and peacefully putting an end to these illegal acts. And make no mistake, this is an extraordinary and unprecedented measure which was invoked in the context of ongoing border blockades, and that became necessary after weeks of impasse with the occupation in Ottawa and after all other measures had been exhausted. It comes after occupiers have been directed to leave for weeks, after additional resources were provided to the police of local jurisdiction, and after
It was really
coordinated
saying
efforts
courts
of
in
law
general.
enforcement were not able
But it
to
said definitely
rectify
federal
the
courts should not be in the
solution,
business
nor move
of
the illegal
re-examining
blockade in Ottawa.
these issues.
So this is not the first
And the only time we
resort,
should
and it
get
has not been
involved is
used
when there's a
lightly.
clear 14th Amendment related issue. And as they told Alabama 2 weeks ago, you shouldn't do so on the eve of an election. You should do so in a more prepared way. So it did not allow an Alabama federal court to set aside a map. So the Republican legislature through map is now gone through. But in North Carolina, the state court, the North Carolina State Supreme Court, which by the way had long said partisan gerrymandering was just fine because Democrats ran the state. Now that Republicans ran the state legislature, suddenly said that's offensive to every constitutional right known to man.
Yeah, Viva just went live a bit ago, so this is a live feed.
The 3 Republican justices. They had just enough to win, and they're now having to completely make up new maps in North Carolina. And they announced a standard that directly conflicts with the U.S. Supreme Court, but the U.S. Supreme Court is staying out of state Supreme Courts doing these kind of things. So so really where the redistricting fight is going to, most of the efforts by Democrats to set aside maps in the federal court system over the last year failed because of what the U.S. Supreme Court has done, and stepping in on Alabama reasserted that power. Where they've had success is where they have Democratic state courts. So they have a Democratic Supreme Court in North Carolina. They're going to get to rewrite that map. They have a Democratic Supreme Court in Pennsylvania, which will probably rediscover that mail-in balloting is all just fine. That issue is now pending before them. We'll see what happens. But they don't in Wisconsin. And that's why they lost in Wisconsin on that mail-in balloting power. So I think that what you'll see, and in Georgia and Arizona, they don't have Democratic. In Florida, they don't have Democratic majorities in the state Supreme Court. So Republicans will mostly prevail on the redistricting issues because federal courts, the Supreme Court is properly disciplined, and there's not enough Democrats to rewrite the rules as they are clearly doing in ways that have nothing to do with constitutional jurisprudence, as their own precedents usually reveal.
Okay, it's phenomenal because we're going to have I never even understood redistricting. Like, it happens every decade, and it's such a meticulous thing where if you're not paying attention, you don't know that it's happening. Robert, let me just bring up one thing. I'm going to share the screen one more time. Last time for the evening, people, I promise. Share a screen. Chrome tab. Bernie Madoff's sister and brother. This is what world are we living in? Bernie Madoff's, you see this, Robert?
Yeah, I'd seen it. Supposed murder-suicide. There's people, because of the people connected to Madoff, there's people who are suspicious of that.
Yeah, no. Late fraudster Bernie Madoff's sister and brother-in-law were found dead from gunshot wounds in their Boynton Beach, Florida apartment on Thursday. Gunshots. Okay, let's see if we say what that is. The death.
So they're claiming one shot the other and then shot themselves.
Yeah, well, what type of firearm would this be? The death or an apparent murder-suicide, according to the Palm Beach. Sandra Wiener, 87, and her spouse, 90, lost $3 million in Madoff's Ponzi scheme in 28. It's not known who killed whom, but the couple's relatives have requested the name of Marvin be shielded under Marsy's Law, which is designed to protect the identities of crime. Robert, explain the Marsy's Law for us.
So is that the Florida Marsy's Law?
Look, I
guess,
I
mean, under certain circumstances, certain kinds of crime victims can have their names not disclosed publicly. That's the short answer.
This is a 90 and 87-year-old who allegedly, I'm going to stop sharing, who allegedly died in a murder-suicide. Okay.
Yeah, there's people who are suspicious about it just because of their connection to Madoff and that kind of death occurring.
Oh, and their age. And their age. I mean, like, I don't know. I've only known a few 90-year-olds and 87-year-olds. That's not how I would end my life at that point in time. How many years do you have left, regardless? Unless it was, I'm not trying to be glib. Unless their remaining years were so miserable. Okay, well, that's interesting.
Yeah. We'll see if anything else comes of it. Probably not. There was some people that asked about the Remington settlement. So because they are in bankruptcy, this was the insurance companies offered their maximum policy. There were 5 different potential insurance companies that had applicable policies, and they ended up writing a $73 million collective check to the Sandy Hook cases. And I think it's a very bad, it's a case that never should have been allowed at the Connecticut Supreme Court, would have enforced the law, but they won't in Sandy Hook cases unless it exposes the corrupt school system. Then they'll be happy to get involved, or if it helps hide FOIA information, then they'll be happy to get involved. But if it if it's somebody else being falsely blamed who's not a state actor, like Alex Jones, like Remington, then they go out of their way to gut the law that's supposed to prevent some of these suits from occurring, whether it's the First Amendment in Jones's case or the federal law that immunizes gun manufacturers in this case. And the U.S. Supreme Court, sat on its hands, probably because it's Sandy Hook. I mean, you mentioned the word Sandy Hook and people just start shaking and can't have a rational conversation anymore, even though we're 10 years removed from it at this point, thereabouts. The impact will be bad. Plaintiffs' lawyers are sharks in the water, and they're going to look for every excuse to bring suits. But the lesson of the case is you need to be in the right political jurisdiction. What is Democrats will ignore the law. So if Democrats control the court system in your state, and you're a plaintiff's lawyer and your case aligns with their politics, go at it. More money to be had because they'll clearly allow you to go forward. If you're in San Francisco, if you're in D.C., if you're in New York, if you're in Connecticut, if you're in Massachusetts, more like 90% of the time, they're not going to enforce the law if it means going against their politics. They've made that crystal clear in the Sandy Hook cases especially. And so that it's a unsettling consequence, not as dangerous and perilous as the Alex Jones cases are, in my view, because of the First Amendment rights those threaten. The theory of the Sandy Hook plaintiffs in those cases is that if you voice a theory different than the government's theory of a major crime, anybody that's in any way connected to a victim of the crime can sue you. That's intentional infliction of emotional distress because you disagreed with the government's narrative. That's a real terrifying set of principles. So we'll see how all that turns out. On the more light side, 7-Eleven is having to defend their tacos. So an individual had a 7-Eleven taco near midnight, rather rapidly got atrociously sick, had to go to the hospital, has filed suit saying he's shocked that 7-Eleven tacos, just that combination probably was a warning sign, especially a midnight one, but is suing saying that gave him food poisoning, and 7-Eleven saying that's outrageous. Everybody knows our tacos are spectacular. So if I was 7-Eleven, maybe the defense would be, it was a 7-Eleven taco at midnight. You knew what you were eating.
My defense would have been, what did you eat before? If you're eating a taco at midnight, Lord knows what you're doing before that, because it's something that leads you to eat a taco from a 7-Eleven at midnight. Robert, I want to read one chat. I know we've addressed the question many times before. Barnes, against these awful judges, Palin, Trump, what recourses do private citizens have when they issue these awful miscarriages of judicial duty? Is the best we can hope for a smackdown in the opinion of an appeals court?
Yeah, and the court of public opinion too. That always matters. So just to educate people, these were bad decisions.
John, in the chat room, we've been listening to the House of Commons for almost 8 or 9 hours now, and they're just babbling on about nothing. It's bureaucratic bullshit, and they're not getting anywhere. We'll find out what they vote on soon enough. But the chat room voted for Viva's audio, so I don't know what you're telling me to wake up for.
Not enough challenges are being made to a lot of those judges who could be very politically embarrassed and be defeated. The truth about them was fully and fairly exposed. So I think that's often the remedy. Now, Facebook, by the way, is facing another invasion of privacy suit, this time for its facial recognition technology, violating a range of laws that are meant to preclude exactly what they are doing and how they've been applying it. And so we'll see what they're I think they and Apple have been paying out some big settlements, like 10-figure, 9-figure settlements of late. So we'll see how all that sort of fleshes out ultimately. And I think the only other case we had was, the Illinois mask mandate was struck down by a lower court, and then the legislature stepped in and the appeals court said, based on that, they are not going to allow the governor's mask mandate to move forward at this point. So that was another good win on the mask mandate, emergency power side of the equation.
And I'll say one thing. I never ask someone's vaccination status, but I do occasionally ask, have you eaten a 7-Eleven taco before we let you into our house? Because Robert, someone said 7-Eleven tacos, we're going to visit Robert and Viva. I'll ask. I will ask, and I will have no shame. If you want to come in after I have a 7-Eleven taco, wear a diaper. That'll be fine. Okay, I think we've gotten everything. We've gotten everything. there was one thing. I'm going to forget it. It doesn't matter. Who do we have on for Wednesday sidebar?
Oh, Mr. Moss. So we have a Bitcoin expert that's good on the alternative finance world as well. Understands the political economic interaction, but a good number of people that don't know a lot about Bitcoin. People that are big Bitcoin advocates wanted a discussion about some Bitcoin specific subject matters. Two, there's some people who don't know much about Bitcoin, so this will be kind of a basic introduction to that from someone who provides very good accessible information on it. And the third, people had asked about this, especially in the context of the trucker convoy issues, the GoFundMe, the Give Send Go, the bank account freezers and forfeitures. How can Bitcoin be of help? What are its current limitations? What are its current advantages?
Robert,
because the Canadians asked one particular group to provide information on their customers, and they basically wrote back, we don't gather that information specifically to screw over governments like you. So goodbye and shove off. So there are people out there that have had success in that, and that's useful information in the modern age to have. So he'll be very good on all of that, and has a lot of broad economic understanding that's useful.
And I got to tell you, I reserve the right. We might do this locals Rumbles exclusive, because this might not be a discussion. I don't want to run into an Eric Hundley. And even as you said it, Robert, you got frozen.
Alison Morrow.
No, that's the thing. This might be a Rumble exclusive on Wednesday, because I don't want to run into. This not.
I mean, they're suspending Alison Morrow for quoting the government's, quoting the government or quoting doctors at the current stage.
No, it's nuts. And I like to think YouTube has some deference to litigious lawyers, but they have no deference to anyone else. So this might be a Rumble exclusive. We'll see. But I've got questions, because I know I don't understand jack squat when it comes to this. This was amazing. And people, okay, so tomorrow, look, between now and Wednesday, there may be live streams between now and then. Alexa Lavoie from Rebel News, maybe other people. I don't want to mention them by name, but stay tuned. Wednesday is going to be good. Robert, what do you have on the professional front for next week? And then I need you. We all need you to end this on a white pill moment, because I've got to tell you, I have been black pill, like on the verge of black pill for the last little while. So tell us what you have going on professionally next week, and then maybe try to make me feel better to head into another week of my life.
Yeah, I don't know if I have anything sort of political next week. It's mostly just a range of cases that some have some hearings, some have some other. I'll be out in, I think, LA on Friday for a range of meetings and Thursday hearings, stuff like that. But but nothing in particular of public value or particular public notoriety. And I think the best white pill is just that veteran story you told. I mean, here's a guy who for his country had got blown up, and the way his country responded or treated him was to pick him up at a protest and dump him off 20 miles outside of town, and his response was to come back in and join anyway and do what he's going to do anyway. So if he can do it, then we can do it.
All right, fantastic. And if they freeze his bank account, my goodness, there will be people fighting for him, because it may not be me. You people might want me to be in front of courts. I'm not the best person right now to be in front of courts, especially if never mind. Someone will. David Amber has taken the cases. My brother, the Lion, who faced the police in Windsor, it works at a firm. They're looking for it. So we will have the big spotlight of the world on this, and no one's going to forget. I'm not going to forgive, and we're gonna deal with it in due time. So Robert, amazing, fantastic. Wednesday night's going to be awesome. Stay tuned. It might be Rumble exclusive. Between now and then, there will be news. I will be live at some point tomorrow. Depends with whom. Robert, stick around. We'll say our proper goodbyes. Everyone else in the chat, enjoy the rest of the weekend. You got less than 3 hours left. Enjoy it, and enjoy the rest of the week, people.
Vernon White, a former Ottawa police chief himself, and security expert Wesley Wark, a senior fellow at the Centre for International Governance, who I know to be a respected voice by many in this chamber, including my conservative
Things are quieter in Ottawa today as police continue their effort to end
a recent poll indicated that 2/3 of Canadians support this measure as well. Now, specifically, the Emergencies Act provided these key powers that were absolutely critical. One, it allowed police to establish a secure perimeter around the downtown core, preventing additional trucks or groups from joining the occupations. 2, it allowed Canadian financial service providers to immediately freeze or suspend accounts of an individual or a business affiliated with these illegal blockades until such time as that illegal activity was ceased. 3, it compelled private companies to provide towing services, fully compensated, to remove trucks and other vehicles from the occupation zone. Now, it also allowed for the RCMP to enforce municipal bylaws, among other important measures. So some have asked, as is responsible, if the Emergencies Act is an overreach. In fact, that is the essential question before Parliament today. And it's a minority Parliament that will make a determination on the matter and revoke the measure if it is not agreed to by the House. An excellent example of the oversight built into the legislation written by the Mulroney government. With due credit to the Progressive Conservative Party at that time, other accountability measures include a special joint committee of both the House of Commons and the Senate to review the government's actions under the Act on an ongoing basis, a 30-day sunset to make sure that these powers don't extend longer than necessary, and an inquiry after 1 year. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act does not limit charter rights. Rather, it is subordinate to those rights. Still, a common refrain from the occupiers is that the Emergencies Act and the police operation to end the lawlessness in our capital trampled on their charter rights to peaceful assembly. That is simply false. The charter protections extend only to assembly that is peaceful. It does not protect one's right to seriously disturb the peace as the occupation of Ottawa has done over the past 3 weeks. And it does not provide cover for illegal activities carried out during a protest, like the flagrant disregard for the law that has been well documented in the streets of our capital throughout the occupation. Hate crimes, misogyny, arson, vandalism, intimidation, the list is long. And importantly, the Emergencies Act is democratic. It's an act of Parliament, already debated and passed by both houses, given royal assent, proclaimed and gazetted some 30 years ago. And now its application is being democratically debated in the House of Commons. So, did the time-limited, targeted, and proportionate powers of the Act work? Well, for the first time in 23 days, quiet has descended upon Ottawa. The streets of this city have finally been returned to its residents, law and order has been restored, and the Emergencies Act has performed its function as intended by the Progressive Conservative government that enacted it in 1988. But now, 3 decades later, we find ourselves in an unexpected situation in which the party of Mulroney opposes invoking the measure while the Liberals and the NDP support it. Our parliamentary system requires Her Majesty's loyal opposition, Mr. Speaker. It's an essential part of the checks and balances that keep our country stable, on stable footing, and ensures diverse voices of Canadians are heard in this place. Yet when crisis strikes, as leaders, we are called to rise above our political divides, for we all take an oath as members of Parliament to act in the best interests of our country. Sadly, that is not what we have seen from the Conservatives throughout this occupation. Through their actions in the last 3 weeks, it is all too clear that the Conservative Party has strayed from its origins as a party of principle and accountability. Their proud tradition as the party of law and order lies shattered in the dirty snow of Wellington Street. Through their actions in the last 3 weeks, it's all too clear that the Conservative Party has strayed from its origins as a party of principle and accountability. They've put their own political gain ahead of the country's security, prosperity, and democracy. And as their party clamors for an ever smaller and more extreme faction of the far right, they abandon the hardworking, small C Conservatives who look to them for a credible potential government. Instead, the Canadians they've left behind watch in horror as our police and media are spat on and assaulted in the throes of a lawless occupation that today's Conservative Party has chosen to defend. Shameful. Mr. Speaker, with the help of the powers of the Emergencies Act, the occupation has come to its end, the trucks and the protesters have gone home, the people of Ottawa breathe a sigh of relief, and Parliament resumes its important democratic function. And yet something has changed in Canada, or has perhaps been uncovered these past 3 weeks. Some will say a divide has grown wider. Political columnist John Ivison wrote yesterday that it feels like Canada is splintering into 2 tribes, the intolerant, authoritarian, woke lunatics on the left and the spittle-flecked, hateful lunatics of the far right. The optimist in me wants to deny it, but I cannot. At times, that is how it feels. And perhaps that's how it feels to a growing number of Canadians as well after these last 2 years, or perhaps after these last 23 days. So we need to log out of social media, put down our phones, stop doom scrolling, and ask why. Why is it that despite pretty strong consensus on the effectiveness of the broad pandemic response from all parties and all orders of government, it still feels at times like we're more divided than ever? The answer may lie in the palm of our hands, the devices we carry with us day and night. Our political beliefs and grievances are being fed to us by opaque algorithms that serve a singular function: profit for the massive tech giants that dominate our online realm. These platforms prey on our psyche, weaponizing our emotions to keep us all online all the time, garnering untold fortunes in ad revenue. Disinformation, a tool of foreign influence in the cyber era, goes unchecked. Division, it turns out, is a moneymaker. And so the scene was set as a pandemic locked us inside. The very same screens they told us that would keep us together served instead to push us further apart. It's my hope that the Joint Committee and Inquiry required in the Emergencies Act will take a hard look at the fundamental role of online platforms and what they played in stoking the flames of division, of anger, and disinformation, making it harder and harder for any of us to see the other side, as though we lived in two entirely different, separate universes, unrecognizable to one another, with the incompatible ideas of truth, media, and science. Until we address this, Mr. Speaker, I fear we risk repeating the crisis in who knows what terrifying form next time. And so we must act before a generation of children, our children, online as they are, grow up never knowing that there was a better way to be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I find it rather disheartening, Mr. Speaker, that we have an ode to hope here, and yet we have such partisan rhetoric that really couches this ode to hope. Now, one of the things that the Honourable Member said in his speech was that public opinion was on his side. So I'd like to ask this Honourable Member, when did the rule of law become subordinate to public opinion? Because he cited those two principles, and sometimes they're incompatible. So if the rule of law is superlative, why is he not abiding by the rule of law?
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
I can't discern a sensible question there, but the member did mention political rhetoric, and I note that the party's interim leader, the member's interim leader, stated recently that MPs need to return to the House to restore unity, wholeness, and hope back to our nation. And I just suggest to the member that perhaps he and his interim leader should focus on restoring unity, wholeness, and hope back to their party as we watch it self-immolate in real time, day by day.
That's right.
Question and commentaire. L'honorable député là.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member.
Pour faire des actions qui font intervenir plus.
Yes. In order to have actions, why not just use the police services? We do not require emergency measures. Why didn't we resort to police services under existing law more quickly?
I thank the member for the question. It's an important one. Of course, as I mentioned in my remarks, that the interim chief of police here in Ottawa was very clear in stating that he was unable to do his job without the act. We have seen the Canadian Association of Police Chiefs underscore that same truth, that this act was a required action to have been taken by the government to help police forces across the country to deal with blockades. I would go further to say that the checks built into this act, the review and panel, the special committee that will be set up to review the actions under the act will give more light on the question that the member asks. But for now, I'm very satisfied that we're well within the confines of the law, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the passionate speech, but I do have to ask, with the urgency I'm hearing today, why it took the Prime Minister so long to take this seriously.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Well, I remind the member that multiple premiers across the country reached out and asked for help, and when that happened, that is when the government got busy invoking the act. Now, it was very important to give the provincial governments their required time and space to act under their own laws and rules. But when it became clear to some of those premiers and to the federal government that the additional powers of the act were required, the Prime Minister and the Cabinet acted very swiftly, and the results, as we saw, were delivered very swiftly as well.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member's comments. And when I think in terms of the impact that it's had on people in our communities and jobs, whether it's in Alberta, Manitoba, and Ontario in particular, where we saw blockades preventing $500 million of trade between two countries. And as I say, it had a horrendous impact, shutting down Ottawa, all through illegal blockades. And we had requests from the province of Alberta and the province of Manitoba writing to the Prime Minister or to the Government of Canada asking for support. And this is one of the tools that we have provided, and it has been effective. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts in terms of the importance of the tool.
Secrétaire parlementaire au ministre de l'Innovation, Sciences et l'Industrie.
I thank my friend for the important question, and I think we all have stories about how the lockdown here and the blockades elsewhere have had a personal impact. But I'm going to address the part of your question about trade and the interruption of trade and the job loss and the shuttering of automobile factories in Canada and the loss of wages that resulted from these blockades. I was privileged to be part of a call 2 days ago with the Canada-America Business Council, where I found it necessary to reassure our Canadian or American trade partners that the government has acted at a national level to ensure that such disruptions won't happen again. And it was important for them to hear that, and they are edified by that. We must never let it happen again. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is with heavy heart that I rise today. This is a solemn day that will no doubt be remembered in the minds and memories of Canadians for decades to come. Given the gravity of today's debate, I believe it is incumbent on all members to speak candidly, earnestly, and sincerely. Today we are, of course, debating the Emergency Measures Act, but before we outline why the invocation of this act is capricious and completely unnecessary, I think it is best to provide some context to how our country got to where we are right now. It is truly clear, unfortunately, that Canada is a highly fragmented country that's facing significant economic problems that put our entire prosperity at risk. Our economy has just experienced significant job losses. We are experiencing an inflation crisis, inflation at a 30-year high at 5.1%, and that has real consequences, Mr. Speaker. There are people, many Canadians out there, who can't afford the bare necessities of life. We have over $1 trillion in debt that will doubtlessly be pushed on to future generations as they pay for our expenditures. Our country, as I said, is divided. It is divided between West versus East, rural versus urban, freedom versus security, vaccinated versus unvaccinated. And now our Prime Minister has invoked the Emergency Measures Act, an act that suspends the civil liberties of Canadians, such as Section 2 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, including the right to freedom of assembly, the right of freedom of association, and Section 8, the freedom from unreasonable search and seizure. The police can literally, without warrant or warning, seize your property. They can arrest Canadians for simply assembling together. Never in my life, in my wildest dreams, Mr. Speaker, did I ever expect to have 5 police checks just to get to my office. Never did I ever expect that in Canada. The invocation of the Emergency Measures Act has also given the government the right to freeze bank accounts without judicial oversight. This can create financial ruins, putting an asterisk beside someone's financial credit rating for life. This might be a mortgage that never happens, a son or a daughter that never goes to university because of this asterisk. And why was this? Well, according to the Minister of Justice, who said when talking to the media, the grounds could be as little as supporting causes the government disagrees with. This is shameful, Mr. Speaker. Shameful. Because when you freeze someone's bank account, you are removing them effectively from society. They may not have money to pay for food to feed their children, to pay for gasoline to put in their car to go to work, to pay for electricity to heat their homes. The government may literally starve and freeze Canadians away into submission. I watched this weekend as protesters were arrested at gunpoint. They were pepper sprayed. Several protesters were trampled by 2,000-pound horses. How could the Prime Minister ever let the situation get this bad? This is not our Canada, Mr. Speaker. So let's go back. What led us to these circumstances? Well, I think it makes sense to start with a change in tone from the Prime Minister heading into his unnecessary $600 million election. The Prime Minister, based no doubt on polling numbers, had made a calculated effort to demonize unvaccinated Canadians, to capitalize on a growing frustration of vaccinated Canadians with the unvaccinated. The choice led the Prime Minister to demean and stigmatize, as the member from Louis-Hébert so eloquently said. The Prime Minister said, they are extremists who do not believe in science. They are often misogynist, often racist. It's a small group that muscles in. And we have to make a decision in terms of leaders, in terms of country. Do we tolerate these people? Mr. Speaker, that is repugnant. And I have sat here and listened to liberal member after one saying we need to de-escalate, we need to bring down the heat. We'll start by talking to the Prime Minister. Also, it was no doubt as part of the Prime Minister's strategy to demonize and to exploit cleavages between our society that he decided to implement a 14-day quarantine period on our truckers, our heroes, who throughout COVID for 2 years, when there were no vaccines, they went across, they braved the Delta variant, they braved the Omicron variant, and they were our heroes, and now they are demonized. And yet, all we've asked, all the media has asked for, all the opposition members have asked for, is for the government to show us their math. Instead, we get outdated, irrelevant talking points. So we have cost thousands of Canadians their livelihood for purely partisan politics. This is disgusting. Even when presented with the most utterly reasonable motion, our party simply asked for a plan, just a plan to end the mandate. The Prime Minister remained defiant, refusing to support the plan. While the rest of the world opens up their borders, while the rest of the world eases restrictions, our Prime Minister will not even give the Canadians who deserve hope a plan for that hope, a plan to return to normality. Once again, this Prime Minister has chosen politics over science, petulance over leadership. This crisis could have been avoided with strong, compassionate leadership. Instead, this Prime Minister chose partisanship over statesmanship, division over unity, and this has led us to the current crisis. The Prime Minister's unnecessary mandate and divisive rhetoric has caused frustrations to boil over. Canadians from across the country began to spontaneously demonstrate and show their dissatisfaction with the Liberal government. Unfortunately, some of the movement splintered into illegal activities, including the blockades of the border crossings at Coutts and the Ambassador Bridge. Fortunately, the provinces were able to resolve these matters peacefully, and they ended with hugs instead of violence. Here in Ottawa, while many of the protesters were salt of the earth Canadians who wanted to express their grievances, unfortunately, there were some who expressed hate, and they should all be individually accountable for those expressions. In addition, there were approximately 150 vehicles who were parked in Parliament for over 3 weeks. These vehicles disrupted lives. They made it impossible for individuals to go to school, to go to work, and they needed to be moved, and that cannot be doubted. To end this, though, the Prime Minister overreached. He invoked the Emergency Measures Act. The Emergency Measures Act is fairly clear and fairly prescriptive. It requires that 3 tests will be met. One, that the public disorder created a threat to the security of Canada. Secondly, that it was national in scope. And third, that the public disorder could not be resolved by other means. Let's review these criteria one by one. Was there a security threat to Canada? A security threat would presumably be something extremely significant. A clear example would be a potential use of a nuclear or chemical weapon. Those are security threats to Canada. Or a paramilitary force threatening to overthrow Canada, the Canadian government. What we had here were 150 illegally parked vehicles and a mass of disorganized people, some of them who had repugnant views, including the overthrow of the government. But there is no actionable intelligence that I have seen or any evidence that there was actually the ability to threaten our government. I walked through there for 3 weeks. And if, in fact, this government allowed all MPs to walk through these protests and there was an imminent threat to our government, this is the most malfeasance that a security or a government has ever had. Second, it's national in scope. And maybe 3 weeks ago, we might have had an argument about this. When Coots and the Ambassador Bridge blockades were happening, we might have had an argument. But they're gone. And you know what? So is the protest in Ottawa. Why has this not been revoked by now? Where is the threat? Where is it? It's clear. It's done. The other thing is that it cannot be resolved by other legislation. Clearly, it could and it has been, both at the Ambassador Bridge and otherwise. It is true that it would be helpful, but a sledgehammer would be helpful to crack a walnut, but it wouldn't be necessary, and that's the case here. Ultimately, this is not about truckers or one's vaccination status. This is about the future of Canada. Do we want a country that is free to dissent? Because a government that controls discourse controls our lives. Do we want a country where environmentalists who fear that we're not doing enough on climate change? Do we want a country where Quebecers can share their request for greater autonomy? Do we want a government where a conservative can share his contempt for the government? Because I believe all of these voices should be heard.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member opposite for his impassioned speech. I have to admit I'm struck by much of what he said. And in the spirit of thinking through sort of fact, he mentioned that many people were trampled. 2 people were trampled. And then you look at the news reports who say that the reporter actually admitted that that there was in fact no trampling. So I just want to make sure that we clarify the facts in this House. Now, I would ask the following question, Mr. Speaker. The other side does not trust the government. Would they trust the National Security Advisor to Stephen Harper and the former director of CSIS, Richard Fadden, who said that the government was in a position to, and that it was appropriate to invoke the Emergencies Act, particularly as it related to the federal banking measures, which were not covered under other legislation?
The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, and I'll be kind and generous and just say that the individual misheard. I clearly said 2, and if you check the records, you will. And if you want to watch the video, it's available. So that's just watch it. It's on film. There's 2 individuals, including one lady who's in a scooter or walker who gets trampled by a 2,000-pound horse. I have horses. Let me tell you, that's going to hurt a whole lot, and that happened. So you can shake your head all you want. Look at the video. Secondly, I went through it blow by blow by blow. There is not a national security threat that cannot be resolved by other legislation. It is clear. I don't know how others say that.
I just want to remind when we're answering questions to come through the chair and make sure we not take this so personally. I know it's been late in the day and we all have still lots to say and lots to comment and question.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his speech, my colleague said that the government had put political interests and partisanship before science. He said that by referring to the motion that the Conservatives tabled with regard to what Dr. Tam said, but I heard a number of Conservative colleagues said that vaccination was a bit of a problem, whereas science tells us to get vaccinated. So perhaps my colleague can respond quickly. Is he pro-vaccination? Does he agree that the best way to emerge from this crisis is by getting vaccinated? I'd like to hear what he has to say on that.
Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for, it must be the end of the day. I'm a little passionate there. So my apologies to the member there if I got a little passionate. I am definitely pro-vaccine. I am proudly vaxxed, and I believe everyone should be vaccinated. However, we also need to give, we need to not demonize people who think differently than us. We live in a free country, and when we demonize, when we call people misogynists, when we call them racist, that is not Canadian. That is not our Canada.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention in the House. I've worked closely with him on the direction and control bill that I know he brought forward, and I'm quite pleased with some of the work that he's done in this House. One of the questions that I have for him, though, as we look for solutions to the crisis that is facing Canadians, is how we deal with foreign funding or illegal funding of domestic terrorist groups. And I'm just wondering whether or not he would support urgent legislation being put in place to prevent domestic terrorist groups from being funded.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I thank the honourable member for her comment, and I've enjoyed working with her in S216, and if I'm not being too bold, enjoyed walking with her to the House earlier. But what I would say is this is an area of study, and it is an area where we need to look at these new technologies. Unfortunately, our government's been behind on many things, including reviewing how cryptocurrency works in our context. We need to look at crowdfunding. We need to review all of these topics.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Good job. Mr. Speaker, the government has cited a public order emergency throughout Canada as their justification to invoke the Emergencies Act. They're wrong. In this chamber, the Prime Minister said he invoked the Emergencies Act because the situation could not be dealt with under any other law in Canada. That is false. The leader of the NDP talks about tools available should the government abuse of power provided within this act, but he's missed a critical point. The abuse has already happened. Neither of them are listening to Canadians and are instead choosing a path of divisive policies, distinctively separate from democracy and the voice of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the freedom is the heart of democracy, and the right to choose is at the heart of freedom. Let me say that again. The right to choose is at the heart of freedom. And freedom is what so many hundreds of thousands of Canadian women and men have paid the ultimate sacrifice to defend. A Métis man in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, wrote me this week to tell me a story of his family's commitment to preserving and securing democracy and his concern about the current government actions. He told me the story of his great-grandfather, who was wounded in the First World War. He holds tightly as a reminder of how he came to be free, that very bullet that tore through his great-grandfather's leg. He also told me a story that his grandfather fought in the Canadian 1st Infantry Division that made its way through Italy, Ortona, to stop Hitler's advances to Europe. These are but two examples of hundreds of thousands of Canadians who have sacrificed for our freedoms, the very freedoms this government has restricted. Why did the Prime Minister go directly to invoking the Emergencies Act? He had numerous opportunities to address this situation peacefully over the past few weeks, and yet chose to do nothing. I can think of 4 reasonable actions that would have allowed us to avoid the difficulties we'd faced. The Prime Minister could have sent a delegation. The Prime Minister could have sent the Public Safety Minister or the Emergency Preparedness Minister. The Prime Minister could have met with opposition leaders like the Conservative leader requested. And finally, the Prime Minister could have met and listened to these Canadians himself. And of course, the government could have removed COVID restriction vaccine passports at our border crossings and airports. But we know, Mr. Speaker, that listening, the one thing that would have helped de-escalate, is the very thing he did not do. Having a significant background in law enforcement, the basic rule of law is to listen to the concerns and work towards a peaceful resolution, not to enter into a fight first. I can't imagine if every police officer went to a call and didn't listen to the issues first. Dialogue is significantly more productive than the Emergency Act. Instead, what he decided to do was further ratchet up, escalate, and divide Canadians with hurtful rhetoric, Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians aren't buying divisive rhetoric. The Prime Minister no longer has footing rooted in democracy, and all members of this House have a simple choice to make. Do you side with freedom of the institutions of democracy, or do you side with the Prime Minister and the leader of the NDP, who want to seize bank accounts of Canadians with whom they disagree? Apparently, accounts have already been frozen. So this sets a precedence that all illegal road, logging sites, pipeline blockades, railroad blockades, the future funding is subject to this process. Back to the Emergency Act, I choose freedom. Let us not be so foolish as to water down the significance of this movement and our obligations to those we serve and the impacts this will have on generations that follow. The decisions we make in this chamber on this issue will reverberate through the walls of history, and we will be held to account. The choice is simple. Protect and defend democracy or tear it down. I, Mr. Speaker, will be voting to defend it. We must not accept a situation where it's up to a Prime Minister or any member of the government to decide, outside the laws created in this chamber, which protests are legal and which are not. We surely must not tolerate a scenario where families are separated because of their ideas or beliefs and are different than that of the Prime Ministers or the government of the day. Mr. Speaker, Kootenai Columbians see this as being about a Prime Minister's ego, about lack of leadership and weakening precedents. Mr. Speaker, through you, I'd like to take this moment to speak to those members of the Liberal caucus who are feeling uneasy about being whipped to a vote they know to be wrong. Your country needs you to uphold the values of democracy and freedom. Our country will be strong and free long after we leave this place, and it is our responsibility to ensure it is so. The Emergency Act was not invoked during the fears and protests around the Spanish flu that took 50 million lives around the world. It was not invoked during the Great Depression and the worker strikes in the 30s. It was not invoked during the crisis of Oka or Ipperwash, and it was not invoked in the aftermath of 9/11. During my time in law enforcement in British Columbia, it was not invoked to solve the riots in Penticton and Kelowna where downtown storefronts were destroyed. And it was not invoked to address a month-long illegal standoff at Gussison Lake, one of the largest in the history of the province. There were RCMP members shot, helicopters taking rifle fire, landowners unable to go home. I was at this event and can say with certainty, it was much like a war zone. In British Columbia, Canada, no Emergency Act. And currently there is an illegal blockade and protest at the Coastal GasLink drill site on the Martin Forestry Road near Houston, BC. On February 17th, there was an attack on a number of CGL employees and RCMP, and a member physically injured in the attack. Initial damage to equipment and buildings is estimated over $10 million. RCMP are investigating mischief, assault, criminal harassment, and man-trap set purposely to injure police. Now, this appears to be a violent, illegal action that the Emergency Act would support law enforcement, especially also given the financial support, GoFundMe.com, has financing from outside Canada. Where the other methods and authorities exist to deal with disagreement, government should use these methods and authorities. Government should not subject free people to abuse of wide-ranging, freedom-altering overreach. I stand before you today on behalf of the people I represent, the thousands of phone calls and emails from individuals concerned about their Charter of Rights and Freedom. I stand in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, after a lifetime of experience within the RCMP to explain to the Prime Minister and his colleagues in this House he is wrong in his actions. Police agencies have the tools they need, but it does start with dialogue. The government had numerous other legislative options it could have considered before going to the extreme of invoking the Emergency Act. The Act makes it clear it's only meant to address urgent and critical situations that cannot effectively be dealt with under any other law in Canada. The government wants the public to believe otherwise, but in fact, they do have the power to direct the RCMP under Section 5 of the RCMP Act. The government did nothing for weeks and are now taking unprecedented steps that are not necessary. Regardless of the talking points being used by the government and what they would like Canadians to believe, the fact remains the Prime Minister's actions represents real limits on our charter rights. Mr. Speaker, civil liberties, the rule of law, democratic norms, these are all principles that require constant vigilance to defend. The measures under the Emergency Act raise serious questions with respect to the rights of Canadians. Section 2 guarantees our freedom of association and assembly. Section 7 guarantees our right to life, liberty, and security of a person. And Section 8 guarantees our protection against unreasonable search and seizure. How and why Canadians be assured this government is protecting our rights with this extraordinarily and unprecedented invoking of the Emergencies Act. The following organizations have also now come out publicly against the Prime Minister's overreach: the World Sikh Organization of Canada, BC Civil Liberties Association, the Canadian Constitution Federation. This is in addition to opposition from governments Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, Quebec, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta. So, who wholeheartedly agrees with the Prime Minister and the Liberals, Mr. Speaker? The NDP, that's who. 25 votes in this 338-vote House separate the will of Canadians from democracy. And as much as Canadians learn about the Emergencies Act and the NDP support of it, they are sounding alarm bells. The silent majority is awake. Canadians are watching and will not forget the decision we make in this chamber on this issue. Freedom will prevail on Friday, or will prevail when this government fails. But make no mistake, freedom will prevail. However, the current leader of the NDP is supporting the Prime Minister at any cost. We arrive at this unfortunate moment as the direct result of failed leadership by the Prime Minister and his government. Mr. Speaker, I employ all colleagues to take note. Future generations will read and learn about their actions and their support and abuse of power. It will be recorded in history, written in textbooks, and taught in classrooms. This wayward principle has lost control long ago. Opposition to the NDP supported by Liberal overreach is growing. Invoking the Emergency Act is clear government overreach, and the Conservatives will oppose it. I just want to add, I really appreciate the thousands of individuals, including Columbia, who have reached out to me, hoping common sense prevails. It is so difficult to understand why the federal government, when so many provinces have eliminated most COVID restrictions, for example, I was in Calgary and there was no vaccine passport, so why does the federal government continue with vaccine restrictions and federal regulated locations, border crossings, airports? We would not be here if common sense and following science our provincial partners are doing. I do hope the government starts to listen. We need Canada united and proud. It is time.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I haven't had the pleasure of meeting the member yet, but I look forward to meeting him and working with him productively in the House. And I thank him for his invitation to vote against the motion confirming the declaration of emergency, but I must assure him that I'll be voting in favor of it. And I must also remind him that, in fact, 2/3 of Canadians support it, including 75% of Canadians in his own province of British Columbia, 72% of Canadians in Quebec, in the Atlantic provinces, 65% in Ontario, 57% in Manitoba and Saskatchewan, and 51% in Alberta. In fact, a majority of Canadians in every province support the invocation. And by the way, 82% of Canadians believe that premiers who lifted restrictions lifted them too quickly. 82% of Canadians. But my question is the following for the member. You mentioned you wish that the Prime Minister, one of your actions he could have taken, you wish that he had spoken to the protesters. And I remember a press conference in the early days of the protest, and it looked like it was a small, confined basement room somewhere. The Conservatives were asking the Prime Minister to speak with this group. My question is, why would the Prime Minister of any country empower illegal occupiers with a conversation, and what message would that send to future occupiers? Thank you.
Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, the question I think really is, why didn't the Prime Minister or members of the government go talk? I almost said go talk to the individuals that were here that were organizing those events and see what they actually wanted, what they were going to do, rather than sit in here and do nothing. I didn't say whether the Prime Minister. I said that's an option he had, but they also could have sent Public Safety Minister, could have sent the Emergency Preparedness Minister, could have just opened dialogue, and that is what is missing here. There's no dialogue. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Well, ultimately, I do not want to tease my colleague, but I find it quite surprising that over the last few days, we've actually been quite close to the Conservative Party on this matter. And I wonder if they're going to start following the right path, because if I think about women's right to make decisions about their body, if you think about medical assistance in dying or conversion therapy, well, the Conservatives weren't so adamant on the topic of freedoms. So are we seeing a renewal of this spirit among the Conservatives? Perhaps the NDP is turning to the Conservatives?
depends, but but on a serious note, I've always been that way for rights and freedoms, so that's where I've been, and since I've been elected, that's where I'll stand.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. You know, one of the issues that he did not touch on was, of course, the impact of this illegal occupation for the residents. And it took a private citizen to bring the matter to court. And in fact, she also was reported in the media that she was threatened and attacked. So I wonder if the members have any comments for the residents who suffer through all of this, who receive threats and harassments, what his comments are. Do they not have rights, and should their safety not be protected?
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
I want to thank the member for the question. It's really up to the police to respond to those issues, and could have responded. I believe that they've already talked with the government and they responded as they felt appropriate. Thank you.
Question and commentary. Time for a quick question here, if anybody's interested. The honourable member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Premier, Mayor support this Emergency Act. The local police support the use of Emergency Act. I would like to ask my colleague why he don't think this is necessary when the people's lives have been impacted, business supply has been impacted. Why he don't think it's important?
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Well, I never said it wasn't important. But there's been, for example, just before COVID, we had the railway blockade, Mr. Speaker, where $6 billion were lost to our economy, and we didn't react to that. So I think when you ask the question of, I do care, and I think we should be doing something, and I do believe we do not need the Emergency Act to keep our streets safe.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, l'Honourable Secrétaire parlementaire de la ministre de Santé mentale et les dépendances.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague of Newmarket, Aurora. Monsieur le Président, le droit à la manifestation est un droit fondamental.
Mr. Speaker, the right to protest is a fundamental right in our country. And this right has been used many times in Canada for causes that have made our society progress. For example, women's rights, the end of racial segregation, LGBTQ2+ rights, reconciliation with First Nations, Métis and Inuit communities. But now we're seeing this right to protest being derailed by far-right populist movements, which is undermining the general interests of the Canadian public, public order, democracy, the parliamentary process, and elected officials' right to represent Canadians. This is very concerning. As various media sources have shown from the very beginning of what became an occupation of Parliament Hill, conspiracy and hate symbols were unabashedly flown by the protesters in the downtown area over the last 3 weeks. The use of these symbols reminds us that freedom of expression does not mean that one can spread hate. Yet the people promoting this movement do not seem to have realized that, right up until today. As we speak, downtown Ottawa has been evacuated, but the protesters are moving to new rallying spots. The pandemic has been and is still one of the greatest challenges that many Canadians have ever faced. The challenges have been different for each of us, but the great majority of us have faced the difficulties and have understood the importance of respecting the measures implemented by provincial and federal governments. We are all overwhelmed by this pandemic, which has been going on and on for nearly 2 years. We have all made sacrifices. We have sacrificed for our families, our friends, our communities, and the most vulnerable. Canadians' mental health has been seriously affected by the pandemic, which means that there is an increase in stress, anxiety, overuse of substances, and violence. It is clearly time to be done with this darn virus. But unfortunately, this virus is very stubborn. Last week, the official opposition was talking about Denmark as an example of lifting health restrictions. And yet recently, Denmark saw cases of COVID skyrocket, and so did the number of deaths. Which is why we need to do things right for all of us, for our health workers, for our economy, and for our business owners who do not want to see more lockdowns. And the fact that a loud minority has an ideological opposition to health measures while being encouraged by foreign influences does not mean that we should tolerate harassment. It does not mean people can bully the inhabitants of Ottawa, causing seniors to be scared and not be able to go out to get groceries. It does not mean that people can remove pedestrians' masks by force and also oblige business owners to continue the lockdown longer. And in fact, this occupation even reduced public order by overwhelming 911, which meant that Ottawa residents' right to safety and security was taken hostage. And of course, there were also heavy economic consequences and signs of foreign interference in orchestrating this illegal protest. I would like to remind us that this pandemic is unfortunately not over, that the virus is the real enemy, and the best way to overcome it is to get vaccinated, follow science, and work together, as we have been doing from the beginning, instead of encouraging people who wish to sow division. For 2 years, our government has implemented unprecedented financial assistance. This has helped us support Canadians, our businesses and organizations, to help them get through this difficult time. But because of the occupation of Ottawa and elsewhere in Canada, some businesses have had to stay closed. People have lost their jobs. All sectors are affected. And the harm to our economy totals millions of dollars. It would be really regrettable if the efforts made by the government to fight the consequences of COVID-19, it would be really regrettable if they ultimately disappeared due to the actions of a group of protesters who wish to undermine the democratic process in this House. When I was in university, our professors were constantly telling us that what legislators do has real effects. The Emergencies Act, which was sponsored by a Conservative minister, was adopted in order to be used. It's a good thing that it didn't have to be used over the last 34 years. Canada is a peaceful country, and the Canadians are extremely resilient. There is an entire process to implement this act, consulting the provinces and territories, hours of debate, a vote, and analysis by a committee.
Elle protège le droit de manifester.
It is quite different from the War Measures Act. It protects many rights. This is not a decision taken lightly, and it is not the decision of one single person. Before the decision was made, there were calls, consultations, meetings with the Mayor of Ottawa, with the Ottawa Police, with the premiers of the provinces and territories. Over the last few weeks, we have felt a shift. Over the last few weeks, we have felt the rise of something that is not like us. This emergencies legislation gives the necessary tools to those who are on the ground, who are living with the situation head on, face to face with the nastiness, the confrontation, and the defamation. It allows the government to mobilize its essential services and allows the RCMP to act more quickly, to have local regulations complied with, to stop money from circulating. These are targeted and temporary measures. The acting chief of police, in fact, said that this weekend's operation could not have taken place without the powers of the law. The best example is the towing companies. When first requested by Ottawa Police, they would not come and tow the parked trucks. Under the Emergencies Act, they had to comply with the Ottawa Police requests and participate in the dismantling operation. And we thank them very much for that. We were quite patient. Reasonable and proportionate measures were taken in cooperation with the provinces and territories to dismantle the occupation and unblock the economy. We are sending a clear message to protect our democracy, to protect everyone's safety, and reinstate confidence in our institutions. At 6 p.m. this evening, the acting chief of police in Ottawa, said that despite the successful operations of the last few days, our city is not in its normal state, and that police measures must be maintained to avoid the return of the protesters. Madam Speaker, we respect the right to protest and the rule of law, but we condemn violence and lawlessness. They protested. We heard them. Now it is time for them to leave downtown Ottawa. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I would say to begin with is that perhaps they heard them, but they didn't listen to them. I think it is important to admit that the government did not listen to the protesters who came here and elsewhere, which they did very energetically, that is true. Now, I would like to ask the Honourable Member a question. In the private sector, when people have consultations, it's to either to convince the other people that you're right, or that you want to present arguments that you hope that will make sense to them. When the Emergencies Act, in the Emergencies Act, it says that the government has to consult provinces. How can it be that if the government did consult the premiers of the various provinces, that 7 out of 10 premiers, following the consultation, left the meeting and said explicitly that they did not want the Emergencies Act to be used in our country? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question, and I also thank him for having asked it in French, and I congratulate him for that too. You know, Canada is a large country. Situations vary from one place to the next, and the Emergencies Act contains a rigorous process, as I said in my speech, for its own implementation. And that process does indeed include consultations, and those consultations did take place. Another advantage of the Act is that it applies to the demand. That is to say, it would be applied where there was a need to do that. So some provinces do wish the law to be applied in their provinces, and that's the great thing about that Act. It may be used where it is required. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a quick question for the Parliamentary Secretary, and I thank her for her speech. One of the elements in this arsenal, which is the Emergencies Act, is seizing bank accounts. It's been discussed a great deal in the media. So it would be up to financial institutions and banks to be the police, essentially. They'd have to self-regulate their own processes. They have to identify who participated in the siege of Ottawa, and then to investigate enough to find out whether or not if a person leaves the siege, will their bank account then be released again? Because how does all this work? Why is it up to financial institutions to police their clients' activities? It seems quite complicated to me. I will ask the Parliamentary Secretary to answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Of course, these measures are extraordinary, so that's what the law permits. Giving the power to financial institutions to conduct their own investigations, and they will be accompanied by the RCMP in those undertakings. We're talking about 76 personal bank accounts that were frozen, as well as some corporate accounts. We can see, therefore, that the Act is being applied in a very circumscribed manner, and the most worrisome accounts are being targeted. And I think it is worrisome to discover that most of the money that was poured into the support fund comes from outside the country. So it is important to make those links. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Protective Services as well as the interpreters who are allowing us to have these debates and protecting us. Thank you to all of you. My question is, why did you wait for 3 weeks? People came from thousands of miles, thousands of kilometers away. We knew they were coming. They announced their intention of overthrowing the government if they didn't get what they wanted. They even threatened the Prime Minister. They're funded by foreign sources. So, and yet the federal government allowed the situation to deteriorate to this point. Is this not a failure on the part of the Liberal government? Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. We have heard that question many times over the last hours of debate.
Okay, I got to address something in the chat room. The only rules in the chat are no death threats. So you can make yourself look as stupid or smart as you want to. And people are talking about the polls being biased. I'm just copying and pasting the polls from the chat room. So I don't know what to tell you. I'm busy right now. I'm fixing to have to start my night job. So that there's no rules in the chat, just no death threats.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to acknowledge that I'm speaking on the traditional territories of the Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe peoples. I also acknowledge that my constituency is on the treaty lands of the First Nations Williams Treaty and recognize the Chippewas of Georgina Island as the closest First Nations community. Madam Speaker, it is an honor and a privilege for me to speak in this House to represent the constituents of Newmarket Aurora. And, Madam Speaker, isn't this the important fundamental value we are here to defend? The democracy that so many people have died to defend. The reason that my parents became part of an underground escape route in Holland to help escaped prisoners of war return home. And the reason that my parents came to Canada. Madam Speaker, I acknowledge that some of the people who joined the protests did so to express their opposition to vaccine mandates and with the intent to protest peacefully. But it also needs to be explicitly stated that here in Ottawa, within our country, and at our border crossings, our democracy was at risk from a dangerous extreme minority who had declared their intent to overthrow the government with their MOU. For the organizers of the blockade and occupation of Ottawa, this was not about vaccine mandates. This was just a ruse intended to damage our economy with no regard of the impact to our communities, to disrupt and shut down businesses, only revealing their contempt for Canada and the rule of law. For 3 weeks, blockades have been illegally disrupting the lives of Canadians, harming our economy and endangering public safety. Canadians have seen their work hours reduced, or in many cases, their jobs put on hold, factories put on hold, retailers and restaurants forced to close. Let us be unwavering in our condemnation of those who set out to create an economic crisis to further disrupt supply chains and to create a climate of fear and uncertainty. The occupation of this illegal blockade and the notorious serious harm to our economy and to Canada's international standing. The world's confidence in Canada as a place to invest and to do business was being undermined. The blockade of the Ambassador Bridge has affected about $390 million in trade each day, and this bridge supports about 30% of all trade by road between Canada and the United States, and this is our most important trading partner. In Coutts, Alberta, about $48 million in trade has been affected by these blockades, and in Emerson, Manitoba, about $73 million in daily trade has been affected by these blockades. Those impacts are real. They threaten businesses big and small, and they threaten the livelihoods of Canadian workers. And recognizing all the provisions in place in our safeguard to our country, I stand here to support invoking the Emergencies Act to supplement the provincial and territorial authorities to address the blockades and the occupation to keep Canadians safe, to protect people's jobs, and to ensure our economy continues on the path of recovery while restoring confidence in our institutions. Through the Emergencies Act, we are broadening the scope of Canada's anti-money laundering and terrorist financing rules so that they can cover crowdfunding platforms and their payment service providers, including those digital assets such as cryptocurrencies. This is particularly significant, Madam Speaker, in an era where social media makes it possible to broadly distribute disinformation and raise funds on that basis. Over 55% of the funds raised on these platforms came from the United States. Through the Emergencies Act, we are providing new authorities to law enforcement to regulate crowds, to prohibit blockades, and to keep essential corridors open. The Emergency Act allows the government to mobilize essential services such as tow trucks, allows the RCMP to act more swiftly to enforce local laws, and provides enhanced power to stop the flow of money. These measures are targeted, temporary, and proportionate. Canada is a rule of law country, and by declaring the public order emergency under the Emergencies Act, we followed the law and we are acting within it. There are clear conditions set out in the Emergencies Act for a public emergency order to be declared, and our government believes that those conditions have been met, and that required the Government of Canada to act. The scope of these measures will be time-limited, geographically targeted, as well as reasonable and proportionate to the threats that they are meant to address. The Emergencies Act is intended to strengthen and support law enforcement agencies at all levels across the country. This is about keeping Canadians safe, about allowing residents to go into their communities with the security and the freedom to do so, while protecting people's jobs and restoring confidence in our institutions. The Emergency Act also contains a number of significant limits, checks, and safeguards. As required by the Act, on several occasions over the past week, the Prime Minister and members of the Cabinet consulted with the premiers and members of their respective governments. And in the coming days, a parliamentary committee will be established to provide oversight while the emergency is in effect. The declaration only lasts 30 days unless renewed. However, we can and sincerely hope to revoke the emergency much sooner. Madam Speaker, I agree with the member from Saanich Gulf Islands when she said that it is not helpful to trivialize the gravity of this serious situation with references about bouncing castles, nor is it helpful to polarize this debate with antagonistic, inflammatory rhetoric and personal attacks. These are challenging times. The pandemic has impacted all of us, and for some, the impact has been one of great loss, economically and personally. Over the course of this pandemic, 36,000 Canadian lives have been lost, and more than 1.2 million Canadians have been diagnosed with COVID. And we should also remember that 2,000 Canadians who have lost who have silently lost their lives because of the COVID over the last 3 weeks. With respect to the pandemic restrictions, the majority of which are imposed provincially, are starting to be lifted. Our country has 30.7 million people, or about 80% of our population, vaccinated, and efforts continue to expand the numbers of those who have been triple vaccinated. So it is due to the efforts of so many Canadians that we stand on the threshold of a recovery, a threshold that cannot be derailed or trampled on by a minority of those whose intent was seditious and economic sabotage, with a disregard for their neighbors and the residents whose streets they occupied. Madam Speaker, this was a crisis in need of the Emergencies Act. In a letter addressed to the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Emergency Preparedness, the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, CAPC, stated the following: the National Confederation of the Freedom Convoy 2022 has presented unique challenges. The CAPC supports the fundamental objectives of the invocation of the Emergencies Act that is intended to regulate and prohibit illegal public assemblies that lead to the breach of peace and to restrict the funding of such illegal assemblies. Madam Speaker, I also agree with the member from Edmonton Strathcona who stated that our constituents expect us to work together and find solutions to resolve this crisis. In the weeks and months ahead, we need to restore the faith of the institutions that Canadians rely on. We need to come to a full understanding of how these blockades and the occupation were able to happen and what can be done to prevent them from happening in the future. But in doing so, we must safeguard the right to protest peacefully. And we must remember that the house we stand in belongs to all Canadians. We stand here at their will with the expectation to work in the best interests of Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. I've noticed a trend as I stand here in the House of Commons on behalf of my constituents, and it's as though the speeches coming from the government benches are pretty much exactly the same. They cite the exact same rationale in just about the exact same order. In fact, Section 21 of the Ontario Comprehensive Policing Act flies in direct in contravention to what the member said. But one thing that the member did say that caught my ear was he talked about the rhetoric and having to dial it down. Leadership starts from the top. So has he delivered that message to the Prime Minister?
Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member opposite. We have been actively engaged in ongoing dialogue, and I have for 2 sittings of this House now seen the behavior of both sides of the House. And I believe that both sides of the House own the responsibility to speak responsibly, to be open-minded, and to be supportive of finding solutions. That is why Canadians sent us to this House, and that is how we should all behave.
Honorable Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. Madam Speaker, the Emergencies Act should only apply in the face of a crisis, a current or imminent situation. The situation that we've seen for the last 3 years over on the parliamentary precinct seems to be resolved or soon will be. Does my colleague still believe that it is appropriate to invoke this Emergencies Act?
For Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also appreciate the question from the member opposite. We're not sure that this is over yet, Madam Speaker. There have been people who have vacated the precinct that is being protected currently, but there's also dialogue and discussion about coming back and returning. And there's also dialogue about regrouping. And so I think it's important for us to maintain vigilance and to monitor the process as it goes forward and be ready to respond when it's appropriate.
Member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his comments today. One of the things that I'm very, very concerned about that we are seeing across the country right now is attacks on the media. I was just reading an article about attacks that have been happening in British Columbia against media. Obviously, we've seen some horrific assaults happen in Ottawa against members of the media. I'm just wondering what the government's plans are, what steps they will be taking to ensure that we are protecting journalists, that we are protecting those who are working so hard to tell their stories and to share information with Canadians.
Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I also want to thank the member opposite for her question. I think protecting a free press is critically important for any democracy, and it is the press that shines the light on the issues. What I'm particularly proud of is the independent ability for the media in Canada to present the facts as we go forward. And so I agree with her. It's very critical that we should be going forward and making sure that we do have a free press that is protected and that has the same rights as anyone else who's seeking to report the facts to our communities.
A member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Newmarket Aurora for his comments earlier. Great speech as always, a lot of experience from the member. I want to speak to the question that was asked and posed by the member of Kamloops Thompson Caribou when he talked about consulting with and looking at leadership from the top. As you know, Madam Speaker, we've consulted with the Premier of Ontario, who has supported the act that's been presented here this evening. We've consulted with the Mayor of Ottawa, who has supported the act that's being presented here this evening. And we've consulted with the Mayor of Windsor, who declared an emergency and supports what we're doing here this evening. So can the member comment on the consultation with municipalities and the Premier of Ontario as it relates to the act that's been presented here tonight in the House?
Member for Newmarket Aurora in 20 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I certainly appreciate working with him on the HUMA committee. Both of us have some municipal background, and both of us understand the need to consult at the municipal, the regional, the provincial, and the federal level. And I believe those consultations have been undertaken, and the decisions that were made were as a result of the consultations that were undertaken.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam, and if I may suggest that, yes, just lifting your mic a little bit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll begin my comments by highlighting what we are all agreeing on in this House. In the past few days of debate, I have heard agreement that we must denounce hate and hate symbols. Let's build on that consensus, because it has been exposed this past month that there is a far-right, sinister element that infiltrated the convoys at the highest levels. They are organized, well-funded, and have a stated goal of overthrowing our elected government. I take that threat very seriously. I heard most members of this House denounce these bad actors and recognize that their actions and intentions do not represent the Canada we want to pass on to the next generation. These are serious times, Madam Speaker, that call for serious debate and action that is appropriate and proportionate to the severity of this dangerous situation we find ourselves in. And let me be clear, these occupations are dangerous. They are not peaceful. They are unlawful. They never should have been allowed to become entrenched in our communities. And let me be clear that governments did have the resources to halt the occupation of Ottawa early on, but they failed to respond with the urgency required. Why do I say that? Because on social media, convoy organizers were openly sharing their intent, including plans for once they got to Ottawa. There was endless coverage of the convoy as it moved across Canada, and it was known from the beginning that factions of the convoy...
I interrupt the honourable member. Point of order from the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, and I honestly apologize for interrupting my colleague. I just want to make sure that she did remember to share her time with a member from Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you so much, the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I did forget that. So yes, I'll be sharing my time. Thank you. So there was factions of that convoy that were displaying symbols of hate that was not taken seriously by governments and has not been taken serious for years. What has become clear through these last several weeks is that Canada does not have the tools to deal with hate or disinformation that is growing across our communities. The fear, intimidation, and lawlessness that has evolved on the streets of Ottawa and at borders across the country have shone a magnifying glass on how the government systems are not equipped to uphold even the most basic laws when hate and disinformation rear their ugly head and when white privilege underpins it. It has become glaringly obvious to Canadians that government let them down, left them on their own to deal with the consequences of unlawful occupations in their communities. This reality is threatening the safety of citizens. And the very...
And I ask the honourable member for Don Valley East to please put himself on mute.
Have my time back from that?
Of course. No, we stopped counting the time. No, absolutely. And I apologize for the interruption. The honourable member may start again. Yes.
Thank you. This reality is threatening the safety of citizens, institutions, and the very sovereignty of the country. We know this threat is real and that the online environment is amplifying it. The power of online disinformation can be exemplified by the varied reports of a protester being trampled by a police horse this weekend. A phone call to my office Friday, I picked it up from a distraught constituent, as well as emails reported one victim was a woman, or they were a senior woman, or they are a senior woman with a walker, or they were an Indigenous elder, that they suffered a shoulder injury, or maybe a horse stepped on their face and throat, or maybe they lost a limb or death. The only consistencies were inconsistencies in those stories. Madam Speaker, it's time to get serious about the very dangerous consequences of the spread of disinformation, which gave rise to the length and size of the unlawful occupation in Ottawa, along with occupations and blockades across Canada. Again, I will say it should not have come to this, but it did. So let's stop looking backwards in this House and start looking forward and acknowledging the facts we are dealing with. When Ottawa called a state of emergency, it did not stop the lawlessness on our streets. When Ontario called a state of emergency, it did not stop the lawlessness. And when Indigenous leaders called for the occupiers to go home, they did not. It was only when the Emergencies Act was invoked that finally there was some initial resolution to this unlawful attack on the rights and freedoms of the citizens of Ottawa. The interim chief of the Ottawa Police has been clear that without these additional powers, they would not have been able to achieve the outcomes so far. Now, many members have spoken about how the threats are now over, but I want to share with this House what's happening in BC. Protests are building here, and the agitators are increasingly aggressive. The RCMP had to preemptively close down the border yesterday, and 16 were arrested. Other unlawful activity could not be addressed on the spot due to lack of resources. And here is another really sad security threat. Private citizens are now feeling compelled to stand up against these aggressors. In Vancouver yesterday, Convoy supporters and counter-protesters were facing off in the streets. And in BC, at YVR, police presence has been increased and the costs of maintaining public safety at our borders in these times is mounting. And I have to share, Madam Speaker, that in the riding next to mine, the home of the Provincial Minister of Public Safety was affronted yesterday by protesters. In BC, this is far from over. The NDP takes the invocation of the Emergency Act under public disorder very seriously. We've said over and over again that we will not give a blank check to the government. The government will have to stay within the established powers, or we will withdraw any support. We will continue to protect peaceful protesters, including land defenders, and will protect the charter rights for all Canadians. Going forward, the federal government and all levels of government need to take responsibility for their failures, for not taking seriously the very real safety threats and infringements on the rights and freedoms that the majority of Canadians have endured these past weeks. Going forward, they must accept and address the very real threats of intolerance, hate, discrimination, and disinformation happening online and manifesting physically in our communities across Canada. These are real threats to the safety and security of every person and the institutions in this country, as well as our democracy and sovereignty. The NDP has consistently shown leadership during these occupations and has used the tools available as the progressive opposition to act. We've moved motions to investigate and expose weaknesses in crowdfunding platforms, brought forward an emergency debate on the occupation of Ottawa, and tabled bills in this House to address hate and hate symbols. The NDP has shown leadership in standing up for healthcare workers, frontline and essential workers, and all workers who have gotten us through these 2 years of difficult times. We continue to stand up for them. While the NDP has been focused on solutions, there has been a lack of forward thinking and leadership by this government. Madam Speaker, this government has failed in so many ways. They failed to take seriously the declining standard of living for Canadians. They are no longer in touch with what is really happening in our communities. The years of neglect for the need for affordable housing, not addressing the climate crisis with urgency, declining to introduce pharmacare, not addressing Canadians' high cell phone bills. I could go on. This government has created an environment where too many Canadians are hurting. And when people are hurting, when things are desperate, people can easily find themselves being taken advantage of by sinister actors that exploit those vulnerabilities for their personal gain. It's the job of parliamentarians to protect Canadians from that. It is late, Madam Speaker, and in this 11th hour, there is still work to be done to protect Canadians from the very real threat of hate and discrimination that fed off the vulnerabilities of exhausted, scared, and anxious Canadians who live in every riding of this country. What manifested in Ottawa, in Coutts, in Windsor, and in Surrey, and in Winnipeg is no accident. It is well-funded, well-organized, and exploitation of the weaknesses in our government and government systems that has led to hate and disinformation spread, and it's not over yet. In closing, I must look to the future too, and so I call in all my colleagues to support the NDP's private members bill, C-229, which would prevent anyone from selling and displaying symbols that promote hatred and violence in this country going forward.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do acknowledge it's nice to see that the New Democratic Party recognizes the true value of the Emergencies Act. It's legislation that is actually required. We've seen the interim chief here in Ottawa. We've had asks from the province of Ontario, the trading corridors that she's made reference to. And we can talk about that, but for me personally, it's all about the people and the freedom of the people to be able to live in peace, to have those jobs, to not feel threatened. She makes reference to the whole issue of racism that we saw raise its ugly head during the blockades and so forth. And I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards to why it was important for Ottawa to work with the province of Ontario, the municipality of Ottawa and others to be able to resolve this issue.
Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And I will just highlight that I do value protecting innocent Canadians that are just trying to pay their mortgages and keep their livelihoods going during these very, very difficult times. And I will say that in BC, we heard yesterday that many arrests could not be done because of the fact that there were not enough resources, and that the RCMP committed to ensuring that those unlawful acts would be followed up on in a separate time and in a separate place because they did not have the resources to keep everyone safe.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So a question to the member. One of the provisions in the Emergencies Act is warrantless search and seizure. especially the freezing of accounts of those who are either known to be connected to the protesters outside who were there, or people who are related to them that could happen further down. I'd like to hear the member comment on the fact that the government no longer needs to go to a judge to obtain a warrant to actually freeze a bank account or financial assets anymore. And if she has any concerns whatsoever that the government could abuse this because there is no longer judicial oversight.
For Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. And I will just remind the member that it was the NDP that first identified the fact that online platforms and crowdfunding platforms were being used outside of the country to fuel and to pay for these illegal occupations.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like my colleague, I define myself as progressive. And we know that often emancipation movements take the form of protests. So I don't think that the arguments of the protesters are valid, but I'm worried about seeing this Emergencies Act, which will in the future limit people who do have valid arguments and who want to change society for the better. So doesn't my colleague believe that this will create a worrying precedent?
For Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, thank you to my colleague for the question. And the NDP have been very clear that we fully support peaceful protesting, the exercising of the right to gather together and to fight for ideas and for change in the government. And we absolutely protect the right of land defenders, environmentalists, those that take part in peaceful protests. What we saw over these last few weeks, Madam Speaker, was unlawful occupations.
For Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, my thanks to the member for Port Moody Coquitlam, both for the tone and the substance of her advocacy in this place. I really appreciate. My question is, I'm curious to hear more from her with respect to the scope of the regulation. We've heard some members of the governing party share that this is meant to be a very targeted approach, but we also see in the regulation itself talk of critical infrastructure used quite broadly, bus stations, ferry terminals, lighthouses, for example. So I'm curious to hear the member's perspective on ensuring that it is kind of appropriate in scale and does it set precedent for those that were mentioned previously with respect to Indigenous land defenders and climate activists, for example.
Well, member for Port Moody, Coquitlam in 15, 20 seconds.
Thank you, and thank you to the member. And I'll go back to what I was saying on the first response to one of the members that asked me a question in the House, that I value and the NDP values protecting the rights of Canadians. And right now, the rights of Canadians widely has felt at risk. And we're looking to restore confidence and security in our institutions in Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, we come together today at a precarious moment in our nation's history. Over the last month, a cascading series of intelligence, policing, and governance failures have resulted in an unprecedented situation of which no Canadian of any persuasion is content or approves. We have all witnessed a siege of our nation's capital, an economic blockade of our international borders, and threats to the political stability of our society. Ironically, Canadians on all sides of the issues feel abandoned. Public confidence has been shaken and communities are divided. The institutions citizens expect to protect them have proved unresponsive. They have looked for leadership in their governments that has not been delivered. In speaking to many constituents in Vancouver Kingsway, two things are crystal clear. First, the current crisis has been badly mismanaged by the Prime Minister, who was virtually absent as it developed. And second, this situation should never have gotten this far. And so it disappoints me profoundly to see our Parliament have to debate the application of measures that are by design intended for the most serious situations of turmoil and danger. Nonetheless, it is in crisis that we indeed find our nation. As such, it is for us to determine the best course of action to restore public confidence, stability, and security to our society. I would like to state that this is also a time of great sensitivity and emotion. The issues engage cherished principles that are equally valued and difficult to reconcile. And I think that thoughtful people of good faith can rationally differ with views that deserve respect and careful consideration. I believe our nation could use a generous application of compassion and understanding. Now, at the outset, I think it's important to delineate what the present situation is, and just as importantly, what it is not. First, we are not dealing with a peaceful protest. We are dealing with an economic blockade accompanied by both threats and actual violence, with an attempt to force political change by mob behavior and, in substance, hostage diplomacy. A review of the facts bears this out. We saw a serious border closure at the Ambassador Bridge, interrupting some $350 million of trade every day and threatening Canada-US trade relations. Canada's crucial auto industry and manufacturing sector in the Golden Horseshoe were affected at a time of already constrained supply chains. A cache of weapons and murder conspiracy charges emerged in Coutts, Alberta. We witnessed a blockade for nearly a month in our nation's capital, with citizens threatened, workers intimidated, and hundreds of businesses shut down. Undercover intelligence revealed plans to expand the border blockade to other essential Canadian infrastructure, including airports and ports. There was released an openly publicized manifesto calling for government change. We have seen foreign interference and funding in our domestic political affairs. There is far-right involvement with clear connections to the same forces who led the charge on Washington last January. We have seen threats to towing companies and drivers to intimidate them into not doing their jobs. And we have seen the use of heavy equipment, tractors and trailers as weapons of blockade. The events of the last 2 days further bear this out. Blockade participants have refused to leave the parliamentary precinct when ordered to do so, assaulted police officers, tried to seize their weapons, thrown bicycles at mounted officers, and spat upon and assaulted journalists. These are not the acts of peaceful protesters. Second, this was never really about truckers. This is rendered nakedly bare by the fact that not a single demand was ever made to address the real issues truckers face, like low wages, long hours, fatigue, occupational safety, inadequate rest stops, poor road conditions, or high expenses. And it was never truly about truckers' vaccine policies either. This is also easily seen by the fact that it is the United States that set a requirement that all Canadian truckers must be vaccinated in order to enter the country, and that nothing done in Canada could alter that fact. Third, the legislation before us is not the War Measures Act. As a New Democrat, I've always taken tremendous pride in the moral courage that Tommy Douglas demonstrated in opposing Pierre Trudeau's invocation of the War Measures Act, despite strong public support for the move. In 1970, civil liberties were suspended, the military was deployed, and hundreds of innocent people were arbitrarily rounded up and held without charge. Habeas corpus was suspended by cabinet fiat with no recourse to democratic institutions or the courts. None of that is occurring here. Unlike the War Measures Act, the Emergencies Act does not suspend Canadian civil rights. Emergency orders are subject to judicial review and must be charter compliant. Indeed, in 1970, Canada did not even have a Charter of Rights with constitutional force. Unlike the War Measures Act, the Emergencies Act is subject to extensive parliamentary oversight and democratic protections. For example, this very debate we are having was triggered by the declaration of a public order emergency. Parliament will have the opportunity to affirm or revoke the declaration tomorrow. A parliamentary committee will be able to amend or revoke all emergency orders, and a motion signed by 20 MPs can trigger a vote on revoking the declaration. The truth is that the Emergencies Act has many legal and parliamentary protections, as it was expressly designed to do. I also think it's important to note that the 6 measures applied under the Act are targeted in scope, duration, and purpose. It is critical to remember that they provide powers to address the current crisis that would not otherwise be possible, like ensuring that towing equipment can be marshaled to clear heavy machinery used to block public roads, criminalizing the supply of goods to blockades that were crippling our nation's capital and interrupting the flow of foreign funding to interfere in our domestic political affairs. On this latter point, I want to say this. Over 50% of the funds used to support the blockade came from outside Canada. Hundreds of donors were Americans who have been linked to far-right groups or those involved in attempting an insurrection at the U.S. Capitol last January. This constitutes direct foreign interference in Canadian domestic affairs that cannot be tolerated. To my Conservative and Bloc colleagues who oppose the emergency measures used to intercept and freeze these funds, I ask this. If we substituted Russian for American donors, sending money to try to change Canadian government policy, would they still have no problem with this? I know the answer. To me, it is imperative for the sovereignty, territorial and security interests of Canada that we act strongly and resolutely to address foreign interference in our internal political affairs. Madam Speaker, some have argued that invoking the Emergencies Act will set a dangerous precedent that could be applied in the future to disruptive protests that are otherwise peaceful. They say Parliament should not act, lest it start down a slippery slope to irresponsible behavior. Somewhat ironically, this is said by members of the Bloc Québécois and Conservative parties whose own provincial cousins have invoked the notwithstanding clause of the Charter of Rights to actually violate the rights of their own citizens, something the Emergencies Act does not do. Apparently, their concern for slippery slopes does not extend to their own sectarian interests. I fundamentally agree that the right of peaceful protest is indispensable in a free and democratic society and must never be subject to unreasonable limitations. But I categorically reject the assertion that we cannot act in appropriate circumstances because future parliamentarians may not do so. I also believe that every single parliamentarian today and in the future well knows that this legislation is extraordinarily targeted and reserved for the rarest of circumstances. I trust in their judgment, in the Canadian public, and our institutions to ensure that happens. Finally, Madam Speaker, others have argued that this crisis does not meet the threshold set out in the Emergencies Act for the declaration of a public order emergency. I have carefully read the Act and agree that reasonable people may disagree on this point. While I respect those who feel otherwise, it is my view that given the facts that have emerged over the last 4 weeks, that the Act is properly engaged. Further, I believe that the invocation of the Act is already proving to be effective in resolving the crisis, paralysis, and threats that so clearly have gripped our nation. I strongly agree with those who argue that the invocation of public order emergencies should never be normalized. Instead, it should be reserved only for rare circumstances such as this, where decisive action is needed to address urgent threats to the security of Canada. If we hope to emerge from this pandemic as a strong and united country, then every member of this House must put aside their partisan political interests and work together to regain the public's confidence. Rather than wedge politics and polarization, Canadians need honesty, accountability, and responsible leadership from their elected representatives. I believe, Madam Speaker, it's time for all parliamentarians to provide just that. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to kind of pick up on what the member just stated, and as you know, at this time in which we're talking about the Emergency Act, how much better it would have been if we could have been talking about the heroes of the pandemic. You know, here we are approaching that 3-year mark, and at the end of the day, there's been so much good that has taken place. But going to his speech, there's a couple of points I want to highlight. One is the importance and supremacy of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, because we hear the word freedom a lot during this debate, and how the Emergency Act does not override any aspect of the Charter. And the second, and the member made reference to it, at any point in time. There's 4 political entities in this House that have more than 20 members. All it takes is 20 members to have a vote for revocation at any point in time. And if he can just pick up on those points, I would appreciate it.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you. I guess I hear 2 main points. The first one, I think, is it does give us an opportunity again to thank all of the frontline workers and healthcare workers in this country who, while we debate this legislation, are tasked with the critical job of dealing with our people who are vulnerable, helping patients, and still getting us through what is still a pandemic. I think that's always important to keep in mind as our attention is taken elsewhere. Second of all, it was a major part of my research and speech to note that the Emergencies Act was carefully crafted in response to the excesses of the War Measures Act and contains within it many parliamentary oversights and restrictions and careful parameters to ensure that the excesses of the War Measures Act are not repeated. So I think that's also a very vital point to make to Canadians, to assure them that their rights remain paramount, even with the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the respectful tone that the member for Vancouver Kingsway has taken in his presentation tonight, and I offer my observations and comments in the same light. I've heard often, not from your presentation directly, but from the members of the NDP and the members of the Liberal Party throughout today and the debate on Saturday and Thursday, the use of the word sedition, which is a very, very powerful word that I think is being often abused in the discussion around this. So my question or observation is that there's very strong tools for the government under Section 46 of the Criminal Code to deal with treason and sedition. And my question is if the government believes that this is treason and sedition, then perhaps they should have used that tool. And if that's the case, why hasn't anyone been charged under that?
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and he raises, I think, a very important point, which is the Emergencies Act is supposed to be triggered only when the current laws in Canada are proved ineffective in dealing with the current situation. I think that word ineffective is very important. If I can take just one or two examples, the current laws, for instance, have proved ineffective in stopping the flow of funds and money and supplies into the blockade in Ottawa. It's not a crime to walk down the street carrying a gas can full of gasoline. There is no law in Canada that would prevent that. But of course, by invoking the Emergencies Act and saying that anybody who's supplying the blockades that are illegal, that now becomes a criminal act. That's an example where the Emergencies Act was necessary for that. Another one has been in towing. I think it was not an accident that this very well-organized blockade used heavy equipment and machinery to block public roadways in this country. When towing companies and trucks were being intimidated, there's no way to actually commandeer or get those companies working to clear the roadways except by the invocation of the Emergencies Act. So there's a couple of examples why I think it's necessary to have that special power.
Deputy de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, I believe that our colleague was slightly disrespectful to Quebec in his speech, and I would like to raise that. He said that Quebec used the notwithstanding clause to violate its own citizens' rights. This is either contempt or ignorance from our colleague. And in either case, this is unacceptable. However, I have a question. What is happening right now could create a dangerous precedent. Madam Speaker, what if in 10 years in Quebec or in Canada, we see something like what happened in 2012, in the spring of 2012, when students in Quebec protested and some radical groups infiltrated the demonstrations? And what happens if a more rightist government is in power at that point? If the same Emergency Measures Act is invoked at that time, will the NDP be able to say, okay, this time we're not supporting it?
A very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, again, I think the Emergencies Act is relegated to specific circumstances, and every time it's possibly invoked, it needs to be carefully studied. But to my honourable colleague, I wonder if he's worried that provinces might use the notwithstanding clause more often. Is he worried about a slippery slope when, and of course, notwithstanding clauses are only engaged when there's an acknowledgement that the charter rights of the citizens have been violated. Otherwise, you don't need to use the Notwithstanding Act. So that was my point. And I just wonder if he should have a conversation with provincial colleagues in Quebec to warn them that using the Notwithstanding clause may lead to a slippery slope where they're tempted to do it again. I don't think that's a valid.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your time today in the chair. You've been here since early morning, so I appreciate the service you provided to the House. And I'll be sharing, please note, Madam Speaker, that I'll be sharing my time this evening with the member from Acadie Bathurst. Madam Speaker, I think it's important for us to put into context what's transpired over the last number of weeks as it relates to events here in the City of Ottawa and at various other locations in Canada. For the vast majority of us in the chamber, we're visitors to the City of Ottawa. We reside here on a temporary basis with our principal residents back home in our respective ridings, and for me, Madam Speaker, that's Hamilton East, Stony Creek. For the past 3 weeks, I've spent many days here in the nation's capital, watching the occupation grow in size and spread through the downtown, well beyond the parliamentary precinct and into residential neighborhoods surrounding where we meet here today. And during that time, the downtown descended into chaos, upending the lives of those people who reside here in the city center. I've had the opportunity to speak to many people here in the downtown who've been impacted by the occupation, and they've made it clear to me that they're accustomed to visitors in the city. On any given day of the year, Madam Speaker, it's not uncommon to witness protests, demonstrations, vigils, or ceremonial activities in and around the parliamentary precinct. Peaceful activities are not only welcome, but they're encouraged by the people who live here in Ottawa. Unfortunately, what we've witnessed over the past 3 weeks was at times neither peaceful nor lawful. What started as a protest quickly turned into an occupation. And for those of us in the chamber, Madam Speaker, who've served at the municipal level as city or town councillors, or possibly as a mayor, we know it's not uncommon to receive calls for service related to municipal bylaws. We know that municipal bylaws are important as they keep the city moving and provide an element of protection for law-abiding citizens. I wasn't surprised, to be honest, Madam Speaker, to hear that over 3,700 notices of violation have been issued to date here in the City of Ottawa. These violations, and to be clear, there have been thousands of violations that occurred without enforcement, significantly impacted the quality of life for everyone who resides in the downtown area. As has been reported in the media, residents have been subjected to illegal and tortuous behavior. I try to picture what's occurred here in Ottawa and think about how the occupation would be received by my own constituents in Hamilton East, Stony Creek, or other communities across the country. I want to be clear, Madam Speaker, that for those of us who have been here temporarily, residing here temporarily, we witnessed over the last 3 weeks displays, firework displays at 1 and 2 a.m. in the morning.
Yes, I'm exercising while I'm working. Yes.
We witnessed, even through the period of the injunction, the constant honking of horns, the use of whistles, bells, and other noisemakers, again, sometimes well into the early morning hours. We witnessed the illegal confiscation of public property, the blockade of public streets that led to the detour and cancellation of public transit routes, and prohibited first responders from accessing people in downtown Ottawa, police, fire, and ambulatory services. We witnessed trucks and vehicles parked on public sidewalks, many of them illegally parked throughout the core of the city, preventing access to businesses. And sadly, Madam Speaker, many of those businesses had to close. We read with horror and disgust about a report from local police that there was a concerted effort to tie up the 911 lines here in Ottawa, a campaign planned to prevent the people from Ottawa from accessing emergency services provided by police, fire, and ambulatory staff. We witnessed the illegal erection of cranes, stages, tents, and other permanent structures in the middle of residential streets. On the hour, Madam Speaker, we witnessed the people haphazardly transporting fuel on city sidewalks to encampment areas as part of the occupation that occurred here in the downtown. We witnessed illegal fires and barbecues on city sidewalks and city parking lots. And I'm sure everyone in this House is aware of the fact that there was a fire started in the lobby of an Ottawa apartment building here in the city centre. We witnessed the harassment of local residents who in their daily travels were mocked and chastised for wearing masks as they went about their lives, minding their own business. Madam Speaker, this is just a brief description of what's transpired here over the last 3 weeks. And I know very well how my residents would react to these illegal actions. They wouldn't be tolerated. And there would be an expectation that those responsible for upholding the law would attend and restore the peace and ensure their rights were upheld as tenants and property owners. Ottawa residents want their lives back. They want a peaceful night's sleep. They want their public transit back. They want access to roads and sidewalks. They want to see businesses reopen. People want to go back to work. They want their city back. The only way to restore the peace and some sense of normalcy is with all three levels of government working together. I want to publicly commend at this point in time in the House, Madam Speaker, the Premier of Ontario for his support. Instead of handing out coffee and donuts like members of the opposition, he declared a state of emergency here in the province. And instead of taking selfies with those that illegally occupied downtown Ottawa and blocked the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, he signed an order that seeks to assist the City of Ottawa and complement the actions of the federal government. He appropriately described the situation as a siege and the illegal actions as holding millions and millions of people hostage. Madam Speaker, compare and contrast the Premier's comments to those of the interim leader of the opposition. The interim leader of the opposition stated, "I don't think we should be asking them to go home," if you can believe that, Madam Speaker. Then has been the trademark of the official opposition. The flip-flop statement soon followed from the same member, and just over a week ago, the interim leader finally recognized that the extent of the damage inflicted upon the City of Ottawa, its citizens, and the Canadian economy had reached a breaking point. By the time she issued your uninvited speech, the damage was already done. The hollow words that it was time to take down the barricades, stop the disruptive action, and come together were delivered too little, too late. Madam Speaker, I think it's imperative that we recognize the joint forces that have come together here over the past number of days. It is, as Ottawa's interim police chief described it, a real Canadian effort. I come from a police family, and as a city councillor for 26 years, I served for many years on the city's police services board. I'm a strong supporter of the police, and so I was pleased to hear that 28 members of Hamilton's police services are here in Ottawa to assist with efforts to restore peace and return the city to its citizens. Members of the Hamilton Police Service have joined officers from Toronto, Sudbury, York, Kingston, Peel, Durham, London, Calgary, Edmonton, and other jurisdictions. The ugly side of the occupation continues to be laid bare on television over the last couple of days. Extraordinary scenes of people spitting on officers, berating law enforcement officials, throwing objects at police and their horses, and other disruptive activities with the sole objectives of standing in the way of reclaiming the city and upholding the rule of law. We heard here in Ottawa that the local police needed additional support, additional resources and tools to confront a national event in an area that falls under the jurisdiction of the local police services. To date, the police have shown great restraint, Madam Speaker, even while under attack, and as has been reported, the police have been the target of protesters not just here in Ottawa, but at other locations across Canada, including southern Alberta. The domestic terrorist plot in Alberta highlights and emphasizes the need for all levels of government to provide the police with the appropriate level of support and necessary tools to keep their members and the public safe, and we're doing that here tonight. I look forward to the studies and the inquiry that will follow, reviews that will help us plan for future events that will occur, whether they occur here in Windsor, Coutts, Ottawa, or elsewhere. We can't sit on our hands and hope that the problems will go away on their own, as the official opposition has suggested. Madam Speaker, we need to fully understand how the illegal blockades and illegal occupations were planned and funded. The recommendations we ultimately
the honourable member may complete on the questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, to the member, if this was an honest attempt by the government to try and include the official opposition and convince us that the Emergencies Act use was warranted, that it had met the threshold, that I thought that what the government side would have done is give us all the briefing material, give us the evidence, give us the facts, release it, make the judicial opinion from Justice Canada officials public. They didn't do any of those things. In fact, I distinctly remember on Wednesday morning, before our national caucus meeting even began, we came to the reporters and told them very clearly, the House leader on the opposition side did, that we were not provided any documentation in order for our caucus to make a decision based on what evidence the government actually has in its hands. This isn't a good faith attempt to go, work across both sides of the aisle. This is a politically driven use of the Emergencies Act to save the leadership of the Prime Minister and nothing else. I don't have a question for the member, just want to put that on the record. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Chairman, and it's ironic that the member doesn't have a question because, I think millions of Canadians have watched over the last couple of days in terms of what has transpired here in Ottawa. And I think what he has ignored and his party has ignored is the impact that it's had on Ottawa citizens. In fact, the member from Ottawa Carleton today stood up and talked about what's happening in Canada. As an Ottawa representative, not once did he reference what's happening here in the city of Ottawa. I think they're ignoring what's happening to the people who here in Ottawa and the impact that it's having on people's daily lives, Madam Speaker.
The member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his contribution today. I have to say it's been a very odd day in the House of Commons when the Conservatives are choosing to negatively attack the Premier of Ontario, and the Liberals are standing for him. It is a unique moment in time for us today, Madam Speaker. My question is to do with premiers, Conservative premiers in this country. On February 4th, the Premier of my province, Premier Kenney, asked the federal government to help, that there was a need for help to stop the blockades in Coutts, that the provincial government was unable to manage the blockades in Coutts. Of course, on February 18th, he has now decided he's going to sue the federal government, and I would like just some information on how the member feels about this sort of flip-flopping between requiring help and then wanting to take the same people you're asking for help to court.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the question from the member. And as she noted, it's been a flip-flop of events in Alberta in terms of asking for help and then criticizing the government when they actually acted upon their requests that came from the province. And of course, as she mentioned, here in the province of Ontario, the Premier of Ontario has declared a state of emergency. That's what this act does here tonight. It declares a state of emergency and gives provinces the ability to deal with protesters, whether they're in blockades or occupations like we see here in Ottawa.
Honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Paga. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Paga.
Merci, Madame la...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to summarize the situation. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. But if we look at these financing platforms that would be at the center of the Emergencies Act, and it's already under the jurisdiction of the provinces, being arrested for a crime is already, of course, covered by legislation. Same holds true for uttering threats. Same thing for possessing unlicensed weapons and firearms. So I'd like to ask my colleague In the end, what's the point of the Emergencies Act in this case if there's already a regular legal arsenal and conventional institutions that could have been used over the last 2 weeks and were not used?
East Stony Creek.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think what the member, and I thank him for his question, I think what he has ignored through his question is the fact that provinces are asking for additional tools to deal with the occupation and the blockades. And so we know very well that when thank you very much. I think we know very well that the Act has allowed provinces, specifically here in Ontario, to bring law enforcement from other provinces without swearing them in. The Act has allowed us to crack down on investments and donations that have been made from outside of the country. And so the Act has helped us over the last 7 days. There's been a lot of praise over the last couple of days in terms of what the City of Ottawa has done and their police force has done to clear the parliamentary precinct in the downtown. That's been done with the help of the Act.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my newly elected colleague for having shared his time with me this evening, the member for Hamilton Stony Creek. Once again, Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to address the House tonight. My riding of Acadie-Bathurst is one of the most beautiful places in our country. The people are warm and generous beyond compare. My riding has many generations of culturally diverse families who've pulled together against all odds. My community would simply not exist were it not for these long-standing stories of families helping each other. It saddens me deeply to see what's been happening in our country over the last few weeks, to see fellow citizens turning their backs on each other. This is not the Canada I know and love. I understand that many Canadians are frustrated and angry. I am as fed up as anyone with this pandemic. I also understand that as a Member of Parliament, my responsibility is to listen to people and look for ways to help them. Unfortunately, some people who want to make their voices heard have also chosen to draw the nation's attention to themselves by displaying extremely worrisome behavior. Madam Speaker, I believe I bring some personal experience with regard when it comes to protests. The people in my riding of Acadie-Bathurst have always been very vocal. People in my riding are not afraid to protest. Sometimes it was for civil rights or language rights. In 2013, it was over the Conservatives' reform of the employment insurance program. Protesting is a fundamental and important part of a democratic nation. I have always supported the right of people to protest peacefully, even in front of my own office, and I have participated in several protests before and since my election. That said, I will never support bullying, threats, physical altercations, damage to private property, theft, symbols of hatred, or the defacing of cherished monuments. There also seems to be a widespread misunderstanding that citizens have the right to bring semi-trailers to a protest and then block streets for 3 weeks. Nowhere in the Charter does it say that this is a right. When a group's actions are no longer to make their voice heard and they start intentionally causing harm to people or damage to infrastructure, it's no longer a protest. It is an occupation and an attack on our democracy. I am so saddened that these blockades are taking place, not only in front of children, but that children are being used strategically to advance causes that they cannot understand at that age. I sincerely hope that those involved in these blockades will reconsider their behavior and strive to set stronger and more positive examples to our youth for the sake of our democracy. Respect for the law is our most basic responsibility as citizens of this country. Madam Speaker, we know that many of the people protesting have legitimate concerns and are genuinely worried about their future and their livelihoods. What is frustrating, however, is that the concerns of so many of these people would be alleviated if they could simply trust the science. We are fortunate in Canada to have world-class doctors and scientists to guide us through this pandemic. Thousands of scientists around the world have dedicated their lives to protecting and preserving the lives of others. Never before have human beings been so scientifically advanced. Let me say it clearly, slowly, and surely for all Canadians to hear. Vaccines work. We are almost 2 years into this COVID-19 pandemic, and I will always be grateful to the people who developed these miraculous and effective vaccines. Thanks to them, countless lives have been saved and will be saved in the future. So, back to the topic of the day. Yes, some of the protesters are concerned about vaccination mandates, masks, and lockdowns. However, other elements of these protests have deep, dark roots in far-right ideologies and have dangerous links to organized crime, as well as foreign interference with financial donations that are of great concern. Whatever the motivations of those participating in these protests, we cannot allow them to continue to disrupt the peace and peaceful lives of citizens. All Canadians deserve to live in peace. For 3 weeks, we have seen municipal and provincial leaders raise their hands and ask for help. I am proud that our government has been a partner since the early days of the protests, and I believe that our offer of assistance has been used to its fullest extent. One thing is abundantly clear. These blockades cannot continue. Canadians are concerned. They're worried, and they need us to show strong leadership. Over the past few days, I and other Canadians have heard many speeches. We've all watched the news and participated in extensive discussions about the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Several members of our caucus spoke at length and made strong arguments about how the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act is, in fact, justified. Some members of the opposition and others in Canada have also been very critical, saying that the decision to invoke these measures is an extreme overreaction. I find it very difficult to accept the argument that this is an unnecessary or blatant use of government powers. As the Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice have repeatedly said, these measures will be used with great restraint and are both limited in time and geographically targeted. Madam Speaker, the fact is that we have exhausted all other options. I am convinced beyond the shadow of a doubt that the circumstances unfolding in this country meet the threshold required by law for the declaration of a national emergency. Let's focus for a moment on what is happening in Ottawa. It's been clear from day one, when the Convoy situation unfolded on Parliament Hill, that the Ottawa police were not prepared to deal with it. I'm not saying that as an accusation, and I cannot speak to the resources that were or were not available to the City Police. I can only say what I saw and what we all saw, which was that the Ottawa police were not going to be able to deal with this situation without support. I had the advantage of waking up tonight, at the end of the weekend, knowing how things have unfolded over the last few days with a major police operation underway. I think most of my colleagues will agree with me that the police operation in downtown Ottawa over the past weekend has been an unqualified success. There are fewer trucks, fewer protesters, fewer blocked streets, and fewer reports of intimidation and violence. We now have concrete evidence that the powers conferred by the Emergencies Act have had a significant impact. These measures have enabled directed action that would not otherwise have been possible. Acting Chief Bell of the Ottawa Police Services stated that the scale and scope of this weekend's operation would not have been possible without the emergency being declared. Madam Speaker, in closing, thanks to the Emergencies Act, the federal government has been able to provide tools to police services when and where they are needed. These measures have also provided police with the tools to address the financing of illegal activities. These measures have allowed municipalities to fill gaps in the acquisition of tow trucks to help in the removal of illegally parked vehicles. These measures have also helped to eliminate the blurring of jurisdiction and responsibilities at complex but important locations such as border crossings. I want to make it clear that while our government had to make this choice, it should not be seen as a celebration. But I feel much more at peace knowing that if the decision had to be made, at least many people have already gained some relief from it. We saw how Canadians reacted to the operations over the weekend in Ottawa. It's very clear to me that Canadians support the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. To all of you who are listening, even if we do not all share the same values, we can empathize with each other. This pandemic has taken its toll on everyone, and we're all very keen for it to be over. Unfortunately, the events of the last few weeks were not the right way to end it. It has taken up valuable resources and time that were badly needed elsewhere in order to get through this pandemic. I will end with this, Madam Speaker. Some joined the convoy with the aim of promoting peace and freedom. Unfortunately, the target was not the right one, and their approach had the opposite effect. This convoy was unnecessary and a disturbance in the freest of countries, our Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. A few times tonight, I've heard my colleague from Kingston, and now the colleague tonight said, well, maybe Ontario reacted perhaps not quite forcefully enough. And I feel like perhaps this is an excuse, but I would like to know, every time police forces act a little bit late, are they going to invoke the Emergencies Act? That would be completely absurd, because now we know the crisis is over, and the situation is quite a bit more acceptable. So why is it still relevant to bring forward this law, which is really a sledgehammer to crack a nut? So I'd like to hear what he has to say on that. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. When it's time for the Bloc Québécois to stand and speak, they always talk about respecting Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. And so since the very beginning of this convoy, we've seen that, unfortunately, certain municipalities and police forces, for example, the City of Ottawa police forces, weren't capable of dealing with the situation. So that's why we went forward with the Emergencies Act. We provided resources that were necessary for the Ottawa police force and other police forces to dismantle this blockade, send the protesters home, and now Ottawa has its life back, because this convoy lasted for too long, 3 weeks, where there was all this noise, and so that's why we used it. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that the Emergencies Act is reasonable and proportionate, and it gives tools to parliamentarians to be able to use checks and balances. But the question that I want to put to my colleague is, why did it take so long for the government to act? Ottawa residents have suffered because of this. It was a convoy organized by far-right organizations to overthrow a democratically elected government, and funded by Trump-like organizations in the States. Why did it take 3 weeks? Once again, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Madam Speaker, what we did is that we monitored the situation very closely, and after 3 weeks, after the protests had gone on, it was time for the government to intervene, and we gave the forces of law and order the tools that they needed to end this protest. And I might remind my colleague that under the Charter, this law is used with a great deal of restraint. It's time limited and geographically focused in the regions where it is needed. So, Madam Speaker, I think that people were tired of these protests, and we gave the forces of law and order all the tools they needed to end this protest. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, my honourable colleague, for the intervention, and I share members' passion, Madam Speaker. It's sad to see the spitting on police officer, harassing journalists by the protester And Madam Speaker, I'm concerned about the spread of misinformation in journal and around the act as well. We have heard some of the protesters and even members of the opposition refer to the measures we are discussing today as if this is a War Measures Act, which it is not. Could my honourable colleague explain how this is not the case and assure them the Emergency Act maintain their charter rights and also restore their confidence in our institutions?
The Honourable Member for Akitsi-Bathurst. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to repeat once again to ensure that all Canadians hear this. Yes, the Charter will be complied with. The Emergencies Act will be used with a great deal of restraint. It will be time limited and geographically focused. And we must have to resume debate.
The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Good. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're here this evening, this whole weekend actually, debating the merits of a Liberal government motion to invoke the Emergency Act. But before I get into that, I want to take the opportunity to thank the many people in my riding of Langley-Aldergrove who've reached out to me to encourage me and to plead with me to vote against this motion. And I can assure you that I and my Conservative colleagues will definitely vote against it. And I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes or 9.5 minutes now explaining why that is. I also want to thank those people who were telling me that they are praying for the peace and security and the healing of this nation. Thank you very much. I'm praying for that as well, in what hopefully soon is going to be a post-pandemic world. So, Madam Speaker, on February 14th, the Liberal government issued a declaration invoking the Emergency Act based on their finding that there's a public welfare emergency existing in Canada at the moment. So to understand what that means, we need to take a look at the definition section of the Act, of the Emergency Act. And it states that a national emergency is an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that seriously endangers the lives, health, and safety of Canadians and is of such proportions and nature as to exceed the capacity or the authority of a province to deal with it, and that cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada. So very high burden of proof indeed, and that is exactly what the drafters of this legislation intended back in the 1980s. It was supposed to be a tool of last resort, not a tool of first resort. So now what is the fact situation that is alarming the government to the extent that they now feel that they have to invoke this very drastic step? Well, what we have is trucks parked in Ottawa, big trucks, rigs, clogging up the streets in downtown Ottawa. It's a real nuisance. Along Wellington Street, along some of the side streets. It's a real problem for local businesses here as well and people who live in the downtown core. I and every other member in this House who have to come into this House every day had to negotiate our way across Wellington Street, and that is the same for all the employees as well in this House and working in our parliamentary offices. A nuisance, yes. An inconvenience, yes. An irritant, yes. But a national emergency, no. It fails that test. This does not attain to the very high burden that I have to share my time with the member for Eagle Creek. So thank you. Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. So thank you. But it does not attain to the very high level that was set by the drafters of this emergency legislation. Now, the Order in Council also makes reference. The Order in Council also makes reference to blockages at border crossings in Ontario, in Manitoba, in Alberta, and in my home province of British Columbia. Now, the Liberals there have a better argument, I would submit, because that, of course, is going to be very devastating to our economy and also to our international reputation. But here's the challenge that they have. Before this declaration was made, a week ago, all those blockages had already been cleared up. How? Well, by provincial forces, by municipal forces, by provincial police forces, by the RCMP that came under provincial jurisdiction. So the police forces doing exactly what they're supposed to do. And The fact that they were successful proved that the situation did not exceed the capacity or the authority of the province to deal with it. So I submit that it fails the test. So we come back to what was going on in Ottawa. Now we've heard members on the Liberal side of the House quote the interim chief of the City of Ottawa Police Services, saying that the Emergency Act was a very helpful tool for them to solve the problem. Now, we don't dispute that at all. Of course, the nuclear option is going to be successful. We know that. There's no argument with that. But that's not the test. The test is not whether it would be successful, but whether it was necessary. And I submit that it was not necessary. The proof is that provincial police forces, municipal police forces were able to solve the problem at the borders and also control other protests that were going on in other cities across the country. So it fails the threshold. Madam Speaker, I now want to turn my attention to a constitutional analysis of what is going on. It's been pointed out on a number of occasions that the Emergency Act requires that the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights be honored and respected and be maintained. Now, it's interesting that the Bill of Rights is included in that. It's an older piece of legislation, and people sometimes assume that it was subsumed in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, but that's not the case. It is still good law in Canada today, and that is very useful for our analysis today because it talks about property rights for individuals. Now, what property are we talking about? We're talking about bank accounts that have been frozen under the regulations. Now, shortly after the announcement was made on Monday, my office started getting phone calls. I started getting text messages. People were saying, is my bank account going to be frozen? I made a donation to the Convoy through GoFundMe. And I assured them, no, this is Canada in the 21st century. We are a modern, free, and democratic society. There is no way that your federal government is interested in donations that you might make to a cause that is important to you. But then, Madam Speaker, I actually picked up the regulation. I started to read it, and I was wrong. I was hoping that I was misreading it, so I checked with some lawyer friends of mine, and they go, no, absolutely, that is exactly what it says. So then I was hoping that maybe it was just a drafting error, but all doubt was set aside the other day when our Minister of Justice, the Attorney General, was interviewed on national television. This is how the conversation went. The interviewer asked, a lot of folks said, I don't like your vaccine mandates, and I donated to this. Now it's illegal. Should I be worried that the bank can freeze my account? And this is what the Minister of Justice said in reply. If you are a member of a Trump movement who is donating hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars to this kind of thing, then yes, you ought to be worried. So there you go, straight out of the mouth of the Minister of Justice. If you have made a donation to the Freedom Convoy, then the Minister of Justice thinks that you are part of a Trump movement and that you ought to be worried. The Liberal Party is no longer the party of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It has become the party of correct political thought. You now have to think like the Minister of Justice does, or you ought to be worried. I plead with the people of this, members of this House, to vote against this motion. It is incumbent upon us to do this. This is wrong legislation. We must defend Canadian rights, civil liberties. We must vote against this. I plead with the NDP party. You can make the difference. Please vote with the Conservative Party on this one. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I really wanted to quote the Premier of Manitoba, but I kind of changed my mind based on what the member just finished saying about seniors. If you listen to some of the speeches from the Conservatives, one said, you know, they had a call for a senior that went down and took out all his money because they're told that the government wants to get its money. And you start to hear these conservative right-wingers with the conspiracy theory, you know, telling through email blasts, no doubt, that go and drain your bank accounts because the government's after your money. You know, we're talking less than 100 people that were directly affected in terms of accounts, yet the Conservative Party is going out, warning people, our poor seniors, go out, be concerned, the government wants your money. I'm wondering if he feels that is a responsible thing for the official opposition to do, to get seniors and others concerned that the government is after their money when they know full well, Madam Speaker, that's not the case. I would suggest to you it's borderline elder abuse.
Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, Madam Speaker, that is just completely absurd. I'm quoting from what the minister said. Donating to the Freedom Convoy, to a Trump-like movement, you ought to be worried. Those are not my words. Those are his words. He should correct himself. If he misspoke, he should correct himself. He should also take a look at the legislation and correct it if there is a drafting error. I cannot believe, like you, that the Canadian government would take these kinds of actions, but that is what the wording of the legislation says. It needs to be corrected. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Madam Speaker, we hear a lot of discussions on the Emergencies Act, that it's being debated, and I hope that there will be enough opposition to quash it tomorrow. My question for my colleague is, well, we hear a lot of criticism, and we hear a lot of different opinions on how this came to be. But according to my colleague, what would have been the ideal process to fix this crisis that that we've seen over the past 3 weeks? What would have been the proper procedure? Should we have left the protesters there, or should they have been invited to leave? What's his opinion on that?
Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good, thank you. Great question. I really do appreciate that. What could have been done? Well, let's take a look at where it was done successfully in other provinces, in other cities. The problem is in Ottawa. Now, far be it from me to criticize the police forces of the nation's capital, but what could they have done? They could have subpoenaed tow trucks. They could have asked the provincial government for more help. They could have asked for police forces from across the country to come help. All of this could have been done without the Emergency Act, without suspending people's civil rights and liberties.
Honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And just to clarify something with regard to, the Charter of Rights still applies, even when the Emergencies Act is in place. But I would like to know what his political party thinks about a convoy that comes from far away that says that it wants to disrupt our democratic institutions, that is funded by partisans of Trump, and the interim leader of his party openly supports these protesters and hands out coffee and pizza while those people are harassing the citizens of Ottawa. How does he explain the actions of some of the members of his caucus? The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you. I think there were two questions in there. The first one was about the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Yes, indeed, the Emergency Act says that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights must still apply. But it's not good enough just to say that. The Order in Council, the regulations coming out of the Order in Council actually have to honor that, and I'm submitting that that did not happen. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. While it is a privilege to have the opportunity to rise and speak in this place to the motion put forward by the government, the absolute seriousness of these days and how we chart a path forward as a nation cannot be overstated. There is so much at stake. And I am grateful for the insightful interventions that have already been put forward by my caucus colleagues. From the outset, I want to assure my constituents, I have heard you, and I want you to know that I will be voting against this motion. I believe this action taken by the government is unnecessary, divisive, and a dramatic overreaction given the circumstances. At a time when provincial governments and other countries have ended COVID-19 restrictions or announced plans to end them. The Prime Minister is an exception to the trend and out of step. When Conservatives brought forward a reasonable motion calling on the federal government to table a plan outlining the steps and dates as to when federal COVID-19 mandates and restrictions would be rolled back, a plan that would reduce the temperature and address the concerns of Canadians across the entire country, the Prime Minister refused, and the Liberals, together with the NDP, defeated our motion. This crisis was entirely preventable and is the result of the Prime Minister's unwillingness to use common sense. Instead of taking actions to help lower the temperature, he insulted and disrespected Canadians. Instead of respecting Canadians, he doubled down on his efforts to wedge, divide, and stigmatize. Instead of apologizing and listening to what Canadians had to say, he jumped straight to the most extreme measures to deal with the protests and invoked the Emergencies Act. I want to thank the hundreds of constituents who emailed and called my office over the past week regarding the matter we are discussing here tonight. Less than 1% support the government's actions. Almost everyone is shocked and disappointed by the Prime Minister's invocation of the Emergencies Act. They understand that imposing the powers of the Emergencies Act sets a dangerous precedent, especially when the Prime Minister has made no other efforts to de-escalate the situation. I would like to read an email from a constituent, which is representative of the hundreds of messages I've received. Kathy wrote the following, and I quote, "I am emailing you in regards to the Prime Minister's irrational invoking of the Emergency Measures Act. I have read that the Emergencies Act can only be invoked if the situation cannot be dealt with through any other lawful manner in Canada. Considering the fact that the Prime Minister hasn't even sat down with the Freedom Convoy organizers to discuss removing all mandates, there is no need to invoke such an act. It has become very clear that the Prime Minister does not care about Canadians or our rights and freedoms. Many other countries have removed all mandates and restrictions and have come to realize that COVID has run its course. We need to get back to our lives and begin the massive job of rebuilding not only our economy, but mending all the division that the Prime Minister has created over the past 2 years. It breaks my heart to see all the families and friends that have been driven apart by this. As your constituent, I ask that when the Prime Minister goes before Parliament to seek approval of the Emergencies Act, that you do not approve this. Please help us in our fight to make Canada free again." End quote. Madam Speaker, to be clear, while I have heard from hundreds of my constituents, there have also been messages from hundreds of Canadians from across the country. They are worried about their future, for their children and their grandchildren. Ultimately, they are concerned for the future of their beloved Canada. Many legal experts also oppose this action, based on the grounds that the test for invoking the Emergencies Act has not been met. A Twitter thread on February 14th by the Canadian Civil